Chapter 1. A good life requires being an ordinary bystander. Lan Zhou was awakened by the rain. If her memory served her right, she should have been resting in her bedroom. Rubbing her head, she initially attributed her headache to late-night work, only to discover that her entire body ached intensely. A wave of dread washed over her. It was over she had fallen ill from working overtime for that dreadful company. As she closed her eyes, pondering whether her illness from late-night work could be considered an occupational injury, several large raindrops plummeted from the sky, striking her face. The icy raindrops jolted Lan Zhou awake, and she sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings, only to realize she was lying amidst a patch of weeds in a dilapidated village. Uncertain whether her clothes were soaked by the rain or her sudden movement had exacerbated her discomfort, she felt a surge of pain radiating from her limbs. Peeling back her clothing, she saw her body marred with bruises. Struggling to stand, she noticed that her perspective had shifted considerably. It dawned on her that she had traversed into another realm. No longer the naive girl of yesteryear, Lan Zhou felt no joy at this revelation. She had little time to mourn being thrust back into a state of uncertainty just as she had finally come of age. Hastily, she rose from the thicket to assess the village's condition. As she walked, she rummaged through her hazy memories, only to find them filled with vague impressions. What on earth are these? Lan Zhou could not help but scoff at the absurdity. Her mind was a chaotic swirl of images. People flying through the air, twinkling lights, and beautifully adorned staffs. What sort of impressions are these? She lamented, struggling to disentangle herself from the absurdity of these memories. At that moment, a flash of red startled her from her reverie. Suddenly, she heard the frantic shouts of adults, though the words were muddled and indistinct. The only certainty was that the original owner's family had likely met with tragedy. Whether it was her concern for her future or the visceral pain of the original owner's sorrow, Lan Zhou's feet halted as she approached the village. She felt lost, unsure of her next steps. The relentless rain continued to fall. A chilling wind swept through the air, and the dim light of the sky offered no solace. Soaked to the bone, she shivered as the wind cut through her. Her once stable life had vanished, and in this new world, her family had suffered a calamity. She was adrift, uncertain of where to go or how to survive. A sense of helplessness washed over her as she gazed into the distance, where the broken village lay strewn with lifeless bodies. The few strands of hair remaining on her head were whipped across her face by the wind, yet she felt no pain. Even though she did not recognize the fallen figures, the heart within this body felt as though it were being squeezed, rendering her breathless. She passed by the body of a flamboyantly dressed old woman. She had many delicious candies. She tiptoed over a muscular man. This uncle looks fierce, but he would take me horseback riding. The memories from before were obscured, resembling an abstract painting of her impressions of this world. Yet, as she gazed upon the fallen, she could hear distinct phrases echoing in her ears, as if another voice were speaking directly to her. She turned her gaze to a slender woman. This sister has a beautiful smile. She would braid my hair. There lay a scholarly gentleman, likely attempting to protect this girl. But alas, she too had perished. This brother in white would teach me to read. He even named me Lan Zhou. Time lost meaning as she wandered, her legs suddenly feeling as if they were weighed down with lead, unable to take another step. Her muddled mind began to clear slightly as she looked ahead, where the bodies of a family of 3 lay lifeless. The tears streaming from their faces revealed the truth. They were her parents and brother. In a desperate bid to protect her, the 3 had sacrificed themselves as bait to lure away the assailant, leaving her hidden in the grass outside the village. Father always seemed fierce, but he loved to smile at me. He would buy me candy people. He wasn't scary at all. Blood stained his once cheerful visage, perhaps in relief that his daughter had escaped a fate worse than death. Mother always laughed. She would make me new clothes. She was afraid of pain, and if pricked by a needle, she would seek father. Lan Zhou stared silently at the gaping wound in the woman's abdomen. Brother was always strict when I fell while playing. He would scold me and apply medicine to my wounds, causing me pain, but I still love him dearly. His body lay severed, and no amount of medicine could mend that fate. The innocent voice of a lively girl echoed in her mind, gradually becoming clearer. It seemed that a peaceful life was no longer in the cards for her. How tiresome. Everyone loved me, and I must live well. Was revenge necessary? Whenever I was wronged, my family and neighbors would stand by me. I shall support them in return. But what after the vengeance? Everyone loved me. I must carry on their memory and live well. I hurt so much I want to sleep. You must live well, if given the chance. Fulfill these promises, Lan Zhou. I am truly sorry. Lan Zhou clutched her chest. The once clear voice in her memory began to fade. She knew that the original owner's life had been extinguished. Bowing her head, she could no longer bear to face the grim reality before her. How cruel it is to drag me into this world only to leave me with this mess. At the very least, offer an apology. Wait until I avenge you. Lan Zhou realized she could not survive in her previous world. Her late-night work had pushed her body to its limits. Had she not been pulled into this realm, she would have long since sipped Meng Pa soup in the underworld. From a certain perspective, the original owner had granted her a second chance at life. As a form of recompense, if the opportunity arises, I shall seek vengeance for you and your kin. I am not one for grand aspirations. I cannot be a great hero, so do not hold any expectations of me. However, I shall live well, rest assured, carrying forth the legacy of your loved ones. As Lan Zhou prepared to turn away, she caught sight of the cold bodies on the ground. Perhaps this was the closest she would ever be to her family again. She bent down, gently embracing each one. Father, brother, aunt, uncle, grandmother, sir, and madam. In those fleeting moments, a semblance of understanding washed over her the meaning of life itself. Finally, she departed from the village. Just as she dragged her weary body out of the village, contemplating which path led to the neighboring town, dozens of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. Night had long since fallen, and the moonlight cast an ethereal glow upon them. Lan Zhou did not know why, but tears streamed down her face. Fate can be so cruel. Perhaps if they had held on for just a little longer, hope would have emerged. But that was merely a possibility. Her vision began to blur, and the flying figures descended one by one, rushing toward her. Unable to withstand the weight of it all, Lan Zhou finally succumbed to darkness. Chapter 2. A beautiful life requires a strong support. It is unclear how much time has elapsed, but Lan Zhou finally awoke. More accurately, she was roused by hunger. Before she had a chance to open her eyes, a figure suddenly lunged from beside her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Starved and devoid of strength, Lan Zhou felt as fragile as a wisp of smoke in the wind, nearly suffocated by this generous and affluent senior sister. "Oh, my poor darling, you have finally awakened. I am so sorry for our tardiness. Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Do you have any family left? Oh, forgive me, I forgot about your family," as this kind-hearted older sister babbled on. Lan Zhou felt as if she might indeed ascend to the heavens as she wished. Summoning all her remaining strength, she managed to pat the older sister and utter, "Sister, I am hungry," grateful to this benevolent, beautiful, generous, and gentle sister for sparing her. Lan Zhou began to stuff her mouth with steamed buns, channeling her gratitude towards her kind rescuer. Indeed, the entire village had been slaughtered, leaving only a helpless little girl. A disciple of little prowess. Suddenly, Lan Zhou heard voices outside the door. Slaughter? Was it man-made? She kept her confusion hidden, feigning an insatiable hunger as she voraciously devoured the buns. A promising youth of the new era. Everything she was experiencing was utterly foreign to her. Furthermore, she had made a promise. If it truly was a man-made catastrophe, vengeance must be exacted. "Master, what shall we do about this little girl?" It was true. Her family had met a tragic end, and they bore some responsibility. Her future should also be their concern. Lan Zhou's heart tightened. Why should this group of cultivators feel any obligation? Were they not merely passers-by? If they had simply arrived a moment too late, Lan Zhou had not yet become so cowardly as to cast blame upon them. Though she had only read a few novels, Lan Zhou understood that even within this realm of cultivation, it was merely a more chaotic society. Those in power lacked the compassion to tend to the plight of the common folk. Based on her 2 years of experience at that dreadful company, if this incident truly had nothing to do with them, they would at most show some benevolence to find themselves a good family, but not take responsibility for her future. Such lofty expectations. That catastrophe was inextricably linked to the cultivation world. Lan Zhou's heart felt like a cacophony of wailing monkeys. All I ever wanted was to live a peaceful life. Yet, since events had unfolded to this extent, lamentation was futile. She needed to uncover the truth of what had transpired. The deep sorrow within her made Lan Zhou's gaze wander, and her actions of eating the buns came to a halt. Concerned that Lan Zhou might choke, the kind older sister rushed to pour her some water and pat her back just as the inn's doors swung open. A youth clad in blue and white robes entered. His celestial aura failing to mask the coldness etched upon his face, a shiver ran down Lan Zhou's spine. She felt an involuntary response to the chilly demeanor, a remnant of her past experiences with the oppressive boss at that dreadful company. Noticing Lan Zhou's apprehension towards Yin Su, Chang Yun shot him a glance and remarked, "Did this little sister provoke you? Could you not be a bit gentler?" Yin Su ignored Chang Yun's quip and approached Lan Zhou directly. Crouching down to meet her gaze, he inadvertently made her feel shy, prompting her to slowly lower her hand that was poised to take another Buny apologies. "I am not very good with words. If I have frightened you, I sincerely apologize." Yin Su's earnest expression made Lan Zhou feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was merely an awkward intern, not a harbinger of doom. Lan Zhou cast her gaze down, furrowing her brow as if engulfed in sorrow. "Oh, big brother. I just heard what you said. Am I truly the only one left in our village?" Believing Lan Zhou was recalling her recently deceased relatives, Chang Yun wrapped her ample sleeves around the girl, attempting to provide comfort. "It's all right now. You are safe. Our Qinyun sect is formidable. We will surely protect you." Feeling suffocated by the embrace, Lan Zhou's face flushed. But to the other two, it appeared as though she was merely suppressing her grief. Consequently, their guilt deepened. Yin Su spoke up, "It is shameful that we could not save your family, but I assure you, we will take you back. We will never abandon you. Your future will be our responsibility." Lan Zhou's eyelids drooped lower. "I'm fine. I just wish to know what truly happened to our village. Can you tell me, please? I beg you. Oh, how adorable. I could play the role of the guilt-ridden leader all day." Chang Yun exclaimed, "Thank you for the invitation. I have not played the role of a child in years, so my pouting skills have grown rusty." Fearing they might discover that her soul was that of an adult rather than a mere child, Lan Zhou's voice trembled as she spoke. Yin Su and Chang Yun, believing the girl was merely frightened by their presence, began to panic. Clearly, two novice disciples were no match for someone who had navigated the complexities of the workplace for several years. Despite having a plan to appease the child, Yin Su inadvertently let slip, "I apologize. This is indeed our responsibility. The turmoil between sects has inflicted harm that should not fall upon you." Realizing he had spoken too candidly, Yin Su suddenly fell silent. A look of alarm crossing his usually stoic features, Lan Zhou covered her eyes with her hands, feigning tears. After all, as a 20-something adult, it was unreasonable to cry at every misfortune. However, the entanglement of sect rivalries sparked a flicker of thought within her. She needed to contemplate her situation. The incident in her village coincidentally occurred when they happened to arrive, with the timing just sufficient for a warning to be sent. The gruesome evidence of a severed torso and a gaping wound in the belly did not seem to align with the actions of the malevolent beings of this world. If it were demon cultivators, the cruel and bloodthirsty characters depicted in novels, they would never overlook a single crevice of the village to ensure total annihilation. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to commit murder within the territory of the sect and not conduct a thorough search for survivors. Even an ant crossing the ground would likely be crushed. Yet, the quandary persisted. According to the little girl's recollections, there was not a soul left. Even the most idle of demon cultivators would not delve into the realm of cultivation merely to slaughter a village without claiming any spoils and then swiftly retreating. Thus, the only culprits left could only be those self-proclaimed benevolent cultivators. Having stained their hands with the blood of innocent civilians was enough to incite their nerves, and they would be in a rush to flee, leaving little time or energy to search for any potential survivors. Moreover, Lan Zhou had been concealed in the thicket near the village. Upon awakening and attempting to return, she had exerted considerable effort. With a deep sigh, she found herself in a state of conflict. Cultivation seemed akin to schooling, an endless pursuit of knowledge. Even if one were to attend school, one had to toil away at work simultaneously. Striving relentlessly, This hardly aligned with Lan Zhou's vision of a peaceful retirement. Yet, if she truly sought revenge, she must join a sect. Only with such a foundation could she hope to unearth the truth and deliver justice for her lost kin. However, upon reflection, life as a mortal in the cultivation world was exceedingly harsh. When gods clashed, it was the mortals who suffered, if she did not learn even a modicum of skill at the sect. Stepping outside would leave her vulnerable to robbery of her meager earnings. Perhaps aligning herself with the sect was indeed necessary. Seeing Lan Zhou cover her face in silence, Yin Su and Chang Yun were taken aback. After all, despite their strengths, they were merely two foundation-building disciples, raised in the sect and ill-equipped to console a child. The two fumbled in their efforts, uncertain of how to proceed. Yin Su, unable to maintain his aloof demeanor, began to stumble over his words, "I am sorry." Meanwhile, Chang Yun pressed her generous bosom tightly against Lan Zhou in an attempt to comfort her. Suddenly, Lan Zhou withdrew her hands, revealing a bright smile. "See? I am not crying. Look, Lan Zhou is smiling." Her original self's memories contained fragments of the heinous acts committed by the perpetrators. Moreover, the cultivation world was rife with miraculous techniques. If the sect was responsible for the crimes, she could serve as a witness to corroborate their misdeeds. The Qianyun sect did not seek to silence her but rather offered assistance. While she could not wholly escape suspicion, it certainly felt safer than those distant sects she had never encountered before. Believing Lan Zhou was merely putting on a brave front to comfort them, Yin Su and Chang Yun exclaimed, "Oh, how pitiful!" Chang Yun embraced Lan Zhou with heartfelt sympathy, while Yin Su displayed a look of compassion. Lan Zhou commenced her masterful performance. "Big brother, big sister, I have no family left. Lan Zhou is quite capable. I can wash clothes, cook, and chop wood. Might you allow me to accompany you?" Yin Su lowered his head in contemplation. Although Lan Zhou understood that the Qianyun sect would take responsibility for her, she still hesitated to gamble on whether their notion of responsibility included permitting her to join their ranks. Chang Yun seemed to lack the authority to speak on such matters. She was oblivious to the sect's higher-ups' intentions. All she knew was that she had been urgently dispatched to protect this village. And now, it appeared that only this little sister named Lan Zhou remained. Yin Su seemed to reach a resolute decision, turning to Lan Zhou. "Little sister, your name is Lan Zhou, correct? Do you wish to cultivate?" Lan Zhou feigned surprise. "Really? Is that possible, big brother?" Much like a scholar with ample qualifications, even if he felt secure in his success, he would still feel a twinge of anxiety during an interview. Given that her enemies belonged to a sect, why not leverage the power of the Qianyun sect to seek revenge? It is utterly inconceivable to annihilate an entire sect. However, if one can identify the sect responsible for the massacre of the village and expose their treacherous deeds before the assembly of immortals, the disciples who instigated the slaughter will inevitably face retribution. This, indeed, would be the most significant closure that Lan Zhou could offer to her original self. Yin Su continued, "In just a few days, we will hold the enrollment ceremony for our Qianyun sect. You should return with us, and in due course, I shall assist you in assessing your spiritual roots. Should you possess none, or merely a false root, you may take your place among the outer disciples, where your duties will consist of simple tasks each day. However, if you are endowed with genuine roots, you shall ascend the immortal ladder, and upon its summit, you will be eligible to join the inner sect beneath the 13 peaks." Lan Zhou flashed a sweet smile at Yin Su, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I am grateful for this chance at life." Chapter 3. A beautiful life does not require extraordinary talent. After Shang Yuan had her fill of playfully ruffling Lan Zhou's hair, Yin Su led Shang Yuan out of the room. Just before they departed, Shang Yuan extended her hand in a playful gesture, saying, "Take care, little sister. Rest well. We shall return to Qianyun Mountain together tomorrow." Once the two exited the inn, Lan Zhou tidied her disheveled hair and examined her injuries. Noticing only minor bruises, she let out a sigh of relief. The purpose of this examination was merely to reassure herself that her family had indeed concealed her there. Should she discover any peculiar injuries, her memories could not guarantee the Qianyun sect's innocence. Indeed, Lan Zhou still harbored doubts regarding the Qianyun sect. It is not entirely unjust to attribute this skepticism to her past experiences. In her previous life, Lan Zhou's childhood was far from idyllic. Abandoned at an orphanage, she developed a reclusive disposition and shied away from social interaction. Having encountered the darker aspects of society at an early age, she learned to navigate through life with cunning. From a young age, She placed her trust in no one, be they the hypocritical foster parents or the scheming children around her. Pretending and putting on a facade became her daily routine. She had once yearned to become a passionate protagonist in a novel. However, after enduring countless setbacks and subsequently entering the corporate world, where she encountered a myriad of characters and situations, Lan Zhou gradually learned to conceal her emotions, to conform, and to hide her true self. Is there anything inherently wrong with giving up? Those who are deemed exceptional and inspirational are often merely polished on the surface while concealing their own struggles. There were times when Lan Zhou wished to inquire if they ever felt exhausted. She had never believed in the idea of soaring to great heights or attaining riches. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Yet, the salary is hardly under one's control. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not mock the young and poor. After being undermined by her team leader, forget 30 years. Within 3 days, one could find themselves bowing to malevolent forces. The early bird gets the worm, and she had no energy to engage in verbal sparring daily. Moreover, in this world, while one could resort to violence, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Her abilities were meant to resolve issues, not to create them. With a heart laden with anxiety, Lan Zhou finally succumbed to sleep. That night, her slumber was restless. Despite the softness of the inn's bed, her apprehensions regarding the future gnawed at her. As dawn broke, Shang Yuan pushed open Lan Zhou's door, bringing with her 2 new garments she had purchased. Groggy and disoriented, Lan Zhou was pulled from her bed by Shang Yuan, who began to style her hair and help her dress to that moment. Shang Yuan seemed to awaken an unexpected passion for fashioning Lan Zhou's appearance. Just as she was thoroughly engrossed in her task, Yin Su, unable to contain his impatience, began knocking on the door. Lan Zhou, stirred by Shang Yuan's flurry of activity, hastened her preparations. When Lan Zhou and Shang Yuan finally emerged, they found Yin Su standing alongside a dozen other disciples who had accompanied them. They appeared to be engaged in discussion, and upon noticing Lan Zhou and Shang Yuan, all eyes turned towards her. Observing Lan Zhou's discomfort under their gaze, Shang Yuan intervened. What are you all staring at? I know I look good, but surely not to that extent. Lan Zhou, appearing to be around 12 years old, would soon reach 13. She was both small and slender. Though she had contemplated adopting a cute, demure demeanor, when faced with the reality of performing such a role, she found herself merely bowing her head in nostalgia and nervously fiddling with her fingers. While not entirely devoid of strength, she had grown accustomed to being forthright. Once, while walking through the streets, she had heard a delicate girl calling a boy brother in a sweet tone, which sent a shiver down her spine and left her covered in goosebumps. Since then, she had developed an aversion to the soft girl persona. Even when encountering such types in her workplace, she either opted for indifference or feigned absence. I'm guilty. Please let the law punish me. Rather than having to deal with those soft girls who twist and turn, as if they could attach themselves like sticky candy, a series of experiences led to the present moment, where Lan Zhou found herself embodying the role of the pitiful little junior disciple. Yet all she could muster was a cold expression and a lowered gaze. Apologies, but her face took precedence. Although this place lacked high-definition or 1080p clarity, Lan Zhou had no choice but to draw upon the numerous instances where she had successfully amused her superiors at banquets. Desperately brainstorming, eventually, she recalled a piece of wisdom from the dining table. Genuine flattery is your greatest weapon. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Lan Zhou lifted her forlorn, expressionless face. Her eyes sparkled as if they held the brilliance of stars. Brother and sister, you must be celestial beings, for you are all so breathtaking. After all, they were merely youthful individuals. How much restraint could they truly muster? Though Lan Zhou appeared to be a jaded soul, there was an unexplainable sincerity in her compliments. Perhaps this was the natural charm of an endearingly clueless yet proud girl. Who could resist the starry-eyed beauty of a girl with a world-weary facade? A dozen young men began to gather around Lan Zhou, playfully ruffling her hair. Wow, I heard from senior sister Shang Yuan that your name is Lan Zhou. Little Lan Zhou, when you join our Qinyun sect, remember to pay your respects at Xiaoyu Peak, where there are many beautiful elder sisters. I see that little Lan Zhou has quite the talent for healing. Why not come to Xinglin Peak? Senior brother will teach you how to tend to the medicinal fields. Little Lan Zhou is so adorable. She should definitely learn the art of the great sword. Please don't hit me. A chorus of young men turned their gazes towards the fellow carrying a heavy sword. sending him disapproving looks. What are your intentions in suggesting that our precious little sister learn the sword? Are you all right, Yin Tian? Yin Su could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. You remind me of my once adorable little sister, who has now become a muscular powerhouse capable of tossing me 3 miles away. After a lively exchange, the group finally prepared to depart the inn, which was not far from the village. Upon noticing Lan Zhou carefully climbing onto Shang Yuan's sword, one of the disciples quietly cautioned the others, "What we have seen and heard over these past few days must not be disclosed. Remember, little Lan Zhou is merely a young girl we rescued during our journey. She is not the sole survivor of the village. If you wish for her to remain safe." The young men fell silent, and once Shang Yuan surged forward, taking off with an exuberant Lan Zhou, they nodded in unison. This matter bore significant consequences. Should their adversaries discover Lan Zhou's existence, her life would be forfeit, and the sect would be tarnished by scandal. Thus, it was imperative that no living soul from that village remain to tell the tale. Before that, Lan Zhou should not forget that riding a sword was akin to flying in an open-top aircraft in the realm of immortals. This exhilarating experience rivaled that of a roller coaster. Moreover, Shang Yuan's swordsmanship could be likened to piloting a commercial airliner like a fighter jet. If she were truly a pilot, the aircraft would inevitably meet its demise. In stark contrast to Shang Yuan's externally gentle and charming demeanor, her sword technique was characterized by a wild and unrestrained love for freedom. The few disciples who had managed to keep pace with her nearly found themselves dislodged by her daring 360-degree aerial maneuvers. As Lan Zhou clung tightly behind Shang Yuan, her spirit felt as though it had lagged 300 meters behind her physical form. Yin Su followed closely to prevent her from being flung off during Shang Yuan's abrupt movements, and he caught a glimpse of a white entity trailing behind Lan Zhou. Could that be the soul body the master spoke of? Remarkable. Fortunately, their swift flight allowed them to reach the foot of Qian Yun Mountain, the outer precincts of the sect, in less than an hour. They had initially intended to escort Lan Zhou directly to the inner sect. However, "I can't take it anymore, senior sister Shang Yuan. Your flying is truly something else." Lan Zhou's limits were evidently only suited for the outer sect. Shang Yuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, dared not meet the gaze of the retching Lan Zhou squatting on the ground. "Hee, when I was younger, I learned somersaults from my brother, who praised me for being even more skilled than him." Yin Su gazed at Shang Yuan in disbelief. "You truly cannot discern good from bad, can you? Considering that Lan Zhou had just endured a massacre. Her mental and physical state were far from stable. If they were to return her to the inner sect, the abundant spiritual energy there might overwhelm her spiritual veins, coupled with the intense exertion she had just experienced." Yin Su concluded that it was best to place Lan Zhou in the accommodations designated for outer disciples. Given their status as inner sect disciples, Yin Su and Shang Yuan could not linger in the outer precincts for long. After briefing the outer guest disciples on all necessary matters, he sought out Lan Zhou for a final word of caution. Upon knocking on her door, he found Lan Zhou leaning against the door frame, a small figure with a look of exhaustion. Shang Yuan, who accompanied him, wore a worried expression. Having spent merely 2 days in her company, she had already come to regard Lan Zhou as her sister. Fretting over her well-being. "Oh dear, will that poor little darling know how to dress herself? Will she be able to style her hair attractively? This morning, I vomited the buns I had eaten. Is there a late-night snack at the outer sect's cafeteria? Oh dear, I truly feel like a pitiful little creature." Lan Zhou fell silent, not wishing to engage further. Yin Su wore an expression of disdain. At that moment, Lan Zhou glanced at Yin Su, pondering whether their visit was merely a simple farewell. Thus, she invited Shang Yuan and Yin Su into the room. "Sister Shang Yuan, brother, do you have something to discuss?" Lan Zhou took the initiative. Yin Su maintained a stoic expression, seemingly aware that she only knew Shang Yuan's name. "I am Yin Su," he introduced. "Very well, brother Yin Su," Lan Zhou replied in a tone akin to coaxing a child, causing Yin Su's ears to flush. How had he become so juvenile? Suddenly, Yin Su's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he looked at Lan Zhou and gravely instructed, "You must remember, from this day forth, you are no longer a person of that village. Should anyone inquire about your origins, respond that you are an orphan, raised on the kindness of many. Never let anyone know your true background. If it becomes known, it could lead to your demise." Lan Zhou pondered this, realizing it was what they had been discussing behind her back. She refrained from further questioning, simply acquiescing in truth. based on the attitudes of Yin Su and Shang Yuan towards her. Lan Zhou sensed that the Qianyun sect was likely trustworthy. It was merely prudent to exercise caution. After bidding farewell to the two, Lan Zhou finally had the time to relax and rest. She collapsed onto the soft, plush bed, instantly surrendering to slumber. The rooms for outer sect disciples were not only well-equipped but also included a small courtyard, and the bed was large and soft. Earlier, while Yin Su and Shang Yuan were occupied with outer sect matters, she had inquired about the dining arrangements for disciples, discovering that all meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, were complimentary, featuring 4 dishes and a soup. What a bonanza! Just like stepping into a life of comfort. Completing certain sect tasks each month would earn her 20 spirit stones, the sole universal currency in this world, in her past life. Such a splendid opportunity was unheard of. According to the disciples, the Qianyun sect seemed to be a major sect, which likely offered even better benefits to inner disciples, right? Once she avenged her grievances, Lan Zhou decided she would spend her life in the sect, enjoying her retirement. Such a wonderful life made her wish to remain an ordinary disciple forever. At this point, Lan Zhou suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. It seemed that entering the inner sect required possessing a spirit root under certain conditions. After all, she still had scores to settle. Otherwise, she could not rest easy. Time was of the essence, due to the lack of time. She couldn't gather much useful information. She only learned that spirit roots were categorized from 1 to 5, with the first, known as the heavenly spirit root, being the best, and the 5th being the least favorable. She did not dare hope to possess a heavenly spirit root. She merely wished to survive and find an unremarkable master within the sect. No questions asked, for Lan Zhou had an ominous premonition. What if after crossing over, her family was shattered? What if she joined the sect seeking revenge only to end up with an extraordinary master, achieving great success and exacting vengeance, all while facing countless assassination attempts? Battles, unsolicited engagements, and unforeseen challenges, with her very life hanging in the balance? Aging truly makes one weary of such tribulations. Moreover, Lan Zhou, who had barely reached 26 in her previous life, felt as if she had aged 40 years overnight, each bone in her body crying out in exhaustion. Perhaps it was best to seek a different path. She simply wished to settle scores and retire in peace. In truth, she was just an ordinary person, ill-suited for vengeance. Exhausted, Lan Zhou covered her eyes and lay down, wishing to fall asleep immediately. However, upon closing her eyes, her mind was flooded with the chaotic images of lifeless bodies. The only understanding she had of this world came from these individuals. She knew nothing of this realm, yet her memories of every soul who loved her in the village were strikingly clear. Lan Zhou still recalled embracing those corpses, their last remnants of warmth, something she had never possessed and deeply envied. It was as if she had briefly held onto something precious, and whenever she thought of those bodies, a vibrant, lively little girl would appear in her mind, if not for the so-called sect conflicts. How happy she might have been. Since she had taken the place of that girl in this world, she vowed to avenge her, and with this resolve, Lan Zhou slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. The beautiful life is about to end. Before the spirit root testing, Lan Zhou blissfully lay in bed for several days, wholly unmotivated, until a disciple arrived to summon her for the spirit root test. Little junior sister, today is the day for the spirit root assessment. Hurry and get up. The knock came from an outer sect disciple who had been observing her for days, noting that she had merely been eating and sleeping. A true idler in his own time, he had worked diligently, only to end up with a false spirit root. He could hardly believe that this girl was so indolent. Lan Zhou sluggishly rose from her bed, her hair a tangled mess as she opened the door. The disciple looked down and exclaimed, "Wow, quite the nest you've got there." Unfazed, Lan Zhou thought, "Could it be that I haven't yet tidied my hair?" The outer sect disciple replied, "Don't look at me. I want to style a little girl's hair." Just as he was about to urge Lan Zhou to freshen up, a whirlwind of energy swept past him. "Xiao Lan Zhou, sister has come to see you." A girl with flowing blue and purple ribbons danced in on the breeze. Before Lan Zhou could gather her wits, a ribbon struck her face. How graceful and elegant. Youth is indeed wonderful, not. Having not seen Lan Zhou for several days, Shang Yuan was somewhat excited, and upon seeing Lan Zhou's disheveled hair, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Oh dear, little junior sister, you still haven't combed your hair?" Come, come, let me help you. With that, she pushed Lan Zhou into the inner room and promptly closed the door. The outer sect disciple, left outside in the biting cold, thought, how reckless. Turns out this girl has connections. Lan Zhou was half pushed, half led to the dressing table, where Shang Yuan began to comb her hair while advising, today is the spirit root test. Remember to focus all your consciousness on your dantian and feel the presence of spiritual energy. Yes, just like pouring water, channel the external spiritual energy into your dantian. Lan Zhou replied. So the spirit root testing is semi-automated? I still have to exert myself, right? Goodness. Shang Yuan felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention this earlier that I've known about this since childhood, and if Yinsu hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten that you're just an ordinary girl. So, others must have some cultivation before testing their spirit roots, right? Lan Zhou asked, her expression flat. Shang Yuan averted her gaze. Well, technically, that is true, but there are many children from ordinary families who come to test their spirit roots without any prior cultivation. Lan Zhou maintained her expression. So most ordinary people end up with false spirit roots, right? Goodness, a false spirit root merely results from a lack of cultivation? Shang Yuan, trying to sound authoritative, clarified, no. A false spirit root means they possess a spirit root but can't sense spiritual energy. Even if they have a spirit root, it's useless if they can't cultivate. Even a naturally occurring spirit root is merely for appearances. Lan Zhou suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no? She had said she hadn't offended that outer sect disciple, so why did he harbor such inexplicable disdain for her? It turned out he thought Lan Zhou was just slacking off. Shang Yuan had initially planned to explain all this to Lan Zhou once she entered the inner sect, but since Lan Zhou was left behind in the outer sect, she had forgotten entirely. Feeling guilty, Shang Yuan quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Your sister is a foundation establishment cultivator now, so when the time comes, I'll guide you through it. The spirit testing stone doesn't require much spiritual energy. You only need to sense a little bit of spiritual energy and then convert it into your own power before inputting it into the testing stone, and it will reveal your spirit root. To convince Lan Zhou, Shang Yuan even demonstrated. Lan Zhou thought to herself, is it really that simple? It's like going to an HR interview and being told that the English requirement is not level 4 but level 8 instead. Possessing a spirit root might not be too difficult, but having both a spirit root and spiritual power seemed rather improbable. Lan Zhou looked expressionlessly at Shang Yuan, who was explaining everything. Woman, you have captured my attention. Yet, why must you provoke my interest? Crying dramatically. What can be done now? All she could do was brace herself for what lay ahead. With a somber expression, Lan Zhou approached the crowded martial discussion platform, followed closely by a foundation establishment cultivator who was a mixture of nervousness and concern. Among the new disciples present were many from various regions, all drawn by the illustrious reputation of the Qianyun sect as the #1 immortal sect. Numerous individuals had already achieved the initial stage of qi cultivation before enrolling, and upon seeing a foundation establishment disciple of the Qianyun sect dutifully trailing behind a girl with no visible spiritual energy, they wore expressions of alarm. Whispers began to circulate among them. This girl must be someone of importance. Her family arranged for a personal connection to facilitate her entry into the Qianyun sect. It seems she is even a direct disciple under the peak master of Shiyue Peak, which indicates formidable backing. What on earth? Only with the support of my family can I feel at ease entering school. My abilities must be pathetically weak. Indeed. Surely, I am but a splendid waste. Oh dear. The very person who was just seething with indignation has now been knocked to the ground. As he rises in fury, prepared to confront his assailant, he turns and is taken aback. The one who struck him is none other than a seemingly delicate young lady. Though she has yet to reach the age of maturity, her hair is elegantly tied up with a headband, and her luxurious attire accentuates her refined demeanor, her expression radiating an air of aloofness, embodying the essence of a cool, distant girl. Lan Zhou muses. A child who is perpetually aloof likely has few friends. After the boy who insulted Lan Zhou as a splendid waste rises, he glares furiously at the girl, thinking, so she has a good sister backing her up? The admission conference is based on merit, not on who has the stronger connections. What is so impressive about being an inner sect disciple at the foundation stage? Just wait until I become an inner disciple, then I shall report you all to the sect. The girl, evidently not one for words but rather a practitioner of action, furrows her brow upon hearing the boy's reckless words. She begins to gather her spiritual energy, preparing to ensure he knows when to keep quiet. Realizing the situation is escalating, Lan Zhou hurriedly steps forward to intervene. "Let us talk this out, both of you. It is merely a misunderstanding." As her words fall, both parties simultaneously turn their gaze towards Lan Zhou. The tension she feels is akin to negotiating a project with a client, and she swallows hard. After gathering her composure, she proceeds with her performance. "First, I am but a waif. Not long ago, while gathering firewood in the mountains, I was nearly taken down by a demonic creature. It was Sister Chang Yin and several other senior brothers and sisters who saved me. My apologies, Brother Yin Su." The boy's gaze begins to shift elsewhere, realizing he may have misdirected his ire. The aloof girl furrows her brow again, sensing that her initial strike may have been too lenient. Chang Yin had intended to shield Lan Zhou behind her, but she inadvertently lost sight of her, only to find that this girl's few words had indeed proven effective. What a novel form of verbal magic this is. The atmosphere softens, and Lan Zhou exchanges a knowing glance with Chang Yin. Chang Yin immediately plays along, exclaiming, "Ah, yes. She is someone we found while leading an expedition, and seeing her without a home, we thought to let her try her luck at the admission conference. Who knows? She might be a hidden gem." As the crowd begins to swell, Lan Zhou wishes to resolve the matter quickly and make her escape. "I assure you, I am here for the admission conference, not due to connections. I am merely an ordinary waif." The crowd murmurs in agreement, and the boy's face begins to flush with embarrassment, realizing the fault lies in his own grandstanding upon arrival. Chang Yin, feeling a bit awkward, timidly raises her hand. "Well, I am only accompanying her because she lacks cultivation for now, and I feared she would not know how to use the spiritual testing stone." The boy grows increasingly uncomfortable, repeatedly apologizing to Lan Zhou and preparing to leave, only to be halted by the girl who had stood up for her. He understands he is in the wrong, but maintains a defiant demeanor. "What more do you want, miss? I have already apologized." The girl finally speaks, stating that speaking ill of others is a breach of decorum, and should she encounter him again, she would ensure he pays dearly for it. With that, she casually conjures a luminous orb and sends it soaring into the sky, resulting in a violent explosion. Lan Zhou watches in astonishment, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Wow! Is that fireworks?" Chang Yan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. "How breathtaking!" She discreetly wipes away the tears at the corners of her eyes and pats Lan Zhou's shoulder, expressing her concern for her future, clearly not out of envy. Lan Zhou gazes at the sour expression on Chang Yan's face, overwhelmed by the irony. "Sister Chang Yin, your jealousy is making me salivate." The commotion finally draws to a close as the elder in charge of discipline arrives fashionably late. "New students, I am Elder Liu, here to test your spiritual roots. One by one, you will come to the stage and channel a bit of your spiritual energy into the testing stone. A colored glow indicates a spiritual root. A colorless glow indicates a false root. And no glow means you have no spiritual root at all. I trust one have made myself clear, so let the testing begin." The new students begin to ascend the stage to test their spiritual roots, while Lan Zhou continues to be embroiled in the turmoil, although it is not she who is causing it. "Little Lan Zhou, allow me to explain. Spiritual energy is like a stream of water. You must simply visualize the energy flowing into your dantian, bit by bit." Yet, this barrage of abstract metaphors seems to resonate only with her, as she possesses both wood and water spiritual roots. There is little she can do. After all, Chang Yin was born into a family of cultivators, and this practice has been ingrained in her since childhood, making it effortless to describe. Just as Lan Zhou prepares to tidy up and depart the outer sect, she feels a cool grip on her left hand, awakening her senses. Turning to look, she finds it is the very girl who had previously defended her. Without preamble, she states, "I will use my spiritual energy to guide you through the meridians. Memorize the path of energy flow, and when the time comes, you can simply channel it without needing to sense the energy itself." Chang Yin looks puzzled. "Is that even possible? Is the point to feel the energy yourself?" Lan Zhou is uncertain why she is being helped, but with time of the essence, she decides to follow the girl's instructions. Closing her eyes, she slowly begins to sense the energy flowing through her meridians. As a thread of energy reaches the end of her meridian and enters her dantian, she experiences a sensation of unparalleled ease. It turns out, Learning does not necessitate a soul. She attempts to recall the path the energy took, imagining something flowing through her meridians and into her body. As the energy begins to accumulate, for reasons unknown, it feels as though she has gained a second sight. Lan Zhou perceives a gentle breeze passing by. Yes, she can see it, moving ever so slowly, like a delicate veil that drapes itself around her, and she gradually absorbs and transforms it. Elder Lu on the stage continues to oversee the new students as they test their roots, only to feel a sudden surge of energy emanating from Lan Zhou. The frail girl is enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy, causing the disciples testing their roots to pause and turn their attention toward her. Lan Zhou senses a soft wind wrapping around her, which has already taken on a tangible form in her mind. It seems that with a mere thought, she could grasp the wind itself. As she slowly opens her eyes, the azure light in her gaze sharpens, only for her to be momentarily stunned. I have arrived softly, just as I departed softly. Silence envelopes the martial arts platform this morning. Lan Zhou forces a smile as she meets the unadulterated stares of those around her. Elder Lu trembles with excitement. Did you just break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation in one go? To be honest, when he saw Lan Zhou hastily join the line at the back, he harbored a sense of mockery towards her, but now he finds himself the subject of derision. Lan Zhou admits, I acknowledge my prowess, but it doesn't have to be so remarkable. Sweat beads on her forehead as she exclaims, What? I had no idea. I thought I merely opened the 6 meridians. Lan Zhou is clueless. Entirely unaware, Elder Lu appears to receive some news, then waves a hand towards Lan Zhou. Let us see how you measure up. Stop pretending. Lan Zhou forces a grin, signaling to Chang Yin and the girl before stepping onto the stage. At this moment, Chang Yin can spare no further glances for Lan Zhou, her eyes brimming with tears. Oh, Lan Zhou, you've made it. The girl, also here for the admission, follows Lan Zhou onto the stage, casting Chang Yin a look of disbelief. You're exaggerating. Lan Zhou strides forward. Her expression is one of feigned innocence. Elder, I assure you, you 1T believe it, but I truly have never practiced before. Elder Lu retorts, What nonsense is this girl spouting? Growing impatient, he waves his hand dismissively. Enough of the theatrics, let us get on with the testing. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lan Zhou thinks to herself, See, this is the fate of the one who stands out, being called out by the authorities. Carefully placing her hand on the testing stone, she channels a thread of spiritual energy according to the meridian flow she just experienced. The moment her energy touches the stone, the previously dull surface erupts in a brilliant azure light. The glow is pure and intense, nearly blinding Lan Zhou's titanium alloy eyes. Wow! How exquisite! What an extraordinary turn of events! I just began to engage with spiritual energy today. Who would believe it? Am I now a fraud? What a ridiculous predicament! Elder Lu, observing the stone emitting a singular azure glow, strokes his beard and reveals a satisfied smile. Lan Zhou, you possess a heavenly spiritual root. Within the Heavenly Cloud sect, in the Hall of the Heavenly Origin, a gathering of peak masters, elders, and esteemed figures convene, their gazes fixed on a water mirror in the center of the hall. They observe the orderly progression of the tests, whispering among themselves about the qualifications of this year's newcomers. This year's newcomers seem rather lackluster. Indeed, while there are more with spiritual roots than in previous years, most possess only ordinary 3-root or 5-root qualifications. Forget about heavenly roots. Even dual roots are a rarity. Heavenly roots? I wager 300 spirit stones that there won't be a single one this year. At the moment when everyone was engaged in fervent discussion, the testing within the water mirror abruptly paused, and all eyes turned towards a singular direction. The hall buzzed with murmurs, and confusion reigned as no one understood what had transpired. Some elders, unable to contain their restlessness, rose to investigate the situation outside. Just then, a startled exclamation from Elder Lu echoed from the water mirror. You've reached the mid-stage of qi training in just one go? The crowd was captivated by Elder Lu's words, and the mirror dutifully shifted its focus towards Lan Zhou. In the mirror, they beheld a frail little girl, standing awkwardly and offering a shy smile to the audience. A keen-eyed disciple recognized her instantly. Isn't that the homeless girl who was just mocked? She claimed she had never practiced cultivation before. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Can someone ascend 2 realms upon their first encounter with spiritual energy? Quick, Summon Lu Qing to assess that girl's spiritual roots. Elder Lu, having received a message from the inner sect, waved his hand towards the girl. Lan Zhou, you possess a Wen-type spiritual root. Like the martial discussion platform, the Tianyuan Hall erupted in excitement. Hurry, call the master back. This recruitment session has yielded a genius with a heavenly spiritual root. Humph. Your Qingyun Peak has languished at the bottom for years. Our Geo Peak has been in the top ranks for centuries. What does strength matter? Don't forget, that girl has become quite familiar with our Changyun. By that logic, Yinsu also knows her master. I previously encouraged my junior sister to join our Xinglin Peak. She must remember, convincing someone to pursue medicine is akin to inviting disaster. The hall was alive with fervent chatter, and the sect leader, seated at the head of the hall, began to feel restless. Master, should I take on another direct disciple? Beside him sat a young man, seemingly in his 20s, with a graceful demeanor. His cool, downcast eyes suggested that while the news should have brought joy, it was overshadowed by a sense of regret. Is she truly the little girl from that village? The leader's smile abruptly faltered. But now, she is merely a homeless child. Qing Yin said nothing further and rose to leave. The leader hastily inquired, Master, where are you going? Qing Yin adjusted his casually donned light blue robe, often opting for plain attire to avoid drawing the disciples' attention. He eschewed ornate headpieces, his hair simply tied back with a blue ribbon. I prefer not to linger in crowded places. I'm merely going for a stroll. Just as the leader was about to press for more, Qing Yin spoke again. We owe her much. If she joins the sect in the future, please treat her kindly. The leader bowed his head. Understood. By the time he looked up, Qing Yin had already vanished. Chapter 5. Surviving in the midst of struggle at that moment. On the outer sect's martial discussion platform, a bewildered girl stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Elder Lu laughed heartily, repeatedly patting Lan Zhou's shoulder. The fragile Lan Zhou felt as though she were a leaf tossed about in a tempest. Swaying precariously. A wind-type spiritual root. This is the end. This thought inevitably reminded Lan Zhou of the countless novels featuring overpowered protagonists with exceptional talents, who caught the eye of powerful figures and were subsequently taken under their wings. They would rise early, training before dawn, running 50 kilometers for warm-ups, subjecting themselves to hours of searing heat, then freezing cold, and finally simmering in medicinal broths for hours. Despite their low cultivation, they were often dragged into perilous sect activities, returning with grievous wounds, bones shattered, and flesh torn. Even before healing, they would face sect disputes, being wronged and imprisoned in dark rooms, tortured until their lives hung by a thread. Finally, after preserving their reputation, they would find themselves in a crumbling cultivation world, forced to work tirelessly to save the realm, ultimately leading to a blissful existence. Lan Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Why not just start off with a good life? Lan Zhou lamented. What kind of chosen one is this? Gazing at the tearful Chang Yun below, the somewhat awkward girl, and then at Elder Lu, whose smile seemed exaggerated, Lan Zhou felt a wave of dread wash over her. Do I really have to endure this? Lan Zhou's legs had grown numb, prompting her to ask, Elder Lu, can I step down now? Elder Lu finally relented. All right, go wait at the Immortal Ascension ladder. As the girl descended, she stepped onto the platform, and Lan Zhou approached her, whispering, Thank you. I'll be waiting for you at the Immortal Ascension ladder. The girl, taken aback by Lan Zhou's unexpected tone, replied with a hesitant Unaware that her own tone had become somewhat grating, Lan Zhou skipped off the platform. Once on solid ground, she was immediately enveloped in a tight embrace by Chang Yun, who exclaimed, Oh, my little Lan Zhou has truly made a name for herself. I am so proud. One might have thought Chang Yun was her biological sister, leaving Lan Zhou bemused and speechless. Senior Sister Chang, it's a stroke of luck that I wasn't ensnared by you. Chang Yun seemed oblivious to the meaning of ensnared, mistakenly interpreting Lan Zhou's words as flattery, her lips curving into a proud smile. Of course. Come, let me take you to the Immortal Ascension ladder. Lan Zhou's expression was complex. Yinsu was right. This person simply did not grasp subtlety. Chang Yun confidently marched forward, ready to guide Lan Zhou to the ladder, but Lan Zhou seized her arm. Wait, senior sister, let us wait for that girl. After all, she has helped me so many times, it wouldn't be right to leave without acknowledging her. Chang Yun became a sour lemon, senior sister even saved your life. Yet I don't see you treating her with such kindness. Lan Zhou recalled a meme of a crying cat. She expressionlessly nestled into Chang Yun's embrace. Senior sister is the best. I like senior sister the most. Chang Yun blushed and began to squirm with delight. Senior sister likes you the most too? Lan Zhou felt utterly disillusioned. Those who didn't understand the concept of social death must surely lead blissful lives. As the assessment of spiritual roots concluded and the girls prepared to leave the platform, the girl heard the two below cooing sweet nothings to one another. Wu Ming, dual spiritual roots of water and ice. Observing Wu Ming's peculiar expression as she stepped down, Lan Zhou immediately broke free from Chang Yun's embrace, beaming, "So your name is Wu Ming? Nice to meet you. I'm Lan Zhou. Let us climb the immortal ascension ladder together later." Wu Ming's gaze shifted between Lan Zhou and Chang Yun, perplexed by why Lan Zhou cared about her presence, but she accepted the invitation, replying, "Mm." The three of them leisurely made their way to the immortal ascension ladder. As if ascending this towering staircase were a trivial task, Chang Yun, blissfully unaware, had long forgotten the struggles she faced as a newcomer climbing the ladder. Wu Ming, possessing considerable strength, was unfazed by the pressure of the ascent. However, noticing Lan Zhou's nonchalant demeanor, who had personally guided her in channeling spiritual energy, she doubted Lan Zhou's confidence in her abilities. It was more likely that her senior sister was faltering. Thus, the usually reticent Wu Ming spoke first. "Do you know what the immortal ascension ladder is?" Lan Zhou, caught off guard by the question, felt a sense of foreboding. She stiffly turned to the bouncing Chang Yun, who seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. "Hey, little Lan Zhou, let me explain, senior sister. The truth is, I don't really like you either." Cue the dramatic sigh. Ignoring Chang Yun's outstretched hand, Lan Zhou turned back to Wu Ming and asked, "So, what exactly is the immortal ascension ladder?" Wu Ming regarded the two, who appeared to be engaged in a comedic act, and replied flatly, "The immortal ascension ladder serves as a test for newcomers. There's a faint pressure at the top, which can be somewhat uncomfortable for those with little cultivation, and it becomes increasingly suffocating the higher you go." Clearly, Wu Ming did not fit the description of having little cultivation. Hence her calmness. Lan Zhou cautiously inquired, "So, would someone at the mid-stage of Qi training qualify as having little cultivation?" Initially, Lan Zhou felt a bit irritated about her heavenly spiritual root, but now she saw the silver lining in having exceptional talent. Wu Ming stared at Lan Zhou as if she were foolish. "I'm in the late stage of Qi training. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still larger than a horse." Even if one had jumped realms due to talent, lacking spiritual energy was still a disadvantage. However, possessing such a realm was better than none at all. Lan Zhou relaxed, while Chang Yun emitted a strong sour scent. "What are these two idiots chatting about?" The crowd gathered beneath the immortal ascension ladder grew larger, and Elder Lu stood at the foot, casting a proud gaze over the assembly of newcomers. "To all present, upon ascending the immortal ascension ladder, you shall become disciples of my Qinyun sect. I wish you all abundant blessings, and may fortune smile upon you." The crowd bowed in reverence to Elder Lu before making their way towards the ascending immortal steps. Although referred to as the ascending immortal steps, it was merely an interminable stretch of stone stairs, seemingly endless. Many disciples, mistaking it for an ordinary staircase, eagerly bounded up, while those of celestial lineage appeared more acquainted with its nature, proceeding at a leisurely pace behind. Among them were Lan Zhou and Wu Ming, with Shang Yuan initially intending to accompany Lan Zhou. However, Lan Zhou swiftly interjected, "You are already an inner sect disciple. What if it's crowded up there? Where would you go?" Shang Yuan, somewhat perplexed, replied, "What's the issue? They're all acquaintances. What could they possibly do?" Lan Zhou, rendered speechless, gently nudged Shang Yuan towards the side of the ascending immortal steps. "Sister, my dear sister, I implore you, if I find myself alone up there, it would be terribly awkward. Please ascend on your own and wait for me at the top." Reluctantly, Shang Yuan took flight on her sword. Still bewildered. "How strange, I'm merely accompanying someone. Where's the awkwardness in that?" Wu Ming, observing from the sidelines, sighed in resignation. She's probably just accustomed to being the center of attention. Lan Zhou rubbed her head thoughtfully. "Senior sister is kind-hearted, but she's particularly unreserved. Life as a social butterfly must be exceedingly vibrant. Wouldn't you agree?" With that, she grasped Wu Ming's hand and ascended the steps together. Wu Ming froze momentarily but did not pull away. Following Lan Zhou up the ascending immortal steps. Chapter 6. What does it mean to be completely clueless? Tactical withdrawal. The two of them strolled leisurely on the ascending immortal steps, lagging significantly behind the main group. The elders and peak masters in Tianyuan Hall observed the peculiar pace of the two girls with confusion. What are those two up to? Shouldn't they hurry? They might miss the excitement of the master apprenticeship ceremony. Humph, old ghost, how many years have you been initiated? Have you already forgotten how troublesome this can be later on? A brute is still a brute. If one exerts their full strength from the start on the ascending immortal steps, the pressure from behind only intensifies, exhausting even the most adept practitioners. However, Lan Zhou simply wished to avoid going up too early. Being the only one at the top would be unbearably awkward. Following the crowd was the true way to navigate this situation. As for Wu Ming, she was indifferent to the matter of rankings. Given her talent, there was no doubt that a peak master would choose her. Thus, the two entered into a casual conversation. Wu Ming, Lan Zhou inquired. What is it? Wu Ming replied. Why did you stand up for me when that group was gossiping? Lan Zhou asked. It was nothing to do with you. I just found them rather bothersome, Wu Ming responded. Lan Zhou replied, pondering. Wu Ming then countered. Why did you feel the need to speak up for me? You could have just faded into the background since the spotlight was no longer on you. Well, you stood up for me, so how could I ignore you? That would make future encounters quite awkward, wouldn't it? This is simply a matter of social etiquette, Lan Zhou explained. Why should that matter? Wu Ming questioned. Has no one ever told you that you tend to offend people easily? Lan Zhou asked. Because no matter what I do, it seems to be wrong. Whether I offend someone or not is of little consequence. Wu Ming replied. Nobody is inherently wrong. That's merely a reflection of others' biases against you, Lan Zhou countered. Wu Ming pondered deeply. Biases? Why did it have to be you? If not for you, I could have had a son. Minger, hurry and seek your father for forgiveness. As a daughter, how could parents ever be at fault? Wu Ming, remember, I define what you are. Without the Wu family, you are nothing. You have no right to define me. A chill emanated from Wu Ming, and Lan Zhou, unaware of when Wu Ming had lapsed into silence, assumed her quietness stemmed from a dislike of conversation. Consequently, she too fell silent to avoid annoying her. Lan Zhou swiftly grasped Wu Ming's hand, feeling a sudden, bone-chilling cold upon contact. If her memory served her right, this girl possessed dual water and ice spiritual roots. This icy sensation likely stemmed from her spiritual energy. Yet, under normal circumstances, wouldn't one be able to control their own spiritual energy? Drawing from her scant experience with novels, Lan Zhou speculated that this girl's spiritual energy was likely beyond her control. In Tianyuan Hall, the onlookers observing the new disciples ascend the immortal steps initially assumed the two girls merely needed a moment's respite. Consequently, the elder who had previously mocked their slow pace let out a derisive chuckle. See? Those two little girls may have some cultivation, but they're still overwhelmed, however. A nearby female cultivator's expression grew grave. No, something seems off. That girl with the dual water and ice roots appears to be in distress. The elder, suspecting the female cultivator was merely being stubborn, intended to mock her further but, upon glancing at Wu Ming, felt his expression darken. Quick! Someone fetch a few disciples to investigate. That girl with the dual water and ice roots is experiencing a surge of uncontrolled spiritual energy. He suddenly recalled that the pressure of the ascending immortal steps not only exerted physical constraints but also impacted mental fortitude, specifically designed to test the disciples' resolve. However, this pressure was only equivalent to the initial stages of foundation establishment. Generally, disciples lacked sufficient spiritual energy, so even if affected, the consequences would be minimal, at worst, a state of anxiety. But if a disciple possessed spiritual energy, any mental disturbance could lead to a surge of uncontrolled energy. The mildest outcome could damage their mental state, while the worst could shatter their spiritual meridians. Meanwhile, Lan Zhou began to feel a twinge of panic. She had only recently begun to engage with spiritual energy. At most, she could guide it through her meridians, still uncertain of how to utilize it. Observing Wu Ming, who stood pale and breathless on the steps, guilt washed over Lan Zhou. Had she not sought companionship? Wanting to avoid drawing attention, Wu Ming might have already ascended without grappling with the oppressive atmosphere. She should have anticipated that such trials wouldn't be enjoyable. Conversing on such matters could lead to trouble. And she felt foolish for not realizing it sooner. Seeing the disciples moving away, it became evident that they had no intention of helping Wu Ming. After all, if Wu Ming faced misfortune, Lan Zhou would gain an opportunity to become a disciple of the 13th Peak's master, who would willingly step in to assist. Just as Lan Zhou was racking her brain for a solution, a timid voice broke through. "Excuse me, I was wondering if she might be feeling unwell?" Turning around, Lan Zhou spotted a timid girl, her shoulders hunched, unable to meet anyone's gaze, her brow furrowed in concern as she furtively glanced at Wu Ming, whose energy was spiraling out of control. Lan Zhou, adopting a pleading tone, said, "If you have any means to assist her, I would be deeply grateful. Her spiritual energy seems to be leaking uncontrollably." The girl, emboldened by Lan Zhou's gentle demeanor, hesitantly approached Wu Ming. After a moment of observation, she smiled. "Oh, it doesn't seem too serious. It's likely just a surge of uncontrolled energy. Normally, this would be quite troublesome, but today, my mother specifically set aside some calming and revitalizing pills for me to use during the entrance test. Rest assured, my mother is a physician from Jishir Valley, so the pills should be effective." Lan Zhou pressed her palms together in gratitude. "Thank you so much. Once she awakens, I will inform her that you were the one who saved her." The girl blushed at the gesture, her ears turning a shade of pink. "Oh, no need to thank me. My mother always taught me that one must not stand by in a crisis. Besides, we're almost there. I should be fine. The pills are there for a reason," she mumbled, fidgeting with her clothes, her voice growing softer. Realizing further conversation might be futile, Lan Zhou turned her attention back to Wu Ming. After taking the pills, the icy aura surrounding Wu Ming began to dissipate, yet her eyes remained tightly shut. Lan Zhou knew that if this continued, someone from above would soon arrive to carry her away. The girl beside her noticed the urgency as well and cautiously suggested, "I believe it might be due to the uncontrolled energy causing a depletion of her internal reserves. If someone could transfer some energy to her." Lan Zhou smacked her thigh. Finally, a feasible solution. While lacking in many resources, she still possessed some spiritual energy within herself that would suffice for a boost. She hurriedly recalled the method she had learned earlier and began channeling the energy she had absorbed during her advancement into Wu Ming's body. However, the process was agonizingly slow. Feeling her energy trickle in, she worried that by the time she managed to send even a single thread of energy, the authorities would arrive to declare the test a failure. Suddenly, she recalled the gust of wind that had swirled around her during her advancement. If she could envelop Wu Ming in that wind, perhaps she could experience a sudden influx of energy. Just as she had, Lan Zhou contemplated this in her heart. However, at this critical juncture, she had no choice but to fight with all her might. She closed her eyes, recalling the sensation of the wind swirling around her previously. The surroundings were tranquil and windless. The branches beside the steps swayed quietly, once, twice, and then the entire branch began to sway erratically. A surge of azure wind began to emerge from all directions, flowing toward Wu Ming like gentle veils of mist. When the urgently arriving disciples reached the scene, they were momentarily stunned. The previously weak spiritual energy of the outer sect had coalesced into an exceptionally dense force, transforming into tangible winds that gathered from all sides. At the center of this tempest lay the unconscious Wu Ming and the focused Lan Zhou. The atmosphere within the Tianyuan Hall erupted in excitement. "Wow, it's the first time I've seen someone control spiritual energy so adeptly." I asked this the legendary Heaven Spirit Root. "This person is definitely going to be claimed by our Qianren Peak." "Nonsense. Such exceptional spirit control must surely belong to our Xiaoyu Peak for cultivation. Enough with the noise. Once she regains consciousness, we'll each rely on our own abilities to compete." The disciples who had arrived in time found themselves in an awkward situation. It was neither easy to leave nor to stay. Nearby stood a shy-looking girl, attempting to intervene, yet her timid demeanor suggested she likely lacked the courage to step forward. Slowly, Lan Zhou opened her eyes, the spiritual energy continuously coalescing around her before being entirely channeled into Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming's spiritual energy began to recover, showing signs of awakening. Lan Zhou offered a warm smile to the disciples who stood frozen in place. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, Wu Ming will wake up soon. She can continue to participate in the test. I kindly ask you all to return for now." The girl beside her chimed in softly. Yes, I gave her a pill, and she will definitely wake up shortly." Seeing their unwavering confidence, the disciples ceased their objections and turned to ascend the mountain. Not long after the disciples departed, Wu Ming gradually awoke. She opened her eyes. She saw Lan Zhou and the girl standing vigil by her side. Lan Zhou beamed at her with joy, while the girl relaxed her previously clenched fists. Wu Ming appeared somewhat dazed. What happened? Lan Zhou quickly interjected. Your spiritual energy went out of control. I apologize. It was my fault for discussing those matters with you. By the way, it was this girl who provided you with the medicine during your energy surge. Otherwise, no amount of energy I offered would have been of use. The girl blushed shyly, her face turning crimson. That wasn't just my merit alone. Also, you can call me Lu Yao. As Wu Ming began to piece together what had transpired, she bowed her head in gratitude to Lan Zhou and Lu Yao. Thank you. And Lan Zhou, this isn't your fault. It is due to my wavering resolve. Lan Zhou felt her guilt lessen a bit and exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Ming, MHM. Once Wu Ming had rested sufficiently, the three continued their ascent. Along the way, their conversation flowed effortlessly, with the previously reticent Wu Ming engaging in light banter with the two Liu Yao, who had initially felt intimidated by Wu Ming. Realized she was merely quiet and thus mustered the courage to draw closer, holding hands with Wu Ming as they walked together like close friends. Lan Zhou, however, refrained from probing into the cause of Wu Ming's sudden energy surge. Yet Wu Ming broached the subject herself. It turned out that the source of her deep psychological trauma stemmed from her family. She hailed from an ordinary family of cultivators, where her parents desperately desired a son to carry on the family legacy. Under the weight of their expectations, Wu Ming was born as a girl. This led her entire family to harbor deep resentment toward her, particularly her father, who believed that had Wu Ming not been born, they would have certainly had a male heir. Lan Zhou found this somewhat amusing. The bias for sons over daughters is quite absurd. Don't speak as if the heavens would collapse if a male heir were not born. If your family truly possessed such capabilities, there would be no need for all this fuss and effort to ensure your brother's arrival. After all, a family so focused on lineage must be a significant clan in the world of cultivation. Indeed, Wu Ming's family later welcomed a baby boy. Ever since his birth, Wu Ming felt as though even her very breath was a mistake. Being beautiful was wrong, possessing unique talent was wrong, and even her diligent training was deemed incorrect. Her family sought connections and paved the way for her brother, but when Wu Ming aspired to join the Qianyun sect, all she received was her father's disdain. You think you are worthy? After being the obedient daughter for over a decade, Wu Ming experienced her first rebellious thought. Thus, she stealthily left her home in the dead of night, embarking alone to the recruitment event at Qianyun Mountain. Upon hearing Wu Ming's ordeal, Lu Yao felt a pang of sympathy. It's all right. You've escaped now, and you belong to yourself. From now on, whatever you do, no one can claim it is wrong. Wu Ming seemed to find solace in this. Smiling at Lu Yao. This moment, Lan Zhou interjected at an opportune time. Wu Ming, did you mention your brother is also here? Wu Ming, somewhat puzzled, replied, yes, so what? Lan Zhou flashed a mischievous smile, causing even the timid Lu Yao to shiver. While I typically avoid drawing attention to myself, if someone dares to sit upon my head, I cannot simply let them off without taking a bite. Chapter 7. Do you understand the value of risk hedging? Wu Ming raised her eyebrows, sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed. You've been hiding from the inner disciples, clearly in fear of being noticed. Why the sudden change to such flamboyance? Lu Yao shared a similar confusion, asking, why fear being seen? I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Realizing her words had been too blunt, Lu Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lan Zhou stepped between the two, wrapping her arms around them. This is where you both misunderstand. Come, let me explain. Wu Ming turned her gaze, her icy demeanor amplifying her disbelief. From height to age, there is nothing that qualifies you to be my elder sister. Lan Zhou, don't digress. Let me tell you, why should we keep a low profile? Wu Ming and Lu Yao simultaneously asked, why? Lan Zhou continued, of course, it's to keep the initiative in our own hands. Wu Ming and Lu Yao exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing their bewilderment, Lan Zhou pressed on. Consider this. If we were to showcase astonishing abilities from the outset, drawing the elders' attention immediately, those with great talent would be chosen right away, leaving us with no choice in the matter. Wu Ming and Lu Yao responded with confusion. Isn't that a good thing? They stared at Lan Zhou, who, bracing herself, continued to persuade them. Is it? Absolutely not. Let me put it this way. Lu Yao, why did you come to Qianyun's sect? caught off guard by the sudden question. Lu Yao stammered, "Me? I actually have my eyes set on the Xinglin Peak, that I've heard they have a unique healing method that can rapidly mend wounds, even curing them on the spot. That's why I left Jishir Valley." She refrained from adding that she felt somewhat guilty for abandoning her reputable background. After all, Jishir Valley held considerable renown across the Six Realms. It was hard to believe Lu Yao had no ulterior motives in traveling so far to seek a master. Lan Zhou patted Lu Yao's shoulder. "That's the spirit," Lu Yao pondered. "So no one cares?" Wu Ming interjected. "It feels like this is somehow misleading." Lan Zhou flashed a devilish smile, sending chills down the spines of the other two. "You see, you want to join Xinglin Peak, right?" Lu Yao nodded, still dazed. Lan Zhou continued. "What if the one who delivered spiritual energy to Wu Ming was you? Gathering such a vast amount of energy and channeling it into someone else. Don't you think the Peak Masters would look upon you with newfound respect?" Lu Yao grew even more perplexed. "Wouldn't that be better?" Wu Ming chimed in. "I have reasonable doubts about this person tooting their own horn." Lan Zhou waved her hand dismissively. No. What if it isn't Xinglin Peak that takes notice of you? If another Peak Master favors you, would you have the audacity to decline? If you openly rejected a Peak Master, would the others dare to accept you as a fellow disciple? Would they? They wouldn't dare. Lu Yao suddenly grasped the implication, while Wu Ming was left astounded. Wow, she really made a point. Lan Zhou maintained her serious facade, weaving her nonsensical reasoning. Thus, we must keep a low profile. Wu Ming's expression twisted with incredulity. Are you joking? Here, as she searched for something ahead, Lan Zhou rambled on. Look, we three each possess a heaven spirit root. One has high cultivation and another can heal. Aren't we already quite conspicuous? Wu Ming. So, Lan Zhou, if we were to mock those struggling ahead, wouldn't we diminish the favor of the significant figures toward us? Lu Yao. Huh? Lan Zhou flashed her bright smile. Those who merely appreciate talent and performance will nitpick, but those genuinely seeking disciples will surely accept gifted individuals who sincerely apologize and earnestly desire to learn. Lu Yao and Wu Ming. Oh, Lan Zhou raised her thumb. This is called risk hedging. Success in persuasion? Lan Zhou pondered within her heart, reflecting on the events she was currently experiencing, which seemed to be the quintessential prologue of a typical Dragon Aotion novel, complete with time travel, the tragic demise of family, and extraordinary cultivation prowess. If she were to follow the protagonist's path, her future life would undoubtedly be fraught with instability and turmoil. At this juncture, the only recourse was to engage in some of the nefarious deeds typically undertaken by antagonists to achieve a semblance of balance. Do you comprehend the intrinsic value of risk hedging? Big Shot Picking Teeth, JPG. Observing Wu Ming's contemplative demeanor, Lan Zhou felt a pang of guilt. You surely do not harbor a fondness for your brother. Do you? For heaven's sake, if Wu Ming were to develop sympathy for someone who coldly watched her sister endure all manner of tribulations while reaping the benefits, Lan Zhou would be utterly dismayed. Wu Ming, would you foster familial affection for someone who often looks down upon you and mocks you with scorn? Lan Zhou, I appreciate your calm and rational perspective. Thus, Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of arrogance that starkly contrasted with her previous icy demeanor. A gentleman does not forget to repay a grudge, Lan Zhou. Wow, I never expected you to have this side to you. Among the trio, two possessed dual spiritual roots, while one had a celestial root. Lu Yao and Lan Zhou were in the mid-stages of qi cultivation, whereas Wu Ming had even reached the late stages. To be frank, the oppressive aura was hardly a challenge for the three of them. They ascended the towering staircase at a leisurely pace, unperturbed. The seemingly endless steps stretched before them, and after a considerable time, they encountered numerous individuals resting midway. Some were slumped over, exhausted on the steps, while others struggled to crawl forward, leaning heavily on their weapons. With no sight of the main group, Lu Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing that some may have already reached the inner hall, however, Lan Zhou shook her head. If they had indeed arrived at the hall, there should have been some indication from above. If someone had already made it, they would likely start urging those who were lagging behind to return home. If that were to happen, the pressure to hasten would certainly be counterproductive if their stamina could not keep pace. The very nature of the immortal ascension staircase implied that those who climbed it would glimpse the divine point. One would either be exhausted to the point of reaching heaven or genuinely witness the divine. It could not possibly be that simple. In Lan Zhou's estimation, the final stretch would be exceedingly grueling, and those lacking mental fortitude and perseverance would most likely be eliminated. As expected, after the trio passed through a layer of mist, they indeed beheld a group of weary souls, laboriously pushing forward. Some appeared utterly drained, likely due to having rushed too fiercely beforehand. Others seemed to be running, yet their actual speed was astonishingly sluggish. It was evident that their minds had begun to fray. At this moment, the originally leisurely trio had become the swiftest among the group. Lan Zhou discreetly poked Wu Ming's shoulder. "Hey, where's your brother?" Wu Ming shot Lan Zhou a look of exasperation. "What's the rush? I'm looking for him." Lan Zhou stuck out her tongue, recalling who had previously referred to her as an ice-cold beauty. Certainly not herself. Within the Tianyuan Hall, as they observed the trio gradually surpassing the main group, discussions erupted anew. "See? I told you so. These three girls clearly exhibit exceptional mental resilience, and their innate talent is beyond question. Who knows how long they can maintain this? Have you noticed how they're all swaying? Perhaps they're merely putting on a brave front, less of the bravado. Since when was there a rule against mutual assistance? What are they even murmuring about? Water Mirror, lean in closer. I can't hear them. They're probably deliberating over which peak to pay homage to later." The three continued their leisurely stroll. Finally, Wu Ming appeared to spot a familiar figure. As she moved closer, it was indeed her younger brother. However, given the current situation, there was no need for Lan Zhou to voice any grievances, for the lad was already collapsed on the ground. Wu Ming expressed her disdain. "I told you he never ventures beyond our doorstep. Where did he muster the strength to climb so high? It seems he exerted himself to the utmost." "Indeed, what a foolish boy," Lan Zhou mused. Thus, Lan Zhou restrained the two, instructing them to remain silent for the time being. The trio deliberately sauntered past Wu Ming's brother, taking leisurely steps forward. Wu Yi struggled behind them, initially believing them to be mere passers-by, inwardly cursing. "Damn it, the prodigy of the Wu family, will not be acknowledged by the peak master when the time comes. You lot are all scoundrels. Why didn't you give me a heads up? What kind of people are you? No sense of decency." Wu Yi's narrow-mindedness compelled him to lift his gaze towards the trio, seemingly plotting vengeance for the future. Just as he recognized them, he froze. Among the trio was the so-called sister he had decried. Enraged, he momentarily forgot his exhaustion, surging forward to seize Wu Ming by the nape of her neck. "What right do you, an unnecessary burden, have to participate in the recruitment conference of the Qianyun sect? The Wu family has supported you, this worthless liability, for so many years, and you dare to run away?" Wu Ming was bombarded with a torrent of insults from Wu Yi, her inner displeasure threatening to boil over. Meanwhile, within the Tianyuan Hall, the elders and peak masters witnessed this scene unfold and heard Wu Yi's harsh words, leading to a collective disdain for him. Who is this scoundrel? Even if ascending the immortal staircase disrupts one's mental state, such foul language is unwarranted. Whoever takes him in shall be the subject of my lifelong ridicule. Lu Yao, frightened into silence, hid aside to observe how the other two would respond. Lan Zhou, signaling Wu Ming to refrain from any rash actions, approached and swatted Wu Yi's hand away. "Is this how you treat your sister? Your family must have raised quite the exemplary son." Wu Yi glared fiercely. "And who are you? In the Wu family, I reign supreme. She is merely a waste who stole my day of birth. If not for her, I would have already emerged. How foolish can you be?" Lan Zhou's eyes were filled with disdain. "You claim Wu Ming stole your day of birth, if she had not been born. What right would you have to exist? Whether one is male or female is determined by fate. How dare you utter the word steal? Waste? Who's the real waste? Look at your pathetic appearance, then gaze upon Wu Ming, who remains composed and unperturbed. Are you not ashamed?" Wu Yi's face flushed crimson as he prepared to strike Lan Zhou, who seemed to anticipate his intentions. When cornered, even a dog may bite, and Lan Zhou was hardly surprised. This lad was likely no older than herself, and a poorly raised child at that would surely resort to violence when bested in argument. A slap went awry, and his weary body failed to maintain balance, sending him tumbling down the steps in a manner reminiscent of a dog eating excrement. "Ouch, that hurts!" Lan Zhou heard Wu Yi's anguished cry. Had she not dodged, she might have been struck in the face. The incline of the immortal staircase was steep, and a fall would likely send him rolling down like a log. The air was filled with his continuous wails. Lan Zhou glanced at Wu Ming, who wore a satisfied smile. Your penchant for drama is quite peculiar. Ha 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 ha. Serves him right. Cough cough. While the disciple tumbling down certainly aired, that action was still unwarranted. Let me ask you, should that girl with the celestial root have withstood a slap from that lad and then rolled down the hill? Spare me the act of righteousness. I find it quite distasteful. Nonetheless, it was poetic justice. Let us leave this matter aside. Lu Yao, witnessing Wu Yi tumble down the mountain, murmured, his bones must be shattered. Lan Zhou smirked, serves him right. After enjoying the spectacle of the foolish boy's tumble, Lan Zhou seized the two and strode forward without a backward glance. Well then, having witnessed the show, we can now make our escape with that. She began to sprint towards the summit. Chapter 8. The Golden Core period master. They were now quite close to the peak. However, many had exhausted themselves beforehand, compounded by the thin layer of pressure on the staircase, rendering the seemingly short distance feel like an arduous journey of 20,000 li. The trio felt they had expended little energy before reaching the summit. Shortly after their arrival, they noticed a gathering of individuals at the peak. Lu Yao sighed in relief. At last, we have arrived at. Wu Ming remarked. I feel nothing. Meanwhile, Lan Zhou began to survey her surroundings. What are you doing? Wu Ming inquired. Surely, at the recruitment conference, there will be more than just elders and peak masters present? Wu Ming replied, indeed, but they are not in the Tian Yuan Hall. They are in the side hall, typically gathering ordinary new recruits. Most are golden core cultivators. Wu Ming turned to Lan Zhou. Why do you ask this? Lan Zhou ignored her question. Hey, where is the side hall located? Wu Ming? You're not going to the Tian Yuan Hall? Lan Zhou maintained a serious expression. What is the purpose of going to the Tian Yuan Hall? Wu Ming sighed. Now I understand why you were misleading me and Lu Yao on the Immortal Ascension staircase. Let me make it clear. I shall not accompany you to the side hall. Lu Yao also appeared apologetic. I'm sorry, but I wish to take Master Xing Lin as my mentor. Lan Zhou replied earnestly. Once you're enjoying the fruits of your labor. Don't forget your sisters, Wu Ming quipped. If you cannot partake, it's your own fault. Lu Yao. I will remember you. From now on, we shall be classmates. Lan Zhou. Huh? Such treatment is still possible? Lu Yao nodded, her cheeks flushed as she said, yes, I asked my mother, and she mentioned that before reaching the Golden Core stage at Xinyun Sect, there will be unified teachings, but each master has their own unique way of imparting knowledge. While waving her hand, Lan Zhou remarked, well then, I shall take my leave now. Take care, and I wish you both the best in finding your beloved masters. Before she could inform her of the specific location of the side hall, Wu Ming asked, will there be masters in that direction? On the surface, Lan Zhou appeared unconcerned, yet deep within, she was in a state of panic. As she suspected, oh no, am I lost? Lan Zhou felt anxious, fearing that she might be captured by the disciples within as a spy. She dodged the roaming disciples while searching for the side hall's location. Crouching in the grass, desperately trying to discern her bearings, Lan Zhou suddenly felt an object pressing against her head. Struggling to look up, she discovered it was a familiar celestial sword. Hee hee, brother Yanqiu. Greetings, Yanqiu, with an expressionless face, replied. Shouldn't you be at Tianyuan Hall at this hour? Lan Zhou flashed a flattering smile. I was eliminated, so I stepped out to find the side hall, brother. Do you know where the side hall for Golden Core Stage Masters receiving disciples is? If Yanqiu recalled correctly, at this hour, there should hardly be anyone outside Tianyuan Hall. When could the selection have concluded? Moreover, did he think he hadn't seen the water mirror? Wasn't this girl supposed to have a wind spirit root? She was eliminated. Unbelievable. Yanqiu cast her a glance, and feeling guilty, Lan Zhou lowered her head timidly. For some reason, whenever she saw Yanqiu and Changyin, she felt as if she were gazing upon a teacher or an esteemed principal, those who were akin to her guardians in her past life. Lan Zhou, with her big watery eyes, looked up at Yanqiu. Brother, please spare me. I do not wish to be taught by the elders within the hall. Lan Zhou longed for an older sibling to accompany her. Yanqiu, fully aware of what Lan Zhou had endured, perhaps felt she was genuinely frightened. With no other choice, he relented. Very well, but you must hurry along. The side hall is not this way. Before he could finish his sentence, Lan Zhou, who had been crouching in the grass, dashed away, her short legs disappearing from sight. Yanqiu, Wrong way. After what seemed like an eternity of running, Lan Zhou finally spotted a building that was slightly less ostentatious than the grand hall she had seen earlier. She quietly entered, only to find that there weren't many masters gathered together. Instead, she encountered a young man clad in a blue and white robe. The young man, with spring-like red lips and white teeth. His fair skin complemented by the blue and white robe, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. His slightly lowered eyes, accompanied by a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, compelled one to glance at him twice. What a young and handsome youth! Lan Zhou's eyes widened in admiration. Given his age, he was likely the golden core stage master Wu Ming had mentioned. Lan Zhou adjusted her disheveled clothing and dashed in front of Qing Yin. Master, master, are you here to receive disciples? Qing Yin regarded the frail young girl before him, her slightly yellowed hair meticulously styled into a small bun at the back of her head. Making her appear lively and adorable, however, the girl's face lacked the innocence and joy typical of a 12 or 13-year-old. Instead, it bore a look of bewilderment and anxiety, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Qing Yin suddenly recognized her. She was seemingly the sole survivor of that village. He had already contemplated how to refuse this girl and send her back to Tianyuan Hall. Yet, her misfortune stemmed from the grievances among their sections. Perhaps this was their debt to her. After much contemplation, he noticed the girl's hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Could he be her last hope? He mused. What did it matter whether he took on a disciple? It was merely a matter of providing for one more mouth. Qing Yin thought to himself. With a gentle smile, Qing Yin replied, Yes, I am. The girl's watery eyes suddenly widened. That's wonderful. Master, may we negotiate? Originally planning to take Lan Zhou as his disciple, Qing Yin was taken aback. Lan Zhou stood before Qing Yin as if sharing a secret. Master, let us negotiate to bypass the formalities of the disciple initiation. Qing Yin. He looked at Lan Zhou with a smile, somewhat puzzled. Lan Zhou, with a flattering expression, continued, Master, you must be lonely here without any disciples, right? Coincidentally, I've been eliminated. Why don't I become your disciple? I possess many skills. I can dress myself, cook, recognize characters, and am capable of self-study. You need not worry about me at all. Once I become your disciple, you may treat me as if I do not exist, and need not concern yourself with my well-being. Qing Yin gazed at the earnest expression on Lan Zhou's youthful face and rose from his seat to kneel beside her, with a twinkle of laughter in his eyes. He said, Very well, but I cannot ignore your well-being. As your master, I shall care for you as you grow. Lan Zhou's face lit up with a childlike, innocent smile. Successfully deceived, how fortunate! She promptly bowed to Qing Yin. Then, dusting herself off, turned to him and said, Master, my name is Lan Zhou. You may call me by my name. Qing Yin extended his hand, gently ruffling Lan Zhou's hair. Very well, Lan Zhou. After becoming a disciple, Lan Zhou found herself uncertain of her next steps, so she inquired of Qing Yin, who was preparing to rise. Master, what should I do next? First, let us return to Qinling Peak. That will be your new home. Having never taken on a disciple before, Qing Yin was somewhat unclear on what new students should do, so he decided to take her back, instructing a nearby disciple to inform the sect leader. Thus, Lan Zhou accompanied Qing Yin back to Qinling Peak. In stark contrast to the warmth and harmony on Lan Zhou's side, Tianyuan Hall was quite lively. Initially, they had seen Lan Zhou stealthily slip away through the water mirror. And later, upon the new student's arrival, the Peak Lord and elders began to question Wu Ming and Lu Yao about Lan Zhou's departure. Lu Yao, somewhat frightened, stammered, while Wu Ming had to explain. She wished to find a golden core stage disciple as her master. Hence her sneaky departure to the side hall. The elders and Peak Lord began to chastise Lan Zhou for her lack of discernment. This girl is far too audacious. What if she possesses a celestial spirit root? Her character will lead her nowhere. Her actions today are indeed inappropriate. Oh dear, Chang's little sister did not get the disciple she wanted, observing the chorus of criticism directed at Lan Zhou. Wu Ming remained unfazed. As expected of her, a disciple returning from the tea room, prepared to inform the sect leader that Qing Yin had accepted a disciple, suddenly hesitated to report. He stood trembling at the entrance. Watching the elders and Peak Lord continue to berate Lan Zhou, he feared that by entering and revealing this news, he would only provoke their ire and jeopardize his own safety. Chapter 9. A small sword master in disguise as a golden core stage. Gritting teeth, Upon hearing the commotion within the hall, the disciple still could not muster the courage to enter. It was evident that they were once again vying for disciples. However, the new student with the celestial spirit root had already slipped away to seek a master elsewhere. And the interest within the hall seemed to wane quickly. Before long, the new students began to emerge from Tianyuan Hall one after another, each bearing the jade token of their respective masters as they made their way to the affairs office. Finally gathering his courage, the disciple stepped into the grand hall. He bowed. "Sect leader, the Sword Ancestor has a message for you." The Peak Lord and elders, who were preparing to leave, paused upon hearing that it was a message from the Sword Ancestor, and thus stayed behind to eavesdrop. The sect leader observed for quite some time, and upon hearing this, quickly sat up. "Speak." The disciple bowed again. The Sword Ancestor said he has taken in the disciple with the Wind Spirit Root, and any items the new student requires should be sent directly to his floating cloud pavilion. The previously chastising elders and Peak Lord suddenly shifted their tone. Thus, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. The celestial spirit root truly possesses discernment. Look, just look. Ha 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 ha. What did you say earlier? What did I say? I said nothing at all. I have business to attend to." The sect leader watched the multitude of chameleons below and let out a silent laugh. "Ha ha ha." Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, I understand. I will instruct someone to deliver the items shortly." He then shifted the conversation. "Furthermore, regarding the Sword Ancestor accepting a disciple, please refrain from discussing this outside. You all are more aware than I regarding where this disciple originates. If we wish for her to represent Qianyun's sect in the future, we must ensure she does not appear within the line of sight of those with ulterior motives before then." Everyone understood the gravity of this matter. Although the massacre of the village had yet to be brought to the forefront, they all knew it was merely regarded as a trump card by the opposing side. When the day comes that they require it, this matter will inevitably resurface, and at that time, this disciple must stand with Qianyun's sect. Otherwise, they would lose everything. Understood. Lan Zhou followed Qing Yin up Qianling Peak, where she beheld a verdant bamboo forest. In the midst of the bamboo stood a modest yet tasteful pavilion. Lan Zhou was quite pleased with her new abode, but now she faced a pressing question. How would she ascend and descend the mountain alone? She looked up at Qing Yin. "Master, how do we get down the mountain from here? Surely you cannot escort me personally every day for classes." After a moment of contemplation, Qing Yin realized that this was indeed a problem. Although he typically did not face any significant issues, he could not continue to deliver her to her destination unceasingly. Casting a glance at the jade pendant he had given to Lanzhao, an idea struck him. He crouched down to her level and asked, "Lanzhao, might you lend me the jade pendant for a moment?" Though unsure of his intentions, Lanzhao complied without hesitation. Qing Yin took the pendant in hand and formed a gesture with it. After a surge of spiritual energy rippled through, he returned it to her. "Lanzhao, from now on, carry this pendant with you. When you reach the formation, simply wait a moment, and you shall be transported." What a marvelous invention! A fully automated teleportation portal. Lanzhao beamed at Qing Yin, nodding in agreement. "All right, master." Subsequently, she followed him into the floating cloud pavilion. Qing Yin directed her to a spacious room designated as her bedroom, advising her to take a moment to rest. As he ascended the stairs, he remarked, "Shortly, a disciple will bring you your disciple robes and other items. Once you feel rested, you may come upstairs to seek me, for I have something to present to you." Sitting on the bed, Lanzhao waited briefly, gazing at the exquisitely crafted loft and marveling. Is this the treatment afforded to a true practitioner at the Golden Core stage by the Qianyun sect? It seems rather extravagant. Determined, she resolved to endure until she reached the Golden Core stage and then apply for a loft of her own. What a delightful prospect for a life of leisure. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and upon opening it, she was met by a disciple who was scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Lanzhao, his face was awash with envy as he presented her with her disciple robes. "Here you go. This is your attire." Lanzhao, puzzled, thought, what is there to envy in being a disciple of a Golden Core practitioner? Surely, it cannot be mere superficiality. However, since they were not well acquainted, she refrained from expressing such impolite thoughts, merely offering a grateful smile. "Thank you, senior brother." Once the disciple departed, Lanzhao began to examine how to don the robe. For some reason, she felt that her disciple attire differed from those of her peers. Surely, It could not be that they looked down upon her simply because she had a golden core master? Scratching her head, she pondered her predicament. The color of her robes featured more green than those of her fellow disciples. She recalled that Chongyun and Yinshu wore blue and white robes, while hers not only had a hint of green but also possessed peculiar dark patterns. Her robe appeared longer and more elegant than the standard disciple attire. Could it be that different peaks had distinct styles? When Lanzhao had entered the pavilion, she had observed that apart from the bamboo groves, the entire peak was dominated by the floating cloud pavilion. Alas, it seemed she was being treated with special consideration. Fearing that Qingyan might grow impatient, Lanzhao ceased her musings and hastily tried on the disciple robe. It fit somewhat loosely, accentuating the difference from the standard, more fitted attire. With lingering doubts, she adjusted her sleeves while making her way upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, she encountered Qingyan, who was in the midst of brewing tea. He glanced at her in her disciple robes. Noting that the loose sleeves seemed to cause her some discomfort, with a sigh, he observed that she appeared somewhat frail. He gestured for her to sit beside him. Lanzhao smiled sweetly at him and obediently took her place by his side. Qingyan poured her a cup of tea and gently inquired, "Are you comfortable living here?" Lanzhao nodded eagerly. "It's very comfortable. The floating cloud pavilion suits me perfectly." Qingyan took a sip from his cup. "That is good to hear." Lanzhao then asked, "Master, what did you call me up here for?" Qingyan remembered the reason for her invitation and swiftly retrieved a book and a sword from his side. Although the sect would provide unified lessons for disciples before they reached the Golden Core stage, as her master, he felt compelled to offer her something. "This is the Fengming sword. It resonates harmoniously with your spiritual root, and you should be able to wield it effectively. This is the Qiuyan Lufeng sword manual, which comprises 2 sections, sword techniques and sword formulas. You may peruse it at your leisure, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." As Lanzhao held these items, her small head was filled with astonishment. Goodness! Are all disciples of the Qianyun sect this affluent? A splendid sword just handed out, and this manual seems quite remarkable. Stunned, Lanzhao accepted the sword and manual while feigning nonchalance. "Thank you, master. But may I ask, what is the name of our peak? I would hate to be unable to respond if someone inquires about my affiliation in the future." Qingyan, having no intention to withhold information, answered candidly, "You may tell them you are a disciple of Qianling Peak." Lanzhao nodded earnestly, deciding to test her newfound knowledge with Wuming the next day. The following morning, Lanzhao rose early. It must be said, residing in this loft was indeed delightful. She nearly escaped the clutches of her blanket. As she made her way downstairs, she spotted Qingyan seated in the main hall. Engrossed in a book, Lanzhao approached and greeted, "Good morning, master." Qingyan smiled warmly. "So, Lanzhao has awakened? Do you require anything to eat?" At 13, she appeared akin to a child of 8 or 9, undeniably frail. Lanzhao seemed unaware of the youthful man, barely in his 20s, regarding her with an almost affectionate gaze. She was preoccupied with how to inquire Wuming about Qianling Peak, feeling a tinge of apprehension. "It's nothing much. I can simply grab a couple of buns from the disciple cafeteria later." "No need for you to worry, master." It was Qingyan's first time accepting a disciple, and he was unsure how to proceed. Seeing that Lanzhao had her plans, he refrained from further meddling, responding with a hint of resignation. "Very well, just make sure you don't go hungry." The young man appeared somewhat exasperated, his slender brows gently knitted together, yet his eyes retained a gentle and refined smile. His thick hair was loosely tied with a red ribbon, with a few strands cascading gracefully onto his shoulders, accentuating his fair complexion. An aura of warmth and elegance enveloped Qingyan, and the dappled sunlight cast upon him created an inexplicable beauty. Lanzhao silently admired her strikingly handsome master. Resolving that as long as he had spoken, she could not afford to go hungry today, after bidding farewell to Qingyan, she skipped away joyfully. Observing her departure, Qingyan couldn't help but sigh. This girl rarely displayed any extraneous emotions when not in the presence of others. Seemingly accustomed to concealing her feelings within it, was only in the company of others that she would force a smile upon her face. She resembled a solitary crane in the wind, elegant and mysterious to those who spoke of her, yet all merely conjecture. Lanzhao mused, "In truth, I am merely a competent cog in the machine. Possessing enthusiasm for work is an affront to the very essence of being a cog." With the jade pendant in hand, Lanzhao activated the teleportation formation effortlessly, arriving directly at the grand square of the sect. Having recently enrolled, the Qi refining class had yet to be divided, and today was merely an opportunity to ascertain her assigned class and register. Therefore, Lanzhao leisurely made her way to the cafeteria to procure a couple of buns. Along her journey, she felt the weight of numerous curious gazes upon her, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Yet, Lanzhao was reluctant to lash out. For should she truly express her ire publicly, it would seem as if she were declaring to everyone, "I am agitated. I cannot take a joke. Do not provoke me," while it seemed unreasonable. Such was the reality. Exceptional talent was always a rarity. Since she had already surpassed them by a considerable margin, she could not expect others to act rationally or be kind to her. Who had not experienced envy at some point? Lanzhao could only feign ignorance, lowering her head to focus on her white buns. As the number of onlookers grew, Lanzhao soon realized that her disciple attire indeed differed from theirs. While the other disciples wore standardized blue and white fitted robes, hers was a unique shade of bluish-green, complemented by an outer layer of wide-sleeved attire adorned with subtle dark patterns. It appeared quite luxurious. Suddenly, it dawned on her where the issue lay. Oh no, she had become the center of attention. Just as she felt trapped, a somewhat languid voice resonated from behind her. "Excuse me, could you all make way for the young master?" The crowd turned to see the source of the voice. As the surrounding disciples hesitated to move, the casually posed young man, sword in hand, began to grow impatient. "What are you staring at? Is it not merely the attire of a direct disciple? Why the fascination?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples seemed to flee in a panic, as if afraid of offending someone. Lanzhao munched on her bun, pondering, direct disciple? Is there truly a hierarchy among disciples? Turning to seek out the young man who had come to her aid, she beheld a figure cradling a gleaming silver sword, his demeanor exuding the carefree confidence characteristic of youth. His hair was tousled by the wind, and a uniquely crafted headband adorned his forehead. Lanzhao offered a professional smile. "Thank you, fellow disciple, for coming to my rescue." The young man ambled over nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? You certainly did not seem so timid when you were dazzling everyone on the ascending immortal steps." Lan Zhou felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, realizing that her acting had been exposed. The young man, oblivious to her discomfort, approached her with a camaraderie that felt like that of close brothers. Casually draping an arm around her shoulder. "Look at you in those robes of a personal disciple. Why fear those people?" Lan Zhou had no words to offer. Had she known, she would not have donned that attire. Noticing the expression on her face akin to someone who had just ingested poison, the young man continued to speak. "Oh, your attire seems quite different from mine. It's no wonder you feel a bit awkward." Lan Zhou swiftly turned her head. This lad must know something. There's potential here. As she fixed her gaze upon him with a mischievous glint, the young man's expression shifted to one of slight panic. What are you doing?" With a sly grin, Lan Zhou inquired. "Are you knowledgeable in this area?" The young man quickly regained his composure, his face lighting up with pride. "I am the son of the peak master of Bai Yufeng in the Qianyun sect. Currently apprenticed to the sect leader, so I am well acquainted with all matters concerning the Qianyun sect. And what do you know of Qianling Peak?" Lan Zhou pressed urgently. The young man's expression faltered. "Don't tell me you are from Qianling Peak." Lan Zhou maintained her impassive demeanor. "What if I am?" he jested. "I knew it. A person of such distinguished bearing, even gnawing on a steamed bun in the square, would surely not be ordinary." Lan Zhou raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with a steamed bun? It's convenient. Zhou Xian here, at your service. If you don't mind, perhaps we can be friends." Lan Zhou replied, "Hello, I am Lan Zhou. But before we become friends, could you enlighten me as to who resides at Qianling Peak?" Zhou Xian appeared taken aback. "You've joined Qianling Peak, yet you don't know whose territory it is?" Lan Zhou, feigning nonchalance, replied, "I sneaked out to apprentice myself, thinking I was approaching a golden core practitioner to inquire about taking on disciples." She snapped her fingers, as if dismissing the matter, and just like that, I became a disciple. Zhou Xian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Lan Zhou crossed her arms, pretending to be slightly impatient. "So, who exactly resides at Qianling Peak?" Zhou Xian, bewildered, responded, "Our sect's founding ancestor. The world's foremost swordsman, sword ancestor Qing Yin." Lan Zhou remarked with a sardonic tone. "Ah, a little sword ancestor pretending to be a golden core practitioner. How quaint." Zhou Xian, observing Lan Zhou's gritted teeth, was even more confused. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied being a personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor? Lan Zhou smiled professionally. Oh, quite well indeed. Then stop grinding your teeth. Oh, we must hurry. Class division is about to commence. If we don't leave soon, we might miss out. Isn't that just perfect? Enough of that. Let us move. Lan Zhou could no longer feign her way through the conversation and quickly changed the subject. Dragging Zhou Xin towards the square. In the square, Wu Ming and Lu Yao stood together, scanning the surroundings. Where is Lan Zhou? Wu Ming wondered aloud. Liu Yao was worried about Lan Zhou being late. Recalling how leisurely she had appeared on the celestial ladder, Wu Ming, brimming with confidence, replied, "No worries, she'll undoubtedly show up, even if it's just in the nick of time." Curiously, Lu Yao asked, "Wu Ming, didn't you meet Lan Zhou on the same day as I did?" Wu Ming sighed. "I can't explain why, but despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she always gives me a sense of reliability." Lu Yao tilted her head in confusion. "Huh?" Wu Ming turned her head away. "What nonsense am I spouting? Wu Ming, Lu Yao." A familiar voice called from across the square. The two turned to see a girl approaching, one hand clutching a half-eaten steamed bun and the other dragging along a boy whose face was painted with terror. Smiling as she drew closer, seemed as though Lan Zhou was proclaiming, "Wu Ming, I'm back from my escapades." Blood pressure rising, Lan Zhou halted abruptly upon seeing Wu Ming's dark expression. Zhou Xin, who had been pulled along, crashed into Lan Zhou's back, hearing a sound that resembled a breaking nose. Lan Zhou carefully extended the half-eaten steamed bun. "Hey, do you want some?" Lu Yao, noticing an unfamiliar face, shyly hid behind Wu Ming. "I've already eaten." Wu Ming fixed a piercing gaze on Lan Zhou. "Where have you been wandering off to?" Zhou Xin, unfazed, rubbed his nose and stepped forward. "What do you mean by wandering? I was making friends." Wu Ming skeptically assessed Zhou Xin from head to toe. "Which peak are you a personal disciple of?" Thinking Wu Ming had discerned his identity, Zhou Xin nervously replied, "Hee, I'm the son of the peak master of Bai Yufeng. I asked you which peak you apprenticed under." Zhou Xin, realizing he was cornered, relented. Lan Zhou gave him a thumbs up. His adaptability was commendable. Wu Ming contemplated, deciding that having a personal disciple of the sect leader was a valuable connection, but quickly shot a glare at Lan Zhou. Lan Zhou raised her hands in surrender. "I was wrong. I want to do it again." Wu Ming shot another glare. "What does this have to do with me? Just don't scare Lu Yao." Lu Yao timidly raised her hand. "I am naturally shy." "It's not that I'm afraid of him," Zhou Xin nodded with a smile. Right? How could I frighten anyone?" He then patted Lan Zhou on the shoulder. "Did you hear that? I'm talking about you. After getting to know us, don't go making friends with any unsavory characters." Lan Zhou feigned disdain. "Oh? Are we that familiar?" "Wu Ming is the one saying you're unsavory. Keep your distance, or she might hit me again." The two squabbled like children, leaving Wu Ming exasperated. How had these two become so friendly so quickly, not daring to confront Zhou Xin or Lan Zhou? "Ah, Wu Ming, you hit me." With a swift hand chop, the playful feud came to an abrupt end. Experience was indeed the best teacher. Lan Zhou pretended to be hurt, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Wu Ming. "Xiao Ming, you no longer love me." Believing they had truly started fighting, Lu Yao rushed in to mediate, though her timid nature caused her to stutter. Zhou Xin quickly pulled her aside. "They're just flirting." Dante panicked. Wu Ming, misinterpreting Lan Zhou's call of her nickname as an attempt to annoy her, felt a surge of irritation, only to be met with Zhou Xin's teasing remarks. Leaving her speechless, "Who's your Xiao Ming?" Lan Zhou chimed in, "That girl from class 6, your mother is waiting for you at the school gate with 2 cans of Ozi milk." Instinctively, Wu Ming swung at Lan Zhou, sensing the remark was inappropriate. You guessed right. Influenced by Lan Zhou's peculiar expressions, Lu Yao finally cracked a smile. The 4 children had been at it for a while when the elder finally made her entrance. "Children, quiet down." A mature woman radiating an aura of elegance strolled onto the stage. The crowd fell silent instantly. All the children present had passed the test on the celestial ladder yesterday, and they were either extraordinarily gifted or already had some cultivation accomplishments. Lan Zhou murmured to herself, classic leader's empty rhetoric. "Since you have completed the project, you must have achieved something remarkable, right? It indicates your exceptional talent." As Yu observed Lan Zhou stifling her laughter from below the stage. She couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she is at the mid-stage of qi refining. This individual's talent appears genuine. Truth be told, One couldn't blame the elders and peak masters for their excitement yesterday. Possessing heavenly roots was no small feat. If a sect could gain even a few double spiritual root disciples, they would deem the recruitment event a resounding success. The union of different bloodlines could lead to mixed spiritual roots and offspring. However, the combination of similar bloodlines could adversely affect the normal development of the fetus. This made healthy individuals with heavenly roots exceedingly rare. When one appeared, they were regarded as a genius. Noticing the alluring gaze of the beautiful elder on stage, Lan Zhou felt an ominous premonition. This recruitment has been extraordinarily successful, yielding the first heavenly root disciple in a century. Lan Zhou. All eyes turned to Lan Zhou. Shift. Lan Zhou awkwardly waved her hand. Hi. The crowd turned, perhaps wondering what she might say. Lan Zhou pouted. Managing a hi was already a monumental effort. Liu Yao, thinking Lan Zhou was simply overwhelmed by the crowd, quickly offered reassurance. It's all right. I am also super shy. Lan Zhou replied in a whisper. Yes, I'm shy as well. Wu Ming and Zhou Xian exchanged glances. What are those two up to? On stage, Yu inquired, am I that intimidating? Without further ado, she began to divide the classes. This year, we have a considerable number of new students, and the classes will be divided into 4, A, B, C, and D. Those at the mid to late stages of qi refining will be in Class A. Early-stage qi refiners will be evenly distributed into Classes B and C, which are on equal footing. Students who can access spiritual energy but have yet to reach a realm will enter Class D. Soon, the square was filled with groans of despair. Lan Zhou turned to Zhou Xian. You've been at Qin Yun's sect since childhood, right? Zhou Xian replied, Yes, why do you ask? Lan Zhou inquired, What is the situation like? She casually pointed at the people nearby who were sighing and lamenting. Zhou Xian quickly swatted her finger away, cautioning, Don't point at others. Be careful lest they hold a grudge. Lan Zhou replied, Hey, I know. But what exactly happened? Wu Ming and Liu Yao, intrigued, also leaned in closer. Indeed, what transpired? I'm worried that we might offend them. Should we apologize? Lan Zhou promptly halted Liu Yao, saying if you go now, they'll resent you even more. In our village, this is considered a learning BTCH behavior, which always invites animosity. Liu Yao, not understanding what learning BTCH meant, could tell from the word BTCH that it was likely not a compliment. Zhou Xian continued, Typically, recruitment meetings don't attract many people. For some unknown reason, this year, the numbers have inexplicably surged, exceeding the capacity of an entire class. While it may seem inconsequential, the teaching staff varies slightly depending on class rankings, and the curriculum offered is different as well. In the past, there were usually only 3 classes. Now, with the addition of a 4th class, the chances of those in the initial stages of cultivation being assigned to Class B have plummeted from a certainty to a mere 50%. Lan Zhou then realized that many were drawn to the resources available in Classes A and B, but now, the upper and middle tiers had become overcrowded. It was impossible to relegate the more capable mid-tier students. So naturally, those at the initial level would be pushed down. Fresh students who could have accessed Class C resources were now relegated to a previously non-existent Class D, with a larger number of beginners. Everyone was similarly affected, but the newly arrived students without any cultivation experience bore the brunt of the misfortune. They could not be blamed for it. If one could not succeed later on, they would be the only ones attracting ire. Lan Zhou sighed. I merely wish to study diligently and enjoy a bit of leisure. Liu Yao's expression was also less than pleasant. Among the 4, only Wu Ming seemed confused, still pondering the meaning of it all. With no time to clarify for Wu Ming, Lan Zhou decided to pull Zhou Xian out to avoid her attracting further resentment. Unexpectedly, someone exclaimed, What are you afraid of? They can't outmatch you. Lan Zhou grimaced, recalling how this person had previously displayed a complete lack of social awareness in the cafeteria. Wu Ming believed that this individual's seemingly low emotional intelligence stemmed from a rebellious personality shaped by a difficult childhood, a protective mechanism against external malice. However, this person was genuinely arrogant in an instant. All eyes turned to Lan Zhou and her companions. Lan Zhou felt utterly defeated. Due to a moment's oversight, Wu Ming's mouth had run unchecked. Those in Class A earned their place through skill. If there's resentment, it should be directed at one's own inadequacies. Lan Zhou accepted her fate with a smile. Yu on the stage was laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, this year's newcomers are truly entertaining. Lan Zhou and Liu Yao each grabbed one of their companions and sprinted ahead. Pursued by a throng of newcomers. Stop right there. I'll tear your mouth apart. Charge, brothers, Lan Zhou cried, tears streaming down her face. I apologize on their behalf. Please, stop chasing. Chapter 11. Choosing seats is an art they ran for quite some time. And Lan Zhou felt as though her legs would give out, but ultimately, she could not escape the fate of being caught in the end. It was Lan Zhou and Lu Yao who had to hold down Zhou Exin and Wu Ming. Apologizing on their behalf, the newcomers, who had been chasing them with fiery tempers, had calmed down considerably by the time they reached Class A, waving their hands dismissively. Some had merely joined in for the fun, and upon arriving at the classroom door, they left with cheerful smiles. The gestures are the most regrettable invention in this world. After the chase, Zhou Exin finally understood what fear truly meant. Panting heavily, he squatted down in surrender. I was wrong. I shall never speak out of turn again. Wu Ming remained unchanged. That's because you lack stamina. The three of them chimed in. Stop talking. Lu Yao, feeling guilty, quickly hid away. Wu Ming added. Lan Zhou waved her hand. Forget it. Let us just go inside and find our seats. Deep within the classroom, they finally encountered Class A. The room had windows on the left side and a corridor on the right. As they entered, Zhou Exin boldly declared he wanted to sit in the last row by the window, wishing to gaze at the scenery. The back row by the window is the king's homeland, the garbage dump of the entire class, a place piled high with mops and brooms. It's a stinky spot that makes one's heart uneasy, Lan Zhou remarked. Zhou Exin responded, so poetic. Are you going to recite a story? After pondering for a moment, he sighed. Forget it. I don't want to be chased anymore. You choose, and I'll just sit behind you. If anything happens, you take the blame. Lan Zhou was left speechless. She pressed her fingers to her temples, stating, the middle is definitely not an option. The teacher's gaze usually hones in on the area directly in front of the podium, so the sides are preferable. Zhou Exin nodded in agreement. Lan Zhou continued her analysis. The front is always under scrutiny, while the middle is a transitional zone where attention is dispersed. The back row is prone to surprise inspections. Wu Ming interjected, you've been talking for ages. Where's a spot that won't be seen? Lan Zhou snapped her fingers. It won't be completely invisible, but it's definitely less likely to be noticed. Lu Yao asked, then where is that? I don't want to be stared at daily. Lan Zhou explained, the middle back, in front of the last two rows, behind the middle row. This position is often overlooked during surprise inspections, as teachers tend to think it's too far forward and skip over it. Zhou Exin smacked his forehead. Right? How did I not think of that? Let's choose the seat by the window. The window seat won't work, Lan Zhou warned. Why not? Zhou Exin inquired. Lan Zhou shook her finger. First, being by the window means more people will be distracted, and the teacher's attention will generally be focused on that side. Secondly, being by the window grants you control over the temperature of the classroom, leading the teacher to frequently check on that direction and ask you to open or close it. Lastly, the window is within the teacher's line of sight upon entering the room, leaving you no time to react. This is also why I don't recommend choosing the front or back rows, as both sides are likely to have the teacher passing by, and aside from the window seat, the area near the door is also easily visible. Wu Ming, who had already settled onto the cushion in the last row, promptly stood up upon hearing this. She certainly did not want to be scrutinized all day. Lu Yao pondered for a moment. Then let us sit by the wall? Lan Zhou agreed. As for the inner and outer sides, that's up to you. Honestly, that slight distance isn't significant. In the cultivation world, classrooms were spaciously arranged, with each student provided a small desk and a cushion. Due to Lu Yao's timid nature and Zhou Exin's laziness, Lan Zhou sat in the fourth row from the back to shield them, while Wu Ming was also pulled along to sit in that same row. There was no need to drag me, Wu Ming remarked. Lan Zhou responded, apologies, but I fear she might act out. This distance is convenient for covering her mouth. Thus, the four settled down. After a considerable time, the group that had not chased them down earlier began to enter Class A. The guest teacher also followed suit on the first day of class. The guest teacher had little to share, merely providing an overview of the Qinyun sect. All of you are the future elite of our Qinyun sect, and it's essential to familiarize yourselves with it. The Qinyun sect is composed of a number of loose cultivators and 13 peaks. Loose cultivators each have their own residences, often constructing a loft on any hillside they find, Lan Zhou remarked. Goodness, is there discrimination at play here? The 13 peaks are where the most elite and primary cultivators of our Qinyun sect reside. Lan Zhou interjected, yes, please continue. If this class weren't filled with late and mid-stage cultivators, You would surely be bullied. The 13 peaks are Zun Su, Qianren, Baiyu, Xinglin, Xiuyu, Chongning, Yunhuai, Pingyuan, Guanhong, Shiren, Ce, Dun, and Fuxi. Indeed, there was no Qianling if Zhou Xian hadn't inadvertently revealed the truth. He might have believed that the master was merely a loose cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Lan Zhou sighed deeply, lamenting that she had yet to pay homage to a Golden Core master and was now unjustly bearing the brunt of this grievance. The guest teacher continued, oblivious to any potential misstatements. When our sect was established, 13 different cultivators followed the sword ancestor to found the sect, which is why we have these 13 peaks. Among them, the 6 most renowned peaks are Zun Su, Qianren, Shouyu, Xinglin, Guanhong, and Dun. Zun Su is currently led by the present sect master, who primarily focuses on swordsmanship renowned for its swiftness. Lan Zhou glanced at Zhou Xian, surprised to see him brimming with pride. She looked at him with half-closed eyes. All right, you're impressive, but could you tone it down a bit? Be careful not to get reported by the teacher on the very first day. Zhou Xian grinned, basking in his own glory. Lan Zhou turned away, feeling hopeless, and mentally buried herself. Qianren specializes in sword techniques, which differ from swordsmanship in that they do not rely on the sword itself to harm enemies, but rather channel spiritual energy into the sword, commanding it to form a spirit array. The spiritual energy applied to the sword becomes more formidable under the influence of sword techniques, capable of inflicting direct harm or enhancing the cultivation of others. Oh, so this is the legendary damage increasing support. By the way, the sword manual that my master gifted me seems to contain both sword techniques and swordsmanship. I should take a look later. What is this? A one-stop shop for damage enhancement. The true power card is actually in my own hands. Who said that pretending to be a bystander does not require one to equip oneself with skills? In the future, these may come in handy during job applications, won't they? What if one's output pales in comparison to others? Auxiliary roles are akin to possessing human rights. When playing with a nuclear bomb strategy, one cannot entertain thoughts without an exceptionally strong damage-enhancing character. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, the ability to decisively defeat an adversary with a single strike is paramount. Guest Qing spoke with increasing pride. Shouyu Peak. It stands as the mightiest peak for magical cultivators, second only to the specialized FACO of Luing sect. Apologies for digressing. Wu Ming's gaze turned somewhat sinister, causing Lan Zhou, seated nearby, to feel a twinge of fear. She was apprehensive that this person might confront Guest Qing. Thus, she hastily grasped their arm. You actually entered Shouyu Peak. Wu Ming shot her a glance devoid of warmth. Is that so surprising? Lan Zhou, while observing Guest Qing's movements, remarked, I thought, given your extraordinary agility, you would at least become a sword cultivator, at the very least, a body cultivator. Though, saying this might earn me a beating, Wu Ming responded. Your spiritual energy manipulation was taught by me. With just that, I can swiftly create distance and cast spells. What is there to fear? Oh, so you are a dual threat with both speed and positioning skills, a magical damage dealer. Once Guest Qing concluded discussing their exploits at Shouyu Peak, Lan Zhou hastily wrapped up the conversation. Impressive. Wu Ming inquired. What, are you growing impatient? Lan Zhou replied. Oh, let's not dwell on the past. Let's discuss Xinglin Peak. This Xinglin Peak is no ordinary place. Have you heard of Jishur Valley? Everyone nodded, and Lu Yao, upon hearing mention of her ancestral home, shyly lowered her head. Jishur Valley is renowned across 6 realms as a medical cultivation sect. They have saved countless lives, with all potions in the world originating from their hands. However, they cannot integrate spiritual energy into their healing arts. Yet, Xinglin Peak can. Lan Zhou suddenly comprehended, joining the others in their exclamation. Wu Ming shot her a sharp glance. What are you exclaiming for? Lu Yao is seated behind you. Lan Zhou smiled awkwardly, then turned to apologize to Lu Yao. I'm sorry, she whispered. It's fine, came a barely audible laugh. Lu Yao felt no offense. It was indeed why she had come to Qianyun's sect. Guest Qing's tone carried an inexplicable pride, making Lan Zhou feel somewhat awkward, especially since she was kneeling, unable to even touch the ground with her toes. Becoming somewhat engrossed in the topic, Guest Qing began to overstep. Dun consists of various spiritual cultivators. This term refers to the manipulation of the deceased. A rather ominous technique. Not much to discuss. As for Guanhong, there's little to say. They mainly practice heavy swords, a bunch of sweaty, brutish men. This peak of Gue Dun rarely sees newcomers seeking mentorship, so seemingly no one in this class spoke up for IT's for Guan Hong. You, sir, are speaking nonsense. Lan Zhou heard a resounding shout from behind her. Goodness, where did this ruffian come from? Wiping the drool from her ear, Lan Zhou turned to see a robust male cultivator standing in the last row. Apologies, he looked a bit fierce. Calling him a youth seemed a bit unfair compared to the delicate-looking boy. Jiao Xian, she thought. Not that he was unattractive. He bore a fierce expression, his once plump face now darkened by the sun, appearing somewhat simple-minded. The lively and energetic young man was reduced to merely having energy. Albeit somewhat excessive, Guess Qing, observing the boy's furious face, realized he had misspoken and nervously reprimanded. How dare you? Who trains a teacher like this? Sit down. I speak in this manner, and I must apologize for any offense. Jiao Xian, fearing that this person might genuinely retaliate, wanted to avoid any grudges since he still intended to slack off. Thus, he hurriedly tugged at the boy's sleeve. Someone will seek revenge for you later. Just sit down for now. The boy had merely acted impulsively and stood up, unsure how to conclude the situation. Seeing someone offer a way out, he quietly returned to his seat. Noticing that Guess Qing had turned to discuss something else, the boy poked Jiao Xian's back. Hey, does what you said earlier still stand? Jiao Xian replied dismissively. Sure, just don't twist my head off and kick it like a ball. Let me sleep. Who knows how to seek revenge? If he dared to tell his father, he would probably be punished until dawn. Anyway, Lan Zhou's master was the sword ancestor. Such trivial matters should be easily resolved. Lan Zhou, I thank you for speaking on my behalf. I will take you down later. Chapter 12. What is team awareness in gaming? Guess Qing, realizing he had stirred up trouble, spent the next moment simply explaining the processes of meditation, chi cultivation, and returning to elixir formation. Everyone present was undoubtedly familiar with this cultivation process, so I shall not elaborate further. You may meditate on your own, if you successfully enter a meditative state within an hour. There will be no need to return to class this afternoon. Having said this, he left in a hurry. It was all due to his careless words. He had inadvertently revealed his true feelings. And this class was filled with the favored disciples of various peak masters. If those in power were to learn of his indiscretions, his hard-earned position as a guest instructor would likely vanish by the next day. Lan Zhou, seeing Guess Qing flee, couldn't help but Cao Wuming asked, Are you not happy that he has left? Don't you find him bothersome? Lan Zhou replied, I am merely lamenting that all teachers across the universe seem to be cut from the same cloth. Wu Ming, what do you mean? Lan Zhou, the excuse for skipping class has always been to assign tasks. Upon completion, one can leave, when in reality, one simply wishes to avoid class. Great, now I have no choice but to report this. Jiao Xian, what is he skipping class for? I have lost the thrill of rebellion. Lan Zhou, earlier, that furious young man suddenly initiated a conversation. So, who was it that said they would teach that guest instructor a lesson? I thank you in advance. Lan Zhou waved her hand. That fellow in front of you, he is quite formidable. If you wish to beat the guest instructor, it would be a piece of cake. The young man asked, Really? With starry eyes. Jiao Xian, expressionless. No, I was lying to you. The young man, like a dejected Tibetan mastiff, hung his head. Good brother, from now on, I will follow you. Please help me out. Wu Ming had already entered meditation, leaving Lan Zhou without anyone to converse with, so she turned to tease. Hey, Jiao Xian, you can do it. Becoming the big brother. Jiao Xian suddenly felt a surge of pride. Of course. Lan Zhou with mischievous intent. Then big brother must help little brother with his matters. The young man chimed in. Exactly. Jiao Xian, quick on the uptake, squatted down, lowering his head to Lan Zhou's level. Big brother. Acknowledging defeat is important. Expecting Lan Zhou to directly refuse, Jiao Xian was surprised to find she did not respond to the teasing. He subtly lifted his head, only to discover Lan Zhou appeared to be contemplating something. Lan Zhou, resting her chin on her hand, mused. That person seems to suggest that Guan Hong specializes in heavy swords, right? I am certain my path will be that of a sword cultivator. Combined with the sword manual I currently possess, which includes both sword techniques and sword arts, indicating that I can fulfill both damage dealing and support roles effectively. Wu Ming seems to be a magical cultivator. Dealing and spell damage, I witnessed her ranged attacks during the martial arts competition at the recruitment event. Indeed, impressive. Moreover, Wu Ming's greatest strength lies in her agility as a magical cultivator, ensuring she does not distract those on the front lines. What was Guest Qing discussing earlier? The sword techniques of Zun Su Peak are characterized by ferocity, striking swiftly and painfully, with the ability to teleport. Could it be that Jiao Xian embodies the essence of a physical damage dealer? Perhaps he even possesses area damage capabilities. As for that young man, wielding a heavy sword would certainly enhance his physical strength. His blood is thick, providing robust defense, and he can occasionally deliver heavy strikes. Lu Yao's medical skills allow her to instantly heal wounds using spiritual energy. At least her physical healing is remarkable. As for spell damage, I shall inquire with Lu Yao later. In my previous life, I enjoyed playing a tactical game in my spare time, and honestly, this already forms a basic team. When I was being chased earlier, I realized that no matter how significant the gap in cultivation is, what difference does it make? A group fight always offers a better chance than solitary combat. As we navigate this world, conflicts are inevitable. If we can form a team in advance, everyone's strength will be bolstered. And should any tasks arise, we can support one another. Noticing Lan Zhou lost in thought, Jiao Xian waved his hand in front of her. Wake up, big brother? Lan Zhou snapped back to reality. Huh? Jiao Xian, grinning mischievously. Hee, you responded. Now you are my big brother. Your little brother's affairs are now your responsibility. You must help me, Lan Zhou retorted. The vassal's vassal is not my vassal. DNA activated. No matter how arrogant Jiao Xian grew, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly before his father. If he were to do such a thing, he would be kneeling at the mountain gate by dawn. He clasped his hands together, believing in miracles. Big brother, you are my big brother. Just consider it a favor, and I promise not to meddle again. Fine. Jiao Xian's head jerked up, nearly straining his neck. Really? Lan Zhou replied nonchalantly. Yes, but what? You must promise me that we will be ironclad teammates from now on. We cannot switch teams, and whoever switches is a dog. Jiao Xian did not hesitate. Deal. Whoever switches is a dog. Then he threw his arms around the young man's shoulders. Did you hear that? Our big brother is willing to help us. From now on, we are one team. The young man, with tears in his eyes, replied, Yes, big brother, Jiao Xian. Little brother, the young man. Big brother, Jiao Xian. Little brother, Lan Zhou. You two have had enough. Then four enchanting big eyes blinked there. Lan Zhou, you Jiao Xian only then remembered the main issue. Why did you suddenly bring up the matter of forming a team? Lan Zhou had already turned her head, preparing to discuss this matter with Wu Ming once she woke up. Ah, this is called being prepared for a rainy day. Surely, we will have some outdoor training or competitions in the future. In one-on-one matches, we are all quite capable. However, many times, teamwork is the optimal solution. Jiao Xian? Huh? Lan Zhou turned her head and shot him a glance. It means a group fight. Didn't you see that just now, dozens or even hundreds of initial stage Qi practitioners were chasing after the four of us? Jiao Xian, I guess you are probably at the late stage of Qi cultivation, right? Wrong. I'm at the peak of Qi cultivation, Jiao Xian said proudly, as in terms of cultivation, he was the leader. Right, but would you dare to turn around and fight against hundreds of initial stage Qi practitioners? Lan Zhou looked at him and said. Jiao Xian suddenly felt a bit itchy on his face. It's just that I didn't perform well today, heh. Seeing him stubbornly holding on, Lan Zhou teased him. All right, tomorrow morning, you run to Class B and shout you are all trash and see what happens. If something goes wrong, I'll cover for you, Jiao Xian. I believe that teamwork is extremely important, Lan Zhou. That somewhat rugged-looking youth did not refute. He scratched his head. I'm actually afraid that no one would want me. Lan Zhou extended her hand. Welcome aboard. The youth clumsily reached out his hand. Perhaps this was the first time someone had initiated contact with him. Hello. I'm Qi Yin, a heavy sword practitioner. I don't really know what I can do. Jiao Xian leaned over. What can't you do? Practicing heavy sword requires first tempering the body. Those with inferior abilities might not even be able to cut you down with 2 or 3 people. If you get hit by a heavy sword, at best, you might break a foot or a leg. At worst, you could be crushed to pieces. Lan Zhou was astonished and covered her mouth. Oh? Your heavy sword even has a built-in berserk effect, right? Qi Yin tilted his head. What's berserk? We don't have that. Lan Zhou waved her hand. Metaphor, it means you hit harder. Speaking of which, how do we persuade Wu Ming and Lu Yao now? These two, one is stubborn and the other is a straightest student. Wu Ming truly believes that the visiting disciple will return to check the homework. While Lu Yao is too honest, they actually entered a meditative state. Lan Zhou stopped bothering the two middle school boys behind her and turned to poke Wu Ming, fearing that random touches might cause Wu Ming's spiritual energy to go berserk. Lan Zhou didn't even have the courage to poke her, so she could only play with Wu Ming's sleeve, trying to annoy her. Just as she was getting into it, Lan Zhou felt a chilling gaze fixed on her from above. Slowly raising her head, it was indeed Wu Ming who had opened her eyes at Wu Ming. Is there something? Lan Zhou awkwardly leaned closer. Wu Ming, aren't we good friends? Wu Ming, we just met yesterday. Lan Zhou, just say if our relationship is good or not. Wu Ming, it's all right. Lan Zhou, you see, both Lu Yao and I are merely at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. We are both quite fragile. Wu Ming, what's fragile about your celestial root? Lan Zhou, cat crying with tears. JPG Wu Ming, can you bear to leave such a cute little girl all alone without friends? Wu Ming, I can't bear it. Just say what you want quickly. Lan Zhou shyly hugged Wu Ming's arm and leaned against her. She suddenly realized that she was quite good at pretending to be a soft girl. Lan Zhou wants to form a team with everyone. This way, when we go out for training or competitions, our chances of winning will be higher, right? Wu Ming, disgusting, but whatever. If you really want to do it, then go ahead. Lan Zhou's expression was somewhat exaggerated. Ah. Really? Thank you, Wu Ming. Wu Ming's face turned pale. You, keep your distance from me. Lan Zhou. Ha 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 ha. A restrained laughter came from behind. Probably Lu Yao had woken up. Lan Zhou turned around with a sweet smile. What about you? Lu Yao? Lu Yao smiled. I'll join you guys. Lan Zhou gave herself a big thumbs up in her heart. Hehe, as expected of myself, I have such good social skills. This moment. Qi Yin suddenly leaned over. Then, boss, don't forget to take revenge for me. I can't stand the discrimination against heavy sword practitioners. Lan Zhou nodded in agreement. In fact, this matter didn't need to be handled at all. It would probably reach the ears of the higher-ups tonight, but she was still willing to stir the pot a little. Chapter 13. Is it intentional or accidental? Of course, it's intentional. The visiting disciple, having stirred up trouble, naturally didn't have the courage to come to class in the afternoon. So Lan Zhou slipped out of class early and ran back to Chilling Peak. Upon entering, she saw Qing Yin sitting in the main hall, reading a book. Lan Zhou dashed over, noticing there were 2 or 3 plates of small dishes on the table. Qing Yin's voice was warm. You're back? Sit down and eat. Lan Zhou found a seat close to Qing Yin and sat down. Lan Zhou, did master make this? Qing Yin, Mei Chim, if you like it, you can come back for dinner from now on. Lan Zhou picked up her bowl and began to eat delicately. Pretense was a must. Halfway through her meal, Lan Zhou suddenly seemed to think of something. Master, do you really think Guanhong Peak is very disgraceful? Qing Yin put down his book, looking at Lan Zhou with curiosity. Lan Zhou, how can you slander others' reputation like this? Lan Zhou waved her hand. It's not me. It's not me. It was the visiting disciple who said it in class today at tea that time. The disciple behind me almost rushed up to fight. Qing Yin picked up his book again, seemingly in thought. Then it's that visiting disciple's problem. Lan Zhou pretended to know nothing. Well, maybe, but if it escalates, the whole class will be disturbed. Who would dare to vent their anger on the visiting disciple? Qing Yin smiled and patted Lan Zhou's head. I have something to do outside. So finish your meal and go back to rest. No need to wait for me. Lan Zhou obediently nodded. Master, take care. I'll return to my room shortly. This reminded Lan Zhou of the dragon-slaying novel she had read before, where the female protagonist unknowingly ridiculed the male protagonist's identity, and then the male protagonist secretly supported the female protagonist and so on. Lan Zhou had previously mocked the female protagonist's White Lotus persona. But well, she was different. Is it intentional or accidental? Of course, it's intentional. If you have connections and don't use them, you're a fool. After finishing her meal, Lan Zhou took the bowl to the small kitchen in the attic, washed it and put it back, then leisurely returned to her room. Since she had nothing to do, she took out the sword manual that Qing Yin had given her earlier. The sword manual was thick enough to be deadly. Lan Zhou sighed. Is this the power of knowledge? Currently, the output of the 5 of them was generally sufficient. Logically, support should be the most important. Lan Zhou flipped to the section on sword techniques at the back. Qian Yun Lu Feng, with the sword technique being Lu Feng and the sword method being Qian Yun. Qian signifies killing, while Lu signifies gentleness, a sword method that is decisive in killing paired with a gentle sword technique. This sword manual itself is quite absurd. However, now the dilemma was at hand. Should one sacrifice combat power for the team's sake or prioritize self-preservation? This was not like a game. In games, support characters usually didn't need to deal damage, but competitions wouldn't be all about team battles. Damage skills must be prioritized. Lan Zhou picked up the nearby Feng Ming sword and decided to try the sword first. Practice is the hard truth. The sword technique requires a combination of spiritual energy and swordsmanship to be executed better. If the initial swordsmanship is not done well, it's indeed a bit early to be entangled in advanced studies. It was her first time holding a sword, and Lan Zhou felt her hands were soft. She memorized the first stance of the sword method. The Qian Yun sword method repeatedly emphasized the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds in body movement and the sharpness of the sword technique. Striking lethally. The first stance is the simplest, listening to the clouds. Lan Zhou raised her sword and began to swing it in the bamboo forest, calming her mind to listen to the sound of the wind. The gentle breeze blew through the bamboo forest, and the emerald green bamboo leaves danced in the air. The moment the spiritual energy began to circulate, time seemed to stand still. At that moment on the martial discussion platform, the ribbon-like wind reappeared, but this time the spiritual energy was Lan Zhou's own. The wind-type spiritual energy swirled powerfully around Lan Zhou, wrapping the falling bamboo leaves within, its force seeming both present and absent. Like a gentle embrace, the bamboo leaves attempted to float away from the wind's grasp, but with a shift in her movement, Lan Zhou slashed through the bamboo leaves and snared by the wind with her sword. The fierce wind howled as it tore apart the myriad bamboo leaves swirling in the air. The playful Lan Zhou from earlier had vanished, replaced by a face devoid of expression, revealing the blue-green eyes unseen on the celestial ladder. With a piercing gaze ahead, it was thick with killing intent. Disperse, a simple mantra. The roaring wind silently departed. Lan Zhou lifted her sword, examining it with great care, realizing her innate talent for swordsmanship was remarkably high. The intense murderous intent that surged within her heart left Lan Zhou exhilarated, as it was her first encounter with such a feeling. She could hardly suppress the upward curve of her lips and, seizing the opportunity while Qing Yin had not yet returned, she stealthily slipped back to her room. The bamboo grove in the evening lay in tranquil silence, as if no one had ever visited. Only the scattered, finely chopped bamboo leaves bore witness to the fact that someone had indeed been there. Qing Yin stood pondering for a long while in that very spot. It was remarkable that Lan Zhou could combine spiritual energy with swordplay on her very first practice. He, who had previously harbored no interest in taking on disciples, found himself unexpectedly entertaining the thought of personally imparting sword techniques. The following morning, Lan Zhou emerged from her room and spotted Qing Yin seated in their usual place. Engrossed in a book, she approached him and greeted, "Good morning, master." Qing Yin smiled and nodded. "Ah, good morning. Will you be returning for lunch today?" Lan Zhou replied, "Yes, by the way, master, may I ask you a question?" Qing Yin set down his book, his long, fair fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Why not learn both simultaneously?" Lan Zhou took a seat, resting her chin on her hands. "Master, please enlighten me." Qing Yin, seeing Lan Zhou eagerly peering at him, couldn't help but chuckle. The sword techniques and sword formulas of Qianyun Lufeng are birthed from the same philosophy: to protect oneself. Only by ensuring one's own safety can one safeguard the world. If one cannot protect oneself, how can one protect others? Lan Zhou nodded thoughtfully. "So how should I learn?" Qing Yin gently stroked Lan Zhou's now silken hair. "The sword formula enhances the sword techniques. The techniques that harm others primarily serve as supplementary means. If you wish to injure, you must still practice the sword techniques. The essence of swordplay lies in its precision rather than its quantity. Mastering just a few techniques is often sufficient to defeat an opponent, for powerful sword styles are seldom employed." Lan Zhou suddenly understood. Qing Yan's words could be simplified to mean that powerful techniques consume significant energy and are best used sparingly. The sword formulas provide excellent buffs that can easily be integrated with sword techniques, preventing distraction. The techniques themselves are not numerous. It often comes down to just one or two. Mastery of them is paramount. Lan Zhou stood up. "Thank you, master. For clarifying my doubts, I must hurry before I am late for class." Qing Yin responded, "See you later." After she dashed away, Qing Yin sighed, feeling somewhat insignificant as a master. However, had he forgotten to mention something? He had neglected to remind her to eat on time. How curious it was that he found himself fretting over such matters. he resolved to inquire with Chuyuan. The sect leader remarked, "So I suppose I am expected to know everything, am I?" Chapter 14. One must not be too ostentatious, and learning should not be treated frivolously. Lan Zhou skipped into the classroom, only to be met with the gaze of 4 others. "What have I done?" she questioned. Suddenly, it dawned on her that these 4 were aware of her master's identity. Wu Ming said, "If I recall correctly, you apprenticed under a nascent soul master, right? Did you really exchange that guest elder?" Lu Yao exclaimed, "Lan Zhou, you're amazing." Qi Yin added, "From now on, you are my boss." Zhou Xian wore a smug expression. As expected, "Hmph." Lan Zhou shot him a glare. "If you dare say that again, I'll execute you right here." Zhou Xian pouted, rolling his eyes towards the ceiling. All right. Lan Zhou nonchalantly took her seat. Yesterday, he spoke without thinking. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, he would have been reprimanded sooner or later. I merely gave him a gentle push. Qi Yin gave her a thumbs up. "You're spot on." "Boss," Zhou Xian protested, "have you forgotten that you are my junior?" Qi Yin scrutinized Zhou Xian with disdain. "Oh?" Lan Zhou crossed her arms, observing their banter. "Enough of this, Zhou Xian. Just yesterday, you called me your boss. You merely second in command." Zhou Xian retorted, "Then he as third." Wu Ming smacked Lan Zhou on the head. "The new teacher is coming. Turn your head." Lan Zhou shrugged. "All right." Lu Yao held Wu Ming back. All right. Qi Yin questioned, "So, who is the actual boss of this group?" Wu Ming glared fiercely. "Her?" Lan Zhou bent down. "I wouldn't dare." For some reason, the teacher took an unusually long time to arrive. Glancing toward Lan Zhou as he entered, Lan Zhou thought to herself, "Ah, it must be my master who reported me." The teacher cleared his throat and announced a hymn. "My surname is Song. You may call me Mr. Song." The class responded, "Good day, Mr. Song." Subsequently, Mr. Song began the lesson, but the content was rather mundane. Lacking the wit of a guest elder, it consisted merely of basic concepts regarding the use of spiritual energy, and soon enough, he instructed the students to practice independently. Since everyone possessed at least mid-stage Qi refinement, they had no trouble grasping the fundamentals. However, Lan Zhou lamented, "I don't know how." Zhou Xian casually gathered a surge of spiritual energy to form a lightning sphere. Casting a challenging glance at Lan Zhou, "No way, right? Surely no one in mid-stage Qi refinement can't use spiritual energy?" Lan Zhou smirked dismissively. "All right, during the afternoon's practical test, don't even think about running away." Zhou Xian instantly broke out in goosebumps. "What are you doing? Are you going to attack your fellow disciples?" Lan Zhou waved her hand. "Who is attacking you? I just want you to see how I surpass you in no time." She had merely learned how to channel her abilities from Wu Ming during the recruitment event. She could only absorb and release spiritual energy for now, and had yet to master the technique of gathering energy externally to launch attacks. Wasn't this a method of spell cultivation? Why would a sword cultivator need to learn this? Zhou Xian leaned against Qi Yan's desk, arms crossed. "You don't know this? Have you heard of the method of covering the sword with spiritual energy?" he asked. Lan Zhou shook her head. "No. My sword techniques don't require such basic tactics. The Luyun sword technique integrates spiritual energy into the movements, creating a unity between sword and spirit." Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow. "Do you know about the sword formulas?" Lan Zhou suddenly perked up. "What's that about?" Zhou Xian explained. "It combines with the sword to enhance its intent using spiritual energy, thereby increasing your damage and that of your allies." Haven't you heard of this before?" Lan Zhou replied. "A moment, that sounds like the first formula in my sword manual." Zhou Xian felt a bit awkward. Ha, but you haven't learned it yet. "Have you?" Lan Zhou nodded. "True, but I will have it mastered by this afternoon." Zhou Xian fell dramatically to the ground. "I despise you talented people." Yet Lan Zhou insisted earnestly, "It's still quite challenging. You know, I understand better than you the importance of not being too ostentatious in one's conduct, nor treating learning frivolously. Look, I'm so honest." Wu Ming couldn't take it anymore. "Then hurry up and learn." Lu Yao glanced at Lan Zhou, nearly having her head pressed into the desk. "Are you all right?" Lan Zhou raised her hand. "I'm fine. It's just friendly banter among classmates." Qi Yin had just formed a blazing fireball. "Hey, Zhou Xian, shall we have a friendly exchange as well?" Zhou Xian widened his eyes and quickly dodged. "Whoa!" Thus, they spent the entire morning in playful antics, and finally, it was time for the assessment. The guest elder placed a wooden plaque far from them. "This plaque has a thread of my injected spiritual energy. Please carefully sense the energy and strike the plaque with your condensed energy to complete the course. Lan Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the final assessment? Seeing the astonished faces, the guest elder quickly explained. We must coordinate with the progress of other classes. After all, some students in neighboring classes struggle even to sense spiritual energy. Though everyone was confident, the results of the assessment were less than satisfactory. The energy felt too weak. How could they possibly hit the plaque? Was it placed too far away? Who could possibly hit it? Qi Yin scratched his head. Having failed several attempts to hit the target, he poked Zhou Exine beside him. Hey, how are you doing? Unexpectedly, the once proud Zhou Exine admitted. Well, I must say, it is indeed quite challenging. Qi Yin quipped. Who was it this morning that mocked Lan Zhou so loudly? Zhou Exine replied. Wu Ming. She nearly smashed Lan Zhou's head onto the desk. Wu Ming, still scrutinizing the wooden plaque, suddenly flared up. Do you believe I could pierce you into the ground with an ice spike? Lan Zhou exclaimed. Serves you right. Let us get it on. The two immediately turned to glare at her, causing Lan Zhou's hair to stand on end. You all go on, haha. Lu Yao was more troubled. Being a healer, she had little experience with combat. She stared at the nearly invisible plaque in the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, she recalled using softwood for practice when her mother taught her to use needles as a child. An idea struck her, and she turned to the guest elder. Mr. Song, may I ask if spiritual energy can be condensed and attached to other objects? The elder nodded. Indeed, but wouldn't that be somewhat redundant? Lu Yao received the answer and, filled with joy, sought the silver needles from her storage pouch. She closed her eyes, employing her precise perception to sense the distant wooden plaque, channeling her spiritual energy into the silver needle. The moment she opened her eyes, the needle shot forth, aiming directly at the plaque. With a resounding pop, the sound of the needle striking the plaque echoed from afar. Everyone turned to gaze at the timid little girl. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, Lu Yao became frightened and hid behind the nearest figure, Wu Ming. Mr. Song clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, Excellent! Lu Yao has hit the plaque. You have graduated. Now, do share how you managed to strike the plaque, Lu Yao replied in a soft voice. Mother taught me how to use flying needles, and since the silver needle is quite slender, it is easier to control with spiritual energy and less likely to miss. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming seemed to have an epiphany. She condensed a slender ice spike, sending it racing toward the wooden plaque, which was instantly shattered upon impact. Mr. Song declared, Wu Ming, you have graduated. Lan Zhou, stroking her chin, observed for a long while, nodding in approval. Indeed, someone has succeeded. The show can now commence. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to swirl around Lan Zhou, startling everyone present, who turned to look at her. At that moment, Lan Zhou had no time to lament her own commotion. Her keen gaze was fixated on the wooden plaque in the wind. An invisible azure spiritual energy spiraled toward the plaque, compressing its fragile form until a sharp cracking sound reverberated. The plaque splintered. This spectacle left Mr. Song greatly alarmed. The ruckus created by her mid-stage qi cultivation was akin to that of a golden core practitioner. Lan Zhou, you have graduated. With a toss of her hair, Lan Zhou remarked, Ah, that was quite challenging. Zhou Exine stood to the side, seething with resentment, declaring, One day, I shall rid the world of all those who flaunt their prowess. Chapter 15. Persuading Parents, We Are Experienced. What is this? A tornado demolishing a parking lot? Wow, so impressive. Lan Zhou reveled in the glorious moment of her recent display. Had she not been in the realm of cultivation, she would have certainly recorded the scene as a treasured heirloom for generations. However, the square fell into a hushed silence, with everyone staring in astonishment at Lan Zhou, who sensed something was amiss. Just days prior, she had been seen neglecting her studies and chatting with those around her, leading many to believe she was merely passing the time. Could it be that the wind element she wielded was indeed that of a prodigy with a wind spiritual root? How impressive, boss. I want to team up with you. The last comment sounded familiar, prompting Lan Zhou to shoot a sharp glance at Qi Yin. Don't you dare embellish the story. Qi Yin stumbled back, taken aback by her fierce gaze, scratching his head, his eyes darting. Was I too excited? Lan Zhou chose to ignore him and began her clumsy performance. Oh, what is happening? Ah, I apologize. I mismanaged my spiritual energy and caused trouble for everyone. Zhou Exine and the others murmured in surprise. Mr. Song stood silently to the side for a long time before feigning calmness. Ahem, it's all right. As long as you are unharmed, you may rest over there. Seeing that only he and Qi Yin had yet to succeed among the five, Zhou Exine grew anxious. Lan Zhou found his anxious foot-tapping amusing and approached to offer guidance. I remember you possess a thunder spiritual root. Correct? Yes, and what of it? Zhou Exine replied impatiently. Noticing his indifference, Lan Zhou waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. If you want to listen to me, figure it out on your own. Zhou Exine hurried after her, calling out, Sister, sister, I was wrong. Please, tell me how. Lan Zhou, relenting at his earnestness, said, Since you ask so sincerely, I suppose I can share. Use your thunder spiritual root to shoot a spiritual thread directly toward the plaque instead of forming a ball of energy. As long as you approximate its location, the plaque will attract the energy. Zhou Exine scratched his head in confusion. But why? Lan Zhou, somewhat exasperated, replied, The plaque is too far away. Even if you were to throw a shot put, you might not reach it. Liu Yao and Wu Ming succeeded because they prioritized range over force. You lack the finesse to wield needles like they do, and your spiritual root cannot shape energy as precisely as Wu Ming's. The best approach is to make an effort to make contact with the plaque using minimal effort, then unleash your power. Zhou Exine seemed to grasp the concept. Oh, just like catching a loach. First, lure it out of its hole, and then grab it. Excellent analogy, but refrain from using such comparisons in the future, Lan Zhou replied. Zhou Exine disregarded her criticism and eagerly gazed at the forlorn wooden plaque in the distance. A thread of spiritual energy emerged from his palm, shooting straight toward the plaque. At the moment of contact, Zhou Exine suddenly exerted force, and a flash of lightning illuminated the square, followed by a series of crackling sounds as the plaque was charred. Puffed with pride, Zhou Exine strolled off the stage leisurely, leaving only Qi Yin still attempting to succeed. Lan Zhou had intended to offer him guidance as well, but she noticed Mr. Song observing her with a peculiar expression. Realizing her teacher was paying close attention, she decided it best not to stand out further. Qi Yin, drenched in sweat atop the stage, watched as Zhou Exine sauntered down, and with Lan Zhou barred from the stage, he realized he had to rely on himself. Glaring intensely at the distant plaque, Qi Yin felt his body temperature rising. The unusual heat caught Mr. Song's attention, prompting him to rush over to Qi Yin. What is happening? Stop at once. Ignoring Mr. Song's words, Qi Yin pressed forward, channeling all his spiritual energy into a fierce assault on the plaque. A massive fireball soared toward the plaque, exploding with a thunderous roar. Not only did the plaque shatter, but the building behind it was also left with a gaping hole. Mr. Song's heart raced in alarm. This is disastrous. Qi Yin, having penetrated the plaque, felt a surge of triumph and raised his hands in exultation, shouting, Oh, I passed. The four below stared in awe. This kid is truly formidable. Much like Lan Zhou's earlier feat, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Qi Yin, believing himself to be equally impressive, strutted down the stage, boasting to Lan Zhou, Hey, boss, look, I'm receiving the same treatment as you. Lan Zhou, expressionless, replied, No, the silence is due to their fear of incurring losses. She gestured toward the destroyed building Qi Yin had just caused. Qi Yin blinked in confusion. Huh? Turning to see where Lan Zhou pointed, he slowly turned back to her. Boss, Lan Zhou replied, If you don't want me to rummage through my pockets and take whatever you find, be my guest. With that, she produced the storage pouch freshly gifted to her by Qing Yin, shaking it in front of Qi Yin. Qi Yin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I am finished. My father will surely discipline me tonight. Lan Zhou patted his shoulder reassuringly. He won't go that far. Just explain it to him tonight. Qi Yin's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, yes, Zhou Exine, watching the exchange from a distance, was filled with confusion. What could possibly appease a furious body cultivator? That evening, as Lan Zhou and Qing Yin dined together in the hall of Floating Cloud Pavilion, they happened to discuss the day's graduation test. Qing Yin had already learned of Lan Zhou's performance from the sect leader. Well done. However, I hear one of your friends caused quite a stir during the test. The recollection of the sect leader lamenting the destruction of his precious little house made Qing Yin's head throb. Lan Zhou reassured him, It's nothing to worry about, master. His father will compensate for the damages. It's not a significant issue. If Qing Yin was correct, the current peak master of Guanhong Peak had quite the temper. If he learned he had to pay for the damages, he would surely chase that disciple around the mountain in a fury. Qing Yin looked at Lan Zhou in confusion as she smiled triumphantly beside him, because I told him to say it that way to his father. That night, upon returning home, Qi Yin was unusually attentive, serving his father wine and cooking meat while even offering to massage his legs. Red Lien felt an odd sense that his son had stirred up trouble. He kicked at his industrious son. "What's with you today, acting all servile?" Qi Yin, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "Oh, come on. When have I ever been unfilial? Right, father? Speak your mind quickly," Red Lien urged. Qi Yin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing major. I just performed exceptionally today." "Oh? Father, you should have seen it. During the test, I struggled to hit the plaque, and I was quite anxious. Then I devised a plan." Seeing Red Lien engrossed in his tale, Qi Yin continued confidently, "I concentrated all my spiritual energy into my dantian, and the temperature in the entire area skyrocketed. Flames blazed around me, and with a mighty throw, an explosion erupted. The atmosphere was electric. It was pure chaos." Red Lien laughed heartily. "That's my son." "Ha ha ha." Emboldened, Qi Yin continued, "But that guest elder didn't he share the same sentiment?" Red Lien furrowed his thick brows. "What? Dare he belittle my son?" Qi Yin eagerly chimed in. "Exactly. No one dared speak. The elder not only failed to announce my results, but also nitpicked." Red Lien slammed his hand on the table. "What? Nitpicking? Does he look down on us at Guanhong Peak?" "Exactly. He kept whining about his burned-down house, completely disregarding my impressive performance." Red Lien's fury ignited, unaware of the true nature of the destruction. "What? It's just a house. I'll pay him back. Look at him, all poor and pitiful. Go to the treasury and grab some money. Tomorrow, I'll make sure he knows Guanhong Peak is not to be trifled with." Qi Yin nodded earnestly. "Understood. He. Doesn't this just mean I've successfully muddled through?" Qing Yin, caught between laughter and tears, gently tapped Lan Zhou's head with her finger. "You, oh Lan Zhou." Lan Zhou feigned grievance. "Woo-woo, master. Why do you tap me? Is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it just speaking the truth?" Feng Zhu has compensated, and Qi Yin has endured the punishment he deserved. At worst, I've just missed out on a beating. Master, you no longer love me." Qing Yin, both amused and exasperated, replied, all right, let's eat. I won't tease you any longer." With that, she casually rubbed the spot on Lan Zhou's head where she had just tapped. Lan Zhou stuck out her tongue and continued to eat, thinking, hee, I am quite the expert at charming my elders. Truth be told, Master S cooking is quite delicious. Chapter 16. No matter which world one inhabits, the fate of visiting relatives and friends is inescapable. Time flew by swiftly, and 5 to 6 months passed in a blink. The students of Class B, C, and D gradually improved their cultivation levels, while Class A began to see new progress in their lessons. Recently, they were learning how to fly using sword artifacts. With her 3 years of driving experience from her previous life, combined with her innate talent buff, Lan Zhou quickly mastered the foaming sword. As she became increasingly enthralled, it seemed she understood the thrill that Shang Yun experienced while racing, because it was simply exhilarating. Qing Yin had some matters to discuss with Lan Zhou and, upon descending from the loft, spotted Lan Zhou circling above the bamboo grove. Qing Yin. Seeing Qing Yin come looking for her, Lan Zhou hastily hit the brakes and landed right in front of her. With her hair tousled by the wind, Lan Zhou smiled, Master, what brings you here? For some inexplicable reason, a strange voice echoed in Qing Yin's mind. Mom, I'm back from messing around. Suppressing her amusement, she smiled. A friend of mine has recently invited me to a gathering. I may be gone for a few days. Would you like to accompany me? Lan Zhou initially intended to decline, as it seemed unrelated to her, but she was already aware of her master's identity as the Sword Ancestor. Friends of the Sword Ancestor couldn't be simple folk, and perhaps a trip could yield some treasures. Surely, they would bring some gifts. It's all about socializing. After all, Lan Zhou. Sure, Master. When do we depart? Qing Yin pondered for a moment. No rush. We still have a day or two before we leave. Lan Zhou, brushing her disheveled hair, decided to head towards the teleportation array. Then, Master, I'll go inform my friends. Qing Yin could no longer hold back and caught the one who was about to slip away. Lan Zhou, come here. Let me tidy your hair first. Lan Zhou pouted. Her messy hair was already familiar to her friends. Sometimes, she would even grab a bamboo stick by the roadside to tie it up. However, Since her master had spoken, she dared not run off. Lan Zhou obediently sat in front of the mirror, allowing her master to comb her hair. Qingyan always exuded a faint orchid fragrance, and Lan Zhou couldn't resist snuggling closer. Qingyan didn't mind Lan Zhou curling up against her, though it made it a bit challenging to comb her hair. As Lan Zhou grew more playful, Qingyan had no choice but to gently tap Lan Zhou's little head. Sit still. Lan Zhou stuck out her tongue. I understood. After months of interaction, their intimacy grew, and Lan Zhou gradually shed her initial wariness, revealing her true self. She began to banter and playfully tease Qingyan. Every few days, the academy would grant them a couple of days off. Lan Zhou usually spent one day practicing with her friends or going down the mountain to play, while the other day, she would stay at the floating cloud pavilion with Qingyan. Sometimes Lan Zhou would practice her swordplay under Qingyan's guidance, and at other times, Qingyan would read while Lan Zhou nestled in his embrace, enjoying a leisurely nap. This tranquil life nearly made Lan Zhou forget about her quest for vengeance. Indeed, it seemed that systems in transmigration novels had their advantages. At least they had someone to guide them. While she could only fumble her way through, sighing, Lan Zhou set off down the mountain. Hearing Lan Zhou's sighs, Qingyan asked, did combing her hair hurt her? Down the mountain, Zhou Xian and his companions had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lan Zhou emerge from the teleportation array, they greeted her one by one, except for Zhou Xian, who spoke sarcastically. Oh, our leader is indeed our leader. The grandeur is unmatched. Lan Zhou walked over, and the other three skillfully cleared a path for her. Zhou Xian feigned calm. What are you doing? I'm now a peak chi refining expert, half a foot into AM. Suddenly, foaming sword soared forward, and a small flying sword shot out. The sword energy swept past, sending Zhou Xian tumbling to the ground. Facing the dirt, Zhou Xian slowly raised his thumb. As expected of our leader, flying swords in no time. Wu Ming. Some people probably feel uncomfortable if they aren't beaten up by Lan Zhou every day. Liu Yao. I've recently refined many new medicines. Want to give them a try? Qingyan, brother. Always remember your chest-thumping image. Lan Zhou approached and pulled Zhou Xian up. All right, the daily beating is over. I have something serious to discuss. The four of them. What is it? Lan Zhou. Master said that in 2 days, he will be meeting with an old friend, and since it seems important, he.s bringing me along, so I won't be lonely on the peak. Zhou Xian, that's wonderful. In prosperity and wealth, do not forget your friends. The one who was just lying on the ground sprang to life, embracing Lan Zhou's shoulders. Lan Zhou. What do you mean by in prosperity and wealth? We'll see what happens. I still need to act accordingly. The others were still unaware of Lan Zhou's true circumstances and thought she might be sold off by her golden core master. Wu Ming. No worries if he dares to touch you. The 13 peaks won't let him off. Liu Yao. This is the poison I miscalibrated in the last few days. It's toxic. Ah, so you intend to poison him at the right moment? Qingyan. Leader, do you need me to protect you closely? If you don't want to attend school, just say so. Lan Zhou hurriedly ended that topic, fearing these troublemakers might directly confront her master. All right, I know what I'm doing. He wouldn't sell me off. I'm not worth much. Now, let us discuss what we'll practice today at Wu Ming. I've been thinking lately. Magical artifacts really don't suit me. Lan Zhou. Why? Wu Ming. Most magical artifacts attack distant enemies. What if some sneak in while Qingyan isn't on guard? Lan Zhou pondered. It was indeed a concern. She couldn't just throw a ball at them, could she? Lan Zhou. I'll think of a way to modify the magical artifacts soon. Wu Ming. How will you modify them? Lan Zhou. To allow both close combat and long-range attacks. Wu Ming. You truly make the best use of people. Lan Zhou. You flatter me. Zhou Xian, lounging on a tree, relaxed. And what about you? Lan Zhou. As I said, my physique is weak. I'm not suited for combat. I'll just assist all of you. The three, except for Liu Yao, who had all been beaten by her. Are you kidding? Lan Zhou made a shushing gesture. Just think of me as a backup resource. After months of interaction, they all knew of Lan Zhou's extraordinary strength and leadership skills, so there was no further objection. Lan Zhou stretched lazily. Sigh, matters resolved, now it's just preparing to visit relatives in a couple of days. Chapter 17. Emotional intelligence often manifests in how one addresses others, so uncle, do you have something to discuss? The question arises. What is the experience of visiting relatives and friends in the realm of cultivation? The answer. A comfort that even the legendary dragon Aotion has never experienced. Although Lan Zhou understood that the friends of the sword ancestor were not simple figures, she thought, "Ah, Qingyin, you ancient recluse, have taken on a disciple. What a lovely little sister. Mei Shi, please do not tease the child." From the moment she boarded the cloud boat, Lan Zhou's face had not ceased to be pinched. Her originally fair visage was now flushed. This made the somewhat nervous Lan Zhou lose her composure. She found herself among relatives and acquaintances of the sword ancestor, beings of immense power who could only be compared to the likes of Dragon Aotian at the end of his journey. This was when she had to leverage her years of professional experience. To negotiate well, proper titles were essential. Lan Zhou smiled gently, addressing the youngest sister and the handsomest brother. "Greetings." Sisters, greetings, uncles, the elder among them, appearing as a middle-aged man, looked at Lan Zhou. "Why do we become uncles upon reaching us?" A graceful and extraordinary lady, who had been pinching Lan Zhou's cheeks, laughed while covering her mouth. "This was Mei Zhiyu. Just look at how long you've been growing that beard. Not calling you grandfather is already showing you respect." Lan Zhou hid behind Qingyin, nodding vigorously in agreement. "My apologies. I was too blunt just now. Calling you brother did feel a bit insincere." The middle-aged man was quite displeased and retrieved some protective magical artifacts and elixirs from his storage pouch. The elixirs looked extraordinary, enough to tempt Lan Zhou deeply. The shameless uncle squatted down and placed the items in his palm. "Come, call me brother, and these are all yours." Lan Zhou gazed longingly at the spiritual elixirs and magical artifacts, but her eyes darted between Qingyin's refined features and the uncle's rugged face. "Help!" The disparity was too stark, yet the client's request was my pursuit. The desires of the client were my goals. Lan Zhou struggled to build her mental fortitude, causing the already wounded Luo Zhuo to suffer yet another blow to his spirit. Qingyin, amused by Lan Zhou's helpless big eyes, chuckled. "If you can't call it out, it's fine. If you wish, I can go back and fetch some for you." As Luo Zhuo attempted to amuse the children in vain, he was met with a scathing rebuke from Qingyin. Igniting a sense of indignation within him in a fit of frustration, he handed over his rarely seen protective talismans and several healing elixirs to Lan Zhou, exclaiming, "All right, call me uncle." Lan Zhou, reluctant to put him in a difficult position, replied, "Actually, you are quite handsome, uncle." Luo Zhuo responded with an appreciative glance, "You have good taste. However, please refrain from self-praise." Lan Zhou forced a smile. Observing that Lan Zhou had a knack for charming others, the group was further amused. Mei Zhiyu, noticing Lan Zhou's curiosity about the rare talismans and elixirs, generously produced numerous secret treasures from the Yulin sect, which, in the eyes of outsiders, were priceless rarities, yet were considered mere trifles by the venerable ancestors present. Although Lan Zhou was not discerning, she adhered to the principle that items belonging to influential figures must be valuable, thus accepting them. The only price for this was that her head was thoroughly ruffled by the woman. A sense of déjà vu overwhelmed Lan Zhou, as she realized she was on the verge of social embarrassment. When her master rescued her from the embrace of the stunning Mei De, her expression bore a mix of despair and peculiar satisfaction. However, Qingyin, who had a certain understanding of Lan Zhou, recognized that her satisfaction stemmed solely from the treasures bestowed upon her by Mei Zhiyu. It was a testament to his inadequacy as a master. How could he be unaware of his disciple's dire need for resources? He resolved to provide her with more upon their return. With a pained expression, he received a comforting pat on the back from Lan Zhou. "It's nothing, merely a transaction. Do not be disheartened for me, dear brother. I am making sacrifices for my career." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Qingyin, typically ethereal, appeared oddly comical alongside Lan Zhou. As pleasantries concluded and gifts began to flow, even the notoriously stingy Su Juyi presented a sword pendant to her. The old monk from the Yingong sect generously offered a protective golden bell. The wealthiest talisman master, Dao Mingyi, not only gifted her a talisman compendium but also several ready-made talismans, presumably of his own design. It was evident to Lan Zhou, who could easily guess his identity as the talisman patriarch, that these items, which could fetch millions of spirit stones outside, were to be cherished. Just when she thought it was over, Dao Mingyi unexpectedly gifted her 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. Lan Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, brother." Luo Zhuo, who was indeed younger than Dao Mingyi, lamented, "I underestimated her. It turns out she is a treasure enthusiast." Lan Zhou replied, Nevertheless, this gentleman does indeed appear youthful to the naked eye. Thus, with the support of various esteemed figures, Lan Zhou acquired treasures that would typically require numerous perilous adventures, transforming her seemingly ordinary storage pouch into a coveted item. Was this the allure of being the Sword Ancestor's first disciple? With starry eyes, she mused that as long as she remained humble, such fortunate days could continue. Reclining comfortably on the cloud boat, she felt content. Meanwhile, several elders had entered to discuss matters, leaving her in the care of a few guest scholars outside the boat. The envious gazes directed at her were almost scorching, yet Lan Zhou, typically patient, remained unfazed, lounging leisurely in a corner of the cloud boat. Within the secret chamber of the boat, Qing Yin inquired, "So, what exactly transpired during this village massacre?" Upon witnessing Lan Zhou's innocent and pitiable demeanor, Meiji Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her plight. It seemed there were new developments at play. Luo Zhua, shedding his usual flippant demeanor, spoke gravely. The reticent Ming Jiuyi emerged from the shadows. His antics often complicate matters. And now that action is required, it is imperative to eliminate any hindrance swiftly. Wu Mizi joined his hands in prayer. Amitabha, the perpetrator may act directly. Why resort to slaughtering a village unrelated to the Qianyun sect? Dao Mingyi also sensed something amiss. This village lies on the fringe of the territory governed by the Qianyun sect. If they wish to sway public opinion against us, surely larger, more central villages would suffice. At this moment, Qing Yin slowly interjected, "I believe their objective is not to tarnish the reputation of the Qianyun sect." The assembly expressed confusion. Qing Yin continued, "To be precise, they aim to position the Qianyun sect as a scapegoat in the future." Dao Mingyi immediately countered, "A scapegoat? Who among the world does not know of the Qianyun sect's enmity with the demon clan? Who would believe that such a sect would conspire with the demons?" A series of knocks echoed from outside. "Elders, a disciple seeks an audience with you." Dao Mingyi, deep in thought, replied brusquely, "We shall not meet." Yet the disciple outside insisted, but she claims to know the details behind the village massacre. Upon hearing this, the gathered elders recognized the identity of the visitor and exchanged glances, debating whether to expose this child to the harsh realities of the world at such a tender age. After a prolonged silence, Qing Yin finally relented. "Very well, let her in." Chapter 18. The situation grows dire. Task difficulty reassessed. Lan Zhou stepped cautiously into the dimly lit room, her small figure appearing forlorn and isolated. Unlike her charming demeanor outside the cloud boat, her youthful visage bore an unsettling calmness not typical for her age. The coldness in her expression reminded Qing Yin of the time she first arrived at the floating cloud pavilion, where she wore a bright smile in public yet appeared desolate and expressionless in private. "Surely, esteemed elders, you are aware that I am not merely a stray child but a survivor from the village that was slaughtered." Lan Zhou stated, "There is no need for inquiries. I shall recount all that I know." Despite the elders' extensive experiences with bloodshed and brutality, the realization that these words came from a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl evoked profound sympathy. Wu Mizi lowered his head in prayer. "Amitabha, child, please speak. I shall remain silent." Lan Zhou glanced at Qing Yin, who usually radiated warmth but now seemed shrouded in shadows, his face obscured. She began, "Before the incident, my family concealed me in the wilderness beyond the village. They hid me swiftly, so I have little direct impression of the assailants, though I did catch glimpses of them a few times. They did not appear to be ruthless criminals, seemingly inexperienced in the act of slaughter, even allowing someone to slip past them unnoticed." Her unnaturally composed demeanor left even the seasoned elders gasping in disbelief, as they recognized her as the true victim, while outsiders might mistake her for the perpetrator. "Upon awakening in the wilderness, my first instinct was to assess the situation in the village, approaching each home in turn. The wounds were clean and did not resemble those inflicted by demonic creatures. I stood aside without feeling anything unusual. It was likely not demonic energy, although I have never encountered such a thing." Given that some disciples had been to the scene, Qing Yin knew this to be true, yet a myriad of emotions churned within him. Some bodies had been cleaved in half, like that of my brother, while others bore stab wounds. It seemed the assailant was not fond of this gruesome work, which led me to suspect at one point that it might have been the work of Sister Shang Yun and her companions. Even though Qing Yin was the sect's elder, he had no right to criticize Lan Zhou's initial doubts about the Qianyun sect. However, after spending time with them, I dismissed that notion, not because they treated me kindly, but because they were unable to face the corpses of my family. During the cremation and burial, some senior brothers and sisters even wept quietly. I could perceive their genuine sorrow. If they were indeed responsible, they would likely be more impatient than anything else. These calm yet chilling words sent shivers down the spine of even Su Juyi, who had long been accustomed to the underworld. What kind of brutality must one witness to instill such terrifying composure in a girl of merely 12 or 13? Lan Zhou recognized her own excessive rationality and, astonishingly, smiled. I remember every detail, not daring to forget a single one, afraid that their deaths might fade into obscurity. Recently, I have read numerous books mentioning a soul extraction technique. No, the elders exclaimed in unison. They knew all too well the dangers of such a method. A single misstep could render this child mentally incapacitated for life. Dao Mingyi, typically the life of the party, found it difficult to speak. We have many methods at our disposal. Had it not been for the last moment, we would not resort to such measures. Be calm. Do not fear. Mei Jiyu, having witnessed many unfortunate women in her sect, had not felt such sympathy for anyone in a long time. She embraced Lan Zhou, who stood in the center of the dim chamber, offering comfort. It will be all right. So many sects are backing this matter. Even as venerable ancestors of the celestial realm, they found themselves feeling utterly helpless for the first time concerning a particular matter. They were well aware of the true identities of those orchestrating this endeavor and understood the origins of the instigators involved. They were also cognizant of the long-standing collusion between the two parties. However, the rot had long since permeated to the marrow. Beneath layers of resplendent fades, the twisted and shadowy core remained concealed from the eyes of the world. Their fear did not stem from formidable foes, but rather from the corruption within themselves. From various signs, it was evident to Lanzhou that this so-called sect dispute merely served to obscure the more profound decay within the celestial realm. When did scandals come to be beautified by their very existence? Lanzhou found this absurd. Judging by the silence among her companions, it seemed that this vendetta might be challenging to avenge. Yet, it mattered little. Lanzhou mused, she had but one life to spare. Time was on her side for a game of cat and mouse. Wait and see. The day would come. Emerging from the dim chamber, Qingyin's words and cheerful demeanor had suddenly diminished. Lanzhou felt a twinge of guilt, thinking that Qingyin might be upset with her on that day. After conversing for a while with a few others, Qingyin sat alone on the deck, sipping tea. Seizing the opportunity, Lanzhou stealthily approached and nestled into his embrace while he was momentarily distracted. Master, what tea are you drinking? Qingyin, as warm as ever, replied, Biluakun. Would you like to try some? Lanzhou nodded. To engage in meaningful conversation, shared interests were essential. Qingyin poured a small cup for her, and upon seeing her flinch as the hot tea touched her tongue, he couldn't help but chuckle. Be careful, the tea is quite hot. Lanzhou, ever obedient, responded. Oh. Qingyin glanced down at the seemingly innocent girl in his arms, his thoughts drifting. Lanzhou, do you regret becoming my disciple? Initially, Lanzhou had merely sought a master at the Golden Core stage, as it would deter others from paying her undue attention. Little did she realize that choosing Qingyin had yielded a similar effect, and he was undoubtedly a better option for her. Of course not. Master treats me so well. Why would I regret it? Qingyin replied. But if it weren't for the Qianyun sect, you would not have encountered these tribulations. A classic case of victim self-PUA, Lanzhou patiently countered, even though she seemed to be the most unfortunate one yet. The Qianyun sect is also a victim. It is those who perpetrate these acts that are guilty. Even without the grievances between the Qianyun sect and them, wouldn't they simply apply such schemes elsewhere? Lanzhou, akin to a wise elder, patted Qingyin's arm. Master, do not worry. We will catch them in due time. In truth, Lanzhou understood that these individuals were well aware of the real suspects. However, if she were to inquire too boldly, it would only complicate her future quest for vengeance. After all, it was a rather benevolent sect. Qingyin was amused by Lanzhou's antics. All right, go play. I have no further matters to attend to. Thus, Lanzhou gleefully scampered off. Proud of her ability to amuse her master. Chapter 19. Bringing the family along to visit relatives? A few days later, laden with rewards, Lanzhou joyfully returned to the Qianyun sect alongside Qingyin. The academy had already commenced its term, so upon her return, Lanzhou hurried straight to the school. Unfortunately, the guest lecturer was in the midst of a lesson, and upon seeing Lanzhao suddenly appear at the door, the lecturer nearly stumbled. Song Kuching, oh. Sir, you've returned? Lanzhao knocked on the doorframe. Excuse me, guest lecturer. With a sweeping gesture, Song Kuching replied, come in, sir. No need to be so formal. For some inexplicable reason, Lanzhao felt as though Song Kuching treated her like a favored family member. Relishing the special treatment. Once seated, her classmates could no longer contain their curiosity and began whispering among themselves. Hey, boss, was it fun over there? Remember, no matter how prosperous, don't forget your roots. Did you get beaten up? Are you hurt? Lanzhao, I've learned healing techniques. Lanzhao mused to herself, they certainly have their distinct personalities. She retorted lightly, why would I get beaten up? You always look like you're asking for it. Wu Ming chimed in, thank you for the compliment. At that moment, Jixin tugged at Lanzhao's sleeve from behind. Hey, what good stuff did you bring back? Isn't that the son of the Baiyufeng Peak Master? Lanzhao refrained from voicing her thoughts. Let us meet at the usual spot after class. Jixin wore an expression of understanding, signaling to Qiyin behind her. What are you going there for? To avoid eavesdropping classmates. Lanzhao opted to play the enigmatic role. You'll find out later. Don't ask here. After class, the five of them sequentially made their way out. The place they regularly trained together, referred to as the usual spot, was a relatively secluded garden behind the academy. Lanzhao opened her storage bag. Come. I received a plethora of gifts while visiting relatives. I've categorized them all for you. Qiyin, here's a protective talisman, a sturdy one. It is suitable for charging ahead. Wu Ming, this was given to me by a sister skilled in talismans. This Lingyun pearl is precious. Keep it safe. Jixin, enough. Remember, no matter how prosperous, don't forget your roots. Don't crowd so close. Here's a sword talisman. It comes with a unique sword technique. Don't neglect to learn it. Lulu, see what I've got for you. A few are third-grade rejuvenation pills, and one is a fourth-grade pure heart pill. Hee, the person who gifted me the medicine had plenty to spare. Take it. Curious onlookers were left in awe. Is this a performance? A Qi refining disciple managed to get a fourth-grade pure heart pill? That sword talisman looks formidable. Who knows how powerful the sword technique within is? As for the others, apologies, but they dared not harbor such desires. Jixin remarked, actually, I'm the one with the highest cultivation level here. The four of them stared in astonishment at the gifts Lanzhao had presented. Especially Lulu, who, though unfamiliar with the other items, knew well about pills, as they were her mother's specialty. Fourth-grade pills were rare in the cultivation world, often not even utilized by many who had reached the transformation stage. Her hands trembled. Lanzhao, is this truly for me? Lanzhao nodded, indeed. Don't worry, I've kept a few for myself. Feel free to use them. As the son of the Peak Master, Qiyin and Jixin had seen their fair share of high-grade talismans. Qiyin stared at the talisman in his hand, evidently crafted by a revered figure from the Yingong sect. In astonishment, wow, I thought calling you boss was a joke, but it turns out you truly are the boss. Jixin was less surprised, likely deducing that this sword talisman was gifted by another sect's elder. Holding the visibly valuable spirit orb, Wu Ming felt an odd sense of gratification wash over her. It was as if their family dog had finally learned some manners. After receiving their gifts, the four of them delved into research mode. To ensure they could fully appreciate their findings, Lanzhao didn't keep them there any longer. Back at Qingling Peak, Lanzhao overheard Xingyin conversing with someone. Old Yin, I forgot to mention on the Yunzhou. In a couple of days, our Tiandao sect will be hosting a Taoist conference. Would you like to bring Lanzhao along for a few days? Qingyin replied, she has already returned. If there is something, you can discuss it with her directly. Lanzhao sat down obediently. Is there something you wish to speak of, senior? Damingyi, beaming with a smile, replied, 2 days from now, there will be a Taoist conference at your senior's place. You've been at the Qinyun sect for quite some time. I presume you haven't had the chance to enjoy yourself yet? Why not come along with your master? Upon realizing that he sought her master rather than herself, Lanzhao responded, of course, I can come, but whether my master will go is up to him. She then turned to Qingyin, Master, will you go? Qingyin considered, there's been little happening in the sect lately. It wouldn't hurt to take you along. With the issue resolved, Lanzhao looked back at Damingyi. Doesn't that solve everything? Damingyi nodded approvingly. Impressive. Lanzhao returned a confident smile. Of course. Qingyin observed the amusing exchange between the two and sighed, try to be a bit more serious. Damingyi, unwilling to engage with the old stickler, retorted, I've already had a miserable time with my talismans. Can't I at least enjoy a laugh? Lanzhao glanced at her sighing master, feigning seriousness. I also believe we should be a bit more serious. The exasperated Damingyi withdrew from the conversation. Once Damingyi ceased communicating, Lanzhao curiously inquired, what is the Taoist conference? Qingyan explained, it is an important event for their Tiandao sect, intended for exchanging experiences. There will be some competitions, but winning or losing is not of utmost importance. Other sects are also welcome to participate. It's a small contest, determined by a single match. Given his reputation, many sects will participate, and we will as well. Lanzhao feigned interest. That sounds wonderful. Qingyan, knowing she preferred to avoid crowded places, reassured her, if you don't wish to compete, simply treat it as a visit. Lanzhao absent-mindedly nodded. The following morning, when Lanzhao arrived at the classroom, she was taken aback by the raucous noise in what was usually a tranquil space. Returning to her seat, she inquired of her equally engaged classmates, what is going on? Why the heated discussion? Zhou Xian gazed at Lanzhou in disbelief. Surely you haven't just woken up? Didn't your master inform you? The Dao FA conference is being held next door, and we must attend, Lanzhou replied. Us? What do you mean by us? Qi Yin excitedly gestured. This many of us. He circled around the classroom walls, implying that the entire class A could go. Lanzhou responded, Ah, that sounds wonderful. Zhou Xian, somewhat puzzled, asked, Aren't you excited at all? Lanzhou replied, I am absolutely thrilled. Monotone, Wu Ming, also perplexed, inquired, Aren't you participating in the minor competition at the Dao FA conference? Lanzhou explained, Oh, my master will be attending as well. He has matters to attend to and asked me to accompany him. So I won't be participating. He couldn't comprehend why this was so surprising. Didn't they all know he wasn't one for seeking excitement? Lanzhou turned to Wu Ming and asked, Why are you all so curious? What treasures could possibly be gained from this minor competition? What's the point of participating? Unexpectedly, Lu Yao, who typically appeared disinterested in combat, became animated. This time, there are competition platforms for every realm, and each champion from the different platforms will receive a reward from Tian Fa Dao. This left Lanzhou bewildered. Huh? Oh right. Rewards, I'm not particularly interested. At most, it's just, Lu Yao solemnly interjected. It could allow Tian Fa Dao to help enhance your magical tools, or have someone from Tian Fa Dao draw a few talismans for you. Lanzhou recalled the comprehensive talisman manual in her storage pouch. Thanks, but that's really not necessary. However, the idea of enhancing magical tools intrigued her. Lanzhou looked at Wu Ming, who felt uncomfortable under her gaze. What? Lanzhou pondered aloud. Didn't you say before that using magical tools puts you at a significant disadvantage in close combat? Wu Ming replied. Huh? Lanzhou slapped her thigh. Forget it, let's just go for it. Even if it meant suffering herself, she couldn't let her team endure hardship. Having been a project leader, Lanzhou understood this well. However, she felt an odd sensation. Why did it seem so strange? Observing Lanzhou's moments of resolute determination followed by furrowed brows. The four of them felt somewhat confused. Finally, Lanzhou spoke slowly. I understand what feels odd. The four of them responded in unison. What? Lanzhou replied earnestly. It feels like bringing the whole family along to visit relatives. Chapter 20. Bad luck? Encountering enemies halfway. In truth, Lanzhou's aversion to chess had its reasons. Back in her middle school days, when the school held a Go competition, the principal insisted that every class must have 2 participants. Teachers who couldn't find 2 players were forced to select students, and Lanzhou, being a Na'vi youth with a strong sense of collective honor, memorized the game strategies overnight to uphold her class's reputation. On the day of the competition, she surprisingly ranked among the top 3 despite being a novice. After that day, her tolerance for board games plummeted to nearly 0, yet now, Xiao Zhou, come play chess with me. Ah, your master has gone to handle matters. Just play with me for a while. Why did she refer to it as visiting relatives? Because certain individuals' antics resembled the chaotic relatives depicted in television dramas. Dao Mingyi, I'm talking about you? Lanzhou maintained a stoic expression, internally agitated. With no other choice, she sat down to play chess with this unexpected relative. Lanzhou assumed that her amateur skills would be easily outmatched by Dao Mingyi's seasoned expertise. However, she witnessed Dao Mingyi, one hand wielding a folding fan to gesture grandly, while the other hand deliberated over the chess pieces. Something's not right, very much not right. In order to facilitate Dao Mingyi's observation, Lanzhou had shifted aside. I see at least 9 things that are not right. Dao Mingyi, unwilling to accept defeat, raised his head. Is it only a few moments, and I've already lost? Lan Zhou estimated. If I'm not mistaken, a few refers to more than 2. Experiencing the joy of chess for the first time, Lan Zhou returned to the board. Shall we have another game? Senior? Dao Mingyi gazed into the distance. Look at those clouds, truly magnificent. Lan Zhou replied, indeed. The sky is splendid. It's quite dull to chat idly here. It wasn't that Lan Zhou desired this. She had thought she would merely observe, but now found herself ensnared by Dao Mingyi. Lan Zhou adjusted her disheveled clothing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Dao Mingyi quickly obstructed her path. Why the rush? Isn't your minor competition in the afternoon? Stay and chat a little longer. Lan Zhou continued to walk away. My friend is competing in the morning. I must go watch and cheer. Dao Mingyi, merely seeking someone to converse with out of boredom, conceded, fine, then I will reluctantly observe today's Dao FA conference. Lan Zhou replied, delighted to hear it. If you want to join in on the excitement, just say so. You're wasting my time. It wasn't that Dao Mingyi wanted to waste time. He sighed lightly. People of our status cannot simply appear at will. Lan Zhou maintained a straight face. Then why was your master summoned by you to handle matters? Does he lack status? Apologies, I am a dog and hold grudges. Dao Mingyi, feeling guilty, responded. This issue is indeed beyond my capacity to resolve. Isn't your master the sword ancestor? What exactly is going on? According to Dao Mingyi, on the day he returned from Yunzhou, a Taoist in the temple died under mysterious circumstances. And this death was not without cause. The individual had no remarkable achievements and was considered an ordinary disciple in the temple. They initially suspected it was a revenge killing, but the deceased's background was spotless, making it impossible to identify any enemies. Amidst the uproar, a powerful aura of resentment erupted from the corpse, intermingled with a faint sword energy. Upon further examination, it was discovered that the fatal injury was a sword wound that pierced through the abdomen. Subsequently, a close disciple of the deceased revealed. This person had harbored an intense hatred for the demon clan, to the point of madness. Because of this hatred, he frequently contacted Tianyi sect, which was at the forefront of the battle against demons, and had gifted them talismans multiple times. At this point, Lan Zhou unexpectedly interjected with a seemingly random question. By the way, Senior, is it difficult to draw teleportation talismans? Dao Mingyi, bewildered by her sudden query, is this relevant? Lan Zhou ignored him. Just tell me if it's easy or not. Dao Mingyi explained. For an average disciple, it's quite challenging. After several years of practice, it becomes manageable. Why do you ask? Lan Zhou continued to disregard him. Did you summon my master to leverage his experience in swordsmanship to determine the source of the sword energy? Dao Mingyi nodded. Swords carry their own aura, and sword energy is particularly unique. It can indicate the rough location of the assailant. Lan Zhou replied. Then you might be disappointed. Dao Mingyi asked, why? Lan Zhou, exasperated. This individual died during the Dao FA conference, sustained a sword wound, and left behind sword energy. Don't you think that's a bit too coincidental? Dao Mingyi seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting that this sword energy could potentially be fabricated by someone? Lan Zhou responded. Not necessarily. It's likely a case of clumsiness, and the assailant probably didn't anticipate that the victim would harbor resentment. This matter requires urgent investigation. If I'm not mistaken, someone intends to frame another. Correct? Dao Mingyi patted Lan Zhou on the head. All right, why are you worrying about this? With 2 old ancestors present, you should focus on your minor competition. As Lan Zhou approached the exit of the inner courtyard, she slipped away on her own. The morning competition was Wu Ming's turn. Lan Zhou wasn't particularly anxious about her winning or losing. She was simply there to enjoy the atmosphere. Before Wu Ming took the stage, Lan Zhou patted her shoulder. You must do your best. I've wagered all my 5 spirit stones on you. Wu Ming retorted, gambling fool, with nothing to lose. The self-proclaimed gambling fool, cursed to possess nothing, pushed Wu Ming onto the stage with a grin. Just when she thought it would be a straightforward competition, Lan Zhou recognized the individual standing across from her. Wu Yi? Am I seeing things? Didn't this person fall off the ascending immortal steps? How are they still here? At that moment, the judge announced, Tianyi sect's Wu Yi, facing off against Qianyun sect's Wu Ming. The competition begins. Chapter 21. Reality is the best tactic for defeating the overpowered hero this time. Not only Lu Yao but even Lan Zhou was taken aback. Astonishingly, this person who had fallen could still find a sect to join. Wu Ming on stage showed no signs of surprise. With her two indulgent parents, how could they tolerate their son living as a local tyrant in their territory? Lan Zhou observed Wu Yi on stage, clad in the Tianyi sect's white uniform, and couldn't help but grimace. What do they call this? The second use of cannon fodder. Wu Ming wasted no time, pulling out a spirit wind ball and unleashing a flurry of ice spikes. Wu Yi, brimming with confidence, flashed a charming smile reminiscent of a villain. He made no attempt to dodge and charged directly at Wu Ming, unsheathing his sword and aiming for her forehead. Wu Ming, what you owe me, I shall reclaim today. Such a declaration was straight out of a story featuring an overpowered hero. Lan Zhou glanced at the group of disciples in flowing white robes across from her. Each one exuded remarkable charisma, monotone, clearly indicative of a prodigious sect capable of nurturing overpowered heroes. No, more accurately, this was a wholesale market for overpowered heroes. The leader across the way, Su Yuetian, caught sight of Lan Zhou's fervent gaze. He returned her look with a confident smile, appreciating the elegance of the Tianyi sect. This individual possessed true refinement. Unfortunately for Lan Zhou, she inadvertently noticed the approving smile directed at her, causing her to freeze momentarily in surprise. She slowly turned to Lu Yao, exclaiming, "Lu Yao, help me, there's an insufferable normie over there." Following Lan Zhou's line of sight, Lu Yao also observed the flamboyant figure, and in fright, she quickly lowered her head, muttering, "How peculiar." Meanwhile, Wu Ming felt a touch of embarrassment, remarking, "Why is it that when you strike, you remain silent? Is that your strategy?" Seizing the moment, she unleashed a water-based spell, conjuring a cage to ensnare her opponent, then shifted to the side, preparing an ice spike for a decisive blow. Fortunately, Wu Yi had not been idly passing time at Tianyi sect. He roared, breaking free from the watery prison, and charged at Wu Ming once more. "Today, Wu Ming, you shall pay for your previous transgressions." Now it was Jiu Xian's turn to struggle to contain himself. Is this person so eager for attention that he must shout at the top of his lungs? If it were me, I would have sent him to the afterlife long ago. Lan Zhou half-joked, the overzealous youth fears nothing. Thus, it was advisable to read fewer mindless novels. In a silent arena, the only sound was the raucous shouting of a fool, which would test anyone's composure. Thankfully, one individual had been consistently vocal, providing Wu Ming ample opportunity. An ice spike solidified and shot forth, while the dim-witted Wu Yi assumed it was a mere standard attack. Attempting to block it with his sword, the moment the ice spike made contact with the blade, a wave of chill exploded outward, enveloping the stage in a veil of white frost. Lan Zhou even heard the sound of something freezing from below. Wu Ming then calmly remarked, "Fool, who told you that a spellcaster's attack can be casually blocked? Do you truly believe there is no distinction between magical and physical damage? Can your physical prowess defend against a spell?" Wu Ming continued her verbal assault. "Wu Yi, you are better suited to return and be your parents' obedient child. This is too challenging for you." As the icy mist dissipated, everyone clearly saw the fool attempting to block a spell with his sword. Now frozen and incapable of moving, his eyes burned with rage, as he presumably prepared to kill Wu Ming with a glare. Ultimately, Wu Ming could not be bothered to make a move. With a mere flick of her leg, Wu Yi collapsed to the ground. Wu Ming emerged victorious. The excruciatingly embarrassing defeat left a group of white-clad celestial beings nearby unable to contain themselves. The earlier leader who had displayed charm towards Lan Zhou now shouted at Wu Ming, standing next to her after the match, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Just wait." Lan Zhou replied, "How awkward. I might as well dig my toes into the ground." "Thank you." Everyone expected Wu Ming to be somewhat irate, but to their surprise, she remained composed, saying, "So what? If they want to fight again, we shall retaliate." Lan Zhou glanced around, asking, "By the way, have you seen Qi Yin around here for such a long time?" Jiu Xian also found it strange. "Yes, he left with me this morning, but he disappeared upon arriving at the martial arts arena." Lan Zhou seemed to have an ominous premonition. "I have an unsettling feeling." "Ha ha 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 ha. Wu Ming truly lives up to her reputation. I've struck gold." "Ha ha 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 ha." They rushed to the makeshift gambling stall organized by the disciples, finally spotting the lagging Qi Yin. Observing someone even more of a gambling enthusiast than herself, Lan Zhou couldn't help but reflect, Sometimes taking risks can yield great rewards. While retrieving Qi Yin, she also casually collected her winnings. Given that Wu appeared to be a death wish waiting to happen, few had bet on him. Most had wagered on Wu Ming, hence Lan Zhou's modest earnings. She carefully tucked her winnings into her pocket and casually inquired, "Where are we dining today?" Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. "I know a fantastic restaurant over in East Sea. Let us skip the cafeteria at Tian Fa Dao." Lan Zhou considered this, having endured months of cafeteria food. It was time for a change. Thus she declared, "Let us go. Qi Yin is treating today. He earned quite a bit." Qi Yin protested, "Is that polite? After all, it's still my spirit stones being spent." With a tearful expression, he begrudgingly presented the stones. After their sumptuous feast, the group leisurely strolled down the street, preparing to return and witness Lan Zhou's match. Suddenly, they heard the sound of clashing swords ahead, and without a second thought, the five crept away to avoid being caught in the fray. "Yes, let us avoid drawing attention." The bystanders laughed. "Look, even the cultivators are more timid than we are. They're truly losing their cool." The little group found a tea stall at a safe distance to watch the spectacle, where a familiar figure clad in white danced extravagantly before the crowd, soon causing her opponent to collapse under the pressure. As Lan Zhou sipped her tea, she commented, "The entertainment value is exceptionally high." Zhou Xian chimed in, "But the practical value is alarmingly low." Indeed, it felt like a public performance. However, the opposing side appeared oblivious to the sheer inadequacy of their display, solemnly reciting what was likely a rehearsed monologue. "Bold scoundrel, having slain a disciple of Tian Fa Dao, you shall not escape unscathed." They then bowed to the audience. "The perpetrator has been apprehended by disciples of Tiani sect. You may all live in peace." At this, the watching commoners erupted in applause, while the other celestial disciples exchanged strained smiles. Lan Zhou, her face nearly frozen in disbelief, managed to utter, "Isn't it obvious that Tiani sect is merely putting on a show? Why not expose it?" Wu Ming calmly sipped her tea. "This performance isn't meant for us. The commoners trust Tiani sect more than anyone else. If we were to speak out, we would be the ones criticized." Lan Zhou lifted her teacup and took a hearty sip. "Ah, I see now, in the wake of a village slaughter. Who would believe such a clumsy attempt to frame the celestial sect? It turns out that even in this world, one must fool the common people. The celestial sects, perched in a higher realm, gaze down upon the world, aware of certain truths. Yet what does it matter? The majority remain the common folk, who witness everything with their own eyes. Rather than confront an unsettling reality, isn't it more comforting to embrace conspiracy theories that align with their sentiments? Truly, how amusing." Finishing her tea in one gulp, Lan Zhou stood up to leave. "Let us go. The true culprits are no longer significant." Chapter 22. An ordinary mid-stage Qi refinement ordinary cow. Today's martial arts arena was exceptionally lively. Having just endured a moment of silence, Lan Zhou's face now wore an expression devoid of emotion, tinged with irritation. Even Zhou Xian, who usually delighted in teasing her, appeared momentarily stunned. Lan Zhou gazed at the gleeful onlooker on the stage, mentally repeating, "This is a senior, this is a senior, this is a senior." Liu Yao, suspecting Lan Zhou had overeaten at lunch, kindly offered her a digestive pill. "Here, take one. It will ease your discomfort during the match." Touched, Lan Zhou affectionately leaned against Liu Yao. "Thank you, dear Liu Yao." Liu Yao flushed at Lan Zhou's usual playful demeanor, stammering, "No need to thank me." Taking her time, Lan Zhou ascended the martial arts arena, only to find herself facing the same oily opponent from that morning. While outwardly calm, she was a tempest of emotions within. "Damn it." In a Kansai dialect, the referee announced, Tian sect's Su Yuetian versus Qian Yun sect's Lan Zhou. Following this, the seemingly ancestral rhetoric of the Tiani sect commenced once more. "I noticed your discerning eye this morning. Today, I shall not let you lose too disgracefully." A shiver of discomfort ran down Lan Zhou's spine, as she trembled awkwardly, thinking, "Help me, he's going to be unbearable." Lowering her head, she fell silent, drawing her wind whisper sword and advancing slowly. Su Yuetian was momentarily taken aback by Lan Zhou's somber demeanor. "Your defeat is preordained. You must confront reality." The winds began to rise around the arena, and disciples nearby felt the gusts intensifying. Where is this wind coming from?" Su Yuetian drew his sword, his spiritual power shimmering as a golden light flickered. He confidently struck a pose, declaring, "A true duel is decided in a single blow." Ha! Like a character from a juvenile novel, the youth leaped and danced, executing flashy moves, yet not a single strike connected with Lan Zhou. Finally, his sword drew near her, proclaiming, "Victory is mine." Silence enveloped the afternoon arena. The winds howled in the ears of the spectators, the fierce gusts seemingly gathering from all directions, converging around the martial arts arena. As the wind crescendoed, Su Yuetian's fervent speech could not drown out the growing tempest. At this moment, nearly everyone present, aside from Su Yuetian, seemed aware of his impending fate. Just as his ostentatious swordplay neared Lan Zhou, the wind, which had kept its distance, suddenly constricted, binding him close to her in an oddly graceful leap. What should have been thunderous applause transformed into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, even I can hear that wind, after all that time reciting lines. Didn't he notice the wind was a bit overwhelming? Help, I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha, I've been holding it in for too long. Oh dear, my back. Even Dao Mingyi on the high platform nearly burst into laughter. Who knew how hard he had been stifling it? At this moment, Lan Zhou finally lifted her gaze, her once brown eyes transforming into a pale blue hue that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Hush, it is your turn now. In a flash of sword light, Su Yuetian, bound by the winds, was thrust far away, nearly flying off the martial stage. To everyone's astonishment, this loquacious fellow managed to stabilize himself right at the edge of the stage. The dynamics of the battle shifted once more. Su Yuetian retracted his earlier arrogant demeanor. "I did not expect you to possess such capabilities. It seems I underestimated you." Lan Zhou brandished her sword and stepped forward. "No, it is I who underestimated you. Had I known, I would have exerted more force." A glimmer of golden light passed, and Su Yuetian smirked with satisfaction. "I am a dual-element cultivator of gold and wood. Gold counters wind, and you are finished." Lan Zhou remained unfazed. "That remains to be seen." She shifted her sword technique, her gaze brimming with spiritual energy, and her movements surged with newfound swiftness. Su Yuetian attempted to block her strike, believing he had successfully parried all her attacks. Unexpectedly, a swift rush of wind whispered past his ear. The sword that had been blocked surged upward, shattering his defenses and sending him flying once more from behind. This time, he thought he could replicate his earlier landing, but the wind came roaring back. Unlike before, this gust was fierce, swirling with pure azure energy, as if it sought to tear him apart. There was no time to evade. The wind had him ensnared in midair. The spiritual energy ravaged him, making Su Yuetian the first disciple to be injured on the martial stage that day. Yet, this was not the end. Lan Zhou propelled herself upward, the sword light surging as she executed a series of 4 consecutive strikes. As the winds quieted, Su Yuetian lay motionless on the ground, while the previously carefree Lan Zhou radiated an aura of formidable intensity. Lan Zhou wins. The spectators, finally roused from the mesmerizing sequence of attacks, erupted into thunderous applause. Calmly, Lan Zhou descended from the stage, where the excited Zhou Xian and Lu Yao waved enthusiastically at her. And Wu Ming smiled approvingly, arms crossed. Qi Yin had likely dashed off to the gambling stalls once again. Standing on the stage, Su Yuetian suddenly called out, "May I inquire what cultivation level the esteemed friend below possesses? I have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, and to so easily surpass me, you must have already established your foundation. If you are indeed at the foundation establishment level, why participate in a contest at the Qi refining stage?" Lan Zhou turned back in surprise. "Who told you I am at foundation establishment?" "I am Lan Zhou, at the mid-stage of Qi refining. I have not changed since my initiation. If you do not believe me, ask my classmates." A murmur of disbelief spread among the crowd, and Su Yuetian's face flushed with embarrassment. But, Lan Zhou flicked her ponytail. "No more buts. I am merely an ordinary mid-stage contestant. Simply a bit stronger, that's all. I have no further business here." With that, she took the hands of Lu Yao and the others and departed, leaving Su Yuetian awkwardly alone on stage, on the high platform. Qing Yin had returned at some point. Dao Mingyi clapped in delight. "Ha ha ha, old Yin, your girl is impressive. She truly lives up to your lineage." Qing Yin smiled lightly. "I have not interfered much. It is her own innate talent." Dao Mingyi, likely concocting some scheme, suggested, "How about this? You take on the role of her master, and I will teach my talismans. We each teach our own. Qing Yin shot him a glance. I cannot decide this matter. You should ask her opinion yourself. Dao Minji, TCH, you are definitely feeling a bit sour. Qing Yin stood to leave, leaving behind an air of awkwardness. Chapter 23. I am the magical girl Lan Zhou. Excellent. More special treatment. Dao Minji joyfully tapped the chessboard while Lan Zhou lay beside him, nearly flattened like a salted fish. Qing Yin maintained his composure. Yet he was uncertain about the significance of the unfolding chess game. His elegant features bore a hint of exasperation. Minji, have you heard of the saying a player never regrets their move? According to Lan Zhou's account, a certain trickster elder had repeated slow down countless times since the beginning. While losing several games to himself was bearable, how could he dare to keep reversing his decisions in front of his master? Bullying the honest, Lan Zhou glared fiercely at the trickster. However, calling her over surely meant there was a pressing matter. Thus, Lan Zhou did not delay. By the way, you didn't summon me just for a chat. Did you? Dao Minji paused his pieces. Haha, indeed. There are some matters I wish to inquire about. Lan Zhou spoke directly. Are you inquiring about the friend who was killed or about my connection to the Tianyi sect? Though both were seasoned elders who had seen much of the world, Lan Zhou's unabashedness left them momentarily at a loss for words. Qing Yan's tone was mild. Speak of what you know. Lan Zhou. This noon, we witnessed the Tianyi sect capture the so-called murderer on sight. Their acting was utterly atrocious, reeking of scripted performance. They apprehended someone capable of stealthily infiltrating the Tianfa sect and successfully committing murder. Yet instead of hastily imprisoning him, they dawdled, reciting their lines. To be fair, the script was well crafted. They succinctly stated who they captured. Thus, the entire world knows the Tianyi sect caught the murderer, not the Tianfa sect. Dao Minji glanced at Qing Yin, who did not return his gaze but simply nodded lightly. Lan Zhou continued. Moreover, it appears that more than just you and I are aware that the Tianyi sect is merely acting. The cultivators present could see that their flashy swordplay was of little practical use. Lan Zhou, shedding her usual casual demeanor, now bore an unexpected maturity and composure. I find it difficult to believe that the Tianyi sect is not entangled in this incident. Dao Minji, initially reluctant for her to delve too deeply, realized that the Tianyi sect had clearly taken note of her. If she learned too much, it could invite peril. Yet, he was surprised that she could discern the Tianyi sect's suspiciousness from such a poor performance. Dao Minji felt puzzled. How can you be so certain they are not merely exaggerating? Lan Zhou's gaze was resolute. Acting and sincerity are easily distinguishable. Exaggeration exists, but it lacks malice, though it is quite distasteful. Acting is filled with unpleasantness. They portray themselves as embodiments of justice, yet the disdain in the eyes of the cultivators is unmistakable. They appear to rid the world of evildoers, but their deliberate lines and contrived performances are designed to convey to mortals. The Tianfa sect cannot protect you. Only the Tianyi sect can. Look at the surrounding cultivators. Who intervened? None. Only we of the Tianyi sect. Yet, if they were to explain how they identified the murderer and why they disregarded the safety of mortals, engaging in a fierce battle in the bustling market, who could articulate that? However, mortals do not care, which is precisely why they dare to perform such a flawed play. Overzealous mortal faith is also known as obsession. In just a few words, she had unveiled the true nature of this sect, leaving Dao Minji somewhat unnerved. What if? Qing Yin finally lifted his gaze towards Lan Zhou. That is correct. The murderer has been identified, yet the true perpetrator remains at large. I have found the source of that sword energy. At this point, Dao Minji, who had intended to continue jesting, could no longer hide his seriousness. Now we can only wait for the conflict to erupt, and then settle old scores. Lan Zhou understood that the Tianyi sect, currently basking in the adoration of mortals, could be guilty of heinous crimes. If these immortal sects were to intervene abruptly, years of insinuations would provoke deep-seated resentment among the mortals towards these sections. Lan Zhou covered her face, realizing that whether it was the village massacre or the incident involving her fellow cultivator, the lack of uproar was merely the Tianyi sect treating it as a trump card. If they caused too much commotion and did not promptly seize the weaknesses of the sects to which these elders belonged, the accumulated tensions might erupt uncontrollably, leaving only them to suffer the consequences. Dao Minji could no longer endure the peculiar atmosphere. Forget it. Let us not discuss this matter any further. Didn't Lan Zhou win the small contest? What reward do you seek? a rather clumsy topic shift. Yet Lan Zhou played along. I would like to ask the elder for assistance in crafting a magical artifact. Dao Minji? Huh. What kind of magical artifact requires us to be summoned? Qing Yin seemed equally puzzled by Lan Zhou's desire to create a magical artifact. Does Lan Zhou wish to learn spells? Lan Zhou waved her hand. No, it is for my friend. You will understand once you see the blueprints. With that, she presented the meticulously planned design for the artifact Datada, a staff. The elongated shaft would likely reach above Lan Zhou's head, topped with a spirit orb commonly seen among cultivators. In truth, she had conceived this idea when she first saw Wu Ming use a spirit orb. Was this not the legendary magical crystal ball? This inevitably reminded Lan Zhou of the long staffs wielded by those magical practitioners. Although she had never seen anyone use a staff to strike, who had ever claimed it could not be used as such, this effectively combined both close quarters and ranged capabilities. Lan Zhou lifted her nose triumphantly. I truly am a genius. Dao Minji also became intrigued by the artifact. This is my first time seeing something like this, little Zhou. You are impressive. Once this artifact is completed, will you demonstrate it for us? Lan Zhou suddenly felt his entire body stiffen. As a swordsman, being asked to temporarily act as a spellcaster was indeed somewhat challenging. Dao Mingyi pondered for a moment, a gentle wisp of spiritual energy emanating from his fingertips, which he then delicately tapped onto Lan Zhou's forehead. That should suffice. Lan Zhou did not flinch. At the instant the spiritual energy was infused, he instantly comprehended how to unleash spell damage. Clapping his hands in delight, Lan Zhou exclaimed, Wow, how convenient. Why hasn't Master ever let me use this? Qing Yin gently tapped Lan Zhou's little head, which was devoid of any clever ideas. If you wish to master the sword path, such shortcuts are of no use whatsoever. Some minor techniques are certainly acceptable. Lan Zhou felt a twinge of guilt. Isn't this just trying to slack off? The speed of the Heavenly Law sect was astonishing. By noon the following day, the magical artifact was delivered to Lan Zhou. He swung the slender staff and mused, quite light. He then struck it against a nearby pillar twice and remarked, sufficiently sturdy. Dao Mingyi remarked with a hint of irritation, Why do I feel insulted? Do you not trust our Heavenly Law sect's ability to forge magical artifacts? We are talismans cultivators, after all. We require functional artifacts for drawing talismans. How could we possibly fail? Ignoring his sardonic tone, Lan Zhou replied, Indeed, it is excellently made. It's very convenient to wield. Dao Mingyi retorted, So you intend to use magic to deal physical damage? I am genuinely curious about the purpose of this girl using such a thing. At that moment, a mischievous elder ancestor clapped his hands. How about this? After the afternoon's minor competition concludes, I'll select someone to face you in a spar? Lan Zhou raised the staff in her hand. With this? Dao Mingyi nodded, Yes, precisely this. All right then, it's perfect for a trial of its capabilities. Lan Zhou was not one to back down. Ha ha ha, magical girl Lan Zhou, here to vanquish you in the name of justice. Chapter 24. A great sword equals a sword. A staff equals a great sword. Therefore a staff equals a sword. As fate would have it, the afternoon's competition happened to involve Qi Yan. Originally, Lan Zhou had coordinated with her companions, expecting that this unscrupulous elder would at least delay her for another 2 days. To her surprise, she was free today. Breathing in the air of liberation, Lan Zhou rushed towards her main force. Little dear, I'm back. She bolted straight towards Lu Yao, who was cheering for Qi Yan. As for why she charged towards Lu Yao, it was because, with a resounding bang, Lan Zhou's forehead collided with the Ling Yun orb held by Wu Ming. It felt as though she could hear the sound of her own skull fracturing. Lu Yao, concerned, gently rubbed Lan Zhou's head. Are you all right? It was heartwarming to receive care from the little darling. Tears glistened in Lan Zhou's eyes, and she shot a glare at the ungrateful Wu Ming, who, after receiving a gift on her behalf, still managed to show disdain. Wu Ming asked, What is this girl up to today? Lan Zhou, not holding grudges, extended her hand towards Wu Ming. Hand over the Ling Yun orb. Although Wu Ming was puzzled by what Lan Zhou was planning, she still passed the orb to her. With a swift motion, Lan Zhou embedded the Ling Yun orb into the top of the staff. Ha 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 ha, the magical staff is complete. Just as Qi Yin was about to step onto the stage, a loud crash erupted from below. Ding, Lan Zhou, are you out of your mind? Wu Ming, let me explain. Qi Yin exclaimed, Is the boss flirting with Wu Ming again? Lan Zhou, while blocking Wu Ming's attempt to attack. Gestured for Qi Yin to proceed. Just go up there, don't mind us. Qi Yin scratched his head and ascended to the martial arts platform with his seldom-seen great sword in tow. Wu Ming had guessed that the long staff was indeed the dual-purpose artifact Lan Zhou had promised her, capable of both close and ranged combat. Although the Ling Yun orb had been swiftly embedded into the staff, Wu Ming's blood pressure skyrocketed. However, after countless repetitions of the mantra that this girl was not a fool, she managed to suppress her anger. Attention shifted back to Qi Yin on stage, just in time for Lan Zhou to glean some insights into the usage of the great sword. A great sword equals a sword, so surely learning the great sword technique was not a mistake. The staff was long, much like a great sword. With a slight rounding off, one could say a staff possessed both magical and physical damage like a great sword. Applause erupted. The referee then announced, Dainong Sect's Ku Su versus Qian Yun Sect's Qi Yin. The Dainong Sect appeared to be another swordsmanship school, yet their techniques seemed rather heavy-footed. This was perfectly suited for Qi Yan's blocking and offensive style. The opponent's Earth-type spiritual energy was coalescing, creating a tense atmosphere on stage. At this moment, Qi Yin boldly unleashed the blazing flames from within him. The flames erupted, startling the onlookers who had drawn close, causing them to retreat in haste. Qi Yin swiftly raised his great sword, twisting his wrist to position it defensively in front of him. Not bad, not bad, Lan Zhou thought, satisfied with Qi Yan's combat style, which had improved significantly from his earlier attempts at recklessly challenging her with his heavy sword and Jushin. His aggressive approach had not brought him victory. Qi Yin soon began to resort to underhanded tactics, often feigning defeat by collapsing to the ground. I give up. How could a great sword possibly compete with your single-handed swords? Lan Zhou, hands on her hips, observed from a distance. Who says you can't win against us? Qi Yin sprang to his feet. Really? Lan Zhou replied, indeed. However, you must abandon your offensive strategy. Just like now, before the opponent makes a move, consider the great sword as a shield and focus on defense. Single-handed swords are quick, precise, and lethal, but they lack the formidable capacity to withstand that a great sword possesses. Be wise centering oneself for defense. Even the closest sword cannot surpass the shield in front. As long as one does not break defense, it is the opponent who will falter. The formidable great sword stood firm, preventing Ku Su from discerning Qi Yan's center of gravity or his intended offensive route. Their sect's swordsmanship was renowned for its steadiness, necessitating the identification of an opponent's weaknesses for a successful strike. However, Qi Yan's defense was impenetrable, causing the inexperienced youth to grow increasingly anxious. Flames roared beside Qi Yan, and he dared not approach recklessly. Instead, he charged forward, attempting to match the great sword's might. Naturally, he stood no chance. Qi Yan immediately transitioned from a reverse grip to a forward grip, swinging the great sword and sending Ku Su flying to the edge of the martial arts platform. Seeing his defensive posture fade, Ku Su believed the moment had arrived. He launched a counterattack towards Qi Yan, aiming to strike a decisive blow. Yet, Qi Yan shifted his weight downward, rotating the raised great sword from overhead to behind him. With a quick flick of his left hand, the great sword fell, and his right hand smoothly caught the hilt, swiftly repositioning it for defense. This seamless sequence of movement was completed in an instant, leaving Ku Su no time to react. By the time he grasped the situation, the outcome had already been determined. The flames surrounding Qi Yin converged, and as Ku Su's sword clashed against the great sword, a resounding clang echoed. However, this time it was not a block. Ku Su felt the temperature rising as the flames crept up the great sword from Qi Yan's body. Qi Yin raised the great sword high, flinging Ku Su away, but he was too late to evade. With a powerful horizontal slash, Qi Yin unleashed a fiery wave. Slash, a broad beam of flame surged forth, sweeping Ku Su off the martial arts platform. As the flames subsided, the spectators were captivated by the thrilling duel, and thunderous applause erupted. Qi Yin beamed confidently at Lan Zhou from the stage. Hey, boss, do I look cool? Lan Zhou gave him a thumbs up. Cool. Dao Mingyi had been waiting on stage for quite some time. Quite impressive. Today's minor competition was exceptionally thrilling. Hearing the elders' praise, Qi Yin felt a mix of surprise and joy. Hee hee. Thank you, Dao Ancestor. He then dashed off the martial arts platform, eager to boast to Jushin. Dao Mingyi continued, yesterday, a victorious disciple made an intriguing request. She asked us to create a long magical artifact and promised to demonstrate its usage to the audience. Dao Mingyi added, "Today, I have summoned people to work overtime to produce that artifact. However, I have yet to find a suitable opponent for her to test it against. Is there anyone willing to step forward for a trial?" Lan Zhou anticipated Dao Mingye's intentions, sighing as she raised her staff towards Wu Ming. "Mind if I borrow your weapon?" Wu Ming replied, "Go ahead." The formidable swordswoman from a few days prior stepped onto the stage. Murmurs swept through the audience. "Isn't she a swordsman? Why would she want a magical artifact? I don't understand, but she seems quite powerful. Who dares to challenge her? Not me, I wouldn't risk it." After much deliberation, no one dared to take the stage. Lan Zhou began to grow bored, tapping her fingers, when suddenly, familiar white robes appeared. "I'll do it." A few white-clad cultivators strode forward, and the one leading them was none other than Su Yuetian. The one Lan Zhou had previously bested. Lan Zhou thought, "Is this person a masochist?" Chapter 25. The close combat mage is the answer to the current version. Although my impression of him still lingered on his previous mishaps, his declaration of "I'll do it" certainly elevated his stature. Watching the boy who seemed to walk with a slow-motion background score, I couldn't help but feel he was quite greasy. Su Yuetian assumed that Lan Zhou was awed by his bravery and elegantly struck a pose. The young master, have always said, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank." Lan Zhou quickly interrupted, "Senior, please announce the start. No need to show off. Showing off attracts lightning." Dao Mingyi gestured for the match to commence. "Begin." This time, Su Yuetian had indeed learned to be more prudent, refraining from any ostentation. Instead, he seized the opportunity to strike when you were vulnerable, swiftly closing the distance to Lan Zhou. "Go be fair." Lan Zhou had yet to acclimate to the feel of the magical artifact, which could not unleash its power at will. Thus, she was compelled to engage him in a battle of wits on the stage. Activating the wind spirit power once more, transforming the entire martial arts platform into the epicenter of a whirlwind. Su Yuetian charged directly at Lan Zhou, but the winds summoned by her were blowing in the opposite direction. He found himself ensnared by the gusts, struggling frantically, mistakenly believing it to be the same wind that had previously confined only him. This spectacle drew laughter from the audience, who recognized the absurdity of Su Yuetian's predicament. "Ha ha ha ha!" The cacophony of laughter from the crowd reached Su Yuetian's ears, and a sudden realization struck him. He pivoted sharply, turning the tide of the winds in his favor, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Lan Zhou's side. Just as he was about to gloat and deliver his speech, Lan Zhou had finally discerned the quickest method to wield the artifact, mimicking the style of Qi Yin wielding the heavy sword from the previous match. She reversed her grip on the staff to block. With a decisive turn, she successfully parried Su Yuetian's wind-fueled strike. Lan Zhou even found time for a jest. "Oh, have you finally found your way?" Su Yuetian's irritation grew. "Don't think you are the only one capable of harnessing elemental power." With a forceful push, he unleashed his spiritual energy, the rich golden element seeping up from the ground. Su Yuetian shouted triumphantly, and one by one, massive blocks of golden element rose high on the martial platform. The path he created effectively obstructed Lan Zhou's assault, providing him with a means of concealment. However, Lan Zhou could not help but smirk. "Have you forgotten something?" As Su Yuetian proudly showcased his mastery over elemental control, he was momentarily puzzled by her words. "What do you mean?" Without revealing the answer, Lan Zhou instead demonstrated through action that she was no longer a swordsman, but a mage. She launched the wind spirit orb, an intense surge of spiritual energy entwined with a raging tempest hurtling towards Su Yuetian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he initially believed that no amount of wind could lift the heavy golden elements, especially since gold was supposed to overcome wind. Yet, to his astonishment, the wind indeed lifted the golden blocks from the ground. All the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his years of study told him that a typical practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi training would not possess such power. Yes, he was a dual-element practitioner of both gold and wood. Although his wood element was weaker and thus not prioritized in his training. And what of her? He had no idea whether she possessed other elemental roots, and time and again she shattered the elemental theory of mutual restraint. To ignore elemental interactions, one must either surpass their opponent in cultivation or possess a heaven-defying elemental root. Su Yuetian, while struggling to evade the challenges he had created for himself, pondered how to counter the attack from a Heaven Root practitioner. If he could not defeat her with elemental power, then he would have to rely on sheer cultivation. Su Yuetian began to regard his opponent with newfound seriousness, his gaze sharpening with determination. He pursued ultimate speed. If he could just close the distance, the mage would be finished. Alas, Lan Zhou, observing Su Yuetian's futile resistance, mused to herself how much she resembled a villain in this scenario. A wicked smile crept upon her lips as she watched the pitiful Su Yuetian charge toward her once more. Emulating Qi Yan's technique, Lan Zhou gathered her spiritual power while cleverly adjusting her stance. Swinging the end of the staff without the spiritual resonance orb towards Su Yuetian, as he retreated in disbelief, Lan Zhou swiftly pivoted and aimed the end with the orb directly at him. A dense concentration of spiritual energy gathered before the orb and shot towards Su Yuetian, who remained suspended in midair, unable to adjust his posture. The wind-based spiritual energy erupted, violently battering him, making him feel as though his very organs were being jostled. The concentrated spiritual force inflicted internal injuries upon Su Yuetian, who appeared on the verge of collapse at the center of the storm. Lan Zhou prepared to let him down gently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Breaking through the tempest's grasp, launching a fierce counterattack. This time, he infused his strike with a potent surge of spiritual energy, intent on closing in once more. Lan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected resurgence, though she quickly regained her composure. Calmly, she retracted her spiritual energy, enveloping her staff in preparation. Just before his assault could reach her, she swung her staff as if it were a heavy sword. Positioning it defensively, the two found themselves in a sudden stalemate. Su Yuetian, filled with confidence, laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, I always said, do not underestimate the young and poor." Lan Zhou, unperturbed, replied. "Who said I wanted to engage in a dialogue with you?" The spiritual energy enveloping her staff erupted violently, sending razor winds cascading towards Su Yuetian. Caught off guard, he thought he could evade it in time, but Lan Zhou had no intention of prolonging the battle. The experiment was over. In truth, if she truly wished to defeat Su Yuetian, she could have easily sent him flying with her initial long-range attack. The advantage of her Heaven Root talent lay not in the elemental theory of mutual restraint, but in the inexhaustible nature of her spiritual energy. Theoretically, as long as she desired, her spiritual energy could be limitless. Had she chosen to unleash her full power during the first long-range attack, Su Yuetian would have been sent flying far away. However, testing the staff could not be done so recklessly. She needed to explore both close and long-range combat, as well as the nuances of melee spellcasting. Lan Zhou charged forward, directly aiming for Su Yuetian's face. The mage's initiative to close the distance astonished everyone present, prompting gasps of disbelief. What is she doing? Wasn't she excelling at long range just moments ago? This is suicidal. Perhaps it was her habitual reliance on swordplay that led to this instinctive decision. Yet, Lan Zhou was far from foolish. One should not rely solely on instinct. The unexpected proximity threw Su Yuetian into a state of disarray. And Lan Zhou filled the spirit orb with energy, wielding the staff like a heavy sword. She struck down fiercely at Su Yuetian. "I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon." For reasons unknown, that phrase echoed in her mind. The surge of spiritual energy erupted, the tremendous impact leaving Su Yuetian no time to react, sending him directly out of the martial platform. Habitually, Lan Zhou twirled her staff, resting it against her hand. Victory belonged to Lan Zhou. This battle was astonishingly won by a swordsman who had only become a mage the day prior, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause. Lan Zhou raised her eyebrows towards the front stage. "So, what do you think? Impressive, right?" Dao Minji clapped in approval. "Wonderful, wonderful." Chapter 26. Overtime requires overtime pay. Qingshu's appearance at the front stage was sudden, and he nodded approvingly at Lan Zhou. After descending from the stage, Lan Zhou rushed toward Qingshu. "Master!" Qingshu embraced the victorious Lan Zhou, helping to smooth out her disheveled hair from the battle. "You were remarkable. Your swordplay is quite refined." Lan Zhou, beads of sweat forming like yellow peas, replied, "Hee winky face. Indeed, most of the techniques I employed with the staff were derived from swordplay, blocking, countering, repositioning, and then charging for an attack. A highly proficient sequence of sword techniques. Though these are akin to sword energy attacks, I did not expect to learn so swiftly." Lan Zhou continued. Actually, I learned from Qi Yan. The techniques of a mage are often applied in long-range spiritual energy projection, culminating in a final powerful strike. Typically, mages would focus their energy into weapons capable of long-range attacks. It could be said that this staff effectively resolved the melee issues faced by mages. Dao Minji was quite pleased with this girl's aptitude for magic. Considering her skill in harnessing spiritual energy, drawing talismans would come easily to her. A smile crept onto Dao Minji's face. Your apprentice is fine. The next moment is mine. Lan Zhou, come here, I have a reward for you. The financially savvy Lan Zhou immediately pulled out her storage bag. Oh, we're all friends here, no need for caution. No one will say anything, come on, Dao Minji. After you finish paying the apprenticeship fee, Lan Zhou? Dao Minji continued, Lan Zhou, would you like to learn talismans? Not interested, she replied. Then I shall give you spirit stones. The price shall be negotiated later. First, tell me why you are so adamant about taking on disciples. Although puzzled as to why he had to pay others while teaching them, he responded, isn't it to find a successor? Then why not teach someone from your own temple? Dao Minji sighed. Our Tianfa sect's situation is similar to that of the Qinyun sect. When I initially established Tianfa, I had 5 or 6 followers. Later, when I stepped back, they became the instructors of the temple. I had hoped to teach a student myself, but I am incapable of raising children. Ah, so you simply wish to mooch off someone? Then, Lan Zhou teased. Dao Minji retorted. How can such matters between friends be called mooching? Lan Zhou turned to Qing Shu. Master, will learning talismans affect my sword training? For reasons unknown, Qing Shu felt an inexplicable pull. Not at all. There are indeed those in the 6 realms who excel in both swordsmanship and talisman crafting. The two are not in conflict. That's good to hear, Lan Zhou smiled, then turned to Dao Minji with outstretched hands. Let us be clear. Overtime requires overtime pay. Although Dao Minji did not comprehend the meaning of overtime, he generously rewarded Lan Zhou with 1 million spirit stones, instantly transforming her into a small fortune. Dao Minji waved his hand grandly. Consider it an apprenticeship gift. I'll only call you teacher at most. Dao Minji glared at the grinning Qing Shu beside him, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the fact I can't defeat him, fine. Dao Minji prepared to remain untroubled by what he could not see. After all, the Dao FA conference would not conclude for several more days. I shall teach you tomorrow. You may leave for now. However, Lan Zhou was perplexed. I see that those who practice talismans possess a talisman brush. Master, how can I learn without one? Dao Minji revealed a knowing expression. Because I have no need for it. Lan Zhou turned away, expressionless, taking Qing Yan's hand as they departed. Dao Minji muttered, too much arrogance. On their way back to the guest room in the cabinet, Lan Zhou observed Qing Yan, who appeared notably cheerful today. Master, why are you so happy today? In truth, Qing Yan could not articulate it. Seeing Lan Zhou grasp the sword techniques with such mastery and repeatedly seek his opinion on learning talismans filled his heart with an indescribable joy. Perhaps he had long regarded Lan Zhou as family. Initially, he had merely wished to take responsibility for Lan Zhou, who had lost loved ones. The tragedies inflicted by the innocent entanglements of the immortal world were heart-wrenching. For the sake of family, he had even braved hardships to enter the immortal sect, which stirred deep emotions within Qing Yan. However, after several months of companionship, Qing Yan had become accustomed to preparing breakfast and dinner daily, to the little imp who would invariably curl up in his arms while he read, to styling a girl's hair, and to sitting under the eaves, watching Lan Zhou practice swordplay. Unbeknownst to him, his life had been filled to the brim with Lan Zhou's presence. The long-neglected sword in the room bore a young and delicate tassel, despite being unused for years. The antique and elegant teacup was adorned with several exquisitely crafted small cups. Though he had never cared for gold and jade ornaments, a simple white jade pendant occasionally hung at his waist, a gift from Lan Zhou and her friends when they descended the mountain. Often, his bamboo fragrance mingled with a faint incense, simply because that girl liked it. The man who once held only swords and the world in his heart had, in some hidden chamber of his soul, carved out a space for Lan Zhou. The once naive and adorable girl had transformed from their first meeting, now displaying the appropriate expressions only in the presence of others. If one were unaware of her past, they might assume she was a beloved little girl raised in a happy home, thriving in joy and contentment. Qing Yan silently resolved that, for her sake as well as his own, he would ensure that those who relied on the so-called righteousness of the world would face justice. The following morning, Lan Zhou arrived early at the cabinet to find Dao Minji, it, wasn't out of a thirst for knowledge or dedication to her duties, which would be a disservice to the working class. It was simply because there was an upcoming competition with Lu Yao in the afternoon. Although she had no idea how Lu Yao, a healer, would compete, surely she wouldn't use her silver needles to stab someone? Dao Minji was still engrossed in his Go game, which was puzzling given his history of losses spanning centuries. Lan Zhou took her seat opposite him. Master, I've arrived. Today, Dao Minji seemed different, tempering his usual casual demeanor. Resembling the true essence of a Taoist ancestor. Do you know why I have not given you a talisman brush? Lan Zhou replied. Is it because the talisman brush, talisman paper, and cinnabar are merely conduits for spiritual energy? Only those lacking precision in controlling spiritual energy would resort to using them to draw talismans, merely to maintain their effectiveness. Dao Minji interjected, so, the reason for not giving you a talisman brush is simply that you can indeed draw talismans barehanded? Dao Minji maintained his serious facade for a mere 3 seconds before exclaiming, nonsense. If I were to engage in battle with those 5 and ran out of talismans mid-fight, am I to stop and pull out paper and brushes to draw one on the spot? Lan Zhou could not suppress her laughter, bursting out, haha, that is truly amusing. Dao Minji, his image shattered once more, cleared his throat. Ahem. You possess a remarkable talent for controlling spiritual energy. Drawing talismans barehanded is entirely within your capabilities. Allow me to teach you now. With that, he raised his hand in the air, and spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, smoothly creating a talisman. He forcefully tossed it outward, and with a thunderous crash, the cabinet's outer wall was instantly demolished. Lan Zhou applauded. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Dao Minji feigned calmness while his heart crumbled. The wall, my wall, ahem, just like that. You must gather your spiritual energy at your fingertips, solidifying it into a robust line, then begin to draw according to the needed talisman paper. Lan Zhou nodded earnestly and began to experiment. I ascended the solid line merely a sphere of spiritual energy? First, she imagined the energy gathering at her fingertips, then began to accumulate the energy sphere outward. Now, let us try drawing a simple thunder talisman. Lan Zhou referred to her memory of the thunder talisman from the comprehensive talisman manual. Attempting to replicate it, her intense focus left her oblivious to the outside world. What was that noisy ancestor chattering about again? Never mind. Let us draw the talisman. Wait, he seemed to say. Perhaps, stop drawing. The talisman is about to explode. Lan Zhou abruptly opened her eyes, startled by the enormous thunder talisman she had created. Goodness, she had forgotten to control the flow of spiritual energy, and the line had turned out rather thick. Oops, not a lollipop.jpg. I forgot about my innate talent with spiritual roots. How embarrassing. The outcome was predictable. Dao Minji gazed at the charred cabinet beside him, tears of satisfaction welling up. Just remember to control the thickness of your lines. And you have already learned. You may now study talismans. Lan Zhou pouted cutely. Lan Zhou doesn't he understand? Please don't make me pay for damages QAQ. Thus, Lan Zhou became the fastest person in history to learn to draw talismans, albeit at a hefty price. Chapter 27. Lu Yao, also known as the Dear Emperor, not really, casting a glance at the sheepish Lan Zhou, then at the charred cabinet deep within the Tao of Heaven. The 4 people at the outer martial platform could hardly doubt that it was the work of Lan Zhou de Wu Ming. With a melancholic expression, suggested, you should turn yourself in. Perhaps the Qianyun sect will spare your life due to your talent. In contrast to Wu Ming's concern, the simple-minded Qi Yin exclaimed, wow, boss, what grudge do you have with the Taoist ancestor of Tianfa? You blew up their house. Zhou Xin's focus was markedly different. Aren't you a wind spiritual root? When did you learn such skills? To clarify the misunderstanding, Lan Zhou tossed her hair, feigning a hint of embarrassment. At this point, I can no longer conceal my identity. In fact, however, due to certain individuals often playing the fool with this group of friends, Wu Ming didn't even bother to listen, as long as there was no need to pay for damages. Yes, today is the competition with Lu Yao. You should hurry over. Lan Zhou's performance was abruptly halted. Oh. Lu Yao was nervously psyching herself up, seemingly preparing for something. Lan Zhou approached her. Lu, how are you going to compete? If I remember correctly, you learned only healing techniques, right? Hearing the familiar affectionate nickname, Lu Yao smiled innocently at Lan Zhou. Not necessarily. Lan Zhou, puzzled, asked, "Meow meow meow?" Lu Yao, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Actually, formations can not only heal everyone. By reversing the hand gestures, they can also turn healing into poison." "Wow, toxic milk." Lan Zhou clapped her hands, impressive. Lu Yao, slightly embarrassed, said, "Oh, it's just some minor techniques." Meanwhile, the other two bystanders observing their dialogue felt a twinge of fear. At that moment, the martial platform on the other side began to stir. And Lan Zhou looked over. "Oh, it seems someone is coming." Liu Yao hurriedly dashed onto the stage. I'll be back shortly." After Liu Yao left, Lan Zhou approached Wu Ming, asking, "Why is little Lu participating in the competition? As a healer, the Tao of Heaven isn't so ruthless as to force guests to partake in the conference, is it?" Wu Ming calmly replied, "She merely wishes to showcase her abilities. Everyone is strong. I cannot become a burden to others." This was her exact wording. Qi Yin, leaning on his heavy sword, scratched his head. "Honestly, I can protect her just fine." Initially, Lan Zhou had pulled these four together into a team more for her own future considerations. Her kindness toward the four was always with ulterior motives. Zhou Xian and Wu Ming were likely aware of this from the start. After all, Zhou Xian held a high position as the personal disciple of the sect leader. Without a compelling reason, why would he associate with Lan Zhou, who was merely regarded as a minor character with a master at the Golden Core stage? Thus, Lan Zhou's displays of affection towards Lu Yao and her protection of Qi Yin felt more like compensation and guilt toward them. Ultimately, people grow. The feelings of being used and deceived are unpleasant. Lan Zhou, having navigated the workplace for so many years, had long since lost faith in the so-called friendships of society. Achieving consensus on mutual benefits and coexisting harmoniously was the most beautiful relationship Lan Zhou could envision. She merely hoped that the four would not harbor hatred towards her in the future, never expecting their genuine friendship. Qi Yin exerted himself to the fullest, standing on the platform with a carefree smile. Lan Zhou assumed it was merely youthful exuberance. She slowly turned to gaze at Qi Yin and Zhou Xian, who usually stood silently behind her like mere background figures. Qi Yin flashed his familiar, goofy grin at Lan Zhou. "Boss, sometimes I understand what you're thinking. But I see all the goodness you've shown us. I believe that one day, you will let go of your burdens and share your past with us. Boss, we are your friends." Lan Zhou remained silent, quietly turning away. Perhaps she truly was overly self-assured. In the realm of the workplace, there are no fools. Yet, how could there be any simpletons among the celestial beings? At this moment, Lu Yao ascended the martial discussion platform, her usual shyness dissipating as she cast a confident glance towards Lan Zhou, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Lan Zhou had not been this silent for quite some time. She turned her gaze towards Wu Ming and the slightly distanced Zhou Xian. The two regarded her with profound eyes, and it was Wu Ming who shattered the tension. "Lan Zhou, we are fully aware of everything. We are merely waiting for you to truly let go of the past." The villages under the jurisdiction of the Qianyun sect had been slaughtered. Although outwardly unremarked upon, everyone understood the darkness and cruelty lurking beneath the surface. At this juncture, a self-proclaimed vagabond entered the sect, moving cautiously and with great care. Wu Ming had once suspected that Lan Zhou was indeed just an ordinary wanderer, for she disguised herself exceptionally well. However, whenever others mentioned that forsaken village, the sorrowful dimness in her eyes was simply impossible to overlook. The referee's resounding voice echoed, "Yueyun Fuju E versus Qianyun sect Lu Yao." Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lan Zhou murmured, "All right." The atmosphere was lively and vibrant, and the four individuals present wore faint smiles. However, the situation on the stage took a curious turn. "Hey, you little girl over there, your attire suggests you are a healer. What business do you have in a duel? You're wasting my chance to broaden my horizons." The girl in red spoke with a swagger. Liu Yao maintained the elegant demeanor befitting a healer. Her hands delicately folded before her, entirely unassuming of any conflict. "That lady will have to bear with it." Liu Yao began to form hand seals, swirling gracefully, as a soft green spiritual energy spread across the martial discussion platform. Zhu Yi unsheathed her whip. "Humph, mere tricks." She brandished her red whip towards Liu Yao, who, eyes closed and hands poised in incantation, suddenly opened her eyes. A rich verdant light overflowed from her gaze. Not the gentle healing aura one would expect, but rather an ominous energy began to seep from the delicate green light. In an instant, The spiritual energy surged, swirling like tumultuous clouds in the sky across the platform. Ju-yi, once brimming with vigor, suddenly felt her limbs weaken, her whip crashing to the ground. Realizing her depletion, she staggered to her feet, feeling nauseous and dizzy. She glared fiercely at Lu Yao, still engrossed in her incantation. "You poisoned me." Lu Yao, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "This is not poison. I merely reversed the healing formation. Fear not, it won't have any adverse effects. I controlled the intensity." After hastily glancing away, Lu Yao resumed her incantation. Ju-yi struggled to stand. The formation's impact was indeed minimal, but the momentary weakness had instilled a sense of dread. She glowered at the still composed Lu Yao. "You despicable fiend!" Lu Yao, with her clear, innocent eyes, looked back. "It's merely a means of survival." "Why call it despicable? I performed the incantation right in front of you." At this point, Ju-yi found herself momentarily speechless, as if caught off guard. Her body grew increasingly feeble within this formation, and her condition no longer permitted her to continue this charade. Gritting her teeth, she lunged forward. The whip swept ahead, but Lu Yao deftly evaded, her graceful hand waving to unleash a wave of spiritual energy that sent Ju-yi tumbling back to the ground. Ju-yi, overwhelmed by the reversed formation, found herself utterly incapacitated. Witnessing Ju-yi's struggle to rise, the referee swiftly declared, "Lu Yao wins." Lu Yao hurriedly ceased the formation's activation and rushed to check on Ju-yi. "Are you all right?" Gazing at this suddenly stuttering girl, Ju-yi questioned the existence of the poised and elegant figure who had just bested her in combat, not a single hem of her gown disheveled. She shot a glare at Lu Yao. "Stop pretending. Who set up that poisonous formation?" Lu Yao anxiously explained. "I merely reversed the healing formation. It's not poison, and I didn't exert any malice. This effect will dissipate shortly," Ju-yi sighed, conceding that perhaps today she had underestimated her opponent. Who would have thought a healer could engage in combat? Lu Yao, elated, hopped down from the stage, twirling to join Lan Zhou and Wu Ming. "What do you think? From now on, I can not only heal your wounds but also fight alongside you." Lan Zhou gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Truly remarkable. Shouldn't we call you the Heavenly Emperor? A nurturing mother in peace. A venomous protector in strife. If it's a war of attrition, we could wear the opponent down." Chapter 28. A whiff of danger in the wind. Who would have thought that the seemingly delicate Lu Yao would win a battle so effortlessly? Jiao Xian felt her position within the quintet precariously threatened. Observing the three chatting nearby, Jiao Xian resolved to showcase her prowess the following day. Just as she prepared to inquire about dinner plans, Qi Yin wondered aloud. What is that person doing? It was a lively and tranquil night, with townsfolk wandering the streets, the lanterns of various taverns and restaurants aglow. Lan Zhou and her companions exited the Zue Minglu, intending to take a stroll by the nearby river after their hearty meal. The street, illuminated by scattered lights, thrummed with activity as the five of them formed a tight cluster, akin to silkworms traversing a narrow path. A gentle breeze wafted from the river, carrying with it a faint scent of water. Ever vigilant, Lan Zhou maintained her smile while signaling for Jiao Xian and Qi Yin to proceed ahead. It may be hard to believe, but it wasn't Lan Zhou's foresight nor her ability to predict. Rather, it was perhaps the nature of her spiritual roots that made her sensitive to the wind. The whiff of water carried an inexplicable discomfort for Lan Zhou. Ordinarily, such an aroma from the riverbank would bring her a sense of ease. Wu Ming shielded Lu Yao behind her and subtly gestured towards Lan Zhou. "Shall we still head to the riverbank?" Lan Zhou sensed something amiss. With all five of them together, they were too conspicuous. Her sensitivity to danger had heightened significantly, yet the distance from the riverbank to the alley was alarmingly brief. Should there truly be a threat ahead, their conspicuous approach would surely attract attention. Conversely, retreating abruptly would alert any adversaries that Lan Zhou had sensed something. If it were only Lan Zhou, it would be manageable. She possessed numerous treasures bestowed by the sect's revered ancestors within her storage pouch, allowing her to conceal herself if need be. However, the other four, no matter how formidable, were merely fledgling cultivators and would struggle to evade detection. The five pretended as if nothing were amiss, slowly advancing toward the riverbank. They could only hope for good fortune, praying to avoid crossing paths with any troublemakers, as long as they didn't encounter them. The risk of a lethal silencing would be diminished, as they feigned a leisurely stroll towards the riverbank, They happened upon a group of ethereal figures in white, strolling gracefully by the water's edge. Lan Zhou harbored little fondness for this group, partly due to the eccentricities of the sect members, and partly because they bore considerable suspicion. Yet, they now appeared as a ray of hope. Lan Zhou feigned delight. Hastening forward to greet the leader, Su Yuetian. "Hi, long time no see." Su Yuetian wore a puzzled expression. "Sister, we've barely been apart for a day. Haven't we?" Lan Zhou, as if quite familiar with him, draped an arm around his shoulder. "Oh, come now, that's an exaggeration. A day apart feels like 3 seasons." The accompanying disciples of the Tianyi sect looked bemused. If memory served, Lan Zhou had previously bested their senior brother, leaving him in utter disarray, not once, but twice. What audacity she possessed! Among the group, a familiar face emerged, Wu Yi, who glared at Wu Ming with gritted teeth, yet received no acknowledgement in return, having sensed something was amiss. Lan Zhou observed the Tianyi sect members approaching to greet her. It became increasingly difficult to dismiss the notion that something significant was afoot. Wu Ming, having never experienced kindness, was acutely attuned to the malice of outsiders. Upon entering the alley, a chill ran down her spine, as if an instinctual warning had been triggered. Trusting her intuition, she allowed Lan Zhou to engage Su Yuetian. Meanwhile, Lan Zhou pulled Su Yuetian aside for a chat and signaled to Wu Ming, urging her to take the others and leave. Wu Ming understood that Lan Zhou would not act without assurance. Plus, with Lu Yao in their midst, should trouble arise, there would be no escape. For the safety of the other 3, Wu Ming had no choice but to lead Lu Yao away. On the other side, Wu Yi seethed with anger, preparing to confront Wu Ming when he noticed her signaling for the others to leave. His frustration boiled over as he pointed at Wu Ming's back. "Hey, Wu Ming, you think you can just run away, huh? Stop right there." The Tianyi sect disciples exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing Wu Yi rush after the Qianyun sect members, fearing he might tarnish the sect's reputation, they felt compelled to follow suit. Surely, their senior brother would be fine. Wouldn't he? Listening to the retreating footsteps behind them, Lan Zhou finally released her hold on Su Yuetian. Chapter 29. With nothing to do, let us play at subverting a sect's young master. Su Yuetian broke free from Lan Zhou's grasp. Shedding his facade and gasping for air. "Oh dear, I almost suffocated. Had I known, I wouldn't have pretended in front of my fellow disciples." As he caught his breath, he inquired, "By the way, what was with your sudden excitement?" Lan Zhou's smile was one of mockery, though his eyes betrayed nothing. "Oh dear, what could possibly be the matter? After all, we've struck up a friendship after you defeated me twice. Haven't we?" However, Su Yuetian did not respond with the same naivety as before. "Come now, what is there to discuss with a defeated foe? Aren't you embarrassed?" This remark piqued Lan Zhou's interest, prompting him to inquire further. "What's wrong? Haven't we all faced defeat at some point? My master often reminds me of this, and I can recite it by heart." Su Yuetian, usually adorned with a confident smile, now appeared despondent. "Ah, how wonderful it must be. I truly envy you, having a confidant like Lan Zhou." "What's the matter?" Lan Zhou asked, noticing Su Yuetian's sight. Su Yuetian glanced at him, his expression tinged with resignation. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand," Lan Zhou retorted. "If I don't understand, isn't that even better? I can speak freely without fear of ridicule. What a rare opportunity to vent." Su Yuetian surveyed the steps along the riverbank, settling down alone before patting the space beside him. "All right, I'll share, but keep this between us." A gentle breeze swept through as Lan Zhou took a seat and pulled 2 bottles of tea from his storage pouch. It was a long-standing habit of his to bring tea from home. Considering the exorbitant prices of water outside, "Here, if you're thirsty, go ahead and drink." Su Yuetian accepted the bottle with one hand, looking into the reflection of himself within the water. "I always believed that the privileges I received at Tianyi sect were due to my exceptional talent and status as the young master. I thought I was their pride. But then you defeated me just a few days ago." Lan Zhou turned to him, noting the forlorn look on Su Yuetian's face. "I went to the elder who brought me to the Dao conference to lament my fate, expecting solace. Instead, I was met with scorn from my father and the elders, berating me for tarnishing the reputation of Tianyi sect and sullying its image." Lan Zhou frowned in confusion. "Is it really that significant? A mere victory or defeat?" Su Yuetian smirked bitterly. "I think so too. It was just a matter of winning or losing. Yet, to them, it holds great weight. He recalled how, after losing to Lan Zhou, his father, who had previously taken pride in him, and the elders who had praised him turned to reproach and insult. Tianyi sect cannot afford to lose. Do you not understand? Other sects look down upon us. We rely solely on the support and victories of mortals. Yet, now we lack even victories. How can I hold my head high among them? Su Yuetian gazed helplessly at the sky. Do you know why I raised my hand that day to test the magical artifact? Lan Zhou asked. Why? Su Yuetian replied. I needed a victory to validate myself, even though I knew such a victory was hollow. He understood that Lan Zhou, being a sword cultivator, would never resort to using magical artifacts, but the desire to win overshadowed all else. This series of enigmas left Lan Zhou feeling increasingly insecure. You've been talking for a while, and I'm curious about one thing. Why is it that the people from your sect place such immense value on victory? Su Yuetian scratched his head. I'm not entirely certain, but I vaguely recall my father mentioning it. Lan Zhou tilted his head. Meow, meow, meow. Su Yuetian continued. Our Tianyi sect stands out among the myriad of cultivation sects not due to our prowess, but because we are the true saviors of mortals. Many cultivation sects protect mortals merely to affirm their own paths to enlightenment. They have no understanding of what mortals truly need. Lan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Oh? Do you? Su Yuetian's expression brightened with pride as he elaborated. Absolutely. What mortals require is not the vague protection offered by cultivation sections. They need a belief, a steadfast belief. They also require resources that can genuinely assist them. And we, Tianyi sect, can provide that. They need unwavering faith, and we uphold the principle of vanquishing evil and protecting lives. We tell them, my fate is my own, not dictated by heaven. The fate of mortals can indeed be altered. We can accept them and teach them how to cultivate. Stop right there, Lan Zhou interjected. Allow me to pose a question that Su Yuetian replied. Go ahead. First, the entire celestial realm is at odds with the demonic realm. What gives Tianyi sect the right to claim such a steadfast belief? Second, you speak of accepting mortals as if I were not one before joining Qinyun's sect. Third, is it right to regard fellow cultivators as enemies in order to uphold a facade of serving the masses, thus misleading mortals? Fourth, is it justified to place such importance on winning and losing merely to establish your sect's reputation while continuously pressuring disciples? Su Yuetian was rendered speechless, particularly by the final point. As the young master of Tianyi sect, he had always wished to uphold the honor of his sect. Yet, the reality was as such. Su Yuetian had once believed that Tianyi sect was unique, capable of defying the heavens, and that each member was a paragon of righteousness. However, the sect's obsession with victory filled him with dread. He felt as though the sect he had been part of for over a decade was a mere fade. In their eyes, sects like Qinyun sect were nothing more than parasites of the celestial realm, while they alone stood on the front lines against evil. What they dismissed as mere technical exchanges among sects was regarded as significant evidence of their superiority. If a disciple were to fail, they would be cast aside as a pariah of Tianyi sect. They did not seek growth. They sought honor. Victory alone would elevate them. The more Su Yuetian pondered, the chillier he felt. Seeing Su Yuetian increasingly engrossed in his thoughts, Lan Zhou kindly patted his back in comfort. Come now, are you not still the young master of Tianyi sect? The sect's aberration is the result of the upper echelon's desires. As long as you work hard, you, in the future, can become one of those upper figures. Why worry about the opportunity to change all this? Su Yuetian looked up at Lan Zhou. Me? When the sect learned that I lost to you a second time, their disappointment in me only grew. Lan Zhou replied. Had I known that I could sway this person, I would have played the role of a tragic sacrifice to amuse Tianyi sect. He reassured Su Yuetian. No matter how disappointed they may be, it does not change your identity as the young master. There will always be opportunities. Su Yuetian closed his eyes, allowing the cold river breeze to caress his cheeks. You probably wouldn't understand. Lan Zhou asked, what is it? Su Yuetian explained. What they have cared about from the beginning is not winning or losing. They do not care whether I strive for improvement. They require a perfect air. At this moment, Lan Zhou fully comprehended. To maintain the facade for so long, one must layer upon layer conceal their true self. Doesn't tea that suffocate you? Su Yuetian recalled how he had felt trapped beneath Lan Zhou's arm earlier. And a chuckle escaped him. It really is quite stifling. Lan Zhou, with a serious demeanor, suggested. What if we join forces? Su Yuetian's face suddenly turned grave. What do you mean? Lan Zhou feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender. No, 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 don't misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent discord among the celestial realms. It complicates matters. When hearts grow complex, one's own life becomes precarious. He hugged himself, feigning helplessness. I am but an innocent little cultivator. Su Yuetian found Lan Zhou's antics amusing, allowing his tensions to ease. So how do you propose we join forces? Lan Zhou winked at Su Yuetian. The disdain Tianyi sect holds for other celestial sects is certainly not feigned. It must be that someone at the top is deliberately misleading them. Suspect that those who mislead you are the same ones misleading mortals. There must be something amiss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am currently the only disciple of Qinling Peak. Even Su Yuetian, accustomed to the upper echelons, was taken aback. You are the first disciple of the Sword Ancestor? No wonder I could never defeat her. Lan Zhou nodded. You can use this as a rebuttal against those who insult you, while also reinforcing your position within the sect due to our close relationship. The implication was clear. He was to act as a double agent, having experienced the chameleon-like attitudes of the elders over the past 2 days. Su Yuetian understood this concept better now. You mean to use your identity as bait to draw out those with ulterior motives within the sect? Lan Zhou beamed with approval. Exactly. Since they are unwilling to foster good relations between Tianyi sect and the outside world, they will naturally seek to curry favor with you and exploit that connection. Su Yuetian grasped Lan Zhou's intent and recognized the plan's merit. Nodding vigorously. All right, let us proceed with this plan. But let us agree on the details. He stood up. It's getting late. I must return quickly, or they will scold me again. Perhaps due to sitting for too long. His legs felt numb, but a sudden gust of cold wind caused Su Yuetian's calves to tremble uncontrollably, and he stumbled, but Lan Zhou caught him just in time. Lan Zhou's face was now close to Su Yuetian's neck. The boy had never been so near a girl before, his expression one of surprise. Quickly, Lan Zhou stepped back, shaking the porcelain bottle in her hand as she bid farewell. Well then, goodbye. Su Yuetian also shook his bottle. Goodbye. After the departure of the two individuals, a shadow gradually emerged from the shadows along the riverbank. Ha! What naive children they are! Do they truly believe that no one lurks in the darkness? As Su Yuetian walked back to his guest room, he began to ponder the words that Lan Zhou had deliberately approached him to say before leaving. Those who harbor animosity towards you are the ones with genuine issues. Ah, certain individuals in the realm of cultivation should not underestimate children. Lan Zhou skipped away with an air of carefree joy. Lan Zhou remains oblivious, utterly unaware. Chapter 30. What truly constitutes an intellectual domination? It was not until she entered her guest room that Lan Zhou fully relaxed. She collapsed onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Terrified, she nearly believed her life was at an end, though be honest. Her move was indeed somewhat perilous. Not only did she attempt to sway the heir of the murderer before him, but she also risked exposing herself. However, in their eyes, she was merely an inconvenience. For her earlier words could be seen as a form of salvation for the ordinary disciples of Tianyi sect. Yet, it is a pity for those individuals who are frantically striving to become prominent figures in the immortal realm, willing to let their disciples and sect be ostracized by their peers. If they were truly innocent, it would be a different matter, but with the current series of events pointing towards them, it is difficult to claim their innocence. Lan Zhou found it perplexing. After all, it was merely a small technical exchange competition that garnered little attention, and no matter how unique Su Yuetian's status, it hardly warranted such harsh criticism. However, if Tianyi sect regards Qianyun sect as an enemy, then everything falls into place, does it not? Both suffered losses. Wu Yi lost to Wu Ming, yet he was not targeted and could seamlessly integrate into the circle of sect heirs. To them, Wu Yi was merely an inconsequential figure. Truth be told, Su Yuetian's performance on stage was far more impressive than Wu Yi's. At the very least, he executed several stunning counterattacks from the brink of defeat, which Lan Zhou deemed quite admirable. Yet, they are manipulating mortals. They wish to imply that those great sects are merely wasteful embellishments, while they are the ones genuinely concerned for mortals, the true paragons of strength. The future helm has fallen to a disciple of Qianyun sect's golden core period, which is utterly outrageous. Anyone can lose, but Su Yuetian must not. The scorn directed at Su Yuetian could stem from two possibilities. 1. An attempt to apply pressure on him, inciting animosity towards Qianyun's sect, thereby grooming him as a preparatory successor to their cause. The other, an attempt to utilize insults to entirely strip him of confidence. In that case, they must have already identified their next successor. Lan Zhou could not help but sigh. Thus, she hastened to sway Su Yuetian to assist him if the situation truly unfolded as she suspected. It would be better to support a familiar individual than allow an unknown adversary to influence the situation. Even if Su Yuetian held deep feelings for his sect and was reluctant to believe in its darker side, at least he was someone with whom Lan Zhou was familiar, making the confrontation less daunting. Moreover, a triumphant smile crept across Lan Zhou's face. In truth, whether Su Yuetian would prove effective was no longer of concern to her. Dao Minji's piece fell heavily. Ha ha ha, this little girl is quite clever. Lan Zhou leisurely contemplated her next move. This is merely the beginning. Qing Yan's long hair cascaded down to his chest as he sat to the side, observing the entire game. His eyes sparkled with amusement. So, you go to such lengths for that young master. Yet why does he hold no importance? Lan Zhou raised her gaze to Qing Yan, her childlike smile brightening her face. If Su Yuetian can be swayed, that would be ideal. Why efforts to assist him are merely to enhance that possibility. Lan Zhou's innocent grin adorned her face. Yet her eyes betrayed a coldness unbefitting of a child. Their attitude towards Su Yuetian fundamentally stems from the alliance I have with him. Because of this alliance, they will regard Su Yuetian with caution. Consequently, due to Su Yuetian's connection to me, they will naturally harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me. It is as if Su Yuetian provides me intelligence while I simultaneously gather information for myself. Thus, Su Yuetian's assistance can only be seen as a delightful embellishment for me. Even if Su Yuetian ultimately chooses to believe in his sect, my own judgment suffices. For reasons unknown, Dao Minji involuntarily shivered. Slowly turning to Qing Yan, is this girl truly your disciple? However, Qing Yan paid no heed. Tianyi sect harbors animosity towards the entirety of Qianyun's sect. How can one ensure that the opponent is not merely an ordinary disciple? A wicked smile danced upon Lan Zhou's lips. No, no, no. How can they be compared? I am the first disciple of the Sword Ancestor, attempting to sway the young master to shake their position. It is not arrogance. Their animosity towards me is certainly uncontainable. Qing Yan chuckled helplessly. How should I address you, my disciple? You are usually so fearful of offending others, yet now your courage is boundless? Lan Zhou playfully stuck out her tongue at Qing Yan, feigning innocence. Who told them not to harbor good intentions towards us? Qing Yan spoke gently. You must still be cautious. Lan Zhou obediently nodded. Rest assured, I merely wish to diminish Tianyi sect's influence over the ordinary folk. The recent incident involving the murderer has already significantly tarnished the reputation of Tianfa Dao in this area. They must not be allowed to harm other sects any further. Deceitful, it is purely because Lan Zhou has set her sights on Tianyi sect. She will not abandon Su Yuetian. This insider will be firmly secured by her. What Lan Zhou truly seeks to obtain from Su Yuetian will be revealed in due time. However, such matters are best kept from her master. Little disciple you have lost. Dao Minji was overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity while Lan Zhou and Qing Yan were engrossed in conversation, quickly capitalizing on Lan Zhou's oversight. Lan Zhou glanced down at the board, tch. With delicate fingers, she lightly tapped a piece on the board. Next time. Do not be so overzealous, it is prone to backfire. It was a tranquil and splendid afternoon. Due to the Dao FA conference, disciples journeyed together, sharing their insights on Dao FA. A resounding roar echoed from the distant inner cabinet. Awa. What has happened to the Dao ancestor now? Do not pay attention. It is likely he lost at chess again, and he calls out at least 10 times a day. One has grown accustomed to it. Chapter 31. A Dao cultivator unfamiliar with swords is not a good talisman cultivator. Life is not easy. Wu Ming sighed. This is the second occurrence, so why do you always create such a commotion over there in the inner cabinet? Is it not enough to stir up Qianyun's sect, but now you wish to cause a ruckus for Tianfa Dao as well? Sweat poured down Lan Zhou's face like rain. Could this be blamed on her? Who can fault her when that old ancestor plays chess so poorly that he throws a fit when he loses? She seriously suspected that if her master were not present, she might have already been detained there for the elder's instruction. Jiao Xian leaned against a stone pillar by the roadside, reveling in her misfortune. Ha ha ha, only you could create such a ruckus in Tianfa Dao's inner cabinet every day. Lan Zhou turned and shot a glare at the foolish girl. You should be more worried about your own competition. If you lose, just obediently accept being the eternal second place. Zhou Xian proudly lifted her delicate chin. Humph, let me show you what a dazzling sword technique looks like. The scene was bustling with energy. As this particular competition featured two disciples at the peak of Qi refinement, Liao Qin of Tianfa Dao faced off against Zhou Xian of Qinyun sect. The disciple across from her exuded calmness and reserve, hands held in greeting before his chest, standing quietly on the stage. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, flaunted her usual carefree demeanor as she stood at the forefront. Brother, shall you strike first, or shall I? Please, you go ahead. I am in no hurry. Zhou Xian grinned widely, her face adorned with a flamboyant smile. She unsheathed her sword with one hand, and a flash of lightning illuminated the arena. A piercing clap of thunder resonated, followed by a dazzling display of lightning across the venue. The sword light flickered, blinding Lan Zhou's dazzling titanium alloy eyes. Thunder roared, but the rain was scarce. Zhou Xian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense tightly clenched teeth, allowing her to utter a simple "T." Lan Zhou had indeed spoken the truth. The audience's astonishment subsided. Only the persevering Zhou Xian and the youth, who kept his head bowed, remained on stage. It is inaccurate to simply label him as a talisman cultivator. To be more precise, he should be described as a talisman cultivator with a penchant for Dao cultivation. 4 talismans are far too limiting for him. The boy, completely still, stood atop a glowing 8 trigrams formation. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Is this the most renowned Qi Min divination technique of Tianfa Dao? Liao Qin gradually lifted his head. DUI character, Water Thunder Zhan. Unfortunately, Lan Zhou had recently been studying talismans. DUI can shock. Zhan represents thunder, and DUI signifies marsh. Water Thunder Zhan is represented by the combination of DUI above and Zhan below. IT counters thunder. Now it was Lan Zhou's turn to revel in her misfortune. Haha, Zhou Xian may very well become the lone loser among us 5. Qi Yin chimed in with a taunt. Boss, do you think I have a chance to surpass Zhou Laoer? Lan Zhou grinned mischievously. After this match, he shall become Zhou Lao-san. The situation had become quite intense for Zhou Xian, whose eyes were nearly ablaze with frustration. The water element of the formation on the martial platform seemed to envelop him, leaving him no room for distraction. As lightning crackled around him, Zhou Xian found himself propelled back to his original position. However, he no longer dared to remain on the platform. Instead, he chose to soar through the air on his sword, skimming just above the ground. At this moment, Lan Zhou grew increasingly curious. Hey, Wu Ming, isn't Zhou Xian a dual spirit root? What element does his other spirit root possess? Wu Ming, a bit hazy on the details, could only recall having seen Zhou Xian utilize it a few times. I'm not quite sure. I've only seen him affix it to his sword a couple of times. Lan Zhou, puzzled, replied, there are countless elements that can be attached to a sword. How am I supposed to guess? The Bagua formation continued to rotate, making it clear that Zhou Xian's ability to initiate the formation centered around himself was his limit. Indeed, the nonchalant Taoist practitioners depicted in stories were nowhere to be found. It seemed he could only summon the hexagram of water thunder. After all, disciples typically focused on cultivating a single spirit root. Even those with dual spirit roots rarely possessed the capability to cultivate a second. What a pity. After all, he was Zhou Xian, standing atop the celestial sword. Zhou Xian recognized this limitation, and a carefree smile blossomed across his face once more. Lightning coiled around him, and the howling sword surged forth, revealing his second elemental affinity. A faint flame enveloped the entire blade, piercing directly toward the Bagua formation below. Thunder fire burst, shatter. The lightning element intertwined with the fire element, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The water element surrounding the ground seized Zhou Xian as he charged forward. After being ensnared by the water element for quite some time, the previously silent spectators began to murmur. Was Zhou Xian defeated? No way. The referee hadn't even spoken yet. Why the rush? To be honest, even the referee considered declaring Zhou Xian the loser. But then, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, and a flash of lightning suddenly burst forth from the water formation. Liao Qin opened his eyes wide, hastily attempting to change his hand gestures. Qian, can, water and sky need cough cough. The formation abruptly faltered, not due to his inability to transform it, but because the sword's light was too swift. With the thunder fire burst dismantling the water thunder hexagram, Liao Can suffered immense damage. The sword's light was not merely a hexagram. Within 7 steps, the sword was faster, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Liao Can, who stood stationary with his hand gestures, was struck squarely by Jiao Xian's sword, sending him flying off the martial platform. The sword's brilliance was like thunder, occurring in an instant, just as the audience expected Liao Can to retaliate. He had already vanished from the platform. What just happened? How did he break the hexagram? The referee paid no heed to the extraneous chatter. Qinyan sect, Jiao Xian wins. Jiao Xian proudly lifted his chin and gazed at the fallen Liao Can. Who can't play the bagua? Apologies, but my father happens to be a talisman master. Such matters are mere trifles for me. Liao Can, not angered but rather amused, replied, Indeed, your father is one of the foremost talisman masters of his time. I must admit, I was careless this time. Jiao Xian, brimming with pride, descended from the martial platform. Come, allow me to help you up, and let us consider this matter settled. Liao Can extended his hand, using it to rise, and then casually inquired, Why, then, do you not study talismans but instead focus on swordsmanship? A faint crack marred the smile on Jiao Xian's face. What I wish to learn is entirely up to me. They are all the same. With that, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Liao Can remained behind, laughing heartily. It seems my boy has been teased. Lan Zhou observed the receding figure of Jiao Xian and began to jest with Liu Yao. Did you see that? The consequences of not being candid are being mocked. Liu Yao's face flushed. I am far more honest than he is. At this point, Wu Ming was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Didn't he even say goodbye before leaving? Qi Yin, like a parent frustrated with a wayward child, sighed. After all these years, he still cannot forgive his father, Wu Ming. Lan Zhou leaned in to explain. You see? I heard this from the sect leader. Jiao Xian's father is the master of Baiyu Peak, wholeheartedly devoted to talisman crafting. Jiao Xian also studied this craft in his youth, but his father paid him no mind. How could a peacock like Jiao Xian endure such neglect? Not long after, he switched to swordsmanship. It is precisely for this reason that his father occasionally scolds him. In other words, he suffers for the sake of pride. Wu Ming scoffed. Truly a disappointment. Qi Yin shook his head. A disappointment. Lan Zhou chimed in. A disappointment. Liu Yao, glancing nervously at Jiao Xian, who had returned and overheard their conversation. No, that's not it. The very embodiment of prideful suffering. What do you all know? Practicing swordsmanship is a personal hobby. A personal hobby. The 4 of them. Oh, Jiao Xian, with a blank expression. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let it be. Lan Zhou and Qi Yin cheekily approached. Oh, we're all good brothers. I also practice swordsmanship. I understand you. I believe you will eventually earn your father's favor. Jiao Xian pondered the experience of having a group of friends utterly incapable of offering consolation. Truth be told, he, too, wondered why that disciple had suddenly brought up the topic. He did indeed find that disciple familiar. Lan Zhou, with an arm around Jiao Xian's neck, began to lead the way, intending to take everyone for a meal. However, a familiar figure brushed past them. Lan Zhou turned to see Su Yuetian, who was now accompanied by an elder. Lan Zhou, Lu, feeling impatient so soon? Chapter 32. Before the grand performance, Master Lan begins her busy preparations with the Taoist convention nearing its conclusion. The final 2 days saw the Tianfa Dao hosting guests. Without further ado, Lan Zhou finished her meal with everyone and hurried to the cabinet. Master, teacher. Spotting 2 individuals engrossed in a chess match in the main hall, Lan Zhou exclaimed excitedly. Qing Yin, seeing Lan Zhou rush in, promptly embraced her. What is the rush? Your hair is all disheveled. Dao Mingyi, preoccupied with his next chess move, kept his head down. Our Tianfa Dao has no evil spirits. Why do you act as if you were being chased by one? Lan Zhou, apologies, but I did indeed see an evil spirit. Dao Mingyi, feeling his abilities doubted, slowly raised his head. Are you serious? Lan Zhou, absolutely. Qing Yin, while redoing Lan Zhou's hair, playfully tapped her head full of ghostly ideas. Speak your mind, don't tease him. Without further jests at Dao Mingyi, Lan Zhou dove straight into the topic. Sure enough, Su Yuetian has drawn attention from those over there. Today, I saw Su Yuetian pass by the martial platform, accompanied by an elder I had never seen before. We nearly brushed shoulders, yet he didn't greet me at all. If I'm not mistaken, he deliberately made a trip to the martial platform to show me. Lan Zhou was not mistaken. Shortly after Su Yuetian returned, the Tianyi sect dispatched an elder to ensure his safety. Initially skeptical of Lan Zhou's words, Su Yuetian began to harbor doubts about those within the sect from that moment on. He deliberately tested the elder's attitude, which indeed bore an unmistakable sense of hostility. Knowing that Lan Zhou intended to watch his friend's match, he had come specifically to convey this information to her. Dao Mingyi found this rather peculiar. How can you be sure that Elder isn't genuinely there to protect Su Yuetian? Lan Zhou. In the towns outside Tianfa Dao, Su Yuetian can lead a group of disciples out to play at night without concern. But within the confines of Tianfa Dao, they suddenly feel uneasy? What a blatant double standard. Not fully grasping the term double standard, but sensing it was not a favorable expression, Dao Mingyi refrained from further comment. Lan Zhou continued, "It's best to remain cautious. To dispatch an elder so quickly raises suspicions that he was hidden within the Daoist temple all along." Dao Mingyi, "No, that's not the case. There is a formation I set up within the temple. I am fully aware of any changes. This elder indeed arrived only last night. I failed to detect any irregularities before allowing him entry." Qing Yin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Lan Zhou? Does this person wield a sword?" Lan Zhou, having only had a brief glimpse, could not provide a definitive answer. "I can't be certain, but he is undoubtedly a practitioner of close-range weaponry. His habitual movements do not resemble those of a spellcaster." The atmosphere in the room shifted, and Dao Mingyi paused with his chess piece, asking, "Lan Zhou, could you ask Su Yuetian for the elder's previous residence?" Though uncertain of the purpose behind this inquiry, Lan Zhou nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll do my best to convey it. However, before that, I have a question. If you could sense the elder's arrival, why were you unaware of your senior brother's fate on the day he was attacked?" At this, Dao Mingyi could not help but facepalm. "I did not foresee this. I was only away for a few days. Yet someone managed to infiltrate. After all, who would dare to storm into Tianfa Dao to commit murder?" Lan Zhou sighed. "Surely there must be a reason for his death. Extreme hatred for the demon race cannot be considered a bad thing, can it?" Qing Yin frowned upon hearing this. Extreme hatred for the demon race. On the second day of the banquet, friends from various sects gathered together in harmony. After much exchange and sparring, the previously tense atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by camaraderie as they toasted and shared drinks. Lan Zhou wandered around the reception hall, having specifically instructed Zhou Xian and the others not to seek her out, in order to make her discreet exit. Today marked the first day of the festivities, during which rewards would be bestowed upon those who triumphed in the earlier matches. Some sought assistance from the Tianfa Dao in forging magical tools, while others desired commonly used talismans. There were even requests for weapons from the Tianfa Dao. Typically, at this juncture, the organizers would unveil a treasury, granting access for attendees to select a coveted item. Su Yuetian, being neither a magic cultivator nor proficient in talismans, was certainly destined for the treasury. Having secured permission from Dao Mingyi to enter, Lan Zhou stealthily slipped into the treasury to await Su Yuetian's arrival. She concealed herself in a less conspicuous corner, and it wasn't long before others entered to search for treasures. "This dagger is quite impressive, however. It pales in comparison to the sword I wield," she mused, feeling a sense of boredom as she blew the dust swirling around the treasury. "How dull. I have no inclination to even pilfer 2 items from here." Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice echoed. "Is this the treasury? How disappointing." "Heh, Dao Mingyi, did you hear that? Even the cultivators disdain your lowly trinkets, Su Yuetian." Lan Zhou jolted and leapt from her hiding spot. "Who goes there?" Su Yuetian, ever vigilant, partially unsheathed his sword. "The one who saved you." Lan Zhou emerged from the shadows to stand before him. Upon recognizing her, Su Yuetian sheathed his sword. "Are you a rat, darting about everywhere? Still spouting nonsense at this hour? Haven't you been surveilled enough?" Lan Zhou brushed the dust off her attire and beckoned him closer. "Come here. You're too exposed. Be wary of eavesdroppers." Reluctantly, Su Yuetian complied, moving to the shadowy recess behind her. In hushed tones, Lan Zhou inquired, "What exactly is the situation with that elder?" Su Yuetian scratched his head in confusion. "I have no idea. He suddenly claimed to be here for my protection and bore the insignia of our Tianyi sect." Do you know why I approached you that night? Su Yuetian replied. I was meaning to ask you the same. Lan Zhou smirked, because there were others by the river that evening. If I had continued on with those four, my life would have been in peril. Addressing you was a strategic decision. Su Yuetian raised an eyebrow. So our conversation that night was overheard? Lan Zhou pressed a finger to his lips. Shu, lower your voice. We cannot linger here for long, to be brief. They did not hear our final exchange. Given our cooperation, they will undoubtedly harbor natural hostility towards you, so be cautious of those who bear ill will. Su Yuetian, unable to speak, could only express his shock through exaggerated facial expressions. This group seems bent on seizing control of the celestial realm. It's maddening. They have been targeting several major sections. From what I gather from my master, the recent turmoil within Tian Fa Dao is closely tied to them. Su Yuetian's eyes widened, and as time pressed on, Lan Zhou hastened her speech, if possible. Could you try to locate the residence of that elder before he arrives here? It's urgent. With that, she released her hand from covering Su Yuetian's mouth. Is that feasible? Su Yuetian paused, then nodded earnestly. He collected his thoughts. I have sensed something amiss within the sect for quite some time. It has become increasingly extreme. I do not understand their motives, but I know that if this continues, the disciples of Tianyi sect will be forsaken by the celestial realm. I have reflected on this extensively, and the only thing that stands out is that the Tianyi sect has grown increasingly aggressive in their campaigns against the demon realm, to the point where capturing a demon disciple leads to severe punishment. Moreover, I will do my utmost regarding the matter you mentioned. I must take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart. Lan Zhou appeared contemplative and called out, Wait. Su Yuetian turned around. What is it? If we don't leave soon, people will think I've vanished. Enough of your banter. If you investigate too forcefully, it may prove challenging. After you return tonight, casually bring up the incident involving the murder of a Tian Fa Dao disciple, hinting that the disciple carried demonic energy. Su Yuetian queried. What's the purpose of that? Lan Zhou nudged him. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold tomorrow. Although perplexed, Su Yuetian made his way toward the exit of the treasury, casually taking an item as he left. Upon stepping outside, he dared to touch his flushed ears, feeling the heat radiate. How infuriating. Which sect's young lady is this, covering others' mouth so freely? Oh, it's from the Sword Ancestors sect. Then it's fine. Chapter 33. One must not be impatient. It must be said that Dao Minji was quite the miser when it came to outsiders. Was this so-called treasury covered in a layer of dust? Lan Zhou brushed off the grime from her clothes, baffled by how protagonists in those cultivation novels could be so elated in the presence of such a treasury. She cheerfully made her way towards the periphery of Tian Fa Dao, where her four companions awaited her. How did it go? Did you learn anything? In the midst of a crowd, Qi Yin wasted no time in asking. Lan Zhou shot him a sidelong glance and managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Not here. The group of youthful companions glanced around furtively, akin to thieves, before nonchalantly entering the guest room together. Is such theatrics really necessary? Who would pay attention to us, mere minions? Zhu Xian, having played the role of a peacock for too long, felt somewhat out of place when asked to be more discreet. Wu Ming, however, was unfazed. Her attention was drawn elsewhere. It's rare for them to be so candid with us. This matter seems rather serious, doesn't it? Lan Zhou nodded solemnly. If my intuition serves me right, some dogs will be jumping over the wall in desperation tomorrow. If they merely desired a Tian Fa Dao disciple's demise, there are countless methods to achieve it. I cannot fathom any justification for targeting an innocent disciple, one who has done nothing wrong and even acted commendably. To kill is one thing, but to do so within the confines of the Tian Fa Dao is another. Capturing a murderer who can operate stealthily within the sect should warrant immediate detention rather than a dramatic display with theatrics. I find it hard not to suspect that the orchestrator of these events has ulterior motives. As Lan Zhou articulated these thoughts, Lu Yao and Wu Ming remained composed, while Qi Yin and Zhou Xian's faces paled in an instant. The Tianyi sect, Lan Zhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, a deep-seated grudge. I see. Qi Yin, who typically refrained from involving himself in such matters, was now gritting his teeth in disdain towards the Tianyi sect. That sect is quite notorious. I've heard my father speak ill of them since childhood. They are incessantly meddling, and despite the poor relationship between the realms of immortals and demons, we have enjoyed peace all these years. The Tianyi sect seems possessed, always seeking conflict. For the past decade or so, During every sect gathering, this topic has come up. Zhou Xian, who had been silent, slammed his fist onto the bed, and that's not all. Their meddling is not enough. They seek to influence us as well. It's as if they have unilaterally isolated all the sections they frequently engage in covert maneuvers against us. Now, apart from the small sects nurtured by the Tian-E sect itself. Which sect in the cultivation world does not detest them? Lan Zhou rubbed her forehead. This is why some protagonists in novels deserve the scorn they receive. They instigate conflict yet feign innocence. If this were a past workplace, such a person would have been dismissed long ago. This reminiscence brought to mind her previous job at a wretched company, where there was a self-appointed White Lotus who constantly felt overlooked. Posting inspirational essays on social media. To be honest, during that period, seeing the phrase "do not underestimate the youth" made her feel ill at ease. The incompetent boss was also to blame. One day, out of sheer boredom, he stumbled upon one of her essays. The White Lotus then rushed to him in tears, claiming she was ostracized at work. At 2 in the morning, the boss could no longer endure her incessant complaints and summoned HR to dismiss her on the spot. Lan Zhou chuckled at the memory, and her 4 companions observed her with curiosity. When they saw her lost in thought, she quickly waved her hands. "It's nothing, just some past memories that amused me." Wu Ming momentarily considered leaving. Compared to the Tian-E sect, Lan Zhou seemed a tad more unhinged. "So, what exactly are we here for? Surely, it cannot be merely to chat." "No, it truly is just a chat. Tonight, you all must engage Su Yuetian in conversation for the entire evening." The night quietly descended, and after concluding her chatting duties, the elder, as Lan Zhou expected, grew increasingly anxious, continuously communicating through the sound transmission stone. It seemed a thought struck him, and before long, he declared his need to step out for a moment. Su Yuetian, following Lan Zhou's instructions, feigned great surprise, appearing genuinely delighted. He then swaggered past the elder and stealthily entered a guest room. The elder tracked Su Yuetian's movements and, once he realized the latter had not emerged again, he smugly prepared to exit. "Humph, a few naive youths still wish to play games with me? Today, let them have a good chat." Humph. Once outside the periphery of the Heavenly Law sect, he swiftly darted toward the riverbank. The old place. Not far from the elder, Lan Zhou, wrapped like a dumpling in a magical artifact gifted by previous ancestors, concealed herself in the wind, boldly following him on her sword. "Ha, this is what the anxious king deserves, always rushing about. Rushing to deliver heads." Just as she was near the spot where she and Su Yuetian conversed, shadows began to writhe nearby. The long willow branches by the riverbank obscured a hidden entrance. Lan Zhou watched as the frantic elder entered the cave. She then sent a message to her master. "Master, hurry, I have found the location." The anxious elder hurried into the cave, urgency overriding any other thoughts. "The arrows are knocked, and you tell me there's an issue with them? Is this a joke?" Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a simple inn room. On a long bench, a figure in black had been waiting for quite some time. Before he could even pose a question, the elder seized the man by the collar. "Did we not agree that your people would refrain from involvement in this matter? How could that deceased Taoist possess demonic energy?" The black-clad figure was taken aback. "Please do not speak so hastily. We have been acting according to your request since the beginning. As for the demonic energy, how could I know what transpired? That man despised the demon race to the utmost. How could he have been tainted by demonic energy?" The elder's expression darkened. "This is bad. We may have been played." Today, when Su Yuetian returned, he wore an air of casual triumph. He claimed to have received insider information from the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple, that the deceased disciple bore demonic energy, suggesting there might be more to his death than meets the eye. The elder had initially doubted this. How could he not know how that disciple had perished? However, Su Yuetian seemed genuinely intent on using this information to incite the disciples. If it were false, he would hardly have the audacity to provoke the disciples' emotions with it. This compelled the elder to believe in the veracity of the information. Immediate action was necessary. There could be no slip-ups at tomorrow's banquet. This urgency was precisely why he had rushed out to inquire. Yet now it appeared that the lad had also been deceived. Those sects of immortals truly cannot be trusted. Not even allies. The elder's gaze turned fierce. "That girl is undoubtedly formidable." He then turned and hastily instructed, "Do not venture anywhere today. If you are caught with any evidence, Tomorrow's affairs will suffer greatly. The black-clad figure remained unperturbed. No worries, my lord has mentioned that it is not a significant matter, so no need for action. With that, the elder hurried back. He could not allow that boy to sense anything amiss. Outside, Lan Zhou had grown bored and began reclining on her sword, counting stars, when finally, there was movement at the cave entrance. I truly envy the powerful. They do not require magical artifacts or concealment. Standing there without anyone sensing them, Lan Zhou signaled to Qing Yin beside her. Master, someone has emerged. Hurry and apprehend the one inside. Qing Yin smiled wryly. Understood. Quite bold of him to speak to you like that. Lan Zhou feigned innocence. Hey, after all, Master dotes on me. Qing Yin had intended to directly enter and capture both men, but Lan Zhou advised against it, suggesting there would be a good show to watch tomorrow. Adhering to the principle of allowing Lan Zhou to practice, Qing Yin refrained from further interference and accompanied her. Seeing Qing Yin had already entered to apprehend the man, Lan Zhou did not linger and returned first. He, the anxious king has revealed his true colors, hasn't he? Chapter 34. A great show unfolds. The following morning, Master Lan Zhou began her day of busyness. Upon entering the guest room, she found 5 sleepy children sprawled in disarray. Carrying treats from a nearby tea shop, she cheerfully called out to the sleepyheads, "Rise and shine. The sun is shining on your backs." Upon catching a whiff of the breakfast's aroma, Qi Yin sprang up with a start. Long live the boss. The remaining 4 were also roused, blinking in confusion at the spirited Lan Zhou, who had been awake all night. Su Yuetian recalled the matter at hand. So, have you found their previous residence? Lan Zhou casually handed him a custard bun. Yes, thanks to your splendid performance yesterday, we also captured a delightful surprise, Su Yuetian. What surprise? Did you go in and catch someone? Lan Zhou shook her head. Not me. I followed that person to the communication location and directly used the sound transmission stone to notify Master to apprehend them. Unaware of Lan Zhou's true identity, Wu Ming retorted, Haha, you think your master, a golden core cultivator, isn't afraid of an enemy in the nascent soul stage? Lan Zhou casually replied, How could that be? My master is Qing Yin. Even 10 nascent soul experts would be no match for her. Wu Ming and Lu Yao. Meanwhile, Qi Yin and Zhou Xian appeared unfazed. Lan Zhou, curious, asked, Zhou Xian is one thing, but Qi Yin, how do you know who my master is? While stuffing his mouth with a bun, Qi Yin replied, My dad told me to respect you. Haha, weren't we supposed to keep that under wraps? Lu Yao, not particularly concerned with status, and Wu Ming looked genuinely disappointed. I was truly worried that your recklessness might lead to trouble. Lan Zhou proudly crossed her legs. Hey, do you think I have so many magical artifacts just for fun? If one isn't enough, I'll use 2. I don't believe he can discover me. Wu Ming waved his hand. Forget it. I won't worry about your affairs anymore. Su Yuetian, munching on a custard bun, appeared deep in thought. Lan Zhou turned to inquire, What's wrong? Su Yuetian countered, So? Why were you so certain yesterday that the elder had someone backing him? Lan Zhou, also feeling a bit hungry, picked up a bun to munch on. Obviously, anyone daring to act against the Heavenly Law sect, staging such a grand performance and attempting to play both sides, must have someone behind them. It would be strange if there were not. Su Yuetian, with a plethora of unanswered questions. But why was he so fixated on whether the corpse bore demonic energy? Even going so far as to expose himself to confirm this? Lan Zhou sipped her soy milk. First, we need to analyze their motives. The deceased disciple harbored an intense hatred for demons. Beyond that, there is nothing notable, and your sect's extreme stance against the demon race. Remember who apprehended the so-called murderer in broad daylight? Not allowing Su Yuetian to respond, she continued. It was your sect that not only captured him but also staged an exceptionally exaggerated performance. A farce that only mortals would believe. How that deceased individual met his end, and why, remain mysteries. He was clean, with no leads to pursue the true murderer, so why was your sect able to apprehend that murderer? And despite having done so, they still have not handed him over to the Heavenly Law sect. This attitude raises significant suspicion. Their distrust of the Heavenly Law sect is palpable, and the deceased's extreme opposition to demons adds to the intrigue. If I'm not mistaken, at today's banquet, they will present the murderer for a confrontation with the Heavenly Law sect. Their objective is simple, to inform the world that aside from Tiani sect, the cultivation world is already indifferent to the fight against demons. Wu Ming frowned. That must be stopped. No, since they wish for it, let it be as they desire. However, the one they exalt cannot be decided by them. Lan Zhou glanced at Su Yuetian, who was still munching on his custard bun, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Great ancestor above, today, the younger generation of Tiani sect has matters to discuss with the esteemed elders. The banquet was bustling with excitement as everyone celebrated the successful conclusion of the Taoist convention. A loud voice echoed from outside, belonging to the elder who had not reappeared since departing the riverbank. Followed by the so-called murderer, Dao Minji continued to smile amiably at him. What matter does this fellow Taoist wish to discuss that cannot wait until after the banquet? The elder feigned a grand bow to Dao Minji. Great ancestor. The death of that disciple was unjust. A few days ago, our Tian sect apprehended the murderer. After a night of rigorous interrogation, we have finally uncovered the truth behind the killing. Dao Minji rested his chin on his hand, appearing leisurely as he watched the unfolding drama. What truth, pray tell? Noticing Dao Minji's indifference, the elder remained unperturbed, continuing this clumsy performance. Qi Yin leaned closer to Lan Zhou and whispered, "Why is the great ancestor so unconcerned?" Lan Zhou, "First, I have conferred with him regarding this matter. Second, there is no need for haste. The individual seeks to undermine the reputation of the entire cultivation realm, not merely target him. Does he think everyone is as impatient as that monkey?" The two concealed themselves within the crowd, silently observing this farce. The elder stood at the center of the main hall, gesticulating wildly. This disciple harbored a profound enmity towards the demon clan in life, dedicating himself to slaying and resisting them. Unexpectedly, out of fear of retaliation from the demons, someone brazenly took advantage of your absence, Dao Zhu, to murder him. For countless years we have been at odds with the demon clan. Is it wrong to wish to resist them? At this moment, the bound culprit, kneeling on the ground, echoed the sentiment. This cannot be. I do not wish to engage in slaughter with the demon clan. Were it not for the fact that he was seated in the main hall, Dao Minji would have been tempted to dig at his ears. The performance was far too crude, a dismal review indeed. Furthermore, every year there are claims that the demon clan is advancing, yet which year have they truly attacked? The guests at the banquet remained silent, not out of self-reflection, but rather, Qi Yin observed his surroundings. Noting that everyone appeared to be in the know, he looked quizzically at Lan Zhou. Since everyone seemed aware of Tiani sect's intentions, why not speak up? Lan Zhou reassured the young man with a glance. The youth untouched by societal tribulations is truly different. Dao Minji perfunctorily engaged. Oh? And what then? How does your esteemed sect intend to punish this culprit for us, the Heavenly Law sect? The implication was simple. A member of the Heavenly Law sect was slain. Yet it had not escalated to the level of a conflict between the celestial and demonic clans. The elder, fully immersed in his role, unexpectedly knelt down with a dramatic flourish, as if judging a case in the mortal realm. He implored Dao Zhu to impose the utmost penalty on this man, to restore justice for the world. Lan Zhou slowly approached the aisle of the main hall. The grand performance was about to commence. Dao Minji was finally ready to conclude the act, barely suppressing a laugh. "Excellent. Thank you. However, before that, I have something to say." The elder abruptly halted his bowing, then with a beaming smile inquired, "Dao Zhu, please speak. This man is not the true murderer. However, I acquired the answer from the deceased." The elder's smiling visage suddenly froze. "Ha, Dao Zhu, such a jest cannot be made." The man, after his demise, harbored intense resentment. Morphing into a vengeful spirit, utilizing the dragon pursuit technique, I managed to pinpoint the murderer's location at that time, the southwest. Just then, Qing Yin slowly emerged from behind the jade curtain before the main hall. Holding the soul bottle containing the vengeful spirit, Dao Minji continued. "I have been contemplating what lies to the southwest. However, just last night, someone followed you to the riverbank, to a concealed cave entrance, the position of which lies in the southwest of the Heavenly Law sect." To this point, the elder's expression began to betray panic. "No, that's impossible." "What is impossible?" The protagonist makes their entrance. Yet it is not Lan Zhou. Su Yuetian concealed his inner turmoil, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. A few days prior, I had not received any notification from the sect about an elder coming to protect the disciples. Filled with suspicion, I instructed someone to follow you outside. To my astonishment, You entered a most peculiar cave. At this moment, the bystander, Lan Zhou, took the stage. She raised her hand. I was the one who followed you. Qi Yin made a derisive face in the crowd. Truly poor acting, Lan Zhou pouted. The bystander's lines cannot be too numerous. The elder looked at Lan Zhou's innocent face, furious enough to clutch his chest. You? I knew it, Lan Zhou innocently inquired. What did you know? The elder hastily suppressed his rising blood pressure, regaining composure to begin his defense. I merely went there to investigate. Oh, investigate? Is that so? Unfortunately, the dragon pursuit technique is unlike other tracing techniques. It does not merely trace back to a single associated individual or object, but encompasses all. Any person or object that has been touched by causality can be interconnected by the dragon pursuit technique. Before the elder could object, Dao Minji began to form a hand seal. Wait, senior, Lan Zhou suddenly interjected. Dao Minji retracted his hand, asking what else she had to convey. Lan Zhou, with a smile, gazed forward. Yesterday, we not only tracked down the location where he had previously lingered, but we also apprehended a companion. Subsequently, several disciples escorted the black-clad figure who had met with the elder the night before. Upon seeing the man thrown into the main hall, the elder inhaled sharply. He abruptly turned to Lan Zhou. A mere Qi refining disciple. Where did you acquire the ability to capture him? Such lies! Lan Zhou innocently and plaintively pointed at Qing Yin before the hall. I said, it was we who captured him together. If you don't believe me, ask my master. The elder seemed to recall something. Turning his gaze to Qing Yin, he had forgotten that this girl was the foremost disciple of the Sword Ancestor. The scene erupted into chaos, the previously silent crowd now in an uproar. The Sword Ancestor has taken on a disciple. That little girl is the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple. Do not be envious. She possesses celestial roots. If you have the capability, go transform your own celestial roots and show me. Jiao Xian intrudes. Qing Yin disregarded the now boisterous crowd, extending the soul bottle in her hand. Dao Minji casually formed a hand seal. A flash of red light enveloped the soul bottle, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. The elder, still kneeling at the center of the hall, unconsciously swallowed hard. A vengeful spirit. The temperature within the hall plummeted suddenly, a wave of dark energy assailing them. The elder, now feeling guilty, could no longer maintain his previous aggressive demeanor. Fixating his gaze on the soul bottle, a thin red thread slowly extended from the bottle, directly reaching towards the murderer bound by the elder. At that moment, he began to struggle vehemently. No. It wasn't me. If you are to seek someone, go after him. He is the one who commanded me to kill you, Dao Minji, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in. The dragon pursuit technique merely traces back without harming anyone. What is there to fear? The elder, seeing the red thread not inching towards him, revealed a smile of relief. Ha, I told you. He is the true. His words were abruptly cut off as the red thread, having circled the murderer, continued its advance towards the elder. The thread ensnared the now dumbfounded elder and swiftly moved towards the black-clad man. Compared to the overly theatrical elder, the black-clad man was much more compliant. He lay motionless on the ground, akin to a corpse. Lan Zhou, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama. Oh my, how splendid. What a roller coaster. Dao Minji suddenly inquired, do you have anything else to say? What does Tianyi sect intend to accomplish? Wait. Su Yuetian suddenly emerged from the crowd, stepping forward to the main hall, bowing to Dao Minji. Dao Zhu. Whether this man is an elder of Tianyi sect remains uncertain. Dao Minji raised his chin, signaling Su Yuetian to continue. This man arrived at the Heavenly Law sect only the day before. He claimed to come to protect me, however. The younger generation received no information from the sect informing me that someone would come. He is indeed a member of Tianyi sect, but his arrival was not sanctioned by the sect. He is very likely just a spy. The elder, who had believed his ruse was uncovered, felt a flicker of hope with Su Yuetian's intervention. Gritting his teeth, he signaled to the now still black-clad man. In an instant, dark demonic energy enveloped the elder's body. His eyes filled with blood vessels as he broke free from the advancing disciples of the Heavenly Law sect. To this point, I shall say no more. I intended to incite conflict between the celestial and demonic clans, yet I did not anticipate the matter would be exposed. Then I shall cease pretending. The demonic energy surged through his body, and the frenzy within him grew ever more active. With the last remnants of clarity, he desperately sought to eliminate the threat. Su Yuetian's actions appeared to him as a grand plan to save Tiani's sect from peril. This man must not be killed. The two before the hall lacked the power to execute him, the only one he could target. He concentrated all his awareness to locate that little girl within the crowd. It's her. She has ruined Tiani's sect's plans. Eliminate her. Pave the way for Tiani's sect. The elder, now fully engulfed in demonic path, surged forth with murderous intent directly towards Lan Zhou. Just as he believed he would soon succeed, a resounding clang echoed. A youth enveloped in flames stood before him, a shield reflecting his advance, casting him aside. At that moment, the now feudal elder was solely focused on charging forward. No longer resembling a complete human, the hall erupted with a tempest. The familiar azure-blue spiritual energy swirled again. The Phoenix Cry sword was drawn, glinting as it slashed through the air. The sounds of severed heads plummeting resonated, followed by torrents of blood gushing forth. The entire main hall fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds being the howling wind and the relentless patter of rain. On the platform, Qing Yin maintained her composure, her tightly clenched right hand finally relaxing. Just a hair's breadth away, she was on the verge of striking. Lan Zhou wiped the blood from her sword and sheathed it. She turned towards Qing Yin, who feigned a calm demeanor but was, in truth, overly tense, offering her a shallow smile of consolation. Qing Yin relaxed slightly, nodded at her, and then quietly departed from the main hall. This grand performance concluded triumphantly amidst bloodshed and astonishment. In the story's denouement, the protagonist bravely stepped forward to unmask the perpetrator, restoring honor to her sect. Although their reputation suffered a blow, it did not descend to utter disgrace. He faced no punishment for his defeat in the contest. Instead, he garnered the admiration of his sect for his splendid duel with the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple. The youth now possessed an ace up his sleeve against the forces of darkness. What further developments awaited him in the future? Gazing at the still chaotic main hall in the distance, Lan Zhou revealed a smile of ambiguous meaning. Behind the curtain, a bystander held the entire script. In the narrative, she was merely a backdrop, yet the transparent threads behind her subtly guided the unfolding of events. Lan Zhou retrieved her sword, once stained with blood, and her smile blossomed uncontrollably. Truly, what a riveting tale. She slowly turned and walked toward her four companions waiting not far off. Wu Ming eagerly waved at her. Come here, let Lu Yao see you. Lan Zhou resumed her usual demeanor and dashed toward her comrades. I'm coming. Chapter 35. The moment of dungeon settlement, Bushi. 2 or 3 days later, the farce at Tiani sect was definitively concluded. Everyone unanimously concealed the truth of the matter, collectively declaring that the killer was not an elder within Tiani sect. This individual was merely a spy from within, intent on inciting discord between the realms of immortals and demons. As for how a mere elder could muster the audacity to commit such an act, no one paid it any heed. After all, it was the young master of Tiani sect who had exposed this person's insidious intentions. Although public opinion of Tiani sect took a significant hit following this incident, it was still preferable to total defeat. Upon returning, Su Yuetian explained the situation to the elders of the sect using the rhetoric Lan Zhou had taught him. What would have been a tarnishing defeat was transformed into a profound interaction with the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple. Those who had initially sought to eliminate Su Yuetian upon his return found their motives for doing so diminished. Following Lan Zhou's guidance, Su Yuetian began to establish his own influence for self-protection. As Lan Zhou had anticipated, not all members of Tiani sect were implicated in the scandal. The moment Su Yuetian subtly expressed his dissatisfaction with the demon-obsessed faction, a group of individuals who could no longer endure the faction's tyranny rallied to support him. Perhaps it was a hidden talent, but under Lan Zhou's influence, Su Yuetian's insight into human nature grew increasingly acute. Although he could not yet delve deeply into the matter, for a youth of 14 or 15 to hold his own against a faction of cunning schemers was quite remarkable. However, not everyone could accept this outcome. I still don't understand why. Clearly, there was something amiss with Tiani sect. Back at Xinyan Mountain, after a day's lessons, Qi Yin could not restrain himself from voicing his confusion while discussing Su Yuetian's recent circumstances with Lan Zhou. Jiao Xian leaned against a tree in the courtyard of the school, letting out a deep sigh. Because this matter was never intended for our viewing. Qi Yin tilted his head toward Jiao Xian. Why not? We could expose them. The evidence is irrefutable. Lu Yao, kneeling on the ground while perusing a pharmacology book, spoke in her usual delicate and gentle tone. I don't quite comprehend these matters, but my mother once mentioned some concepts related to this. We have never truly occupied the same position as mortals. What we can understand, mortals may not grasp. What we can perceive, mortals may not see. Zhou Xian casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and chewed on it, waving a hand at Qi Yin. Exactly, that's the point. To be precise, they will not consider issues from our perspective. Our interests diverge from theirs. Moreover, human nature is inherently rebellious. Just suppose, that all the sects present at the time had risen up to denounce Tianyi sect. Mortals are only half aware of the situation. What they see is merely Tianyi sect apprehending a criminal in public, while all the sects claim they are the true culprits. Did mortals truly participate in this affair? No. They cannot perceive the truth. They only see a group of individuals indifferent to their plight collectively bullying a sect that usually speaks on their behalf. In reality, this incident did not harm mortals' interests at all. To put it bluntly, they were merely spectators. In such circumstances, it is difficult for them not to engage in wild speculation. Ultimately, public opinion could sway overwhelmingly in support of Tianyi sect. From the outset, we lacked the support of mortals. Instead, we stood opposed to them, and the outcome would be utter failure. Zhou Xian shook his head, feeling it was not worth it. People are like this. They only believe what they see and hear. As for the truth, it becomes inconsequential. Even if we laid out ample evidence before them, they would choose to ignore it. Zhou Xian's words left Qi Yin utterly speechless. Zhou Xian, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced around and spotted Lan Zhou, who was diligently working with a communication stone nearby. He lightly kicked Lan Zhou with his leg. Hey, what are you doing? Say something, boss. Lan Zhou remained transfixed on the communication stone. Heh, you think just because you laid it out so plainly that it would silence everyone? You'd remember me, right? Caught in the act of being exposed, Zhou Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. TCH, say whatever you want. If not, then forget it. After finishing her message to Su Yuetian, Lan Zhou turned her attention to the troubled Qi Yin and offered some comforting words to the naive lad. No need to be so tangled up. In truth, we did gain something from this. We took a step back, shifting the blame from Tianyi sect to the traitors within. Lan Zhou extended one hand. Tianyi sect is the victim. She then extended her other hand. We are also victims. The ones at fault are the spies, who sought to sow discord between the two realms. Thus, the other immortal sects are not the primary focus here. For mortals, our suffering holds little significance. Qi Yin nodded, partially understanding. Lan Zhou pressed her palms together. You see, in this matter, everyone is a victim, and no one is truly at fault, right? Qi Yin nodded, and Wu Ming leaned in, eager to see what Lan Zhou would conjure next. Lan Zhou continued. So what useful information can this incident provide to mortals? Wu Ming and Qi Yin exchanged puzzled glances. Lan Zhou smiled slightly, forebodingly, that a spy managed to infiltrate Tianyi sect, even obtaining a position among the elders. Mortals' admiration for Tianyi sect stems from its stance against the demon realm and its friendly demeanor towards them. While Tianyi sect is indeed innocent, this incident indirectly reveals that not all within Tianyi sect are virtuous. Naturally, the sect's reputation among mortals will suffer. Now that Tianyi sect has taken action against that elder, it implicitly acknowledges this fact. This is a loss they will undoubtedly have to bear. Qi Yin and Wu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Oh, Lan Zhou patted Qi Yin on the shoulder. Rest assured, the people in the immortal realm are not fools. They are quite astute. Qi Yin displayed a look of profound understanding and nodded vigorously. Zhou Xian remarked, So, after all I said, you don't believe a word of it, do you? Lan Zhou shot an exasperated glance at the meddlesome Wu Ming. What are you butting in for? Wu Ming retorted. Is it permissible for you to cause a ruckus, but not for me to join your conversation? Lan Zhou leaned closer and patted Wu Ming's back. Not at all. I only thought you've been busy practicing with your staff lately. I figured you were too exhausted to engage in such discussions. The previous topic seemed ill-suited for them anyway. After all, in a few years, when they became seasoned veterans of the immortal realm, they would understand in the workplace. One merely needed to muddle through to become a slacker. Wu Ming shot Lan Zhou a sideways glance and picked up the staff resting nearby. It's all right. Now I can barely fend off some simple attacks. Lan Zhou leaned against Wu Ming's back. Oh dear. What injuries could you possibly sustain? You are a noble ranged attacker. You only need to be able to block quickly and then make your escape. Wu Ming sighed. Easier said than done. Do you think I learn as swiftly as you do? Lan Zhou feigned ignorance. Oh, when have I ever been quick? After all this time, I'm still only at the mid-stage of Qi training. Unlike Zhou Xian, who was about to advance to foundation establishment, hiding behind Wu Ming, the scheming green tea sister cast a mischievous glance at Zhou Xian, who shuddered under Wu Ming's icy stare. Haha, it's not happening that quickly. I still have a few days to go to IT. That moment, Lu Yao, who had been quietly reading nearby, interjected. But senior brother Zhu just asked me for a foundation establishment pill yesterday. Looking at the giggling Lu Yao, Zhou Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yao, you've ultimately learned bad habits from that woman? The woman. May I ask how learning from me equates to learning bad habits? Zhou Xian chuckled mischievously. Oh, a mid-stage Qi practitioner. Apart from your impressive verbal skills, what else do you possess? Lan Zhou raised an eyebrow. If memory serves me right, aren't everyone's cultivation levels rising towards the foundation establishment stage? Perhaps I should make a slight surge now to give you a taste of a minor mid-stage shock? Zhou Xian, flustered, waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. Sister, grant me a bit of arrogance to stand on. Lan Zhou smirked. Do you think I care to compete with you? The eldest senior brother has his own pride, and I understand that ever since their return from the Taoist conference, the tale of Zhou Xian's duel with Liao Can, the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Law sect, had spread like wildfire. A swordsman defeating a talisman practitioner, and doing so against all odds, certainly brought considerable fame to this flamboyant peacock. Were it not for Lan Zhou's presence, Zhou Xian's inflated ego might have reached the moon. Yet, for reasons unknown, everyone chose to remain silent about Lan Zhou's achievements. Zhou Xian gazed at Lan Zhou with a sympathetic expression, causing Lan Zhou to feel a tad embarrassed. What are you staring at? Are you bored? Wu Ming, taking the initiative, posed the question. Honestly, for a mid-stage Qi practitioner, how come no one speaks of your remarkable feat of slaying the rampaging elder from the Tianyi sect at the banquet? Lan Zhou anticipated their curiosity. It must be that my master and teacher privately advised them to keep this matter confidential. Even a mere girl, even one who had lost her senses in a fit of rage, was no trivial matter. If this news spread, regardless of belief, those disciples from various sects would inevitably target me. Concealing one's talents is always safer than flaunting them. Wu Ming face-bombed, having forgotten the true nature of this girl's identity. After the Taoist conference, Lan Zhou's status had become an open secret. Who would dare gossip about the sword ancestor's first disciple? Suddenly, Lu Yao exclaimed, Oh! The four of them responded in unison. What? Lu Yao smacked his forehead. Did we forget something? Lan Zhou sensed an ominous feeling. It had indeed been too quiet lately to Isn't there a celebratory banquet tonight for our sect's disciples who attended the Taoist conference? Qi Yan, the glutton, suddenly remembered. Lan Zhou stood up, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? To refuse a ready feast would be a failure in life. Chapter 36. A heart for a heart. As the lights illuminated the square, the sounds of chatter filled the air. Someone had the bright idea to transform the originally solemn banquet into a lively gathering. Everyone exchanged stories about their experiences at the conference. The five of them were quickly bombarded with questions. Initially intending to simply enjoy a grand meal, Lan Zhou found herself overwhelmed by the social obligations reminiscent of her past life. After discreetly greeting Qing Yan on stage, she slipped away unnoticed. Under the twinkling stars, Lan Zhou once again retreated to the back garden of the academy. The chirping of insects beneath the trees was crisp and melodious. It was perhaps the first time Lan Zhou felt so relaxed while appreciating the night view of the Qinyun sect. She found a patch of soft grass and lay down, quietly admiring the night sky she had never seen in her previous life. Reflecting on the months since her arrival in this world, she pondered the events she had encountered and the friends she had made. Perhaps it was the nature of a corporate worker, but she always viewed tasks as burdensome. For her, unfinished tasks felt like debts to bear. She feared that the weight of her responsibilities would affect those around her, and dreaded that they might suffer unfair fates because of her. In her previous life, Lan Zhou had never experienced familial love or friendship. In the cutthroat orphanage, she had once held hope that a kind family would adopt her. But what did it matter if she was clever and outstanding, not knowing how to flatter in the eyes of those around her? Such a person was devoid of emotion and incapable of love. Gradually, The stubbornness of Lan Zhou was worn down by the orphanage, school, society, and the workplace. Perhaps Lan Zhou was not initially a cold-hearted person. She longed for love. Yet, the weight of reality ultimately crushed her. In a daze, Lan Zhou extended her hand. The stars here shone so brightly, twinkling as if they were within arm's reach. Indeed, she was not a cold individual. She understood the essence of love. Upon entering this world, she was filled with wariness. Whether it was the goodwill from Chang Yun or Yin Su, to her, it felt like a series of tests. Then came Wu Ming, Lu Yao, Zhou Xian, Qi Yin, and Qing Yin. Lan Zhou was not made of stone. She was acutely aware of their care and protection but dared not acknowledge it. She feared burdening them, feared hurting them. Time and again, she reassured herself that this was merely a transaction, a fleeting performance. Yet, when she had slain that elder, she had seen the tension in Qing Yan's expression. Despite the blood on her sword, timid Lu Yao still dared to grasp her hand outside the hall, checking on her well-being. But a lonely soul. Lan Zhou sometimes succumbed to despair. However, when Lu Yao gently wiped the blood from her face, her previously placid heart stirred with ripples. They were her true friends, not mere allies for mutual benefit. Suddenly, Lan Zhou recalled Wu Ming's earlier words. They were waiting for her. She understood they feared nothing. They were willing to accompany her in fooling that elder, just as they dared to stand with her in the main hall of the Heavenly Law sect for that performance. Initially, Lan Zhou wished to go solo, wanting others to keep their distance. Yet, Qi Yin insisted on following her, and reluctantly, she acquiesced. But truly, Lan Zhou was afraid. They could easily distance themselves from these troubles. As she slowly closed her eyes, she truly wished not to drag them into her predicament. Her outstretched hand towards the starry sky gradually clenched tight, and though her palm felt empty, it brushed against something warm. "What are you doing lying there? If you get cold, it'll be a hassle for Lu Yao to fetch you medicine." Wu Ming's familiar voice broke the silence, and Lan Zhou smiled as she opened her eyes. The four little ones stood quietly beside her. "I'm so sorry," Lan Zhou said, using the support to sit up, casually inquiring, "Aren't you all going to get something to eat?" Wu Ming settled beside her, gazing at the stars she had been admiring. "You slipped away. Who would still want to stay there?" Zhou Xian maintained her playful demeanor. "What's wrong, sister? Are you feeling down because your cultivation isn't progressing?" Lan Zhou retorted. "If that's how you see it, then I must put in more effort tonight." Qi Yin chimed in, wrapping his arm around Lan Zhou's shoulder like a good brother. "Boss, unleash your usual vigor. Don't look so forlorn when alone, like a widow." Lan Zhou playfully punched him. "Well described, but don't use such comparisons again." After months of getting to know each other, Lu Yao had shed her initial shyness. She approached Lan Zhou from behind, resting a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right if you have something on your mind, just share it with us." Lan Zhou recalled Wu Ming's earlier words. "We are all waiting for you." With a whirlwind of thoughts, she tightened her fist, not realizing that Wu Ming's hand still lingered in her palm. She looked at Wu Ming, who had always appeared serious and aloof, now blushing slightly. "Ahem, if you have something to say, just say it." Lan Zhou gazed at the four little ones, their faces brimming with anticipation. They likely understood the reasons behind her concealed identity. Yet, they seemed indifferent to it all. In their eyes, there was only Lan Zhou. After an intense internal struggle, Lan Zhou seemed to resolve her thoughts. It was agreed upon. A heart for a heart. The four little friends exchanged knowing smiles. All right, a heart for a heart. Chapter 37. The fear of possession, the fear of loss. Thus, the five little friends sat beneath the tree, quietly listening to Lan Zhou's past. "Dio, you wish to hear my story or Lan Zhou's?" No one answered. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xian timidly spoke. Yours? Yours? Ha ha ha, very well. Look at your frightened expression. Who was it just now, so confidently proclaiming a heart for a heart? Now that I'm about to be completely honest. You re-scared? Seeing Zhou Xian's bewildered reaction, Lan Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Oddly, Wu Ming, who typically would have retorted, now furrowed her brow, casting a complex gaze toward Lan Zhou. As usual, Lan Zhou donned her playful facade. "Oh, it's all in the past. Let me recount it as a story for you. Please, don't be more sorrowful than I, the protagonist, all right?" Lu Yao remained silent, merely holding Lan Zhou's hand in a gentle grasp. Stripping away the facade of simplicity she usually wore, her fiery gaze dimmed. Lan Zhou continued to smile, Perhaps this was the most relaxed day she had experienced in quite some time. There was no need to analyze the emotions of others, nor to cloak herself in a veneer of pretense. She no longer felt the need to don a mask in front of her friends, a thought she once entertained but dared not pursue. Long, long ago, more precisely, over 20 years past, in another world, a baby girl was born into the life of a vagrant. Yet fortune smiled upon her when, at the brink of death, she was discovered by kind-hearted souls and taken to an orphanage. This, however, was the sole stroke of luck in her life. She was not devoid of laughter. Rather, the strain of forced smiles weighed heavily upon her. Her naturally sullen expression rendered her unremarkable, unlike other children, who eagerly donned bright smiles in hopes of being adopted, even resorting to undermining one another to elevate their own worth in the eyes of prospective parents. She found herself the unfortunate target of such machinations. Initially, she did have a dear friend, one who radiated joy, was vivacious, clever, and admirable. In contrast, she was merely intelligent, devoid of laughter, and lacking in social grace. Thus, unbeknownst to her, she became the backdrop to her friend's success, enabling her to find a loving family. At this moment, Lan Zhou paused, contemplating whether to delve deeper into the details. For instance, that kind family had actually taken an interest in her, even reaching out to take her hand in preparation for the adoption process. However, her friend had hidden Lan Zhou's beloved doll in the caretaker's lounge. At that time, Lan Zhou was still inexperienced in social interactions and could not articulate her feelings. She rushed toward the caretaker's lounge, repeating "mine, mine." The family, mistaking her reluctance to be adopted as disinterest, turned instead to take away the charming girl beside her. By the time Lan Zhou, joyfully clutching her doll, arrived at the orphanage entrance, that family had already completed the adoption and walked away with the girl. She vividly recalled that day, bathed in sunlight, the golden rays casting an enchanting glow upon the girl, who joyfully departed the orphanage. Hand in hand with her new parents, Lan Zhou stood at the gate, doll in arms, watching them fade from view. Among those present, only Wu Ming had never experienced familial affection. She tightened her grip on Lan Zhou's hand and glanced back, only to find Lan Zhou's expression devoid of emotion, as if such occurrences were mere commonplace. Lan Zhou laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, do you think she was foolish?" Yet it mattered not. She needed none of it. She had mastered the art of disguise, of concealment, of laughter, and the intricacies of social dealings. A mere glance from another was sufficient for her to discern their intentions. Zhou Exine interjected at an inopportune moment. "So? You've endured so much?" Lan Zhou did not perceive her past as particularly bitter. She continued to beam. "But what of it?" Thereafter, she excelled in every endeavor, the epitome of perfection. She had long since dismissed the protagonists of novels, uninterested in success or adoration. Her only desire was to swiftly fulfill her own quest and live the life she envisioned. In truth, she was uncertain of what she truly wanted. She held no demands regarding her basic needs and was unfamiliar with the concept of happiness. She simply feared complications, troublesome matters, and the ceaseless tangles of human affairs. Thus, as she matured, her world distilled down to work and rest. She was, however, grateful for this singular experience of transition. Tio put it in terms you would understand. Her soul had traversed into this realm. In this world, she was fortunate to have loving family and mentors. Had it not been for the massacre, she would not have met such a tragic end in the wilderness. Yet, upon her arrival, everything had vanished. Indeed, she had once been a cold-hearted individual. However, amidst the beautiful, warm memories interspersed with scattered remnants of loss, she ultimately chose to exact vengeance for the self she had become in this world. Thus, she arrived here, but the subsequent tale need not be elaborated upon, for the rest of the events were shared experiences. Those present fell into silence, some believing they had been lulled into a trance by Lan Zhou's narrative. Zhou Exine attempted to moisten his dry throat, struggling to utter a word of comfort. Eventually, it was Qi Yin who spoke first. "No wonder you read people so accurately." Lan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. After holding back for so long, such a simple remark was all he could muster. The subject herself found humor in the moment. Qi Yin patted Lan Zhou's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "It's all right. We here now." Lan Zhou shared that sentiment. "Yes, indeed. I have you all now." A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying familiar fragrances. Unconsciously, Lan Zhou turned to look behind her, where a familiar figure stood, with a bright smile. She approached. "Master!" She hastily ran towards Qing Yin and casually inquired, "Master, has the celebration ended?" Qing Yin's long black hair was partially tied with a slender red ribbon, while some loose strands cascaded down. His fair visage bore a serene and elegant smile as he replied gently, "Yes, it is late. We should return and rest." Lan Zhou nodded obediently. "All right." She then turned to wave goodbye to the four who had straightened up upon seeing Qing Yin. On the journey back to Qianling Peak, Qing Yin maintained that familiar smile, walking silently ahead of Lan Zhou. Clad in a finely crafted azure robe, the wind tousled its hem. Lan Zhou gazed at Qing Yin's solitary figure, moving closer to him and taking his hand. His fingers were well-defined, his skin so pale it contrasted the vibrant hue of her own. Though her hand felt cold in his grasp, she did not release it. Looking up at Qing Yin, she said, "Master, you could ask Lan Zhou about that too, if you wish to know." In truth, Lan Zhou suspected that Qing Yin had likely heard everything from start to finish. Observing his demeanor, she felt an unsettling unfamiliarity. Panic swelled within her. She could not fathom why she sensed that Qing Yin might abandon her. Although she was no longer a child, she had long since relinquished any notions of companionship. Emerging from the teleportation array, Qing Yin still remained silent, in the stillness of night. The bamboo grove rustled with the chill of the wind. Qing Yin walked ahead, while Lan Zhou hesitated to follow. She stood, watching him just as she had once watched that family lead the girl away. Though she professed indifference to Qing Yin's status or identity, the fear of losing him gripped her heart. She had contemplated sharing her thoughts with him, yet he was unlike her friends. He was the sword master, the leader of the righteous path, while she was but a wandering spirit returning to the world. After months of sharing a bond, Lan Zhou had come to see Qing Yin as family. She was terrified that he might find himself in a predicament because of her. Qing Yin walked with his head bowed, and for a long while, no footsteps followed. At last, he halted and turned back, finding the foolish girl standing there, dazed. "Lan Zhou, come here," he called softly. His azure robe blended seamlessly with the night and the bamboo. Yet Lan Zhou perceived it with clarity. Overwhelmed by her fears, she dashed toward him in a flurry. Quietly, he enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. "What are you standing there for? I am not angry with you. I merely wish to wait until we return to Floating Cloud Pavilion to talk." Perhaps it was the delicate strands of hair brushing against her cheek that made her feel a slight itch. She brushed her hand against it, only to feel warmth and moisture. Qing Yin tenderly wiped away her tears. "I know what you fear. If you are here, then be at peace. I will not harm you. Nor will I abandon you." "Master," Lan Zhou whispered between sobs, quietly clutching the hem of his robe. "Please, don't leave me." Qing Yin lifted her, cradling her in his arms, softly reassuring, "I will never leave you. I promise I will always be by your side." As night deepened, Lan Zhou clutched Qing Yin's robe, drifting into a deep slumber, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Qing Yin sighed quietly, having never possessed anything. One fears losing it once it is gained. He had sensed something amiss with Lan Zhou for quite some time, but had refrained from inquiring directly, respecting her tragic past. Today's unexpected turn of events had finally unraveled the mystery that had long plagued him. He knew her past was likely not a pleasant one, but he had not anticipated it to be so dire. Qing Yin instinctively tightened his embrace, his heart aching as he gazed at the frail girl nestled within his arms. "Silly girl, how could your master ever abandon you?" The wind in the bamboo grove gradually stilled, the soft rustling still echoing in the air. The lights of Floating Cloud Pavilion flickered on and off, and Lan Zhou slept soundly, oblivious to the world around her. Chapter 38. The Bad Civilization of Constant Contests in the Cultivation Realm, Sound of Thunder. In the early morning, a 25-year-old girl, who had wept the previous night, opened her eyes with a start. Her eyes widened in shock, and her scalp felt taut. Who could fathom the embarrassment she felt upon recalling the pitiful sight of herself crying in Qing Yin's embrace just hours prior? The mere thought of shedding tears at her age for such inexplicable reasons drained her of the courage to rise from her bed as the sun began to climb higher in the sky. Lan Zhou could no longer resist the urge to peek cautiously through a crack in her door. Stealthily making her way to the main hall, she was relieved to find it empty and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as she was about to venture out in search of Wu Ming and the others for their practice, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Lan Zhou? Have you not yet combed your hair? How can you go out like this? Quickly turning around, she laughed awkwardly. Master, good morning. I was just in a hurry to practice, it's nothing. I'll grab a bamboo stick on the way to tie my hair up. Qing Yin rubbed his forehead. That one do. Come here, allow me to style your hair for you. With his order given, Lan Zhou had no choice but to shuffle over to Qing Yin. Having witnessed her bashful demeanor the day before, Qing Yin found amusement in it. What's the matter? Is this your first time meeting your master? Why the shyness? Sticking her tongue out playfully, Lan Zhou replied, What's wrong with a little shyness for a girl? Qing Yin teased, You're usually so poised. Yet now you seem to regress to your preteen self. His slender fingers gently gathered Lan Zhou's lustrous hair, the strands cascading over his fair hands, creating a striking contrast. Occasionally, his fingers brushed against her skin, drawing her attention. Though this was not the first time she had asked Qing Yin to style her hair, a strange shyness enveloped her. Noticing the warmth radiating from her ears, Qing Yin, mistaking it for a chill she caught the night before in the bamboo grove, inquired with concern, What's wrong? Your ears are burning hot? He reached out with one hand to touch her cheek. His palm warmed to the touch. Have you caught a cold? Should I escort you to Xinglin Peak? Lan Zhou suddenly became flustered. No need, master. Please just help me with my hair. I'm fine. Seeing her insistence, Qing Yin could only set his mind at ease and proceeded to style her hair. If you truly cannot bear it, remember to tell me. Do not suffer alone. What a poor choice of words, he thought, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to the implications of his statement. In a bid to exonerate himself, Lan Zhou straightened her back, silently praying for Qing Yin to work more swiftly, lacking a suitable hair tie. Qing Yin rummaged through his storage pouch and found a red thread to secure her hair. His skills in hairstyling were quite adept, yet Lan Zhou felt the time drag on unusually long. Just as he finished securing her hair, she darted out like a newly transformed rabbit. Thank you, master. Goodbye. By the time Qing Yin remembered he had more to say, the girl had already vanished into the bamboo grove. Hopping away he couldn't help but chuckle softly. How strange. Why has she suddenly become so shy? Just last night, she boldly nestled in my arms for a nap after I carried her back. Though he claimed to harbor no particular feelings about it, a hint of annoyance colored his tone when discussing it with the sect leader over tea. The leader, unfazed, took a sip and remarked, Master, you have likely encountered too few girls. Qing Yin maintained his serene smile. Is that so? The leader set down his teacup, leaned in closer, and playfully said, That girl has probably matured. Young ladies often exhibit a bit of bashfulness as they grow. Do you understand the nuances of youthful affection? A crack appeared on Qing Yin's usually composed visage. If memory serves me correctly, Lan Zhou is merely a little over 14, isn't she? No, I cannot allow this. On this sunlit morning, Qi Yin and Jushin had descended the mountain early to await their companions in the square. Sitting on a stone bench, they engaged in idle chatter. A sudden breeze swept through, causing them both to shiver in unison. What is going on? Why does it feel so off? With a resolve to reform the sect after witnessing its darker side, Su Yuetian had just unsheathed his sword, ready to commence his practice. Despite the radiant sunlight, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping over him. Are those people in the inner courtyard staring at me? Today, Lu Yao and Lan Zhou arrived particularly late. Lu Yao's eyes bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness, a greenish hue betraying her fatigue. Her delicate hands waved weakly in the air. Good morning. As the saying goes, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Lu Yao. You look like your time is nearly up. Wu Ming's sharp retort nearly cleaved Jushin's head in two. Think before you speak. Lu Yao, momentarily taken aback, chuckled, Haha, it's true. I am nearing my end. If I keep this up, I feel I might soon join my great-grandmother. Qi Yin leaned against his heavy sword, dozing off in a daze. He thought he saw a translucent version of Lu Yao hovering above her head, appearing both near and distant. Is that what they call the soul leaving the body? What kind of miraculous skill is Lu Yao practicing? Wu Ming, grave-faced, shook Lu Yao urgently. Wake up, little dear. Don't sleep. After a flurry of commotion, the number of participants in today's practice was successfully reduced by one. By the time Lan Zhou hastily arrived, a small, exhausted Lu Yao lay sprawled on the ground. Lan Zhou turned to Wu Ming, who was crouching nearby, and asked, "What happened?" Glancing at the peculiar sight of Lan Zhou, Wu Ming explained, she probably stayed up late cramming her herbal knowledge. Not particularly attentive to the matter at hand, Lan Zhou scratched her head. Why the rush? Is there something significant happening lately? Ha, girl, isn't it obvious? No one mentioned that in a month, there will be a major examination for the sect. This pertains to the classification of classes after foundational establishment. Lan Zhou felt a sense of dread wash over her. Why does this sound so familiar? After pondering for a while, she realized with dismay that it was not merely familiar but was, in fact, the comprehensive examination from her previous life. Competitions and exams, truly the bane of the cultivation world. Lan Zhou declared, raising her foaming sword high, though she hesitated to drop it. Wu Ming sighed. All right, it's either a blessing or a curse. One cannot escape their fate. That moment, a despondent fish lost its dreams. So, does anyone know the content of the examination? At least provide a scope for the subjects? Jushin pondered for a moment. I'd say one must be at least in the late stages of qi refining. After all, to enter a good foundational class, one must establish their foundation first. Lan Zhou, now devoid of spirit, asked, so why not just directly establish the foundation? Jushin felt slightly embarrassed. Haha, because after establishing the foundation, you'll have to compete with others who have also established theirs, many of whom are seniors from the previous cohort. Establishing a foundation within a month, even the most talented wouldn't stand a chance against them. Cowardice abounds. The instigator of mischief, Lan Zhou, has entered the fray. Who's being cowardly? Fine, this month, whoever doesn't establish their foundation is a fool. Wu Ming and Qi Yin. Some say you are their fool. Wu Ming wiped his staff. Jushin, do you wish to be sent flying? Qi Yin opened his eyes. Care for a brawl? Whoever loses is the fool. Lan Zhou. Hee. Jushin. Lan Zhou, you're on. Chapter 39. Is there a problem with aspiring to be a couch potato? Sorrow. From these past few days, Lan Zhou began to grow increasingly busy. Not only did she need to practice her swordsmanship, but she also had to cultivate her spirit. After all, she had previously been focused on learning sword techniques and strategies. And now she also needed to master talisman drawing. Toughening up, she thought, I'm probably busier than a wage slave. Thus, Lan Zhou rediscovered her original intention, to be a true bystander in the world of cultivation. She mustn't become too capable. What if she inadvertently ends up as the protagonist, with too many roles to play? Meanwhile, in another realm, someone paused mid-sentence, feeling a twinge of guilt. How amusing. The academy, in its understanding, curtailed most of the literary courses, allocating more time for disciples to engage in their practice. The 5 little ones also began their training in earnest. After all, aside from the competition, the major examination would also assess the disciples' survival skills in the wilderness. Thus, the sect would simulate a small secret realm for the disciples to undergo training. Now we must also learn wilderness survival. Fortunately, due to Lan Zhou's foresight, the 5 of them often trained together, establishing a certain level of camaraderie. They would look out for one another, even within the secret realm. It should not pose significant issues. Lu Yao strained to unfold a formation, encompassing Qi Yin and Jushin at the front. She continuously moved between Qi Yin, Wu Ming, and Jushin, ensuring support for the front line while also keeping an eye on Wu Ming and Lan Zhou. Fine beads of sweat adorned Lu Yao's small face, her once fair skin now flushed with a rosy hue. Lan Zhou, ever considerate, offered her a handkerchief. Wipe your sweat. You've worked hard, little dear. As the training exercise came to a close, Lu Yao disregarded her appearance and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Accepting the handkerchief from Lan Zhou, she breathlessly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Wu Ming turned to look at the exhausted Lu Yao sprawled on the ground. Feeling a twinge of sympathy. You've worked hard. You still need to memorize the pharmacology. Why not take a seat over there for a while? Lan Zhou nodded in agreement. Yes, little dear. Why don't you sit down for a bit? You've certainly exerted yourself more than anyone else here. Lan Zhou's statement was far from mere flattery. Liu Yao had the dual burden of memorizing pharmacology and learning medical formations, while simultaneously practicing the reversed medical formations and continuously training her movements to keep pace with the team's dynamics. Having devoted herself to the study of medicine from a young age, Lu Yao never anticipated that she would one day need to train her agility. She accepted the suggestion, nodding before taking a seat on a nearby stone bench. I in the front row. Zhou Xian lazily propped himself up with his sword, casting a mischievous glance at Lan Zhou. Hey, the Grand Sect examination is just a few days away. Have you reached the later stage of your cultivation yet? Lan Zhou met his lascivious gaze with a knowing look. Come on. Who doesn't he know you're at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage? You've been flaunting it for a month now. Aren't you tired of it? Zhou Xian, unabashed, leaned closer. Just tell me if you've reached the peak of the later stage. Lan Zhou replied with a chuckle. Oh, I am far beyond just the later stage. Except for Lu Yao, the remaining three turned their attention towards Lan Zhou. Zhou Xian's eyes widened like saucers. Just last week, you mentioned you had only reached the late qi refining stage. How did you improve so quickly? Qi Yin's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Boss, what kind of sorcery is this? Wu Ming's ears perked up like antennas. Have you been juicing up? In just a week? Lan Zhou, exasperated, replied. I'm not only at the pinnacle of the later stage now, but I also have to suppress my cultivation. I don't want to compete alongside a bunch of older siblings. Even Long Ao Tian fears being slapped in the face. Zhou Xian's face twisted with jealousy. Are you for real? Lan Zhou's spirit seemed to drift away, her eyes vacant. Could it be false? Why would I deceive you about this? What the heck? The three exclaimed in unison. Leaning on her sword, Lan Zhou appeared dazed. Ah, this matter is quite vexing. About a week prior, Lan Zhou had been diligently controlling her innate talent for cultivation as usual. She estimated that she would likely reach the later stage of qi refining by today. With the Grand Sect examination less than a week away, she surmised that this time frame would not suffice for her to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As she pondered, her calculating mind was audible even to Qing Yin, who was attentively observing Lan Zhou's progress within the floating cloud pavilion. He approached her quickly. What's going on? You seem rather pleased with yourself. Lan Zhou stood up to greet him. Master, I've reached the later stage of qi refining. Qing Yin regarded her with an approving glance. At the later stage of qi refining, you may attempt to practice the second form of the Qinyun Lufeng sword technique. The second form? Infusing qi into the sword, transforming qi into the sword. Lan Zhou searched her memory for the second form. Qing Yin nodded. In Qinyun Lufeng, the first form uses the sword to harm, focusing on form, emphasizing the harmony between body and sword. The second form harms with qi, focusing on spirit, emphasizing the manipulation and utilization of spiritual power. Lan Zhou thought to herself that since she had no new goals in the coming days, learning a new sword technique should not pose a problem. Not a problem. To inflict harm with qi requires training the body's capacity to endure spiritual power. Absorbing spiritual power and channeling it into the sword, mimicking the sword's form, and then unleashing it with force during an attack. A seemingly effortless task that held terrifying potential. The issue lay precisely here. As Lan Zhou practiced the sword technique as usual, she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of spiritual power. The bamboo grove of Chilling Peak was rich with spiritual energy. It was this very energy that had enabled Lan Zhou to reach the later stage of qi refining in just 2 weeks. With her eyes shut, she inhaled and exhaled, once again awakening her spiritual roots. A gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves, and the bamboo leaves danced freely in the air. Qing Yin stood by, observing, as he conjured a delicate thread of spiritual energy that wound around Lan Zhou's wrist. He gently guided her wrist, channeling the spiritual energy. Following Qing Yin's lead, Lan Zhou began to absorb the spiritual energy at the appropriate moment. Her dantian filled with the unruly spiritual energy. The unrefined spiritual energy was difficult to absorb, leaving Lan Zhou feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the overwhelming influx. Qing Yin's voice broke through. Endure it. Try to channel it toward the sword. The spiritual energy surged wildly through Lan Zhou's meridians, and her azure blue spiritual energy finally erupted uncontrollably. The wind swirled around her, carrying bamboo leaves and spiritual energy. Lan Zhou abruptly opened her eyes, the sword brimming with spiritual energy as she swung it in the direction of the wind, unleashing a tangible sword qi that sliced through a nearby bamboo stalk. Returning to her senses, Lan Zhou cast a sheepish glance at Qing Yin. It's nothing. Just a piece of green bamboo. Qing Yin reassured her, ruffling her hair. 1,000-year green bamboo. So? Not bad. To successfully channel spiritual energy into sword qi on the first attempt is quite impressive. From here on, practice diligently, and soon you will be able to wield this technique at will. Haha, these 2 moves nearly took my life. To use it at will, that might be next year. Lan Zhou thought but refrained from voicing her inner thoughts, merely nodding obediently. Thus, for the next 2 days, Lan Zhou focused on practicing how to swiftly absorb spiritual energy and integrate it into her sword technique. The damage inflicted was indeed considerable, albeit somewhat time-consuming. Although Qing Yin had mentioned that this was merely due to Lan Zhou's inexperience, she sighed as she practiced, thinking that if it weren't for her heavenly spiritual roots, she might have to wait until at least the Golden Core stage to learn it. With slightly lesser talent, one might find their Dantian unable to digest the unrefined spiritual energy, leading to a catastrophic explosion. It was fortunate that with Lan Zhou's exceptional talent, she quickly became accustomed to the peculiar discomfort of her meridians swelling with spiritual energy. After 2 days and nights of rigorous training, Lan Zhou sensed her proficiency with the second form growing stronger. As a diligent worker bee, she decided to grant herself a day of rest. Happily, she lay in bed, drifting into a deep slumber, momentarily rediscovering the meaning of life through leisure. After 2 days of intense spiritual energy immersion, Lan Zhou's meridians had also strengthened. That night, as she breathed in and out, her movements resonated with the flow of spiritual energy. The door to her room was suddenly flung open by Qing Yin. Lan Zhou? He found the girl who had been slacking off during the day finally facing divine retribution. Oh, you've reached the pinnacle of the later stage of qi refining. Truly impressive, Lan Zhou. You've worked hard these past 2 days. 2 big, watery eyes streamed tears as wide as noodles. Master, you didn't mention that this kind of training would boost my cultivation? Qing Yin looked puzzled. What is the matter? Lan Zhou wailed. Whoa, it's great. Whoa, ha 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 ha. This is your blessing. Zhou Exen laughed so hard he nearly toppled over. While even the reserved Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. With little interest left in life, Lan Zhou had entered a sage-like mode. Haha, I can already envision how I'll be tossed into the Foundation Establishment arena mid-bout. Chapter 40. Naming Lan Zhou had some skills up her sleeve. Having prematurely practiced the second form of the Qinyun Lufeng, her cultivation speed was evidently unable to be contained any longer. Since she would be directly challenging the Foundation Establishment stage in the coming days, she decided to abandon her resistance. With nothing to lose, Lan Zhou resolutely advanced on the night of the third-to-last day. Amid Qing Yan's praises, she ultimately shed tears of regret. Having just advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, Lan Zhou's body remained feeble, so Qing Yan forbade her from accompanying her peers for practice. Thus, the little girl finally entered her long-awaited rebellious phase. It was quite rare for Lan Zhou to sit restlessly beside Qing Yan, as if her cushion were studded with nails. Qing Yan appeared oblivious, continuing to read the book in his hands. Noticing Qing Yan's lack of response, Lan Zhou's fidgety hands began to poke and prod at various items. She poked the cup, poked the teapot, and just as she was about to knock something off the tea table, Qing Yan would always catch it in time. Pouting her cheeks, the rebellious girl finally dropped the pretense. Seeing that Qing Yan was not watching her, she attempted to sneak away from the edge of the tea table. Just as the little insect was about to escape Qing Yan's line of sight, a large hand swooped down and pulled Lan Zhou back. Be good. You've worked hard enough this month, and you don't need to overexert yourself for the sect examination. You've just advanced. Resting is better for your health. He comforted her while smoothing her hair. Qing Yan chuckled. Lan Zhou gazed at her master's radiant smile and reluctantly abandoned her desire to push herself further, flopping onto Qing Yan's lap like a lazy fish. Indeed. Indulging in leisure is delightful. Qing Yan's peripheral vision caught the curled-up Lan Zhou, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. His hand rhythmically stroked Lan Zhou's increasingly lush hair. Suddenly, the soothing motion came to an abrupt halt. Qing Yan spotted the familiar red thread atop Lan Zhou's head, recalling that it was the very thread he had used to braid her hair earlier. Having been at the Floating Cloud Pavilion for quite some time, Lan Zhou had never changed her azure blue hair ribbon, even as it faded. Now, it seemed she had grown accustomed to his red thread. Perhaps it is the pangs of selfishness that compel Qing Yan to feign ignorance and refrain from mentioning the matter again. That red thread seems perfectly suited for Lanzhou. The leisurely 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of Qing Yan's elixirs and spiritual energy, Lanzhou's cultivation has firmly established itself at the early stage of foundation building. This alleviated the concern she previously harbored about her Dantian being empty after the advancement. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in this grand assessment, which included disciples from both the Qi refinement and foundation building stages, the sect distributed a transformative artifact to each disciple to prevent any malicious retaliation among them. This treasure is remarkable. Not only can it alter one's appearance, but it can also modify height and gender. Lanzhao was thoroughly pleased with such a valuable item, as it would spare her from embarrassment should she face humiliation. Moreover, this competition would not entail fixed rankings but would merely identify the top 10 contenders without revealing their true names. Truly, PvE is a commendable civilization. With this in mind, Lanzhao felt less anxious about the competition and hopped her way to the registration area. At the registration desk, a disciple was diligently filling out the application forms. Next, it was Lanzhao's turn, and the disciple inquired as per tradition, "What nickname would you like to use?" Lanzhao pondered for a moment and replied, "Novice on the road. I welcome your guidance." The disciple's hand faltered as he looked up at the girl, who appeared to be around 14 years old. "Are you serious?" Lanzhao nodded earnestly. "I am indeed." The disciple was momentarily speechless, trembling as he inscribed a nickname that could very well cost a person half their life to utter. A moment of silence for the senior brother serving as the judge. While awaiting the match order, Lanzhao, feeling somewhat idle, wandered over to where the disciples were collectively placing their bets. "Hey, do you have any insider information about the most formidable foundation-building disciples and their nicknames this year?" "I don't know. The senior brothers and sisters handling these affairs this year are not from our peak." "Then who is presiding over it this year?" "I heard it's Qinren Peak, as they have fewer participants this time." With the innate talent of a wind spiritual root, Lanzhao effortlessly eavesdropped on these tidbits of information. Qinren? It seemed somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't quite recall. Speaking of which, she wondered if senior sister Changyun and senior brother Yinshu had managed to ascend to the Golden Core stage. She certainly did not wish to encounter any old acquaintances on the competition stage. Furthermore, if senior brother Yinshu were indeed present, Lanzhao could only brace herself for a verbal jab. A true hero strikes but does not hit the face. But if she were to say that, given senior brother Yinshu's temperament, she would likely be thrown out without a second thought. Lanzhao gnawed on her spiced pig trotter, feeling exceptionally conflicted. What could she do? The level disparity at the foundation building stage was not as easily navigated as that of the Qi refinement stage. A mere small realm difference could create a significant chasm. Sighing, Lanzhao lamented, "Here it comes. The list of competitors has been released." A disciple rushed towards the betting booth, clutching a list. A crowd gathered, engaging in fervent discussions about whom to place their bets on. Lanzhao stealthily inched closer. "Hey, who is this? Ha 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 ha, what a clever name. Novice on the road. I welcome your guidance. Ha 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 ha. It seems she is up against Zhu Lao Qi, and her opponent's name is equally witty. Never mind, place your bets, place your bets. I must cast my vote for Zhu Lao Qi. That novice clearly appears to have just advanced to the foundation building stage, likely a new disciple this year. Although the gender is mistaken. Congratulations on uncovering the truth." Lanzhao donned the transformative artifact, preparing to head to the competition stage when a cacophony of spirit stones crashing onto the stall erupted behind her. Clearly, someone unfamiliar with the world was oblivious to what humility entails. "I bet 500 spirit stones on the novice." The familiar voice nearly caused Lanzhao to stumble. "And why goodness, Sister Changyun, why must the person supporting me be you?" With heavy steps, Lanzhao approached the competition stage, feeling as though those 500 spirit stones were weighing down on her back. Her opponent, Zhu Lao Qi, strode onto the stage, appearing to be a heavy sword wielder. Zhu Lao Qi versus novice on the road. "I welcome your guidance." "What a coincidence, wouldn't you agree, senior brother Yinshu?" Before Lanzhao could offer another quip, Zhu Lao Qi charged at her, hefting his sword, which was nearly as tall as Lanzhao herself. Oh dear. The heavy sword swung with a resounding thud, echoing in Lanzhao's ears. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade the blow. Otherwise, she would have likely been sent flying several meters away. The red flame heavy sword, accustomed to four-person combat, had long abandoned the strategy of proactive heavy sword attacks. Lanzhao almost forgot how ferocious such an assault could be. Seeing Lanzhao effortlessly dodge his horizontal swing, Zhu Lao Qi quickly assessed her weapon type. Long sword? Lanzhao did not respond, instead unsheathing her sword with a single hand, summoning a fierce wind. The gust whipped through the air, destabilizing Zhu Laoqi's grip on his sword. Nevertheless, being a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, he was not easily swayed by such tricks. Zhu Laoqi, wielding what appeared to be a sword heavy enough to crush Lanzhao, chuckled to himself. The sword gleamed, and in an instant, Lanzhao flashed to his head. Delivering a downward strike, clang, the dull thud of iron clashing reverberated. Zhu Laoqi managed to parry Lanzhao's attack with one hand while simultaneously forcing her out of her optimal striking distance. Yet this was merely a probing strike. Lanzhao was hardly surprised by Zhu Laoqi's defense. Without even utilizing her spiritual energy, how could this be considered an attack? Oh, is this what you call fast? The wind swirling around the competition stage suddenly ceased, coalescing into razor-sharp blades of wind. One sword may hold its ground, but what of the multitude? Zhu Laoqi's heart sank as golden spiritual energy surged forth. Then let us see how it goes. Lanzhao quickly discerned his intention to rely on physical strength bolstered by spiritual energy to evade the impending assault. However, fate would not favor him. Zhu Laoqi leapt into the air, raising his heavy sword to cleave down at Lanzhao. The winds roared back into life, propelling the wind blades to dance around him. Lanzhao fervently absorbed spiritual energy, witnessing the concentration of energy around her heighten dramatically. Zhu Laoqi's ferocious assault was deftly evaded, and just as he thought he had interrupted Lanzhao's attack, she unleashed her wind blades, swirling around him. Lanzhao's movements quickened, rendering her nearly invisible in Zhu Laoqi's line of sight. The heavy sword was indeed formidable, but if one cannot see me, what good is it? Zhu Laoqi's speed was not lacking, and with the golden spiritual energy enveloping him, he barely managed to withstand the onslaught of wind blades and Lanzhao's fierce strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades relentlessly battered against Zhu Laoqi, leaving him with no energy to defend against them, as he had to focus solely on Lanzhao's direct assaults. As the situation on the stage became clearer, Lanzhao temporarily gained the upper hand. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, but it had all been spent on defense. Zhu Laoqi, noticing Lanzhao retreating slightly, assumed she too lacked the energy for further attacks. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow, emerald spiritual energy transformed into threads, weaving across the entire competition stage. With no time to re-establish his defenses, Lanzhao's sword light swept across every corner of the stage. Be cautious. Like a spectacular fireworks display, Lanzhao's sword light surged towards Zhu Laoqi from all directions. Upward thrusts, downward stabs, horizontal slashes. Her movements were swift and decisive, and Zhu Laoqi was like a rag doll. Flung off the competition stage, thud, the heavy sword clattered to the ground, creating a deafening sound. The once quiet venue erupted into thunderous applause. Novice wins. The crowd was ecstatic, except for Yanqiu. Lanzhao stepped down from the stage, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Maintaining a facade of composure, she hastily retreated to a less populated area, unable to spare a greeting for Yanqiu. Was this what it meant to challenge beyond 1's rank after reaching foundation building? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 41. Arrogant, brazen, and shameless. Lanzhao stealthily slipped away from the bustling competition stage, seeking refuge in a small pavilion to rest. A gentle breeze caressed her as she reclined within the pavilion. Enveloped in comfort, the throbbing pain of spiritual energy surging within her body had somewhat diminished. Had her opponent not wielded a heavy sword, her first experience fighting against a foundation-building cultivator would have likely been exceedingly arduous. Confronting her fellow disciples, she could not employ lethal techniques, which relegated her swordsmanship to merely 7 parts of its true potential. After all, the sword techniques she practiced were primarily practical in nature. Lanzhao rested her head upon her arm, gazing skyward. What could possibly be both practical and non-harmful? Ding! A non-existent little light bulb illuminated above her head. Mimicking a certain cat-like character, she rummaged through her storage pouch. Clang, clang, clang. Stasis talismans. Lanzhao deftly withdrew a comprehensive talisman manual from her pocket and raised it above her head. Hee. Isn't this both practical and non-harmful? Yet, it seemed she had always been a sword practitioner. Would suddenly drawing talismans be a breach of martial ethics? Ah, what need is there for martial ethics? Lanzhao reassured herself. To the victor belong the spoils, and the vanquished must yield. Where there is a will, there is a way. Thoughts in disarray. So, Who shall our next opponent be? Just past noon, the sounds of drums and gongs once again echoed around the contest arena. The afternoon competition roster had been revealed. Lan Zhou stealthily leaned in, and with one glance, she was taken aback. Oh, Fa Xiao. This name unmistakably carried the essence of Xiao Yu Peak. As for what the essence of Xiao Yu Peak entails? Yao Yao, Yu. Lan Zhou clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Even Wu Ming, that iron-willed individual, had entered Xiao Yu Peak and shed tears like a true man. Lu Yao, allow me to explain. Haha, speaking of the birth of a ridiculous name. However, on a different note, this time she would have to appease two individuals at once. Yin Su. So, what about the harm inflicted by the nickname you bestowed upon me? Rookie on the road, please offer your guidance. In the match against Hui Hui, she should inform them not to choose names recklessly. Yin Su, senior brother, remain calm. Amidst the commotion below the stage, Lan Zhou had lost interest in paying attention. The Fa Xiao before her indeed surpassed her expectations. What on earth? No one had informed her that such a serious sect as Qin Yun Zong would have someone wielding a whip? Is that even reasonable? The young lady opposite her possessed an alluring figure, even more generous and voluptuous than senior sister Shang Yuan. Standing in stark contrast to Lan Zhou's slender frame, she exuded an air of confidence. It's nothing special. In the next round, she could mold herself into something equally grand. Lemon Spirit.jpg. The sister across from her adjusted her whip and spoke to Lan Zhou in an ambiguous tone. Don't be afraid, sister will take care of you at the same time. That whip, adorned with barbs, lunged directly toward Lan Zhou. Sister, I am straight. Lan Zhou swiftly unsheathed her sword, blocking the whip aimed at her face. Goodness, if she wasn't mistaken, those barbs could leave Lan Zhou nothing but bones. Even someone as mature as Lan Zhou couldn't hold back. Sister, are you a Fa Xiao? I believe your attacks are anything but physical damage. Just as she spoke, flames erupted from the whip. Haha, little sister, don't be afraid. Let sister pamper you, oh my. There's a pervert here. Lan Zhou dodged incessantly, her mind filled with complaints. It turned out she had wrongly accused the previous guest elder. Xiao Yu Peak truly had its share of eccentric aunties. QAQ, the whip wrapped around her Wind Ming sword, flames threatening to engulf the sword's body. Lan Zhou, disregarding her earlier complaints, hastily unleashed her spiritual energy. A powerful gale surged forth, causing the whip to become somewhat uncontrollable. Hui Hui gritted her teeth, never expecting her opponent to be so adept at controlling spirits. Seeing Lan Zhou's unstoppable momentum, she had no choice but to retreat. A Fa Xiao is not like a heavy sword, which can defend. Should she be struck, she could only rely on her own good fortune. Recognizing the opportune moment, Lan Zhou's figure vanished into thin air. Riding the wind, leaving Hui Hui's line of sight, Fa Xiaos are indeed not easy to deal with. However, today Lan Zhou had encountered a peculiar one. Chilling light appeared behind her, and two blades of wind sent Hui Hui tumbling away. Rookie victory! Yin Su squeezed out this embarrassing nickname through clenched teeth. Could she not change that ridiculous name? This awkward competition finally concluded, and aside from the earlier incident of stealthily approaching that sister for a communication stone, the scene appeared relatively normal. With her early-stage foundation establishment capabilities, Lan Zhou had achieved 2 consecutive victories against opponents in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, prompting speculation among the onlookers about whether the one called Rookie was perhaps a prominent figure from somewhere. Ah, it has been said, this is the modesty of a great one. Shang Yuan had placed her bets on the one called Rookie on the road, please guide me, winning quite a bit of money. Upon feeling her bulging purse, Shang Yuan could hardly contain her elation. This even left Lan Zhou, who stood by watching, somewhat speechless. Good heavens, she had originally worried that Shang Yuan would be disheartened by the defeat of her fellow sisters. Yet what was the outcome? Was this girl more interested in money than people? Lan Zhou deliberately dropped her disguise, approaching with a beaming smile to pat her shoulder. Senior sister Shang Yuan. Shang Yuan turned, only to find the adorable and obedient Lan Zhou. Filter 100086 layers, Lan Zhou. What is senior sister up to? Shang Yuan. I'm placing bets, I tell you, hurry and wager on that big shot called Rookie. She has won 2 matches today. Lan Zhou waved her hand, pretending to hesitate. No, I want to place a bet. I still have a match to attend. Shang Yuan. Still? The innocent Lan Zhou blinked her big, sparkling eyes, Ah, senior sister, I can't chat with you any longer. I must go on stage. Watching that little one transform into the familiar rookie on stage, Shang Yuan felt utterly defeated. How infuriating. The little girl she had once guided into the sect had become so formidable. Woe is me! With a mischievous grin, Lan Zhou achieved her goal and cheerfully bounced toward the new contest stage. Just a little tease, and she felt invigorated. Chapter 42. Our strategy is to catch them off guard. To be frank, the previous match did not drain Lan Zhou's energy. Rather, it consumed her mental state. Now, Lan Zhou would prefer her opponent to be a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, losing in a more dignified manner, rather than facing an opponent with a questionable mental state. She only hoped that she wouldn't dream of those bizarre scenes tonight. Her demands were truly not high. As Lan Zhou made her way to the contest stage, she found herself unable to squeeze in. Curiously, she tapped a spectator's shoulder. "Excuse me, senior brother, may I ask if this venue is still in the midst of a match? Why is it so crowded?" The disciple who had come to watch turned to see the frail Lan Zhou and assumed she was also here for the spectacle. This match has been leaked by insiders. It is said that one side has a late-stage foundation establishment disciple from Qianren Peak. The other side is unclear, but they seem to be in quite a dire situation, having been matched against a late-stage disciple. That unfortunate soul currently harbored no thoughts, probably pondering whether to seek Dao Mingyi for an omen. She seriously suspected that there was something wrong with her. Why was she so unlucky? So they're saying late-stage foundation establishment, is it? After a day of battles, Lan Zhou's current thought was to enter the stage and shout, "Spare me, noble hero." With a complicated mindset, Lan Zhou stepped onto the contest stage, embodying a heroic sacrifice. Just as she was about to take the stage, she was seized by Yin Su. What a coincidence! Is that not senior brother Yin Su? Infuriated by a certain heartless little one, Yin Su rapped the girl's head a few times. "The one opposite you is my junior brother. If you can't win, hurry and run." Dante charged in recklessly. "Ouch, got it." Lan Zhou rubbed her head, which throbbed from Yin Su's taps, thinking, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about Firewit. If I can't win, I'll run. I'm more familiar with this tactic than you. Truly, one could not fathom what this girl learned at Qin Yunzong, but this was also for the best. Yin Su sighed. At least she lived freely. He gave Lan Zhou a little push toward the stage. "Hurry up, I'll be watching from below. If you get hurt, come find me for medicine." "Thank you, senior brother. You are truly a good person." The slightly guilty little one said this and then scampered up to the stage. Feeling inexplicably bestowed a good person card, Yin Su sensed something was amiss but could not articulate it. No need for thanks on stage. A tall, upright, and composed young man had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the frail girl with yellow hair, his eyes filled with disdain for Lan Zhou, a mixture of scorn, indifference, and casualness. Not good. A jolt of anxiety struck Lan Zhou's heart. This girl not only wielded physical attacks, but also mental ones. Where did this nonconformist come from? Quickly get me out of here, as the saying goes. Distance breeds beauty. Below, a group of senior brothers and sisters cheered. Su Hui, haha, as long as my senior brothers and sisters are happy. Rookie on the road, please guide me. Facing Su Hui, if it were not for the fact that she was still on the contest stage, Lan Zhou would have likely praised, "Senior brother Yin Su, your voice is truly melodious." The competition officially began, and Su Hui donned a devilish smile, launching a heavy mental assault on Lan Zhou. She had truly had enough. Lan Zhou initially planned to pretend and then concede, but now her fists were clenched. She decisively unsheathed her sword. Originally, she had intended to conceal some of her strength, as inflicting severe harm on someone wouldn't be ideal. She feared it would cause trouble for her master. However, now the wind on the contest stage had escalated to a tempestuous level, with Yin Su below forming a sword formation to shield the audience from the fierce winds. This girl had clearly decided against playing coy. Only she could manage such a disheveled appearance with a heavenly spirit root. With full power engaged, Su Hui clearly found it challenging to keep up. He was perplexed. Wasn't he the opponent merely a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage? Where did this strength come from? He had originally planned to showcase his prowess against her. How absurd. The azure blue spiritual energy enveloped Lan Zhou entirely, and her speed of drawing the sword increased several-fold. Even Su Hui, in the late stage of foundation establishment, struggled to discern Lan Zhou's attacks. Nevertheless, Su Hui smirked. It was time to show them his newly mastered sword formation. The silver long sword was drawn, yet its blade rested upon the sheath. An eerie white light erupted from Su Hui's body, forming a spiritual formation. Lan Zhou, quick-witted, evaded the attack range just before the formation was established. The wind howled, yet that spiritual formation was strange. It seemed even the wind could not penetrate it. Su Hui laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, little girl, you do possess some talent. Indeed, this is my newly learned sword technique. The soul-devouring technique. Soul-devouring technique? Yen Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he tested a disciple who had only been initiated for a little over 6 months. Was there no humanity left in this person? The soul-devouring technique is not something to be wielded on the competition stage. At best, it could cause physical harm. At worst, it could corrode one's meridians. Such a ruthless tactic is reserved for dealing with demonic creatures in the outside world. Su Hui, stand down. The individual on the stage clearly harbored some resentment. He had long been irked by Yen Su's perpetual air of superiority as the elder brother. So what if he had been promoted to Golden Core a few months earlier? He dared not use the soul-devouring technique. How could he possibly lead Shinran Peak to glory with such indecisiveness? This was a task meant for him. Sun Hui. Seeing Yen Su's anxious demeanor from below the stage, Lan Zhou began to grasp the true power of the soul-devouring technique and promptly chose to surrender. Preserving one's life is paramount. She sheathed her sword, the winds began to calm, and she slowly raised her hand. Judge? A surge of spiritual energy shot directly towards Lan Zhou's wrist. She barely managed to evade it, twisting and turning just enough to stabilize herself. What did this strike signify? Was he preparing to use her as a test subject? Anger simmered in Lan Zhou's eyes. What is the meaning of this, senior brother? Are you intending to feed me to the soul-devouring technique? Sun Hui had no intention of holding back either. He directly withdrew his concealing artifact. What is there to hide? This round is the final one anyway, and soon everyone will know who the victor is today. Is it not permissible for me to offer them a preview? Having long been unable to tolerate this individual's foolish antics, Lan Zhou seized the rare opportunity to retort. Ha! Those who pop champagne midway often meet their demise before reaching their destination. I have truly had enough today. Lan Zhou's anger reached its zenith. Had she stepped out without consulting the calendar? Was she experiencing a streak of misfortune? To use a fellow disciple as a testing ground for such a harmful technique, was there something wrong with him? Did he truly believe that someone in the early foundation establishment stage could be casually toyed with? Have you never heard that a starving camel is larger than a horse? My elder sister possesses a heavenly spirit root. Who do you think you are? Do not squander the resources of the foundation establishment stage as if they were those of the nascent soul. I simply believe that while the late foundation establishment stage may be challenging, it is not insurmountable. I initially intended to ignore you. Lan Zhou's face flushed with indignation, a rare occurrence where she unleashed such a lengthy tirade of grievances. Sun Hui, clearly lacking in common sense, even managed to chuckle. Ha ha ha, if a heavenly spirit root can defeat me, then I must be even more formidable. The eerie spiritual energy surged forth once more, and Sun Hui's face contorted into a villainous grin as he fixed his gaze upon Lan Zhou. The grand formation reactivated, enveloping the entire competition stage, and Lan Zhou felt a faint ache in her meridians. Yet this time, she chose to grit her teeth and persevere. Very well, today I shall send you flying 2 miles. With all her might unleashed, the winds on the competition stage could no longer be measured by mere force. They coalesced into a tangible whirlwind, writhing with elemental spiritual energy, violently tearing at the center where Sun Hui stood. Sun Hui was evidently struck dumb. Wasn't this person not so strong just a moment ago? Wasn't she merely in the early foundation establishment stage? Furthermore, wasn't she within the range of the soul-devouring technique? How could she continue to wield spiritual energy? Shouldn't she be writhing in agony on the ground? Just as on the night Lan Zhou first practiced her swordsmanship, her eyes gleamed with a verdant hue. As if she were ensconced in a bamboo grove. The familiar fragrance wafted through the air, but Lan Zhou paid it no mind. She was filled with murderous intent. Late foundation establishment stage. So what? Before the innate talent of a heavenly spirit root, reasonable challenges that transcend levels are merely difficult to articulate. The innate talent of Lan Zhou's heavenly spirit root manifested, even if her meridians were constrained by the soul-devouring technique. What of it? Heaven is heaven, and earth is earth. The winds intensified, and the ripping pain grew more acute. Sun Hui intended to swiftly retract his sword technique and surrender, yet at that moment, his body felt as if it were frozen. Unable to move, gasps erupted from the audience as dense spiritual energy flowed smoothly from Lan Zhou's fingertips, seamlessly forming a talisman in midair and hurtling it directly towards Sun Huiy word. Drawing a talisman from thin air, could the peak master of Baiyu Peak accomplish such a feat? Whether the peak master could do so, I cannot say, but I certainly cannot. After years of cultivation, I never imagined I would be the one to craft a fake talisman. As Lan Zhou frantically absorbed spiritual energy and the dual enhancement of the soul-devouring technique. The pain made her teeth chatter. Yet she maintained an air of nonchalance, attempt to escape. Now it is my turn to disallow that. The sword energy, infused with spiritual power, cleaved forward in a continuous arc, sending Sun Hui tumbling several meters away in his desperate struggle. Afterwards, silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to assist Sun Hui, and even Lan Zhou found that only Yin Su had the courage to approach him. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the contest, Yin Su did not even formally announce the victory before rushing onto the stage. Lan Zhou. He quickly advanced, catching Lan Zhou's weakening form. Despite her pale complexion, Lan Zhou managed to maintain a teasing smile. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging for an early foundation establishment to contend with a late one. Yin Su frowned and gave the foolish girl a sharp rap on the head. What are you gambling with your own body for? Once we descend, I shall take care of him for you. What is a fledgling in the early stage doing fighting? Does your meridian hurt? Can you still walk? Is your body being corroded? Would you like your elder brother to carry you to Xinglin Peak? Yin Su, you talk too much, she exclaimed, cradling her head in simulated tears. And still so stubborn, take the recovery pill first. Yin Su was quite exasperated by the dim-witted girl. He could not vent his frustration on the stage and had no choice but to scoop Lan Zhou up in his arms and carry her down. Once off the stage, Yin Su had intended to continue reprimanding the girl and perhaps take her to Xinglin Peak for a visit, but a refined and amiable cultivator stood in his way. With a unique and cool demeanor, coupled with a Dao robe that was singular within the sect, Yin Su immediately recognized the individual. Qing Yin maintained a polite smile as he extended his hands toward Yin Su. Hand Lan Zhou over to me. You should go manage the scene. Yin Su bowed his head in acquiescence and then passed Lan Zhou to Qing Yin, who then departed towards the still chaotic competition stage. However, everyone had already forgotten about the Sun Hui who had been thrown off the stage by Lan Zhou. The senior brothers and sisters who had previously cheered for Su Hui were now engaged in discussions about the appearance of Qing Yin and the girl he held. Unfazed by the murmurs, Qing Yin tightened his embrace and strode away from the competition stage. Once out of the crowd, Qing Yin's expression darkened considerably. The sect leader, who had somehow appeared nearby, wore an expression of guilt and only dared to speak to the ground. Esteemed Uncle Master, this was truly just a coincidence. I will certainly rectify the atmosphere beneath me tomorrow. Please do not take offense. Qing Yin's usual gentleness was replaced by a chilling presence. I hope that is the case. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. The sect leader nodded vigorously, not daring to utter another word. The cold aura surrounding the master intimidated even Lan Zhou, who still retained some consciousness, into silence. It was rare to see Qing Yin angry. One must admit, even a beautiful person looks good when angry. Lan Zhou gazed at Qing Yin's blurred profile, her consciousness began to waver. And even some rebellious thoughts surfaced. Ultimately, she could not overcome her drowsiness and drifted into a deep slumber within the floating cloud pavilion. Qing Yin looked at the slumbering Lan Zhou on the bed, his expression complex. What had happened to him? When he witnessed Su Hui unleash the soul-devouring technique upon Lan Zhou, that seemingly trivial sword technique felt as if it could take her life in that moment. Had the sect leader not intervened, Su Hui would likely no longer exist. His pale fingers gently brushed against Lan Zhou's wan face. Fear and worry washed over Qing Yin. He had felt this sensation before. The first time being in the guest hall of the Tiandao sect. For some reason, the scene of Yin Su rushing onto the competition stage resurfaced in his mind. and a tumultuous wave of complex emotions surged within him. Next time, he must protect Lan Zhou well. He would not allow anyone to touch her, and no one could. Chapter 43. The exemplary youth, absolutely no early romance. Lan Zhou was awakened by the ache that coursed through her body from being turned over. Surprisingly, it must be said that the sight of her master's anger was rather appealing. Cautiously, Lan Zhou extended her unruly hair through the crack in the door to gauge the situation. Sure enough, she was right. Upon awakening, she noticed that her master seemed to be angry. A certain guilty little monkey lowered its head and took small steps toward Qing Yin. For the first time facing parental discipline, Lan Zhou finally felt the pressure her classmates had spoken of in her past life. Moving to the tea table, Qing Yin leisurely poured a cup of tea for Lan Zhou. Does it still hurt? Lan Zhou sat obediently, holding the tea with both hands, murmuring, "It's all right." Qing Yin's face was filled with worry. Clearly seeing Qing Yin so concerned, Lan Zhou immediately corrected herself. No, it still hurts a bit." The little monkey seemed reluctant to speak the truth, prompting Qing Yin to furrow his brow. Lan Zhou sensed that something was amiss and did not react in time. Suddenly, a solid knock resounded as Qing Yin delivered a firm rap to her head. Ouch, master! It seemed that without giving the girl a lesson, she would not understand what it meant to be afraid at tea that moment. Qing Yin regained his previous demeanor towards the younger generation. Knowing that the soul-devouring technique can harm your meridians, why did you still stubbornly proceed? Lan Zhou eagerly admitted her fault. I understand my mistake. Resolutely unyielding, after nearly a year of companionship, Lan Zhou's temperament has been thoroughly understood by Qing Yin. Today, he can assure him, and tomorrow, he may willingly take risks. Once his blood pressure stabilized, Qing Yin cast another glance at the obedient Lan Zhou beside him and couldn't help but sigh. This time, let it be, but he must remember for the next. I genuinely worry for you, my dear disciple. Do not rush headlong into danger. Should the heavens fall, there are still I and those esteemed seniors to support you. So you need not bear the burden alone. The old workhorse, Lan Zhou, was profoundly touched. Having grown accustomed to the rhetoric of dedication, it was the first time he had heard a leader advise against overexertion. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lan Zhou felt utterly moved. Thus, seeking solace in the embrace of his superior seemed only natural, right? Ultimately, Qing Yin chose to forgive the little girl who resorted to charm when logic failed her. He gently patted her head and pointed to the tea on the desk, now cooling. Let us drink tea first. It's getting cold. With relief at narrowly avoiding another crisis, Lan Zhou cheerfully lifted the teacup. Prepared to savor the affection emanating from his mentor, as Qing Yan's hand continued to tenderly stroke Lan Zhou's hair, he suddenly posed a surprising question. By the way, Lan Zhou, do you have any feelings for certain young men lately? Cough, 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 cough. Master, what are you thinking? A sip of tea nearly choked Lan Zhou. Good heavens, if memory serves correctly, Lan Zhou is merely 14 this year, right? Master, are we not a bit hasty? Surely, those marriage plots and fantasy tales cannot be genuine? We are cultivating immortality. How can feudal traditions still linger? Qing Yan's hand stilled, seemingly realizing the gravity of his earlier words. Well, you are still young. It is not prudent to delve into such matters too soon. Ideally, there should be none, but if there are, let it begin and end well. Truly, as the sword ancestor, he could effortlessly steer the conversation onward. Maintaining her final semblance of dignity, Lan Zhou offered her ultimate assurance to Qing Yin. Rest assured. Master, I will absolutely not fall in love with anyone. A model student, I shall never engage in early romance. Observing Lan Zhou's steadfast demeanor, Qing Yin calmly nodded. Qing Yin took a delicate sip of tea, feigning admiration for the scenery, while his peripheral vision caught sight of Lan Zhou, nestled in his embrace, playfully acting cute. He simply wished for Lan Zhou to grow up joyfully, free from worries, and spared from the torments of love, that was all. Noticing Qing Yin returning to his usual demeanor and deliberately ignoring the complex emotions flickering in his eyes, Lan Zhou awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, Master, when will the trial's secret realm open? Discussing matters of the heart with one's elders was akin to traversing a hellish realm. Even if the elder was strikingly handsome, it provided no respite from the ensuing awkwardness. Qing Yin resumed his gentle and refined demeanor, smiling as he replied, It will be a few days before it opens. During this time, Maps will be distributed, and your respective mentors will instruct you to prioritize safety. The final 4 words held profound significance, causing Lan Zhou to feel a flush of embarrassment once more. He, master, do you not know me? I will certainly ensure my own safety. If I can survive, I will. The more she spoke, the guiltier she felt, as if she had returned to a former self, once yearning for a life of ease, now caught up in a whirlwind that even her elders could hardly bear to witness. This was the greatest affront to a workhorse. Lan Zhou resolutely decided to cease her overexertion. Even if someone were to relieve themselves atop her head, she would merely shove it back at them. A rather pungent metaphor indeed. That aside, where was the map? Lan Zhou gazed at Qing Yin, her hands spread wide, needing no further explanation. Qing Yin immediately understood her intent. Should she promise to obediently recuperate, he would grant it to her. Lan Zhou nodded vigorously. She excelled at feigning compliance, yet she never quite eased anyone's worries. However, given the map's significance, Qing Yin dared not jest with Lan Zhou's safety and thus handed the map over. No wandering about, rest and recuperate, and do not practice swordsmanship. Lan Zhou nodded like a bobblehead. The moment the map was in her hands, she began devising a strategy to traverse the secret realm in the shortest time possible. Master, what are the requirements to clear the secret realm? To slay a specified number of monsters or exotic beasts and exit through the designated exit within the allotted time constitutes a successful clearance. This requirement sounded intriguing, slaying a certain number of monsters or exotic beasts and exiting within a stipulated time. Lan Zhou seemed to have deduced the purpose of this trial's secret realm. Master, does this mean that after this trial, everyone will be eligible for some external missions? Qing Yin nearly choked on his tea, astonished by her near-perfect deduction, save for a minor detail. Furthermore, this task would not be assigned to disciples who had previously participated in the trial's secret realm. Am I correct, Master? Cough, 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 indeed. Lan Zhou clapped her small hands. Oh, so this secret realm is merely to lay a foundation for the disciples to embark on external adventures? Qing Yin nodded. Yes, so, what do you wish to do? Lan Zhou's intent was straightforward. Then it shouldn't be against the rules for disciples to assist one another, right? Of course not. Lan Zhou bore a look of realization. Thus, this secret realm could indeed be a collaborative effort, making clearance significantly easier. Moreover, this implied that the grand examination was solely to assess whether the disciples were qualified for external missions. It would not be long before external tasks would be assigned to them. Then what is the purpose of the Foundation Establishment class? Lan Zhou pondered for a long while, the question slipping from her lips. Qing Yin set down his teacup, responding earnestly. From the moment you clear the grand examination, you will be considered true disciples of the Qianyun sect. The Foundation Establishment class will no longer teach basic knowledge, but will introduce you to the 6 realms. Qing Yan's gaze softened. You will begin to learn to stand on your own in the realm of cultivation and navigate the world independently. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, you will become the strongest pillars of the Qianyun sect. Now it all made sense. Lan Zhou was enlightened. Once they emerged from the secret realm, the disciples would possess some freedom to act. This meant that Lan Zhou could utilize the idle time from these external assignments to attend to her own matters. How splendid! Lan Zhou offered Qing Yin a pure and innocent smile. She could finally venture forth to unearth their graves. The fervent blood coursed through her veins, and her vibrant heart leaped within her chest. Lan Zhou was not one to dawdle. What did Foundation Establishment matter? There was much she could accomplish, and she could hardly wait point one by one. She would ensure that those who had committed wrongs would ultimately reap what they had sown. Chapter 44. The Secret Realm Opens. After several days of recuperation, Lan Zhou's body had fully recovered. Even so, Lu Yao meticulously examined her physique once more, perhaps aware of the commotion she had caused a few days prior due to her stubbornness. Lan Zhou was pulled around in circles by Lu Yao to allay her concerns. Just as she was about to feel dizzy, Lan Zhou finally spoke up. I really am fine. Wu Ming watched coldly from the sidelines. Having no intention of rescuing Lan Zhou a few days prior, after finishing her own match, she had planned to seek out Lan Zhou at the Foundation Establishment competition venue. However, upon arrival, she found the area completely obstructed. It was obvious that something had gone awry. After casually inquiring with a senior sister, she discovered that the Sword Ancestor had personally carried away a disciple. Who else could enjoy such treatment? With the Sword Ancestor himself present, how many breaths could one expect to remain? Now, all four of them were in a state of unease. This girl had the audacity to chat away on the communication stone, nearly driving Wu Ming to the brink of exasperation. Fortunately, it appeared that she was indeed in good health. Wu Ming stood to the side, scrutinizing Lan Zhou. The other two held no particular thoughts. As long as their elders showed no signs of distress, Lan Zhou was likely unharmed. When the elder responsible for organizing the disciples' entry arrived, the entrance to the secret realm was already teeming with people. Elder Niu looked down and called out loudly, "Silence!" The area instantly fell silent. Observing that everyone was focused on him, he continued, "Today marks the opening of the secret realm. Shortly, you will be transported inside. Different cultivators will have different objectives to fulfill, so there is no need for concern. Especially for medical practitioners, simply locating the exit will suffice for clearance." With that, someone in the group could immediately meet the conditions, allowing Lan Zhou to breathe a sigh of relief. The required tasks were not solely about quantity. There were varying levels as well. If one could slay higher-level monsters or exotic beasts, it would greatly aid in task completion. Here, I remind all of you, monsters are not your fellow disciples. Once attacked, they can be lethal, so do not underestimate them. The brief introduction concluded. As the elder's voice faded, he began to form seals. Unlocking the secret realm's seal, I wish you all prosperous martial arts and a safe return. Immediately thereafter, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and the group found themselves amidst a lush and verdant forest. Each tree stood tall, its canopy thick and sprawling, effectively blocking out the majority of sunlight. The dim light rendered many of the younger disciples somewhat disoriented. In the midst of the clamor, the five composed individuals appeared strikingly out of place. Unable to tolerate the throng any longer, Lan Zhou gestured to the four behind her and moved toward an unoccupied area. One by one, the five slipped away, their faces betraying a mixture of tension and excitement. As for the others, it was one particular individual, Lu Yao, who caught Lan Zhou's attention. Lan Zhou, puzzled, looked at the somewhat exhilarated Lu Yao. "Lu, are you truly unafraid?" The excitement flushed Lu Yao's cheeks a delicate shade of red. "My mother never allowed me to roam freely as a child. This is my first genuine encounter with the wild. Goodness, one would think she was so thrilled that she could hardly stammer." Yet, this was hardly the moment for exuberance, as Lan Zhou remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The time they had entered the secret realm was not particularly early for ordinary individuals, but this place was different. The dense forest, with its canopies obscuring the light, afforded very little daylight at this hour. Most creatures were still in their resting phase. Lan Zhou's innate caution set off alarms in her mind, making the current tranquility all the more perilous. The five quickly fell into a state of readiness. And Lan Zhou whispered, "From now on, we must lower our voices and avoid drawing attention from our surroundings. Let us maintain the formation we practiced earlier. We must not disperse." With that, they skillfully arranged themselves. Qi Yin and Jushin formed the front line, with Qi Yin taking on the role of defense and Jushin tasked with scouting ahead and engaging, ready to support Qi Yin if danger arose. In the middle were Lu Yao and Wu Ming, with Lu Yao at the center, tending to the team's injuries, while Wu Ming kept a watchful eye on all directions, prepared to strike, and providing close protection to the most vulnerable Lu Yao. Finally, at the rear was Lan Zhou, ensuring against ambushes while having a comprehensive view of the situation, facilitating adjustments and bolstering the team's strength with her sword array. This configuration represented the culmination of months of collaboration among the five. Although Jushin had initially intended to offer Lan Zhou the front position, repeated trials revealed that she could not adequately observe the situation from the back, leading to the decision to relinquish the forward position. In the tranquil forest, what appeared to be a loosely organized team advanced slowly. Lan Zhou deliberately chose a path that diverged significantly from the main group, for fear of startling lurking dangers. After all, they were in plain sight and easily detectable. A large gathering would inevitably attract the attention of formidable beasts. Thus, the five not only avoided heavily trafficked areas, but Lan Zhou also intentionally relaxed their formation considerably ahead. Jushin returned from a distant exploration, stealthily slipping back to Lan Zhou's position. "There are several cheer-refining stage monsters by the puddle ahead. Shall we engage?" Cautious as ever, Lan Zhou asked, "Are you certain these monsters do not form a complete pack?" Jushin pondered for a moment before nodding. "Not quite. They likely emerged for a drink after waking up this morning. To be precise, there are about 8 of them." After contemplating for a moment, Lanzhao signaled the three in front. Prepare for battle. Chapter 45. Explosion is art. Reports from the sky indicated by Jushin revealed that the puddle was surrounded on three sides by ancient trees, with only one entrance and a limited territory. Following Jushin's thorough reconnaissance, it was confirmed that there were no exits on the other three sides. Within the puddle, a dozen or so monsters of varying sizes loomed, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly be challenging given their combined strength. However, the points these monsters offered were sufficient to meet the quotas for two of them, and Lanzhao could not simply abandon such an opportunity. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, cascading softly onto Lanzhao's head. Understood, Jushin, Qi Yin, Wu Ming, follow my lead, she commanded. The three immediately fell into a state of readiness. Qi Yin, continue to gather your strength. Flames erupted around Qi Yin, who hefted his great sword in preparation, ready to unleash his power. Jushin summoned lightning energy to envelop the entire puddle. Needing to act swiftly, he twirled his sword and plunged it vertically into the earth, directing the lightning energy like a dragon through the ground toward the puddle. Jushin discerned Lanzhao's intent and refrained from releasing the energy until it reached the puddle, then unleashed it into the water. Inside the puddle, a group of monsters bent down to drink. A sudden jolt coursed through them. Even those at the mid-foundation stage were momentarily stunned, with the smaller creatures collapsing to the ground. Lanzhao shot Jushin an approving glance before issuing further commands. Wu Ming, gather your strength and utilize ice energy to freeze the area. With her staff at the ready, Wu Ming intensified her energy, and a chilling aura spread forth. Without hesitation, she spun around and hurled the energy orb into the puddle. As it descended, she swiftly changed her stance. Spread. The frost instantly expanded, encasing everything within the puddle, rendering the monsters that had been struggling under the lightning completely immobilized. Lanzhao's voice rose sharply. Jushin, draw your sword and strike repeatedly. Qi Yin, deliver a heavy blow. As she spoke, Lanzhao summoned a whirlwind to accompany Jushin's assault. Jushin, enveloped in crackling lightning, surged forth, his sword flashing in a blinding display. The wind, charged with the sound of thunder, swept forward, obstructing the fleeing monsters. Qi Yin gritted his teeth and shouted, leaping and spinning like a brilliant firework, flames surging forward in a fierce gust. The howling wind caused the treetops to sway, leaves cascading down like rain, and at the moment of collision between fire and lightning, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The fireworks burst forth, igniting the falling leaves, engaging in a frenzied dance with the lightning and wind. Explosion is art. The anguished cries of the monsters echoed, and the five knew their attacks had landed. Just as they prepared to charge forth and eliminate the remaining monsters, Lanzhao abruptly halted them. Jushin and I will advance. The rest shall remain here. Wu Ming, perplexed by Lanzhao's caution, queried, we have already scouted this location. There are no monsters lying in ambush outside. Why must we leave anyone behind? As Lanzhao led Jushin closer to the puddle's opening, a monster suddenly lunged forth. Wu Ming, without hesitation, Wu Ming's tightly gripped staff unleashed her energy, striking the oncoming beast down. With her sword drawn, Lanzhao propelled herself forward, using the force to lend her momentum. The blade glided through the air, and the acrid scent of the monster's blood filled the air. Reminiscent of the stench from the temple on that fateful day, a sickening thud resounded as the monster's head rolled to the ground, the sound echoing ominously. This noise seemed to resonate within Wu Ming's heart, and the foul odor clung to her senses. A wave of apprehension washed over her, and she trembled as she asked, Lanzhao, are you all right? Lanzhao smiled reassuringly, I'm fine. Just wait there a moment. With that, she decisively leaped into the puddle. Jushin stood guard behind her. Before long, Lanzhao had inspected all the monsters in the puddle and dealt with those needing a finishing blow before calling out to Jushin on the shore. It's safe. Jushin, still smiling, waved to the three in the distance. All clear. You can come help now. Lu Yao, concerned, gazed at the trembling Wu Ming and asked, Wu Ming, are you all right? Wu Ming snapped back to reality, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine. You should go check on Lanzhao to see if she is hurt. Both Qi Yin and Lu Yao had witnessed the earlier strike. There was no doubt Lanzhao was unharmed. Prior to Wu Ming's attack, Lanzhao had seemingly anticipated the situation and expertly blocked the monster's assault without sustaining a scratch. Wu Ming was likely just startled. Had Lanzhao heeded her earlier concerns, One of the five would surely have suffered injury. Noticing Wu Ming's distress, Lanzhao approached with a gentle smile. Her clothing still bore the stains of the monster's blood as Lu Yao frowned and cast a spell to cleanse it away. Lanzhao casually rubbed the back of her head, feigning ignorance to Wu Ming's worries. "Oh? What's the matter? Did that one scare our esteemed Miss Wu Ming?" Qi Yin, dragging the monster's corpse, joined in the jest. Indeed, she was so frightened she could hardly speak. Wu Ming did not retort against their playful banter. "I apologize. I want to speak out of turn again. If Lanzhao were to perish due to her reckless commands, Wu Ming would carry that regret for the rest of her life." Lanzhao comfortingly patted Wu Ming's back. "It's nothing serious. I'm not foolish at such a time. I wouldn't let a stray comment sway my judgment." Qi Yin chimed in with a grin. "Exactly. Who do you think our leader is? She has someone who can match wits with the elders of Tianyi sect." Wu Ming lifted her head and gazed towards the nearby Lanzhou and the three individuals a little further away. Each of them was silently offering comfort to Wu Ming in their own way. Lanzhou was well aware of Wu Ming's sensitivity, stemming from the psychological oppression she endured from her parents since childhood, which led her to believe that everything she did was wrong. She felt like a burden, destined to be lonely for life, and thought she did not deserve to exist in this world. If it were not for her unwavering belief that compelled her to strive for survival and escape from that hellish prison, she might have succumbed to despair. Lanzhou gently embraced Wu Ming, saying, "You are not worthless. Do not perceive yourself in such a dismal light. You are not a mistake." Wu Ming lowered her gaze to her trembling hands, fully aware that the recent incident still haunted her. Lanzhou, with a smile, interjected, "All right, come over and help out. There is still much to be done. We need to categorize these monster corpses by rank and then deposit them into the scoring ring." Speaking of which, the scoring process was still manual, rather outdated. If they did not act swiftly, it could indeed provide an opportunity for others to take advantage. Fortunately, there were 5 of them, allowing some to count while others kept watch. Wu Ming discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and joined the group in sorting the corpses. Just as they finished categorizing the bodies and were preparing to proceed as planned, prioritizing the pile for Wu Ming and Qi Yin, Lanzhou suddenly intervened. "Wait." The other 4 questioned, "What is it?" Lanzhou inspected a rather unremarkable demon crow among the heap of corpses and deftly pulled it out with one hand. With her right hand, she drew the wind-whispering sword, skillfully performing a flourish before slicing open the demon crow's abdomen. She pried open its skin with the sword's tip. A dim glow flickered from within its entrails. Without hesitation, Lanzhou split the demon crow in 2, the gruesome scene leaving Lu Yao somewhat at a loss. "Lan, must you be so grotesque?" Lanzhou lifted the glowing orb from within and cheerfully addressed Lu Yao. Lu, look at this. Doesn't it resemble the demon core you've been searching for these past few days?" The cultivation methods of demonic creatures differ from those in the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, practitioners possess spiritual roots and dantians, natural vessels for storing and cultivating spiritual energy. However, for demons, they must first cultivate a core before they can begin to refine demonic energy. This leads to the frequent occurrence of heinous acts of murder for cores in the demon realm, rendering it unsightly in the eyes of the other 5 realms. Nevertheless, the various exotic beasts scattered across the 6 realms, along with the demon cores within them, are indeed invaluable to cultivators. Thus, slaying demons serves the dual purpose of ensuring the safety and living conditions of common folk while allowing cultivators to obtain cores for alchemy or weapon forging. However, these cores were of such low rank that using them for weapon forging would be beneath their standards, yet they were perfectly suited for Lu Yao's alchemical needs. Just moments ago, Lu Yao had been disdainfully hiding behind Wu Ming. But now, with wide eyes, she rushed to Lanzhou's side, exclaiming, "Wow, this core is plump, round, and of superior quality." Lanzhou revealed a familiar mischievous grin. The moment her lips curled, the other 4 knew that trouble was brewing. After all, this secret realm was accessible only to disciples, and the demons here were well fed, ensuring the quality of the cores would be exceptional. The 4 exchanged glances, knowing that based on Lanzhou's usual behavior, they would likely end up with nothing this time. Outside the secret realm, a group of elders sat leisurely in recliners, eagerly awaiting the unfortunate disciples to deliver their goods. Suddenly, the space at the teleportation exit warped, and a heap of thoroughly ravaged corpses was delivered. This left the elders momentarily speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the evidently looted bodies. The leading elder Nyo gritted his teeth, finally managing to squeeze out a few words. It's fine. The corpses can still be used as fertilizer. Not a total loss. Inside the secret realm, Lanzhou ultimately lost her gentle and endearing Lulu. The woman before her, with a fierce glint in her eyes, wielding a knife amidst the corpses while chuckling ominously as she gutted them, sent a chill down Lanzhou's spine. Hee, these cores can create so many marvelous potions. The four exchanged glances, standing frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Wu Ming shot a glare at the instigator, muttering, "This is your fault?" Lanzhou lowered her head in acknowledgement. "It's my fault." Chapter 46. The secret realm is named. Be cautious when out in the world. It is not that Lanzhou is reckless. The current situation is exceptionally peculiar. Originally positioned at the back, Lu Yao now exuded a fighting spirit even more fervent than the frontline vanguards. Jiao Xian and Qi Yin. The intense murderous intent emanating from Lu Yao's back sent shivers down the spines of the other four. Qi Yin appeared somewhat dazed, recalling that Lu Yao primarily cultivated a wood's spiritual root. How could such terrifying flames be erupting from her? Lu Yao shook her sleeves and composedly approached Lanzhou, her usually gentle smile now instilling apprehension in Lanzhou's Lu Yao, carrying the collected cores, slowly walked towards her. Lanzhou found herself retreating involuntarily by half a step. Wu Ming gazed at Lanzhou with shock in her eyes. "Are you serious? Haha, what's the big deal, right? Haha, little Lu can say anything." Lu Yao replied with a serene smile, "It's nothing much. Could Lanzhou let me take the lead in battle? Wouldn't that ease things for everyone? It would preserve our strength for the monsters that follow." This was indeed feasible. After all, Lanzhou had previously attempted a bloodletting tactic centered around Lu Yao's reversal formation. However, this tactic, given Lu Yao's current cultivation level, was too slow to yield results, and generally, everyone preferred short-term skirmishes. Thus, Lanzhou had not considered the bloodletting approach. Yet now, with their 5-person team capable of swiftly fulfilling their tasks, they could safely engage in longer, more relaxed battles. Seeing Lanzhou genuinely contemplate the feasibility of this idea, Wu Ming inadvertently took a step back. "Are we really doing this?" Lanzhou nodded earnestly, "Yes. The demons in this forest secret realm definitely possess higher cultivation levels. While short skirmishes are indeed swift, using a significant amount of combat power too early can easily lead to accidents. I am not a reckless character, constantly seeking to risk my life. After all, this is merely an examination, and my life is of utmost importance." With that, she brandished the wind-whispering sword and began directing. "Qi Yin, take the lead. Lu Yao, position as the second vanguard. Jiao Xian and Wu Ming, protect the flanks. I will guard the rear." Jiao Xian scratched his head. "The formation isn't that large. Why are you guarding the back? Are you slacking off?" Lanzhou shot him a glare. "Do I have eyes on the back of my head, or do I not? Don't you understand how extraordinary the talent of a heaven spiritual root is?" Lanzhou's ability to sense elemental energies was not the limit of her heaven spiritual root. Due to her sensitivity to elements, as long as there was wind, she could discern everything happening within it, even without sight. Being at the front would hinder her judgment, thus wasting her rear warning capabilities. Furthermore, Lanzhou had always been a staunch materialist warrior, indifferent to the existence of ghosts and monsters, despite their reality in this world. After all, this merely proved that ghosts are just a part of the material world, which Lanzhou dismissed. She could vanquish them just the same. Thus, it was entirely correct for Lanzhou to take the rear position. Without further ado, Lanzhou planned to navigate through the secret realm while battling, accelerating their progress. She aimed for a swift clearance. Calling for Qi Yin, she led the way towards the secret realm's border, as traveling along the edges would significantly hasten their pace and prevent them from getting lost. Although Qi Yin harbored doubts about the existence of the border of the secret realm, he complied nonetheless. As they journeyed on, the towering trees cast shadows, obscuring their view even in broad daylight. As time passed, Lanzhou and her companions drew closer to the border, and the secret realm began to warp and change, attempting to obstruct their progress. The more it resisted, the more Lanzhou suspected something amiss at the border. As the scene shifted once more, Lanzhou meticulously observed the details while contemplating how the exit of this secret realm was configured. What sort of puzzle needed to be set up to ensure it was neither easily solved nor compromise the clearance rate? After standing still for a while, She concluded their previous direction and, after providing instructions, turned to Zhou Xian, inquiring, Zhou Xian, having grown up in Qinyan sect, were there many disciples who successfully cleared the secret realm tests? Zhou Xian pondered for a moment, quite a few, but it was quite grueling. According to those who succeeded, they often wandered in the secret realm for several days before inexplicably emerging. They certainly encountered ample demons to slay, but exiting was rather challenging. He sighed deeply. That's why I made sure to have a hearty meal before entering. And I brought plenty of provisions. He then proudly displayed his storage pouch, which was filled solely with rations. Lan Zhou, Wu Ming, and Lu Yao fell silent. But where was Qi Yin? Because he had packed 2 storage pouches full of provisions. Wu Ming's brows twitched involuntarily. With so much food, what about water? Aren't you worried about dying of thirst? Zhou Xian pointed at Wu Ming's staff. You can transform it. Wu Ming clenched her fists. Do you think I'm a well? Zhou Xian shrugged. Can't you drink? How about I give you some right now? As she spoke, Wu Ming assumed a posture indicative of preparing to attack. Never mind, never mind. I'm not hungry yet. Ha ha ha, Jushin will surely back down. Lan Zhou felt somewhat speechless. Haven't your parents ever warned you not to drink from unknown waters outside? Aren't you afraid these waters might have been tainted by demonic creatures? Qi Yin Jushin replied nonchalantly. I didn't know. Lu Yao, equally perplexed, inquired. Without healing ointments or restorative pills, what shall we do if an accident occurs? Qi Yin grinned at her. But you are here, aren't you? Lu Yao fell silent, and Lan Zhou interjected on her behalf. How many disciples does Xinglin Peak have in a year? If it weren't for Lu Yao, you too would be in quite the predicament. Qi Yin nodded earnestly. Indeed, dates are quite sweet. It's hopeless, Lan Zhou sighed, exasperated. Thus, it seemed this secret realm had no intention of presenting these foolish youngsters with particularly challenging traps. It was merely designed to teach these sheltered young masters and misses a lesson. This secret realm aimed to convey a message. When venturing outside, one should carry sufficient provisions and water, as well as healing supplies and supplements. One must also pay attention to the path and not charge forward recklessly, at the very least ensuring one's direction is correct. Ha ha ha, Lan Zhou mused. What kind of secret realm is this? Changing scenes yet still providing them with clues for navigation? For a time, she thought her knowledge of outdoor navigation from her previous life was of little use here, only to realize it was indeed quite relevant. Almost indulgently so, catering to the foolish. Somewhat bemused, Lan Zhou had lost much of her curiosity regarding this secret realm. She pointed ahead. Let us move on. This secret realm clearly has no intention of keeping you for dinner. At this moment, Lu Yao interjected with a question. We haven't encountered nearly enough demonic creatures. What shall we do about the remaining ones we need to hunt? Lan Zhou urged them to continue forward. No worries. The secret realm will provide them shortly. The other 4 were somewhat skeptical, yet seeing Lan Zhou's confident demeanor, they chose to follow her lead. And indeed, after changing scenes twice more, the demonic creatures began to appear gradually. Their numbers were few, at most 4 or 5 at a time, which posed no challenge for the 5 of them. Lan Zhou directed Wu Ming and Jushin to take action, one utilizing water-based spiritual energy, the other employing lightning-based power. While incapacitating the demonic creatures, Lu Yao activated a reversal formation. The 5 stood aside, merely waiting to deliver the finishing blow. With such a lazy tactic, none of the 5 felt fatigued by the time they met the completion criteria. At that moment, the other 4 finally understood the practical strength of Lan Zhou's command. Eventually, after transitioning through 20 scenes, the secret realm ceased its transformations. Upon seeing a conspicuously clear barrier before them, Lan Zhou understood they had reached the border. She gestured for them to remain still, approaching the barrier alone to touch it. Confirming it posed no issue, she beckoned the 4 behind her to come forward. Come on, let us not linger here for dinner. In stark contrast to Lan Zhou's calmness, the other 4 exchanged bewildered glances, with Qi Yin and Jushin's eyes nearly popping out. They exclaimed in unison. We're out already? Jushin added. Did I really pack so much food for nothing? Qi Yin remarked. I must quickly taste what this meat pie is like. It would be a shame not to. Though Lu Yao and Wu Ming were not as astonished as Jushin, having been exposed to some knowledge of the immortal realm from a young age, they too sensed the unusual speed of their passage. Lan Zhou had no intention of explaining. She simply pulled each of them out of the secret realm. A group of elders had gathered at the exit of the secret realm, engaged in a game of mahjong. According to past experience, it would typically take at least until the 3rd day for anyone to emerge. Now was an opportune moment for a bit of laziness. Just as they were engrossed in their game, however, a disturbance at the exit of the secret realm caught their attention. The elders assumed it was a demonic creature attempting to escape and immediately entered a state of alert. Elder Nyo drew his sword, rising to investigate the exit. To his surprise, a girl emerged from the secret realm, dragging 4 young men and women along with her. Oh dear, something feels off. Hurry up and come out. But what is it? My master is still waiting for me to have dinner. Elder Nyo. The 4 were pulled out by Lan Zhou, exchanging glances with the elders who were playing mahjong. Lan Zhou, observing Elder Nyo brandishing his sword with an imposing demeanor, made a jest. Are you here to silence witnesses? Elder Nyo's expression turned awkward. Silence? Stop reading too many novels. Why would I kill you? You've passed the test. Now off you go. Jushin appeared to be in a state of confusion, looking at Elder Nyo. Elder, what is the significance of this secret realm test? Why did we pass so quickly? Elder Nyo, preoccupied with the 4 tiles he had just drawn, replied without turning his head. What significance could it have? This secret realm is simply telling you youngsters to be a bit more observant when outside. Not to be foolish. Pack less food and use your brains more, Jushin and Qi Yin. Enough with the scolding. After exiting the secret realm, Jushin headed straight back to Bayou Peak to report his safety to his father before returning to Zunsu Peak. Upon entering, he spotted Zhu Ningqian hunched over a table, drawing talismans. Jushin greeted his father with a smile. Father, I passed. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ningqian merely cast a cursory glance at him before continuing to draw. Oh, finished a whole bag of provisions so soon? Would you like me to get you some more? Jushin's smile faltered. Stop scolding. Just stop. Chapter 47. The warm and beautiful company always surpasses passionate confessions. The evening sun still hung low at the mountain's edge, casting a gentle light upon the mountain path, while bamboo leaves danced in the cool breeze, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. This seemed to be the life Lan Zhou had long dreamed of in her previous existence, a loft nestled in the mountains, with a spacious courtyard filled with various flowers. To her astonishment, in this second life, all the once unattainable dreams had transformed into reality. Lan Zhou strolled forward, gently pushing open the door, revealing Qing Yin clad in a snow-white robe, his dark hair cascading to his chest. The teapot on the table emitted steam, likely freshly brewed. Qing Yin leisurely set down the book he had been reading, a serene smile gracing his fair face. You're back? As always, Lan Zhou could not contain her joy. Yes, I'm back. Is there anything to eat? The secret realm didn't leave me any dinner. Qing Yin led Lan Zhou into the inner room, where a table was laid with hot, steaming dishes. Lan Zhou joked with a smile. How did you know I would return today? Qing Yin, while serving her food, replied. This secret realm did not deliberately make things difficult for the disciples. It merely tested some basic knowledge. Seeing how meticulously you prepared in the days prior, I knew you would not falter. As she enjoyed her meal, Lan Zhou continued with her jest. I owe it all to your guidance. For without that map, I'd have been utterly lost. Qing Yin had hardly provided any hints to Lan Zhou. He chuckled softly. When have I ever revealed how to pass? Lan Zhou exaggerated her expression. Where? Where? Didn't you tell me to be cautious? Isn't that a hint? How ridiculous. Qing Yin affectionately tapped her forehead. Eat up. Stop being so chatty. With that, Lan Zhou began to focus on her meal. How could she defy her master's command? After dinner, the master and disciple enjoyed a rare moment together, admiring the night view of Qinling Peak. Aside from floating cloud pavilion, there were no other lofts atop the mountain. From the courtyard, one could gaze out at the magnificent bamboo sea. The night breeze was cool, bringing a sense of comfort to Lan Zhou. Concerned she might catch a chill, Qing Yin quietly retrieved a cloak from his storage ring and draped it over her. Lan Zhou, is your stay at Floating Cloud Pavilion still pleasant? Lan Zhou obediently replied. It's very comfortable. I've never felt this comfortable before. Qing Yin stood protectively behind her. That's good to hear. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Lan Zhou retrieved an exquisitely crafted sword tassel from her storage pouch, its color a subtle, light green tinged with gray. Master, this is for you. Hearing her, Qing Yin looked up, his gaze gentle. What is this? Lan Zhou pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. During a recent trip down the mountain with friends, I stumbled upon a small stall selling crafts. The stall was inconspicuous in the market, but I've always had an interest in odd and unique items. When I saw they were selling handmade crafts, my curiosity was piqued. Skilled in social interactions, I quickly struck up a rapport with the stall owner, who, upon learning I practiced swordsmanship, offered to gift me a sword tassel. This sparked an idea for Lan Zhou. Having stayed at Floating Cloud Pavilion for so long, it seemed she had never given Qing Yin a gift. One reason was that nearly all her belongings had come from him. Even the spiritual stones for market visits had been gifts from the elders. Using money given by her elders to buy gifts felt somewhat insincere. The second reason was that Qing Yin had never shown a strong desire for anything. Lan Zhou truly struggled to discern what would please him. This left her preoccupied with the notion of gift-giving, leading her to pay close attention to peculiar items during her trips down the mountain. Finally, the sword tassel suggested by the stall owner sparked an idea. As the sword ancestor, had Qing Yin never received a sword tassel? Surely, nobody had gifted him one? As Lan Zhou lamented her own cleverness, she recalled that despite her fondness for handicrafts, she had seemingly never produced any successful work since childhood. She adored clay, yet could only mold it into ambiguous forms. The rabbit she crafted was mistakenly identified by a caregiver as a snowman. She loved painting, but could only manage abstract art, with her landscape painting being misinterpreted as the iconic The Scream. Her passion for jewelry making resulted in wasted materials. The hairpin she fashioned was deemed garbage by the caregiver and promptly discarded. However, Lan Zhou felt little remorse for these past failures. Therefore, when the stall owner proposed to teach her how to braid a sword tassel, she understood that this endeavor would not be straightforward. Clearly, her innate talent for crafting, attributed to her celestial roots, did not manifest as a universal skill. It amounted to nothing. After 6 months of diligent effort, she had only mastered the simplest and most unadorned technique. At last, with a sense of relief on the stall owner's face, Lan Zhou successfully completed the sword tassel after enduring this trial. This experience not only elevated the stall owner's skills, but also made teaching apprentices significantly easier. Lan Zhou could be considered a major challenge in the stall owner's crafting career. As her gaze returned to the hard-won, exquisitely crafted sword tassel, her face was etched with bittersweet emotions. In a brief moment, Qing Yin observed several expressions flit across Lan Zhou's face in quick succession. This girl, who usually appeared exceptionally gifted and quicker than others in her endeavors, revealed a certain naivety beneath her mature facade. She was not fond of breakfast, nor did she care for elaborate grooming, yet she had an affinity for beautiful adornments. She enjoyed being pampered and appreciated the company of her friends and seniors. If it weren't for that sword in the Hall of Heavenly Laws, Qing Yin might have genuinely believed that Lan Zhou was merely an innocent little girl. Accepting the sword tassel, Qing Yin spoke softly. "The sword tassel is beautiful. I truly like it." Upon hearing her mentor's satisfaction with her creation, Lan Zhou felt an instant surge of pride. As if she had found a kindred spirit, she turned and threw herself into Qing Yin's embrace, exclaiming, Right? I've worked so hard on this, and I've been far more diligent with this than with my sword training." Her delicate hands instinctively wrapped around Qing Yan's waist, her clear eyes sparkling with joy as she drew close, treating him as if he were family. Qing Yin, gazing at the radiant girl before him, felt a stirring within him. Gently stroking Lan Zhou's head, he replied with a gaze as tender as water. "Yes, I like it very much. It is a gift from you, Lan Zhou, and I cherish it." Yet, the girl, blissfully unaware, abruptly inquired, "By the way, master, I've never seen your sword. Where will you hang this sword tassel?" Qing Yin answered softly, "My sword has long since become one with me. It moves freely at my will." Lan Zhou's expression dimmed slightly. "Oh, so there's no place to hang it then?" She lowered her head, but soon a new idea sparked in her mind. Without hesitation, she removed the palace jade from Qing Yan's waist and tied the sword tassel to its ring. Holding the jade up before Qing Yin, she suggested, "Master, how about this? Now you can see the sword tassel every day." Qing Yin smiled. "Very well, let it hang there." The gentle breeze was soothing, and the moonlight flowed like water. It was a tranquil and beautiful night. Lan Zhou retracted her arms from around Qing Yan's waist, returning the palace jade to its rightful place. She then turned to relish the cool night breeze. Qing Yan's gaze, soft as water, rested on Lan Zhou, who had leaned against him in a fleeting moment. His eyes reflected a complex emotion. The lingering softness at his waist reminded him that perhaps this was what the master had meant by the harmonious bond between teacher and student. He pondered when he had begun to grow accustomed to the presence of another, to her affectionate gestures, her touch, and every moment spent together. Initially, he had intended to offer this girl, whose fate had been so tumultuous, a chance at life, planning to set her free once she matured. Yet, Qing Yan's expression darkened. Perhaps it was better this way. Granting her freedom might ultimately lead to her downfall. The relationships within the six realms were intricate and could not be easily resolved with mere words. Given the dangers of the world, it might be wiser to keep her by his side, allowing her to remain an eternally innocent girl, as for his own selfish desires, as the sword master of the six realms. How could he entertain such thoughts? Everything he did was solely for her benefit, all for her sake. The night deepened, and the atmosphere was delightful. Chapter 48. The five-person team sets off. The next morning, disciples arrived outside the floating cloud pavilion to deliver news. Is the swordmaster available? The affairs hall has news to convey. Qing Yan, who was having breakfast with Lan Zhou, set down his chopsticks and called out, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple cautiously pushed open the wooden door of the pavilion and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, swordmaster." Qing Yan gestured for him to continue. "Elder Xiao from the affairs hall has sent word to inform you that your disciple has passed the secret realm test. Effective immediately, she may apply for external training at the affairs hall." Just as Lan Zhou finished her meal, she used the handkerchief Qing Yan had thoughtfully offered to wipe her mouth and stood up from the table. She rushed over to the sword rack to retrieve Feng Ming and asked, "Can I accept a mission then?" The disciple politely replied, "Of course, the affairs hall will provide a certain reward." Lan Zhou smiled graciously. "Thank you, senior brother. For making this trip, I will report to the affairs hall shortly, so please inform Elder Xiao." The disciple exchanged a few pleasantries before bowing to Qing Yan and departing. Not long after the disciple left, Lan Zhou packed her belongings and prepared to head to the affairs hall. Qing Yan furrowed his brow and stopped her. Lan Zhou, the carefree girl, who had appeared so sweet and innocent the night before, was now once again a source of worry. Lan Zhou waved playfully at Qing Yan. "All right, master. I understand. Please be safe and don't overexert yourself." Qing Yan stood up and restrained the eager little fox from escaping. "You?" Lan Zhou feigned innocence. "Master, just let me go out for a bit of fun." "Oh." Qing Yan racked his brain for countless reasons to stop her, but each time he prepared to speak, Lan Zhou's big, watery eyes would draw him back. After holding back a torrent of words, Qing Yan, mindful of his role as her mentor, found it difficult to scold her. They maintained this stalemate for a while until Qing Yan finally relented. He gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Lan Zhou's ear and sighed deeply. "All right, go ahead. Just don't overexert yourself. I'll take care of everything. If you encounter any danger, send me a message immediately." Lan Zhou transformed back into the obedient doll from the previous night, nodding vigorously. I understand." Still feeling uneasy, Qing Yan asked Lan Zhou to wait a moment while he went upstairs to fetch something. When he returned downstairs, Lan Zhou saw him carrying several magical artifacts. She initially intended to tease him for being overly concerned, but upon seeing the worried expression on his face, the teasing words caught in her throat. "These are practical protective artifacts. Remember to wear them. And here is some money for your journey. Not everything in the celestial realm uses spirit stones. In places where mortals gather, be sure to use gold and silver." Lan Zhou accepted without protest, stuffing the items into her storage pouch right in front of Qing Yan. "Thank you, master. I've packed everything. You needn't worry, I'll be back in at most half a month. Consider it a little getaway for me." Qing Yan understood her nature. Her eagerness to leave likely stemmed from pent-up mischief. The six realms were far less secure than within the sect, filled with all manner of beings, demons and spirits. While foundational cultivators could certainly fend for themselves, those above the nascent soul stage were not to be trifled with. But perhaps it was just his own selfishness at play. After much contemplation, Qing Yan retrieved a red thread from his storage ring and wrapped it around Lan Zhou's wrist. "Do not remove this red thread. If you find yourself in danger, I will sense it immediately. There's a trace of my spiritual energy on it. It should be sufficient to intimidate any cultivator below the god transformation stage." Once Qing Yan finished wrapping it, Lan Zhou turned and walked towards the door, waving her wrist adorned with the red thread. "Master, don't worry. I won't lose the thread." Before Qing Yan could continue his admonitions, Lan Zhou dashed out of the floating cloud pavilion. Qing Yan watched as the sprightly Lan Zhou bounded away, leaving him standing alone under the eaves, feeling a wave of loneliness wash over him. As soon as Lan Zhou emerged from the teleportation array, she headed straight for the affairs hall. Along the way, she felt as though she had forgotten something, but fearing that Qing Yin might change his mind and pull her back, she hurried on, her legs moving as if powered by motors, in her hurried passage. The four individuals waiting for her in the square became mere passers-by in her world. Dust swirled around, obscuring Zhou Xian's astonished expression and Wu Ming's rising fury. Lan Zhou? Stop right there. Oh no? Did I miss something? Lan Zhou's body stiffened as she slowly turned around, only to be met by the towering resentment emanating from Wu Ming behind her. Zhou Xian? Look, what a massive grudge spirit. A curious little one, indeed. Crash! A sudden thud echoed, the sound of Wu Ming's hand slicing down upon Lan Zhao's head. Wu Ming turned away, disregarding Lan Zhao, who was hopping in pain. Lu Yao stepped forward to assist Lan Zhao, gently patting her head. It's all right. I have some anti-swelling medicine here. If you get a bump, just apply some. Qiyin and Jushin stood frozen in place. Among the team, apart from Lan Zhao, they were the lowest in rank and thus deemed unworthy to speak. Lest they attract trouble. As the apex of the food chain, Wu Ming decided to let Lan Zhao off the hook. All right, just remember not to forget everything behind you next time. Your courage is growing if you dare to leave us behind while out on training. Lan Zhao held her head, eagerly admitting her fault. Yes, what could I accomplish without you all, right? Ha ha ha. Wu Ming shot her a sharp glance. It's good that you realize, but don't act like a lone wolf in everything. Don't bear your burdens alone. We're here for you. Lan Zhao maintained her playful demeanor, fully aware of Wu Ming's anger. To be precise, everyone was quite upset, fearing that Lan Zhao would again conceal matters from them as she did during the Tianfa Dao incident. Despite claiming that her relationship with Su Yuetian was merely one of mutual exploitation, she ultimately ended up diverting everyone else to shoulder the burdens herself, even paving the way for Su Yuetian. They all understood that some individuals carried a constant sense of guilt, afraid to involve others in their troubles. Yet, how many among those present were truly cowardly? Lan Zhao protected them, always considering their well-being. And they were all keenly aware of this. It was just that one stubborn individual refused to admit that they were also a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Jushin had witnessed all kinds of overt and covert struggles within the Qinyun sect. Hadn't he? If Lan Zhao truly saw them merely as stepping stones, Jushin wouldn't he have played the fool and followed her back then. Today, Lan Zhao's outing was not late by any means. It was simply that the four little ones did not want her to bear everything alone anymore. Qiyin, in a brotherly manner, embraced Lan Zhao's shoulders. Boss, how could you go out to train without me as your shield? Jushin raised his flamboyant tail feathers. I am one of the future heirs of the Xuanshu Peak. My status is noble. Without me to facilitate connections for you, just prepare to sleep in a dilapidated temple. Lu Yao, with flushed cheeks and an excited expression, declared, Lan Zhao, you taught me how to be brave, so now you can't leave me behind. Wu Ming quietly followed behind them, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. Initially, when she stood up for Lan Zhao at the martial arts platform, it was merely an impulsive act. From her initial distrust of the world to now having so many friends, Wu Ming never dreamed that in this world, which had been so filled with malice towards her, there would be someone willing to take her hand and teach her how to embrace the world in their own way, perhaps to outsiders. Lan Zhao appeared the most carefree among them, yet in the eyes of the other three, she was their indispensable partner, friend, and leader. Lan Zhao gazed at the companions surrounding her as they moved forward, her eyes glimmering with joy. Let us set off. Time to descend the mountain for training. Chapter 49. An unexpected surprise before embarking on their descent for training, Lan Zhao made a brief visit to the affairs hall. After all, who would pass up the opportunity to exploit free resources? It would be illogical not to take advantage of it. Just picking up a small task could yield a substantial income. The place for claiming tasks was overseen by an elder. Lan Zhao approached, presenting her palace jade. I have come to report to elder in charge. I am Lan Zhao. The elder, pondering who might be so idle this early in the morning, opened his eyes with annoyance, only to be startled upright upon recognizing the familiar palace jade. The sword ancestor? Following the outstretched hand, he then noticed the small girl before him. It's a little girl. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noted the distinctive disciple attire that Lan Zhao wore. Is she the sword ancestor's first disciple? Lanzhao had learned from her previous life that in order to ensure efficiency in the personnel department, it was essential to invoke the authority of higher-ups. Thus, she decided to abandon pretense and directly submitted her palace jade. Indeed, this morning, one of my senior brothers came to Qinling Peak to remind me to report to the affairs hall. The elder's demeanor instantly softened. Oh, I see. What kind of task would you like to select? While speaking, the elder began to introduce the types of tasks posted in the affairs hall. There were tasks for seeking herbs, hunting magical creatures, and assisting other sections. Lanzhao glanced at the bulletin board the elder was pointing to, its myriad of tasks causing her eyes to hurt as her gaze scanned each word on the board. Suddenly, she fixated on one particular location. Noticing Lanzhao deep in thought, the elder quickly inquired, "Is there something you do not understand?" Lanzhao pointed at a notice that was significantly larger than the others and asked, "Excuse me, elder, what is that larger notice about?" The elder followed her finger's direction and answered with a smile. "Oh, that task is relatively simple, so it's written larger for the little ones to see, to prevent them from foolishly selecting tasks they cannot complete." Lanzhao felt a bit insulted, as though she had been subtly ridiculed. However, that was not the main point. She subtly probed, "Oh, simple is good. It seems it's just a matter of some small magical creatures accidentally wandering into a human settlement." Seeing Lanzhao interested in this uncomplicated task, the elder felt a surge of joy. He was genuinely afraid that a momentary oversight would lead this girl to select a challenging task. If anything were to go awry, he would undoubtedly be mocked. In his elation, he inadvertently let slip, There's no one around. It's just a village that has been abandoned for a short time with a few small magical creatures." The passing mortals had noticed and reported it. The elder continued speaking without pause. Jushin, seeing Lanzhao lost in thought, took the liberty to chat with the elder for a while. Indeed, Lanzhao felt a wave of clarity washing over her when she saw that location name. She found it oddly familiar, rummaging through her sparse memories. Xinghua Village. Wasn't that the very village where her original self once resided? The elder's mention of it being abandoned for only a short while confirmed Lanzhao's suspicions. But why was there no one guarding that place? Lanzhao did not explicitly state the location's peculiarities. After all, she needed to visit there herself. She approached with a bright smile. "Is this place close to somewhere one can stay?" "I certainly do not wish to sleep on the streets." The elder nodded affirmatively. Yes. Rest assured, this area has been under strict patrol for some reason these past few months. Any slight disturbance will not escape our notice. So, we've only seen a few small magical creatures. We merely handed them over for disciples to practice. After all, their people were nearby, and they could provide immediate assistance should anything happen. This was indeed the best location he had sought for a long time. Within the Qinyun sect, the tasks were simple, and the area was well guarded. He could absolutely guarantee the safety of this little ancestor. Observing the elder's secret delight, Lanzhao was assured of her safety on this trip. However, it would be troublesome. Slipping away from their watchful eyes to meet someone would not be easy. Yet, Lanzhao consistently felt something was off. Why were there magical creatures in that place? From the memories of her original self, she had encountered Qinyun sect's cultivators. Initially, those vague, fanciful impressions had led her to believe they were mere flights of fancy. As she delved deeper into her cultivation, she gradually comprehended what those muddled impressions truly represented. Cultivators often passed by and belonged to the inner circle of the celestial sect. Why would there be magical creatures? Even devoid of intelligence, magical creatures would not be foolish enough to charge towards blades. Mortals held a certain skepticism towards sects other than the Tianyi sect. Even in times of distress, they would not think to seek the help of the celestial sections seeking herbs, hunting magical creatures, or assisting other sects with trivial matters. Yet there were no tasks aimed at helping mortals. Was it that mortals were unwilling? No, it was that they dared not, just like Lanzhao in her previous life. Even if something occurred at home, she would not call upon property management for assistance. She understood that over 80% of them were merely idlers. This also explained why, during the Qinyun sect's recruitment conference, most of the attendees were descendants of cultivating families seeking to learn. Now, it was surprising that passing mortals would come seeking help. If not for the magical creatures disturbing their lives, they likely wouldn't have reported it. However, this time, Lanzhao had no choice but to go. Just as she was caught in deep conflict, a familiar, magnificent voice imbued with a sense of security and goodness echoed. Yuan Shu. Lansao turned in delight to see the newcomer. Indeed. It was Yuan Shu. Not only was Yuan Shu there, but also, Xiao's sister has arrived. The familiar feeling of suffocation washed over her. Yes, it was that Chang Yuan. Xiaozu was born to be devoured by her sister He. This nickname, oh, how reminiscent of Shiyue Peak. As she escaped from Chang Yuan's embrace, Lansao greeted Yuan Shu. Good morning, senior brother Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu gazed at the innocent and cheerful girl, his keen intuition warning him that mischief was afoot. Good morning. What are you planning to do? Lansao, attempting to shield herself from Chang Yuan's advancing lips with one hand, smiled awkwardly. We passed the secret realm test yesterday. It was quite uneventful, so we thought we'd set out for training today. Shang Yun gently inquired. Where is little Zhou planning to hone her skills? Would you like your sister to accompany you? After all, I am now a true practitioner in the Golden Core stage. Any malevolent forces shall be brought to justice by me. Shang Yun proceeded to demonstrate the 72 postures of the Spirit Pearl for Lan Zhou. Wu Ming felt a sense of relief. As the Spirit Ball had been transformed into a staff by Lan Zhou, at least it wasn't as ridiculous. How delightful, another day of preserving dignity. Suddenly, Lan Zhou comprehended why Shang Yun's swordsmanship was so lacking. It was because she was a spellcaster. Who permitted her to wield a sword? Come forth. Did anyone issue her a sword-wielding license? How absurd. Yin Su was considerably more serious than Shang Yun. Indeed, Shang Yun speaks the truth. If you require our company, do not hesitate to express it. It is always better to have someone accompany you on your first venture. The elder nodded in agreement, his head bobbing rhythmically like a metronome. Yes, for your initial experience, it is advisable to be guided by senior brothers and sisters. This added an extra layer of insurance to their lives. Lan Zhou feigned understanding. Nodding reluctantly. In that case, Yin Su, you should accompany us. Hooray. Free security. Chapter 50. One of our own. Don't slap the face. Bang. The team led by Yin Su and Shang Yun consisted primarily of practitioners at the late Foundation establishment to early Golden Core stages. This left Zhou Xian, who could still be considered the second strongest, feeling quite unbalanced. At this moment, Hua Kongke had retracted his flamboyant tail feathers. On the path down the mountain, Zhou Xian stealthily leaned towards Lan Zhou, whispering, Lan Zhou, I think that Yin whatever has a fierce demeanor. He doesn't seem like a good person. Yin Su, inexplicably called out, retorted, I have no desire to quarrel with a mere child who hasn't even established his foundation. Qi Yin chimed in, exactly. With a group of Golden Core practitioners following us, they surely harbor ill intentions. Be wary of murder and treasure theft. Lan Zhou's lips twitched. That's not quite right, if I remember correctly. My task is to eliminate demons, not to hunt for treasure, as the senior brother of Qianren Peak. Yin Su was unlikely to be so desperate that he needed to profit from demon corpses. Shang Yun, watching the two naive children, felt exasperated. She dramatically adjusted her hairpin and, with a hint of arrogance, said, it was we who rescued Lan Zhou from the wild back in the day. She provocatively glanced at the four young ones, then continued her tea performance. At that time, Lan Zhou was in tatters, and I was the one who gifted her a little dress and styled her hair into cute little buns. Lan Zhou was so obedient. Like a doll. How could she reveal their private moments together? How embarrassing. Lan Zhou wouldn't mind, would she? Thank you for stripping me of my undergarments and then asking if it was hard work. Lan Zhou replied with a forced smile. Unbeknownst to them, the most affected were not Qi Yin and Zhou Xian, but Lu Yao, whose eyes sparkled with envy. Changing Lan Zhou's dress and doing her hair. I want to do that too, awakening something profound within her, she chuckled. Lan Zhou, flustered, replied, what's so special about that? All right. Please don't look at me with that expression. Fine. I promise, if there's time in the future, you can do whatever you like. Lu Yao retracted her pitiful expression and shot a gleeful glance at Shang Yun. The pinnacle of green tea is achieving one's goals through mere expressions. Beside Lu Yao, Wu Ming was utterly bewildered. Do these few people have discomfort with their eyes? Shang Yun, exasperated, attempted to embrace Lan Zhou's arm to show affection, but was halted by Yin Su. All right, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, everyone can fly with their swords. Lan Zhou looked at Yin Su with gratitude. Good brother. I will remember you for a lifetime. Yin Su replied, no need for thanks. Just call me brother when needed. Everyone summoned their flying artifacts. Those with swords unsheathed their long swords. Shang Yun, however, produced the very sword that Lan Zhou would never forget. Senior sister, for the sake of our lives, can we use flying artifacts instead? Shang Yun stomped her foot, pouting, and insisted, no, no, no. Riding a sword is so cool. Lan Zhou, sweating profusely, replied, but sister, it's quite dangerous when you ride the sword. She genuinely feared that Shang Yun might cause everyone to fall with a reckless move. Shang Yun seemed to recall something, casting a flirtatious glance at Lan Zhou. Actually, Lan Zhou maintained a stoic expression. Get on? Lu Yao, biting her handkerchief. I want it too. Shang Yun leaped onto Lan Zhou's long sword, winking at Lu Yao. Just you wait, however. It wasn't long before Shang Yun began to regret her decision. Aw, little Zhou Zhou, slow down. Ha ha ha, this was precisely why Lu Yao, no matter how envious, refrained from trying to ride the flying sword. Lan Zhou's swordsmanship was indeed exceptional, capable of executing a 720 spin in midair without a hint of faltering. In the back, Zhou Xian and Yen Su, anxious about Lan Zhou and Shang Yun falling, nervously watched as Lan Zhou soared ahead. If sensing the presence of others nearby, the two shared a knowing glance. Oh? So you two? Qi Yin surged forward. Hurry up. Lan Zhou is speeding again. Zhou Xian, keep up and watch. Wu Ming sighed. I knew she would be restless. She must have been stifled up on the mountain in a cacophony of noise. They eventually landed steadily near the town outside Xinghua village. Yen Su initially planned to find a good inn for this group of youngsters. However, while walking through the bustling streets, a commotion arose nearby. The familiar figure of Long Ao Tian flashed by, prompting Lan Zhou to ponder about commissioning a pair of sunglasses from the treasure pavilion of Qian Yun sect. Given her frequency of encounters with Su Yu Tian, it was almost impossible for her eyes not to be dazzled by him. Lan Zhou, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems fate has conspired to bring us together. Ha ha ha. Yen Su's expression darkened, as if a thorn lodged in his throat. When did Tiani sect become so closely intertwined with our Qian Yun sect? Why was I not informed? Since you are the young master of Tiani sect, be sure to take good care of your disciples and refrain from engaging in idle chatter. Haha, serves you right for spilling oil. Lan Zhou maliciously observed Su Yu Tian's reaction. Su Yu Tian, on the other hand, appeared somewhat irritated. This was a greeting he had meticulously crafted after much contemplation. Surely, he needed to exude more dominance. He flicked his hair. Heh, woman, have you already fallen for my charm? However, my outstanding exterior pales in comparison to my even more splendid inner self. Join me, my friend. Believe. Humanity can conquer all. Su Yu Tian was sent flying by a punch. Hey, hey, hey. We are allies. Don't slap my face. Greasy man, take my punch. Lan Zhou could no longer contain herself, her clenched fist acting on its own accord. You are no longer Long Ao Tian, are you? Look at the script. You are Long Ao Tian. Not a greasy man. I told you to conceal yourself, not to learn how to spill oil. Su Yu Tian's handsome face received a solid blow from Lan Zhou's fist, and he looked up at her with a pitiful expression. Didn't you tell me to learn to act? Am I not doing well in my role? Lan Zhou, with a heart of stone, retorted. Sister told you to act, not to go overboard. You are not acting convincingly. You are simply not convincing in your performance. Yen Su watched as Lan Zhou delivered a solid friendship punch, inadvertently returning Su Yu Tian to normalcy, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. To be frank, he had nearly drawn his sword. Zhou Xian felt embarrassed, initially believing he was already extravagant enough, only to find that this person was even more over the top. Shang Yun stepped between Lan Zhou and Su Yu Tian, attempting to lighten the mood. Oh, we are all cultivators. Is there any need for hostility? All right, Yen Su, stop glaring at them with such deep-seated hatred. Come, let us all go have a meal together, Su Yu Tian. Displaying magnanimity, cheerfully added, Ah yes, this round is on me. I will cover your recent expenses. Yen Su shot him a sidelong glance. My Qian Yun sect has not fallen so low as to need assistance from Tiani sect. Then Yen Su gazed at the seemingly endless bill, tears brimming in his eyes. Actually, Qian Yun sect isn't as wealthy as you might think. Lan Zhou approached and patted Yen Su's back. Senior brother, if it really comes to it, I can take care of it. Who said that? A man should never say he can't do something. Be decisive, swift, slap. A pouch of spirit stones was tossed onto the counter, and the innkeeper beamed with delight. He, may your stay be pleasant, esteemed guest. Yin Su looked at the pouch of spirit stones, his heart bleeding, but upon recalling the foolish expressions of the Tiani sect members, he resigned himself. Fine, just pay. Lan Zhou was speechless, wondering just how deep the animosity ran. Chapter 51. A preordained encounter after a long day of travel. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Following a sumptuous dinner, they all retired to their rooms for rest. The night breeze was cool, yet Lan Zhou relished the refreshing sensation it brought. Leaning on the railing, Lan Zhou gazed at the starry sky, where the faint moonlight cascaded down, enveloping her in a gossamer glow, rendering her ethereal, at the tender age of 14 or 15. Lan Zhou's features began to mature, hinting at the emergence of a serene beauty. With her eyes closed and a gentle smile gracing her lips, her profile was exquisite. This was the first scene Su Yutian witnessed upon stepping outside. The youthful naivety was striking, and with just one glance, his ears flushed crimson. Lan Zhou? A single utterance shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Truly, it was Su Yutian. Lan Zhou narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, "If you have something to say, speak quickly. Can't you see my sister is enjoying the breeze?" Su Yutian fiddled with his ear pendant. Recalling who had been shy just moments ago, it certainly wasn't him. Absolutely not. Approaching the railing, Su Yutian shed his earlier frivolity. By your method, I have already established my footing within the sect. Lan Zhou smirked. Of course, when it comes to cunning, I possess considerable confidence. After all, honing my interpersonal skills for over 2 decades is no trivial feat. Ever since Su Yutian returned, he maintained contact with Lan Zhou. Initially, he was perpetually anxious. Each time he sent a message via the communication stone, he felt as if he were committing a theft, leaving Lan Zhou quite speechless. Having already concealed the blemish of his defeat in the competition behind the pretense of a close relationship with the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple, did that not equate to waging war against the opposing side? Such excessive caution only served to discomfort his own allies. Thus, Su Yutian gradually grew bolder, aside from certain confidential matters, as long as he received Lan Zhou's consent. He even dared to discuss these topics with his father. As for the reason behind this discourse with his father, it was undoubtedly to curry favor with influential figures, as Lan Zhou had anticipated. Su Yutian's father could be considered a neutral party, likely oblivious to the radical faction's nefarious actions. As the sect leader, he naturally prioritized the sect's interests. Although the radical faction's methods were extreme, they undeniably brought substantial benefits to Tiani sect. For a smaller sect, the prestige and status gained were of utmost importance. Unlike the initial reckless mindset, if Lan Zhou's intuition was correct, not every generation of sect leaders shared the same opinion. After all, times change and strategies must evolve accordingly. It was evident that Tiani sect had opted for a policy of stagnation. While this could ensure a degree of harmony, the drawbacks were far more significant. A person capable of holding the position of sect leader would certainly not overlook such matters. Naturally, Lan Zhou would not hastily strike based solely on her own conjectures. With an ancient monster, specifically, Dao Minji, residing in her home for so many years, always causing a ruckus, referring again to Dao Minji, and knowing so many dubious individuals, once more, Dao Minji, she had a fair understanding of the situation. After consulting Dao Minji and Qing Yin, Lan Zhou finally encouraged Su Yutian to take bolder steps. Of course, she sought to confirm her suspicions regarding Qing Yin, knowing full well that her master preferred solitude and disliked mingling with that crowd. After all, he was Su Yutian's father, and she was reluctant to drive a wedge between them. Even if, in Lan Zhou's mind, Su Yutian was merely a pawn, she did not wish to act so ruthlessly. Thus, under Su Yutian's skillful performance, his father gradually shifted from a neutral stance, subtly aligning with Su Yutian's faction. However, Su Yuhui was not one to be swayed by emotions. He had suffered enough from the discrimination of his fellow cultivators, and now, witnessing the closeness between the Sword Ancestor's foremost disciple and his son, perhaps one day, the status of Tiani sect would earn the recognition of their peers. Tiani sect could no longer afford to languish in obscurity. Yes, for these reasons, my father began to confide in me about the unsettling matters within the sect. Gazing at the pristine moon in the sky, Lan Zhou seemed lost in thought. Su Yutian, mistaking her silence for rapt attention, waved his hand before her eyes. Lan Zhou, exasperated, swatted his hand away. Speak your mind. I am not daydreaming, that Su Yuetian, somewhat incredulous, replied. Oh, then I shall continue. Lan Zhou turned her gaze back to the moon, nodding. Leaning against the railing, Su Yuetian continued. My father told me that in his youth, influenced by his surroundings, he had once wholeheartedly believed in the radical faction's rhetoric. To him, the demon race was an utterly malevolent species. In his younger years, Su Yuhui was also a confident and cheerful lad who ventured out for training often. On one such expedition, they encountered danger, a desperate bid to protect his disciples. He had to take refuge in a secluded canyon. Outside the canyon was a field of belladonna. Though highly toxic, as long as it was not ingested, it posed little threat to cultivators of sufficient skill. Fortuitously, the sea of belladonna flowers provided them with a shield against the demonic creature's onslaught. Thus, the group of youths ventured deep into the canyon, and when they finally emerged into the open, they were met with an isolated village. Lan Zhou turned to Su Yuetian, exclaiming, "Ah, a veritable peach blossom spring." Su Yuetian, puzzled, was spurred on by Lan Zhou's gaze, eager to elaborate. My father approached the villagers to explain their purpose for being there. The villagers responded with warmth, welcoming my father and his disciples. Initially, my father assumed it was merely an ordinary village. However, on the eve of their departure, while intending to thank those who had aided them, he unexpectedly witnessed a woman casting spells. Later, he ventured deeper into the village, retrieving a magical artifact designed to detect demonic energy. The result was alarming. The entire village was comprised of demon cultivators, without exception. Stricken with fear, my father hastily led his disciples back the following morning, but he could never find the way back again. Although that experience did not radically alter my father's beliefs, he certainly did not become as radical as those others. Su Yuhui was also too wary to speak out, knowing full well the sect's cruel methods of dealing with the demon race. Even if he harbored disdain for the demons, he would not be so misguided as to see his saviors meet a tragic end. Lan Zhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, the demon race? Isolated from the world. Based on my extensive reading, this secluded village undoubtedly holds answers to many enigmas that once plagued the realms of demons and immortals. I must mark this location. It is imperative that I visit. However, it was unlikely she would fail to find it, considering the many elder cultivators from the immortal realm supporting her. Locating a place should be a breeze. Pleased, Lan Zhou nodded. Very well. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I shall inquire further on another occasion. Su Yuetian scratched his head. Why postpone? Lan Zhou stretched lazily. I am feeling drowsy and intend to sleep. Just as Su Yuetian was about to retort, Lan Zhou's expression shifted. Some matters are best not discussed in this setting. Eavesdroppers? Su Yuetian realized too late, but in such a confined space, who could possibly be so bored? Lan Zhou, with a playful grin, looked at Su Yuetian. Just kidding, no one is listening. Everyone is asleep. Who would be around? Su Yuetian sighed in relief. That's a relief. It was my carelessness today. We shall find another time to discuss. Lan Zhou nodded, leisurely descending the stairs. It was not merely Lan Zhou's prowess that enabled her to survey such a vast inn. With the Qing Yin brand alarm system, she was well-equipped. As for why she interrupted Su Yuetian, it was because she needed to reconsider certain matters before taking the next step. Benevolent demons? The situation was spiraling in a more complex direction. Chapter 52. The Last Joy Before Approaching Sorrow. On a beautiful morning, with dew yet to evaporate, Lan Zhou inhaled deeply the fresh air of nature, feeling her muscles relax. Standing by the window of her guest room, she smiled as she gazed into the distance, towards the place that bore witness to both the joys and tragedies of her original self. Xinghua Village. How swiftly she had returned. Lan Zhou, are you still here? We are home again. No, that is merely the home of my original self. I have no home, never have. Lan Zhou's elevated spirits suddenly plummeted. Indeed? Despite this body being filled with longing for this place, it ultimately belongs to another's life. I am but a wandering soul, accepting the charity of others. Lost in her thoughts while gazing out the window, a knock echoed from the door of the guest room. Knock, knock, knock. Lan Zhou, are you awake? Come down for breakfast. It was Yin Su's voice. Snapping back to reality, Lan Zhou responded with a smile. Oh, I'll be right down. Fearing that those below were growing impatient, she hurriedly gathered her hair into a ponytail and prepared to descend for breakfast. As she grabbed the red thread from her vanity, she paused for a moment. Master. Gripping the delicate red thread, She seemed to draw a sense of belonging from it, a connection that was uniquely hers, her master, her mentor. Another round of urging came from downstairs, likely due to Jushin and Qian squabbling once more. Lan Zhou hastily secured her hair and rushed downstairs. Qian, are you a pig? 3 dumplings in one bite? MMM, MMM, MMM. How dare you MMM, 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 criticize me. You just slurped up 3 mouthfuls of plain noodles. Unlike the atmosphere above, the hall below buzzes with a lively commotion. Shang Yuan and Lu Yao engage in a subtle competition, each convinced they are the most cherished companion of Lan Zhou. Wu Ming, unperturbed, enjoys her meal until a dumpling tossed by Qian disrupts her appetite, prompting her to summon her staff with a thud that leaves Qian momentarily frozen in fear. Just as Juxian is about to let out a mocking laugh, Wu Ming shoots her a piercing glare. Silencing her, Qian, startled, hurriedly retrieves the dumpling he had thrown and shoves it into his mouth. Yin Su stands by, exasperated, while Su Yuetian is momentarily taken aback by the amiable banter of the Qinyun sect. As Lan Zhou descends from the upper floor, the crisp sound of her footsteps interrupts the ruckus below. One must wonder, what is it like to have a multitude of eyes fixated upon you? Lan Zhou quips, thank you for the invitation. It feels rather peculiar, as if I were in a horror film. Wiping non-existent beads of sweat from her brow, she forces a smile and adds, please, enjoy your meal and drink. Do not mind me, ha ha ha. Instantly, the lively scene resumes, with Shang Yuan and Lu Yao exchanging provocative glances as they bound up the stairs, each seizing an arm, which is quite odd. Lan Zhou, I have prepared some nourishing medicinal cuisine for you. Just the remedy for the exhaustion of the past few days. Little Zhou's sister has prepared a delicious breakfast for you. Would you care to sample it? The sovereign, held captive by the feudal lords, is compelled to comply. All right, eat up, will you? Do refrain from snatching. It might get divided in half. Thus, a noisy yet heartwarming morning unfolds. Lan Zhou clutches her seemingly overstuffed belly, akin to one 3 months pregnant. While Lu Yao, to her surprise, receives a scolding from Wu Ming. Don't overindulge, Lan Zhou. Lu Yao sheepishly retracts her neck. I've already given her a digestant. Yin Su seizes Shangwen for a reprimand. After all, you are the senior sister of Shiyue Peak. Can you not behave sensibly? What s with competing against a bunch of children? Shang Yuan, undeterred, sticks out her tongue. Oh, Lan Zhou doesn't call certain people brother, feeling a bit sour. Yin Su, exasperated, rolls his eyes, too weary to engage in her trivialities. He regains his serious demeanor and approaches Lan Zhou. Lan Zhou. Hearing her name, she quickly turns. Ah? What is it? Yin Su stands beside her. We need to complete the task outlined in the proclamation. Why must we bring Su Yuetian along? He adheres strictly to protocol, not willing to disclose even a demon hunting mission to Su Yuetian. Lan Zhou, not overthinking it, replies, a cautious approach is wise. After all, there are ill-intentioned individuals among the crowd. She grins playfully, it's nothing really. I'm familiar with Su Yuetian. If he can't be trusted, surely I can, right? Yin Su feels an increasing sense of disbelief. Fine, just a reminder, there aren't too many good folks in Tianyi sect. Lan Zhou nods obediently. I understand, senior brother, I truly do. It's just that Su Yuetian is different. She whispers, he is one of ours. Yin Su eyes Su Yuetian with suspicion. Really? Lan Zhou nods emphatically. He is genuine. Yin Su can't help but sigh. You children will be the death of me. Lan Zhou pouts slightly, appearing innocent. Su Yuetian, bemused by the group's occasional glances in his direction, would VE preferred to showcase his prowess today if not for the presence of his disciples. Once Lan Zhou finishes conversing with Yin Su, she strides towards Su Yuetian. Are you joining us today? Su Yuetian nods confidently. Absolutely. Rest assured, with me around, no demon will even graze you. Lan Zhou suppresses her discomfort at his overzealousness. All right. Today, we shall hunt demons in Xinghua village. Let us go together. Su Yuetian enthusiastically nods, resembling a giant golden retriever. Great. Let us hurry. With disciples in tow, Su Yuetian slightly tempers his excitement as they soar through the skies towards Xinghua village. Meanwhile, the forgotten disciples murmur, it seems we are also here for training. Xinghua village lies in close proximity to the town, and the journey takes merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. A group of young cultivators rises early, so by the time they approach the outskirts of Xinghua village, dawn has barely broken. The area surrounding Xinghua Village is a wilderness filled with lush vegetation. Towering trees cast shadows that obscure the sun. Some mist lingers, still hovering over the pathway. The somewhat desolate village, dense with foliage, and the faint mist envelop Xinghua Village in an eerie atmosphere. All present are cultivators, so they remain largely unfazed by such minor occurrences. Moreover, apart from the Tianyi sect members, everyone is acutely aware of the significance this place holds for Lan Zhou. Yan Su gazes at Lan Zhou with concern. Are you all right? Lan Zhou smiles reassuringly. No worries. Let us proceed with hunting the demons. That is of greater importance. Su Yuetian, who initially intended to make light of the situation, recognizes the silence around him and prudently remains quiet. He had previously heard whispers about a village beneath the Qianyun sect, yet he had not anticipated its connection to Lan Zhou. Lan Zhou, stifling her restless heart, resolves to complete the task at hand. There are more pressing matters to attend to. She cannot linger as she departs. Her hand instinctively rests over her chest. Lan Zhou, look, we've returned. Chapter 53. Truly, encountering the specter although it has been light for some time. The lingering mist refuses to dissipate. Lan Zhou and her companions slay 8 or 9 demons without witnessing the fog lift. After severing a demon's head and skillfully disemboweling it to extract its core, Lan Zhou glances at Yan Su, who wears a look of disdain. Senior brother, if I recall correctly, this task I accepted is not particularly substantial, yet we encounter 8 or 9 demons in succession? 8 or 9 demons would be one thing, but their levels clearly indicate anything but simplicity. The demons vary in strength. Some are peak late-stage Qi refinement, while others approach the foundation establishment phase. Their high levels are compounded by their rapid appearance. Even though Lan Zhou's group is large, hunting these demons proves quite strenuous. Su Yuetian only brought along 2 or 3 disciples, each at best at late-stage Qi refinement. Among the 5-person team, aside from Lan Zhou, only Zhu Xian has barely broken through to peak Qi refinement, with her cultivation not yet stabilized in the early foundation establishment phase. Although Shang Yuan possesses the strength of a golden core cultivator, her practical performance leaves much to be desired. It can be said that within the entire team, only 4 or 5 individuals are capable of putting up a fight. Yan Su, Lan Zhou, Zhu Xian, and Su Yuetian are the mainstays. Yet, within this team, only Lu Yao is a healer, illustrating the dire situation of too many monks, not enough porridge. With 8 or 9 demons down, the group's stamina has been significantly drained. Yan Su, observing the mist thickening rather than dissipating, poses a question. Lan Zhou, do you not find the surrounding fog peculiar? Lan Zhou hands the extracted core to Lu Yao while scrutinizing the increasingly obstructive mist. She channels her spiritual root to survey the surroundings. A gentle breeze stirs, yet fails to disperse the layers of fog. The wind conveys to her that there are no unusual spiritual energy fluctuations nearby. Lan Zhou withdraws her spiritual energy as the wind quiets. She shakes her head at Yan Su. No, nothing unusual. Yan Su furrows his brow. How can that be? Lan Zhou, troubled by the thickening mist, turns to find Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian, quickly circle the area and see if anything seems amiss. I will leave a thread of spiritual energy on you. Should you detect anything unusual, I will gather the others. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhu Xian suppresses her usual nonchalance. All right, you all stay put and keep an eye on things. I shall return swiftly. With a flash of lightning, Zhu Xian darts away on her sword. Seeing Zhu Xian scouting ahead, Lan Zhou turns to Su Yuetian, who is calming the others. If we find a safe location, leave your disciples there. I will have senior sister Shang Yuan help watch over them. It is not that Lan Zhou looks down on them. The current team is simply too encumbered for such an emergency. Su Yuetian's disciples are not as exceptional as Lan Zhou's 4 young ones. With some barely at mid-stage Qi refinement. It is worth noting that Lu Yao has already reached late-stage Qi refinement. Though Shang Yuan's practical skills may be lacking, she is still a genuine golden core cultivator. Should anything arise, she can protect the 3 disciples. Now is not the time for impulsive decisions. In this place, Lan Zhou is the most suitable commander. Everyone is perceptive and naturally opts to comply. Before long, Zhu Xian returns like a streak of lightning. Found it, discovered a safe place. Lan Zhou inquires. What kind of safe place? Zhu Xian, beaming, replies. It's a hidden outpost established by our Qianyun sect. Lan Zhou, overjoyed, exclaims, Wonderful, let us hurry there. The group swiftly follows Zhu Xian to the outpost. Concealed underground, this outpost is well hidden. Had there not been disciples stationed above, Lan Zhou might not have realized anyone was there. Puzzled, she glances at Zhu Xian. How did you find this place? Zhou Xian has found reinforcements, her heart brimming with joy. It was not I who discovered them, but rather, while soaring through the mist on my sword to assess the situation. They caught sight of me. Lan Zhou nodded thoughtfully, her gaze landing on the familiar robes of disciples opposite her, adorned with the jade pendant of the 13 peaks at their waists. With that, she led her companions into the hidden location. The darkened spot was sparsely populated, comprising only 3 golden core stage practitioners, their highest cultivation level estimated to be merely mid-stage. Currently, various sects are in dire need of personnel, so having golden core practitioners guarding this place is already quite commendable. Lan Zhou seized a disciple who appeared to be busy. Senior brother, may I trouble you with a question? Have you noticed any abnormalities here in recent days? The disciple, somewhat flustered, replied, I am not certain. Nothing has happened in the past few months. Lan Zhou furrowed her brow. The magical beasts near this village possess at least late-stage qi refining cultivation. Have you truly encountered none before today? Seeing the azure robe adorning Lan Zhou, the disciple had no choice but to confess. Truly, we have never seen magical beasts here. It was a mortal we encountered during our patrol who informed us. Lan Zhou nearly laughed in exasperation. Senior brother, this village is not a thoroughfare. There lies a vast wilderness beside it. Who would wander here without reason? Initially, she had assumed those mortals had only encountered magical beasts on a distant path from Xinghua village. Thus, she had chosen to land on that very path. Yet, she had not come across any magical beasts there. It was only after some time that she finally spotted them. Why then? The fog had begun to spread, and the level of the magical beasts prevented her from extricating herself. When she finally had a moment to spare, she found herself in the hidden location in truth, while at the affairs hall. Lan Zhou had anticipated the presence of cultivators guarding this place. Hence, she believed that the magical beasts here would at most be at the early to mid-stage of qi refining, likely reserved for new disciples to hone their skills. However, it now appeared that the situation was far graver than she had imagined. These magical beasts could not possibly be lying in wait specifically for Lan Zhou and her companions. There must be someone behind the scenes orchestrating this. If that were the case, her master would have undoubtedly rushed over from Qinyun's sect to rescue her by now. Lan Zhou had no doubts about Qingyan's strength, yet if this were not the case, whence did this group of magical beasts originate? And what of the fog that had persisted for merely a day? There was no time for Lan Zhou to ponder further. Her primary concern was ensuring the safety of those behind her. She took out a communication stone, but as the nearby disciple began to speak, Lan Zhou raised her hand to silence him, and no need for him to voice it. She had already observed, sure enough. The communication stone was unresponsive. As everyone witnessed the inert stone in Lan Zhou's hand, a sense of panic began to ripple through the group, prompting them to hastily retrieve their own communication stones in an attempt to signal outward. Predictably, all efforts failed. Just as despair began to set in, Lan Zhou revealed the red thread adorning her wrist. Su Yuetian observed the vividly contrasting red thread on her slender wrist with discomfort. What is this? Without glancing at him, Lan Zhou examined the red thread. It was tied on by my master before he left. He said he would sense danger if it arose, Su Yuetian. Infusing his words with personal sentiment, inquired, then how come he hasn't come, given the peril we face? Lan Zhou shot him a look. It is not his fault. It is the fog. Yin Su, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Yes, it is the fog. Lan Zhou nodded in agreement. I just used my spiritual energy to probe the area, and there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy here, without even the most basic fluctuations that would indicate danger. How could there be any threat? Wu Ming raised a question. Given our intense battle, there should have been significant fluctuations of spiritual energy, shouldn't there? Lan Zhou snapped her fingers. Exactly. The issue lies here. Wu Ming's eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Is it the fog? Lan Zhou confirmed. Yes, it is indeed the fog. I have been pondering why the fog behaves as if it were alive, aware of our arrival and even gathers around us. Now I understand. The crowd stared at Lan Zhou, a chorus of confusion echoing. This fog has the ability to absorb extraneous spiritual energy. Lan Zhou elaborated. If we think back carefully, we would realize that even after our arrival, the fog did not increase in density. The time we spent searching for magical beasts consumed quite a bit of time, yet during that interval, the fog showed no signs of thickening. In fact, it was gradually dissipating. That was the true fog. Zhou Xian leaned against the earthen wall. I just recalled that the fog was not particularly dense while we hunted the magical beasts. It only thickened after we defeated the last one. Lan Zhou snapped her fingers again. Exactly. Each time I slay a magical beast, I always check my bearings. It was only after I defeated the last beast that visibility dropped to critical levels. The gathering of magical beasts can be explained as well. They were not initially present in this location, but rather were hiding somewhere near Xinghua village. The fog absorbs the fluctuations of spiritual energy. It simultaneously conveys information to these magical beasts, indicating that there is a source of energy providing spiritual energy. They do not comprehend the concept of cultivators. To them, all spiritual energy is merely a source to be absorbed. Su Yuetian's expression darkened. So, we have fallen into a predicament where the more we fight, the more magical beasts we attract? Lan Zhou nodded. Indeed. However, I have a habit of harvesting inner cores after defeating magical beasts. After each kill, I pause to collect the inner core and seek a path. Thus, even if it provides the magical beast with information, it is sporadic. Furthermore, we did not linger in battle but rather retreated swiftly. Su Yuetian's thoughts turned to something ominous, his voice trembling as he asked, "So if today we were to fight with all our might and neglect the changes in the fog?" Lan Zhou replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Then we would be devoured by the relentless swarm of magical beasts." In an instant, the atmosphere in the room dropped to a chilling silence. Hiss. Chapter 54. Qing Yan's emergency contact. You deserve it. Everyone was left stunned by Lan Zhou's words, caught in a long silence, until the three disciples stationed there broke the stillness, tentatively raising their hands. One asked, what should we do now? Yes, what to do is the crux of the matter, isn't it? Standing here frozen is not a solution. Suddenly, Lan Zhou recalled the thought that Su Yuetian had interrupted earlier. She raised her wrist adorned with the red thread. We can use this. Su Yuetian's face was filled with worry. Didn't you say the fog can absorb spiritual energy? Lan Zhou replied, yes. But the hidden spot is underground. The fog hasn't drifted in yet, has it? Upon hearing this, the three Golden Core disciples instantly understood Lan Zhou's intent. The trio summoned their Golden Core strength, forming a barrier at the entrance of the hidden spot. Junior sister, quickly, we will block the fog's encroachment. You must think of a way to alert the sword ancestor to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lan Zhou wasted no time, turning to Yin Su and Shang Yun. Yin Su, Shang Yun, you are the only remaining golden cores here besides them. Do your utmost to attack the red thread. If the fluctuations of spiritual energy are too weak, Master will not intervene. He will only think I am completing a task. Shang Yun and Yin Su exchanged glances. Shang Yun hesitated, fearing that her lack of control might harm Lan Zhou. However, seeing the resolute determination on Yin Su's face, she gritted her teeth, suppressing her unease. If even Yin Su trusted Lan Zhou so implicitly, why couldn't she believe that Lan Zhou could withstand this blow? Of course, Lan Zhou was no mere novice. Her satchel was filled with protective talismans, and she could certainly endure an attack from two golden cores. Liu Yao began to weave a hand sign. Bracing himself, anxious that Lan Zhou might sustain injuries, the azure and brilliant golden spiritual energies intertwined as Zhou Xian, Qi Yin, and Su Yuetian joined forces to form a protective array, guarding against the spiritual energies dispersal that might destroy the hidden spot. Yin Su and Shang Yun unleashed 70% of their spiritual energy, merging it together. As Yin Su completed his charge, he unleashed a blade strike, intent on severing the red thread. With a swift motion, the moment the spiritual energy made contact with the red thread, it was not the gentle sound of a thread being cut, but rather the grandiose roar akin to magma flowing into the ocean. As Lan Zhou's protective talismans absorbed the impact of this strike, a barrier unfurled, and upon seeing Lan Zhou standing steadily in place, Liu Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All eyes were drawn to the red thread, which was surprisingly able to withstand the lethal strike unleashed by two Golden Core practitioners. After a period of time, the hidden spot finally returned to calm. Had they succeeded? On the summit of Qinling Peak, Qing Yin, as was customary, brewed a pot of tea and leisurely perused a book in the main hall of the pavilion. The sect leader, having received news from an unknown source, became aware that Lanzhao had ventured out for training. Fearing that Qingyan would be concerned for his disciple, he aimlessly followed him around, eventually making his way to Qinling Peak to keep him company. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the wind chimes beneath the eaves to softly chime. Just as the sect leader intended to commend the splendid weather of the day, he witnessed Qingyan's hand, which held the teacup, suddenly freeze. Scalding tea spilled over the rim, leaving a trail of crimson where the liquid flowed across Qingyan's hand. The sect leader gasped in surprise, grabbing a handkerchief from the table to wipe Qingyan's hand. Just as he lifted the handkerchief, he noticed Qingyan rising silently and striding towards the exit. The sect leader hurriedly called after him, "Uncle Master, wait." He positioned himself in front of Qingyan, asking, "Where are you headed?" "Uncle Master?" Qingyan frowned, his expression as cold as frost. "Lanzhao is in danger." The sect leader forced a strained smile. "Oh, surely not. That was a deliberate arrangement." Qingyan, unwilling to elaborate, replied, "The communication stone has also ceased to function." Not wishing to cause injury, he moved to leave. The sect leader had no choice but to step aside, having never witnessed Qingyan in such a state during his years at the helm. The space beside Qingyan twisted, and he vanished from Qinling Peak. The sect leader quickly retrieved the communication stone to inquire with the administrative hall managing the communications of disciples stationed outside. At that moment, the elder in charge was already as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, struggling to articulate coherent sentences. However, amidst his disjointed speech, the sect leader discerned that there was trouble in Xinghua village. It had already been the duration of half a stick of incense since Lanzhao and the others launched their attack on the Red Line. The disciples from Tianyi sect began to fidget restlessly. "Will Sword Ancestor come?" Lanzhao firmly corrected, "My master is not old, thank you." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with unease settling over everyone. Su Yuetian was on the verge of stepping forward to comfort Lanzhao when a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Lanzhao, are you in there?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lanzhao's eyes lit up. She swiftly approached the door, exclaiming, "I'm here." As she opened the door, a tall figure appeared before them, clad in the Taoist robe that Qingyan often wore on Qinling Peak. His hair was hastily tied back, having not been secured due to his urgency. Su Yuetian seemed momentarily bewildered by the thick mist outside, and in a daze, he noticed the identical red thread adorning both Qingyan and Lanzhao's heads. A vague sense of irritation welled up within him, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Behind Qingyan, the mist appeared to yield, as if understanding the gravity of the situation. Lanzhao pulled Qingyan inside and shut the door. "Master, what on earth is happening?" Qingyan, having just arrived, had yet to assess the situation. "I'm not sure for the moment. If I hadn't sensed the Red Line under attack, I wouldn't have known there was trouble on your end." Lanzhao furrowed her brow. "That's impossible. With such dense mist, surely someone must have seen it." Qingyan also expressed his confusion. "This mist displays no unusual movements, and it only becomes apparent once one enters this area." Su Yuetian suddenly interjected, "Even if we overlook ourselves, why did outsiders come in?" Qingyan seemed slightly offended by the term outsider, and his expression darkened. "This mist is not a mere coincidence. It must have a source nearby." Lu Yao pondered aloud. "It may not be classified as dangerous, yet it can attract demonic creatures, thus generating mist." Lanzhao turned to her. "What is it, little Lu?" Lu Yao resolutely raised her head. "Mandala flowers." At this utterance, two individuals in the room were momentarily stunned. Lanzhao and Su Yuetian exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to venture into this haunted place. However, the other disciples were less contemplative than Lanzhao and her companions. Upon seeing Qingyan's arrival, they relaxed their anxious hearts. Many innocent disciples remained present, and Lanzhao did not wish to endanger them, so she planned to lead them away first. She looked up at Qingyan and said, "Master, let South leave this place before we make further plans." Qingyan observed the disciples in the dim light and understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He calmly nodded, then turned towards the door. "Don't fall behind. Follow me outside." His brief words exuded a sense of security, bringing joy to the disciples, who instantly regained their vigor. They followed behind Qingyan like a line of ducklings. Orderly arranged as if they were a little tail, however, the last little one at the end of the line appeared somewhat restless. Su Yuetian exchanged knowing glances with Lanzhao, hoping she could decipher his peculiar signals. How long until we can slip away? Lanzhao, puzzled, replied, What are you trying to convey? Chapter 55. A host of mischievous spirits, none reliable after Qingyin led the group of disciples out of the mist, perhaps due to the overwhelming disparity in their cultivation levels. The demonic creatures did not dare to act recklessly. The journey from the vicinity of the village was surprisingly uneventful, save for a few demonic entities that had been waiting in the mist. Lanzhao could hardly discern the cultivation levels of these creatures. With a mere flick of his fingers, Qingyin dispatched the demons, and Lanzhao finally comprehended why he did not require a sword tassel. He had transcended the trivialities of ordinary spirit swords. Yet, behind them, Yin Su's expression darkened as he scrutinized Lanzhao's silhouette. He began to re-evaluate this girl, who typically appeared carefree but was, in fact, a taciturn and aloof character. He emphasized if anyone had acted recklessly today, throwing tantrums like a spoiled child, or if he himself had assumed the airs of a senior brother, seizing control from Lanzhao, or if Lanzhao had been even slightly less cautious, those dozen lives might have already fallen prey to the demons. Lanzhao, seemingly oblivious to Yin Su's intense gaze, continued her silent exchange of glances with Su Yuetian. What excuse shall we concoct to slip out later? Lanzhao asked. Su Yuetian suggested. Need to relieve ourselves? Lanzhao retorted. We're paired up, aren't we? Su Yuetian responded with a series of strange expressions, his facial muscles twitching. This caused Yin Su, who had just been lamenting Lanzhao's cleverness, to regain his composure. Indeed, they were just a bunch of children. Upon seeing Yin Su retract his scrutinizing gaze, Lanzhao returned to normalcy. Signaling to Su Yuetian to follow her, Su Yuetian subtly nodded, then reverted to his comical demeanor. Once Qingyin led the disciples out of the mist, he refrained from further interference, allowing them to proceed as they wished. He approached Lanzhao. Are you ready to return? Lanzhao, basking in her role, replied. No, observing the girl's downcast silence, Qingyin assumed she was merely missing her family. He gently stroked her head in a gesture of comfort. Let me take you to see. If there's anything you wish to do, now is the time. After arranging the disciples, Yin Su turned to inquire if Lanzhao would accompany them, just in time to overhear the exchange between master and disciple. Could this girl act a little more? Before hunting demons, she understood the gravity of matters. Now, with the sword ancestor present, it was as if a blade was poised at her throat, and she wished to visit a grave. If there were no ulterior motives, then Yin Su's name could be written backward. With a sigh, he approached Qingyin and bowed, saying, Greetings, sword ancestor. Qingyin did not turn back. No need for formalities. This place is perilous. You are responsible for leading the disciples of Qinyun sect back safely. He completed his instructions without leaving room for negotiation. Yin Su could sense that the sword ancestor still harbored grievances regarding the incident where he had held Lanzhao. With no other recourse, he withdrew his words. Understood. Chang Yuan, standing to the side, appeared worried. Noticing Yin Su's exasperated expression as he approached, she quickly asked, What is the matter? Yin Su rubbed his forehead. The sword ancestor has instructed us to return first. He will take Lanzhao with him. Rest assured, how many can harm the sword ancestor in this world? Even if she felt reluctant, it was the sword ancestor's command, and Chang Yuan could only watch Lanzhao for a moment longer before summoning her flying artifact and departing with Yin Su. Qingyin held Lanzhao's hand as they walked to the site where Yin Su and the others had buried the villagers of Xinghua village. Each grave mound, though lacking headstones, was etched in Lanzhao's memory, for she remembered who lay beneath each. Although it was merely a temporary reprieve, Lanzhao could not suppress her emotions. Following the sequence in her memory, she found the mounds where her parents and elder brother were buried. The images of her parents and brother meeting their untimely demise remained vivid in her mind. Lanzhao softly spoke. Lanzhao has returned. Are you all resting well? She felt a deep sorrow for the one who did not survive. But do not worry. I will avenge her, for all of you. Lanzhao had witnessed death before. Once, on her way home from work, she had seen someone fall victim to a car accident. As she stood by the roadside calling for an ambulance. The hospital later informed her of the man's passing. Despite her apparent indifference to the world around her, on her rare day off, she had brought a bouquet of flowers to the funeral, becoming the only guest present. The place was cold and quiet, and he was laid to rest in a coffin. Within her heart lingered only a subtle melancholy, stirred by the ambience. It was a loneliness. A poignant sorrow. She mused that as long as there was but one person at her funeral, it would suffice. The present scene involuntarily drew Lanzhao into reminiscence, to the extent that she could hardly discern Qingyin calling her name. Lanzhao? Lanzhao, do not succumb. The fog descended once more, this time unperturbed by Qingyin's prowess, advancing directly towards the two individuals at the grave. Concealed in the shadows, Su Yuetian and the other four little ones suddenly emerged. Lanzhao, quickly, come, they urged in unison. They all rushed towards Lanzhao, striving to extricate her from the fog. For the first time, Qingyin felt the pain of being the sect leader. This gaggle of mischievous spirits was a constant source of worry. Qingyin's formidable spiritual energy erupted from within him, and those hidden at a distance were certainly unable to evade an ancient ancestor who had wielded power in the celestial realm for millennia. Yet still dared to contend with him was ultimately too naive. The overwhelming spiritual force nearly shattered his dantian, causing him to spew forth blood as he was violently hurled several meters away. Landing unceremoniously atop the mandala flowers, the once mysterious and beautiful blooms ceased to merely exude harmless mist, releasing toxins directly upon contact. Despite possessing a nascent soul cultivation level, the intense venom of the mandala flowers rendered him utterly unconscious. Beside him, a youth bound in intricate chains knelt, raising his soiled face to reveal a pair of bright eyes. Perhaps weakened by torment, Qingyin's spiritual energy did not harm him. The boy, grinning mischievously, spat disdainfully. "Huh? Serves you right, you old wretch. Now you've met your comeuppance." With the threat of that individual removed, the boy, in gratitude to the mysterious figure who had avenged him, began to chant incantations, utilizing the blood that coursed through him. The petals of the mandala flowers swayed gracefully in the wind, exuding beauty and elegance. They obeyed their master's command, gradually retracting their gossamer veils, falling into a gentle slumber, awaiting their master's next directive. Due to the impatience of some, their positions were inadvertently revealed. Qingyin did not restrain his aura, unleashing the oppressive force of the tribulation period towards that individual, now aware of the assailant's precise location. Qingyin felt less urgency. He redirected his attention back to Lanzhao. "Lanzhao? Are you all right?" Lanzhao offered a sweet smile. "Of course, I am unscathed." Although relying on Qingyin to deal with that individual was indeed somewhat unfair to him, it was unavoidable. They could apologize later. Lanzhao felt a twinge of guilt. The fog of the mandala flowers merely absorbed fluctuations in spiritual energy, not yet potent enough to confront even Qingyin, if no feigned issues had arisen. How could they have compelled Qingyin to act? "I am sorry, Master." Of course, it was still too early for honesty. It was not yet the time for enlightenment. However, the appearance of the other five was indeed unexpected for Lanzhao. While she attempted to reassure Qingyin, she cast a glance at Su Yuetian. "Didn't I tell you to hide?" Su Yuetian made a face. "You performed your role too convincingly," Zhou Xian remarked. "Excellent. Judging by this situation, it is likely a performance." Qingyin was quite startled by Lanzhao's earlier distraction. Indeed, allowing her to act recklessly was ill-advised. He realized he ought to heed the sect leader's counsel. With a furrowed brow, Qingyin sighed and then looked at the 6 little spirits. "First, I shall escort you out. You are not allowed to re-enter. That individual, I will capture personally." Lanzhao nodded obediently. "It is fine. Just apprehend that individual. I am not concerned about the appearance of the flowers. I can always inquire with Lu Yao." Without further questioning, Qingyin took Lanzhao's hand and led her away at Su Yuetian. Observing the barrier created between Lanzhao and himself by Qingyin, felt quite speechless. "I seriously suspect the sword ancestor is doing this intentionally." Lanzhao, feeling guilty, did not withdraw her hand from Qingyin's grasp and followed along obediently. The 4 little spirits, having been caught by the ancestor, felt somewhat guilty and naturally dared not oppose the wrathful elder. Thus, the little spirits followed Qingyin out of the grave. By this time, the mist had long since dissipated, and the once dilapidated entrance of Xinghua village now appeared rejuvenated. A lively and cheerful youth stood at the village's edge, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and waved. "Hey, Lanzhao, come home for dinner." Chapter 56. Everything is like a dream, where all is well. Brother. For a fleeting moment, Lanzhao genuinely believed she had miscalculated. Could it be that the fog of the mandala flowers truly harbored poison? Seeing Lanzhao frozen in place, Lan Zhao appeared somewhat irritated. Silly girl. Why are you standing there? Come here. Naturally, Lan Zhao did not dare approach. She was not foolish enough to run recklessly without understanding the situation. Qing Yin, rarely expressing emotion, interjected, "Do not go near him." Compared to an uncertain brother, Lan Zhao undoubtedly placed her trust in her irrefutably genuine master. Master, what is happening? Qing Yin's grip on Lan Zhao's hand tightened unconsciously as he cautiously scrutinized the individual claiming to be her brother. To his surprise, it truly was the soul of a mortal Liu Yao, who had been hiding behind Wu Ming and Zhou Xian. Observed the soul intently. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something. Oh? Liu Yao's sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. She earnestly explained, "This is Lan Zhao's brother, indeed, but merely a soul." Now even Qing Yin was intrigued by her assertion. "How can you be so certain?" With Qing Yin questioning her, Liu Yao steeled herself to explain. "A few days ago, I was studying pharmacology and happened upon the mandala flower. The entire plant is highly toxic and can serve as a lethal poison. It does not absorb nutrients through roots and stems, but rather relies on the mist it emits to absorb the energies that linger in the air, spiritual energy being but one of them. Moreover, mandala flowers typically flourish in places rich in spiritual energy, which are often locations where souls lingered." Lan Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Here?" Liu Yao swallowed nervously. "Yes, souls that linger here usually harbor intense obsessions, whether it be fond memories of the mortal realm or resentment and hatred. Regardless of the nature of the energy they produce, the mandala flower can feed on it. This moment, two youths who had grown up in the Qinyun sect appeared somewhat unsettled. They nervously glanced at Qing Yin's expression, fearful he might draw his sword and charge in. The reason for their apprehension lay in the fact that there was a peak in the Qinyun sect known as Ghost Dan, which was exceedingly mysterious and terrifying, as its inhabitants often consorted with spirits. They would guide ordinary souls to their rest, while vengeful spirits steeped in resentment would be met with their souls scattered. They were not cruel. Rather, the souls of vengeful spirits had long been corrupted beyond recognition, rendering them devoid of hope for rebirth. They could not guarantee that Lan Zhao's kin met their demise without harboring any grievances. Nor could they assure that those individuals had not tampered with the souls before planting the mandala flowers. Qing Yin rubbed his temples. "I shall not harm them, for they are not vengeful spirits." In truth, he was also quite astonished. After a careful examination, he found no trace of resentment in the area, as if nothing had ever occurred. Having said that, he took Lan Zhao's hand once more. "Let us leave. We shall discuss matters upon our return." Before he could elaborate on his plans, Lan Zhao rushed forward and seized Lan Zhao. "You lot are insufferable. Following my sister around is one thing, but attempting to abduct her in front of her brother?" Lan Zhao's muscles twitched. "Brother, do not say it so harshly. This is my master, and they are my friends." Lan Zhao boldly pointed out each one to introduce them to Lan Zhao. Qing Yin was taken aback by Lan Zhao's forthrightness in revealing their relationships. Leaving him at a loss for words, Su Yuetian, unperturbed by embarrassment, stepped forward. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Lan Zhao's good friend. We are quite familiar, I assure you. I am not a bad person." Lan Zhao scrutinized Su Yuetian from head to toe, feeling inexplicably displeased. "Oh, is that so? Very well then." Zhou Xian and Qi Yin mimicked Su Yuetian. "Brother, pleased to meet you. We are Lan Zhao's classmates, lifelong friends." Lan Zhao looked at them with disdain. "Yes, indeed, classmates." Lan Zhao beamed. "Ah. Lan Zhao's classmates, greetings. I am Lan Zhao's brother, Lan Zhao Da." Lan Zhao's gaze reassured him. Su Yuetian was bewildered. He could not fathom why he had become so unpopular. Dao Wu Ming, following Liu Yao, approached while gleefully observing the sidelines. Su Yuetian. "Huh? Serves you right." He probably thought he could win Lan Zhao's favor. Liu Yao, showcasing her amiable nature, smiled sweetly. "Hello, I am Liu Yao. Here are a couple of elixirs I prepared." As she spoke, she produced 2 pills from her pocket, likely some nourishing remedies. Lan Zhao was warmly welcoming Lan Zhao's friends when 2 burly men hurriedly approached from the village. "Lan Zhao, what happened? Have you found Lan Zhao?" Lan Zhao waved his hand, signaling them to set down their farming tools. "It is nothing. They are Lan Zhao's seniors and friends, not here to abduct her." Relying on her memories, Lan Zhao recognized the 2 figures rushing towards her, her father and the uncle who once accompanied her on his escorting journeys. A timely smile graced her face as she exclaimed, "Father, Uncle Quan." The moment her father laid eyes on his daughter, His fierce demeanor transformed instantly. "Oh, Lanzhao, come here. Let me have a look at you." Lanzhao approached, allowing her father, Lan Xindian, to pinch her cheeks. As if noticing the expressionless Qingyin by her side, Lan Xindian inquired, "Who is he?" Without hesitation, Lanzhao replied, "My master." Lan Xindian nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, you've met your teacher. Haha, I'm just a rough man. Not great with words. Please bear with me." Zhou Xian seemed to ponder something and discreetly tugged at Lu Yao's sleeve. "Lu Yao, can these soul beings, solidified by the mandala flower, truly converse with them about real matters?" Lu Yao cast him a disdainful glance. "Do you really think soul beings lack the capacity for thought? Their presence in this realm is a response granted by the mandala flower. And it certainly does not alter their memories." Zhou Xian's face turned pale. "So, they are aware that they have died." Lu Yao's gaze grew intricate. That is why the sword ancestor was astonished by their lack of resentment, especially among those who met a tragic end. Among the group, aside from Lanzhao and the villagers of Xinghua, everyone wore peculiar expressions. Yet, gazing at the beaming Lanzhao and her family, they all chose to remain silent in unison. Perhaps it was better this way, allowing it to be a lucid and beautiful dream for Lanzhao. As they followed Lan Xindian into the village they had yet to explore, the sight before them was surprisingly vibrant. In this bustling village, women were washing vegetables and clothes while men carried burdens and hoed, as if they had just returned from the fields, aside from a few desolate shops and an empty tavern. The place appeared to be a typical village. Everyone tacitly ignored the oddities, donning cheerful expressions as they accompanied Lanzhao to her home. Outside the familiar courtyard stood a flourishing mulberry tree, its green leaves standing tall. The ground outside the yard was a bit loose, having been hastily trampled without being firmly packed. It seemed the wild grass had just been cleared away, a fact Lanzhao pretended not to notice. She took her father's hand, smiling playfully. "Mother, I'm back." Her mother, clutching a dusty cloth, was vigorously wiping the table. Remarkably, she refrained from scolding her mischievous daughter. "Hey, you, go play outside for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." After leading Lanzhao and her companions back home, Lan Zhaozhao hurried into the kitchen to assist. Lan Xindian then held Lanzhao back outside, engaging in lively conversation with them. The usually taciturn man wore a simple smile, chatting incessantly with Qingyin and Zhou Xian. Struggling to find the right words amidst the awkwardness, he rubbed his nose while desperately searching for a topic. "So, how has Lanzhao been doing with her studies these days? Is she putting in the effort?" Qingyin patiently responded to Lan Xindian's inquiries. "Lanzhao is very obedient and studies diligently, though she doesn't eat much." The conversation felt incredibly mundane, so much so that Lanzhao experienced a sense of embarrassment akin to overhearing colleagues from a past life. Upon hearing this, Lan Xindian opened up. Yes, her mother is quite worried. This child eats like a little kitten, hardly swallowing a few grains of rice at a time. Lanzhao touched her cheek, feeling somewhat awkward. Father, I'm taking my friends for a stroll outside. I'll be back soon." Lan Xindian scrutinized Lanzhao again. Go on. Just remember to come back for dinner." Lanzhao waved her hand. I know, with that. She seized the hands of the four outside and hurriedly made her way out. As for Su Yuetian, he was thick-skinned and unbothered by such matters. However, it seemed he didn't mind at all. Engaging in pleasant conversation with Qingyin and Lan Xindian, as Lanzhao wandered aimlessly through the village with her friends, they encountered many familiar faces along the way. An uncle, carrying a bloody rabbit, rushed up to her. "Little Lanzhao, look at the rabbit I just caught. Aren't you expecting guests today? Don't hesitate, take it to entertain them." Qian helped Lanzhao carry it, and she flashed her signature smile. "Thank you, uncle." The uncle, blushing with embarrassment, chuckled. "It's nothing. My horse seems to have wandered off lately. Otherwise, I would have taken you for a ride today." Lanzhao couldn't help but feel grateful for her past experiences, which had endowed her with such excellent acting skills. Her smile never faltered, yet the hand hidden in her sleeve clenched tightly. Her nails dug into her flesh, bringing her a fleeting moment of clarity. "Ha, uncle, next time. Remember to take me riding. I'm old enough now to learn." The burly man, his eyes misty, forced out an awkward smile for the sake of this beautiful dream. All right. I'll remember to teach you. Once you learn, you can accompany me on my escorts." Lanzhao struggled to recall her well-practiced conversational patterns. But now they felt so clumsy. "Okay, Don't forget. The uncle's rough voice echoed. I won't forget. I won't forget. Indeed, he would never forget, even in death, as he still owed the girl a promise. The atmosphere grew heavy between them. But just then, an old woman emerged from the alley, breaking the tension. Dressed neatly, she seemed to have forgotten to tend to her pale hair today. Lanzhao, come here, come here. Look what I brought for you. Lanzhao turned, her smile as radiant as ever. Huh? Grandma, what delicious treats have you brought this time? After such a long time, what else could there be to eat? The grandmother affectionately pinched Lanzhao's nose. Such a glutton. It's not only sweets that I can offer you. Her wrinkled hands opened to reveal a finely crafted tassel pendant. The grandmother kindly patted Lanzhao. This was my favorite pendant when I was young. But I've grown old and can no longer wear it. So I give it to you. Do you like it? Lanzhao picked up the pendant, her smile adorable. I love it. Her hands trembled slightly, and she found herself at a loss for words. Her once invincible tongue faltered for the first time. Yes, I like it. The warm sunlight bathed this tranquil land, yet Lanzhao felt a wave of panic. She ran away helplessly. No, she knew they did not belong to her. She was merely a bystander, expected to perform perfectly for those who had passed. The pendant in her palm felt so tangible. Much like this beautiful dream they were all sharing. The warm, splendid sunset poured down, reminiscent of the sunny days they had never witnessed together. What was there to cry about if she had failed in her performance? So this is what family is, something she had never possessed. She pressed her hand against her heart. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I really don't know what to do. This was a beautiful dream. A lucid dream. Everyone was applauding and cheering for the perfect moment. But the little girl who had brought them hope was already dead in the wilderness. It was not they who were crafting dreams for Lanzhao. It was Lanzhao who was drawing the final curtain for them. Lanzhao? Her brother's voice sounded behind her. Lanzhao hurriedly concealed her sorrow. Ah, brother. Lan Zhaozhao gently stroked her. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lanzhao shook her head. No. Lan Zhaozhao sat down. You say no, but someone just told me you ran out. Oh dear, he added, sitting a bit abruptly on the ground, discomforted by the stones below. Lanzhao asked, does it hurt? That wound, does it hurt? Lan Zhaozhao smiled as he wiped the corner of her eye. It doesn't hurt, brother is fine. After a moment of silence, Lan Zhaozhao finally conceded. You've always been clever since childhood. I don't know how well you're doing now. As long as you're alive, that's enough for me. I don't ask for anything more. But I also don't know who is the dreamer. Yes, it's all fake. Lanzhao tugged at Lan Zhaozhao's sleeve. Brother. His eyes sparkled. Live well, no matter who you are. Lanzhao had always been understanding and kind. If it were Lanzhao, then live well for brother. If it was not her, Lanzhao's heart tightened. Then let go of everything and see the world on her behalf. Witness the broader world outside and meet those who love you and whom you deserve to love. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there to watch you grow. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Okay. Lan Zhaozhao was the brother who warmed her memories with sunshine, smiling as he embraced Lanzhao. Yet, she lacked the courage to return the hug. Brother, you're so wonderful, just like real. The dream felt so vivid, yet she understood it was all an illusion, a lucid dream, the happiest of all. But both the dreamer and the dreamer knew clearly that this was merely a dream. Everyone was reluctant to wake up, yet they also didn't want to become lost in it forever. Brother, brother. Lan Zhou called out repeatedly, as if only in doing so could she fill the void of regret within her heart. Yet, alas, that delightful little girl never beheld such a splendid sunset. She also did not witness the final rays of light. The scenery was breathtaking, yet it struck deeply at Lan Zhou's soul in her clarity. Perhaps she had never truly been immersed in a dream from the very beginning. The dream, as she had wished, was on the verge of shattering. But Lan Zhou, you may rest assured, brother, I shall love you forever. With that single phrase, Lan Zhou was overwhelmed with tears. However, that girl did not hear it. Just like this dream, once awakened, it ceases to exist. Lan Zhou rose and gazed towards the village outskirts, where Qing Yin, Jiao Xian, Wu Ming, and Qi Yin awaited her. They were filled with concern for her. This was an unbearable reality. Ultimately, she could not remain lost in a dream. With determination, she made her way towards the village's edge. The mist began to rise once more, and in the haze, the girl stood with her family, watching Lan Zhou approach her mentor and friends. Go, Lan Zhou, embrace your world. Move forward, Lan Zhou, this is your life. The girl waved goodbye to Lan Zhou, then, along with her family, ventured into the depths of the FOG. In a moment of daze, Lan Zhou seemed to hear her say, "Thank you, then I am sorry." The dream had awakened, vanishing like the foam upon the sea. The sunset was no more. Chapter 57. Seeking the mandala flower, Lan Zhou clasped the pendant tightly in her hand as she gazed at her friends beckoning her from beyond the village. Wiping her face, she donned a smile and ran towards her family. Qing Yin greeted her with his usual warm smile. "Lan Zhou, come here." Without the masks she usually wore, she boldly leaped into her mentor's embrace. Indeed, she was no one's substitute. She was Lan Zhou. It was merely a twist of fate that had brought them together. Having grown accustomed to solitude, she no longer believed in the so-called emotions. Work and tasks were her life. She had become accustomed to prioritizing task completion, simply because she had long lost sight of life's meaning. Finally, she recalled the memories from her previous life's twilight. What was success worth? She could not articulate it. She was simply weary of the endless tasks. If life was merely a task, then why continue living? In the endless cold darkness, she ultimately lost her last glimmer of hope. She remembered that solitary funeral, at the end of her life. She still hoped that a bouquet of flowers would belong to her. As the sun set and a gentle breeze arose, Lan Zhou felt no chill as Qing Yin held her close. The girl had not dragged Lan Zhou into the next abyss. At the end of the dream, she was desperately trying to awaken Lan Zhou. You do not belong to the endless darkness. You too can embrace the light. In this moment of uncertainty, Lan Zhou began to grasp the meaning of life. In a still pond, the girl held her tightly, granting her light through the passage of time. You will encounter those who love you and those you love. Please do not abandon hope. They lost their lives due to calamity. They understood the pain of death. Therefore, dear ones, please continue to move forward for the love in your hearts. This is not the abyss. It is merely the beginning of everything. Lan Zhou smiled and lifted her head. Mentor, I am Lan Zhou. She was not anyone's substitute. She was merely a vessel for everyone's hopes. She would live well, carrying the yearning for life shared by all, for the souls wrongfully lost, and for herself. The soul is not heavy. It is a blessing of life from everyone. She would witness the day when light would return. When she was no longer a passerby in this world, the silent realm would sing beautiful poems for her. Qing Yin slowly spoke. Yes, Lan Zhou, it is good to return. The youthful voice was clear, and even the usually unsmiling Wu Ming wore a warm smile at that moment. Lan Zhou, their voices rang out, a sincere blessing for the newly reborn soul. Lan Zhou, live well and be happy. Such an atmosphere did not linger long. As Lan Zhou urged Qing Yin to lead everyone in search of the mandala flowers hidden in the shadows, Qing Yin did not object. After all, awakening the long-sleeping souls and even granting them solid strength meant that the mandala flowers had reached a point where they must be removed. There was no time to hesitate. Qing Yin, worried about the mandala flowers re-emerging, immediately set out to search. Night gradually fell, and the faint moonlight was insufficient for them to see the path ahead. However, with the memories of the local terrain, Lan Zhou navigated the narrow and dark paths with muscle memory. The paths were too narrow and too dark, causing several youths to feel discomfort from the branches and wild grass brushing against them. Fearing to alert any lurking dangers, they dared not speak loudly, only able to murmur their complaints. Has Lan Zhou mastered some skill to enhance her vision? It's pitch black, and she navigates through the underbrush more deftly than a wild boar. Please show some decency. Not only does she have good eyesight, her hearing is sharp too. If you can't speak wisely, just keep your mouth shut. Fine. Qi Yin promptly fell silent, but Su Yuetian, having been unsettled by the morning mist, hesitated to use his spiritual powers, allowing branches to scrape against him while he quietly mocked Qi Yin. Ha ha ha, not afraid at all, huh? Wu Ming had long grown weary of this banter. Is there a sore in your mouth? Su Yuetian stubbornly retorted. It's not like I got scratched or anything. Zhou Exine cleverly positioned herself between Qi Yin and Su Yuetian, allowing the two to shield her from the branches. Relishing the chaos, ha 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 ha, a bunch of fools. Lan Zhou could hardly endure the childish antics of the boys behind her. Not wanting to hear their incessant hissing, she summoned the wind-whispering sword and swiftly cut down the overgrown branches. Zhou Exine applauded. Oh, So you can use a sword to chop? Lan Zhou refrained from showing any expression. Very clever, Su Yuetian grumbled. Why are you praising him, Lan Zhou? Lan Zhou replied. A pair of clumsy fools. Not wishing to continue this witty repartee, Lan Zhou focused on sensing the unusual aspects of this wilderness. The mandala flower thrived in shady places, which was why this group of youths had ventured into the underbrush. As for Qing Yin, Lan Zhou assured him to search freely while she led the others along a different path for greater efficiency. After all, they were so close. If danger truly arose, Qing Yin could blink and be there in an instant. Since this flower did not possess a particularly strong scent and was not as commonly found as others, there was no effective method to locate it. Lan Zhou felt fortunate that her previous incarnation had been a bit mischievous and had wandered about. She recalled a place that was neither easily discovered nor far from the village. That wild forest? Lan Zhou remembered her father mentioning that the beasts in that forest were numerous. If she was not mistaken, the beasts that even a towering man of nearly 2 meters feared were certainly no ordinary creatures. They were likely magical beasts. Lan Zhou gazed at the seemingly endless forest and sighed. I am so hungry. She had set out early in the morning and had yet to eat anything. Seeing the look of near starvation on Lan Zhou's face, Qi Yin suddenly remembered the wild rabbit he had in his pocket. Lan Zhou, are you hungry? Would you like to eat some rabbit? Lan Zhou abruptly lifted her head, realizing, yes, the rabbit her uncle had given her in the village. Due to the insufficient energy from the mandala flowers, it had spoiled before Lan Zhou could return home. That rabbit ultimately never made it to the dinner table. Now, this statement caused everyone's stomachs to begin grumbling in unison. However, Wu Ming was more concerned. But we can't start a fire here. What if we attract something undesirable? Lan Zhou was reminded by this warning. Indeed, magical beasts would cling to the mandala flowers. If they could lure out the magical beasts, could they not follow them to find the mandala flowers? Lan Zhou clapped her hands. Great, let them come, Wu Ming exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? Lan Zhou patiently explained. Why should we search for the mandala flowers ourselves? Let the magical beasts lead us to them. Lu Yao recalled the characteristics of the mandala flowers and happily echoed. Yes, how did I not think of that? As everyone seemed to understand, they collectively expressed, Oh! Qi Yin presented the wild rabbit, inquiring, What should we do with it? I'll be honest, I only know how to eat, not how to roast. Liu Yao pulled out a large assortment of spices. These were originally intended for medicinal use, but they can also serve as seasoning. Lan Zhou rolled up her sleeves. No worries, roasting a rabbit is easy. I've roasted lamb before, though the lamb had been prepared by a merchant before being brought to her. Lacking culinary skills, the 3 robust youths were promptly assigned by Lan Zhou to gather firewood. By the time Zhou Xian returned with a pile of fresh branches, Qi Yin dragged back an entire piece of deadwood, and Su Yuetian collected a bunch of thin twigs. Lan Zhou, who was supposed to be catching rabbits, was nearly driven to violence by their incompetence. The 3 youths, having been pampered in the celestial sect for over a decade, were finally facing the harsh realities of life. Lan Zhou unceremoniously tossed Zhou Xian's pile of fresh wood, which would produce thick smoke when burned, into the fire. She then ordered him to chop the thick, dead wood, which was even thicker than her waist, alongside Qi Yin. Meanwhile, the pile of thin twigs Su Yuetian had gathered was put to use for the fire. As the only one not punished, Su Yuetian's arrogance could not help but shine through. His grin was so wide it seemed his jaw would break, while Lan Zhou completely ignored his presence. What are you squatting here for? I am about to start a fire. Be careful not to choke over there. Su Yuetian paid no heed to Lan Zhou's well-intentioned advice, grinning as he looked at her. Am I not the more reliable one? Hee. This young master is the future leader, after all. Serves you right. Lan Zhou retorted without a hint of mercy. Chapter 58. Family, we found a beautiful youth. Shyly, the fire was kindled, and the wild rabbit was deftly handled by the emotionless butcher, Wu Ming. Lu Yao then produced the spices she had prepared, grinding them into powder and mixing them with salt. As Lan Zhou roasted the meat, she signaled to Lu Yao to sprinkle the seasoning. Before long, the aroma of meat and spices wafted through the forest. The flames blazed fiercely, turning the meat golden and crispy. Having gone a day without food, even the usually demure Lu Yao swallowed hard. With the aid of the natural fire pit, the rabbit was ready in no time. The 6 of them finished off the rabbit in the blink of an eye. Lan Zhou took out water and flatbread from her storage pouch to share with everyone. After indulging in the feast, They finally remembered their original purpose for roasting the rabbit. They exchanged glances, staring silently at the bones scattered on the ground. Only Lan Zhou leisurely picked up a twig, calmly tidying up the remnants as the most gluttonous of the bunch. Qi Yin felt a twinge of guilt. It's not my fault. The rabbit was too delicious. Lan Zhou nodded. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. If only we had marinated it beforehand, it would have been even better. Zhou Exine dared not meet Lan Zhou's gaze. Weren't we supposed to use the rabbit to attract the magical creatures? At this, Lan Zhou inexplicably lifted her head. Magical creatures only consume things tainted with demonic energy, spiritual power, or magical force. Why would they want the meat? She casually pointed at the bones on the ground. A devilish smile gracing her lips. We could simply infuse it with some spiritual power later, couldn't we? Zhou Exine hesitated. But once the mandala flower senses the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it will disperse its mist. Lan Zhou dismissed such amateur concerns. Fluctuations in spiritual energy only occur when it is released. I can directly infuse the spiritual energy into the bones without letting it leak out. Zhou Exine clapped her hands in appreciation. Ignoring the foolishness of her companions, Lan Zhou found a banana leaf and wrapped up the bones. As she wrapped the bones, she silently infused a few strands of spiritual power into them. After all, they were merely bait. Why not make it appetizing? Now, this exposed spiritual energy was being prodded with a long stick, held at the forefront. The others hastily drew their weapons and, following Lan Zhou's instructions, formed an orderly formation, in a departure from her usual position at the back. Lan Zhou stood at the front this time, while the others spread out behind her. Unpleasant sounds emanated from the dark woods, causing everyone to feel tense. The magical creatures they had encountered that morning had truly frightened them. Nonetheless, they held their breath, concealing all the spiritual energy within them. Suddenly, a massive magical creature emerged from the underbrush. Just a stick's length away from Lan Zhou, they dared not make a sound as they watched the enormous creature merely cast a wary glance at Lan Zhou before picking up a bone and departing. Phew! Lan Zhou exhaled in relief, signaling the other 5 to regroup. The 6 of them stealthily followed the magical creature, only to remember Qing Yin, who had taken another path. However, Lan Zhou merely gestured with her eyes for them not to worry. If anything went awry, she would promptly call Qing Yin over, as Lan Zhou had anticipated. Once the magical creatures finished foraging, they returned to the mandala flower to await their next prey, the mouth of a dimly lit underground cave. Dozens of magical creatures lay in wait. Lan Zhou was not foolish enough to lead her inexperienced companions into a confrontation with the magical beasts. She decisively used a communication stone to send a signal to Qing Yin. A mere moment after the signal was dispatched, Qing Yin appeared beside Lan Zhou. Have you found it? Lan Zhou nodded, pointing towards the magical creatures that were looking in Qing Yin's direction. Su Yuetian, seeing Lan Zhou calmly conversing with Qing Yin, despite his fear, rushed to grab Lan Zhou. Come here. The magical creatures are looking this way. Qing Yin, observing Su Yuetian reaching for Lan Zhou, felt a twinge of discomfort. However, with the magical creatures present, he could not afford to be distracted by reprimanding him. With a flick of his fingers, silver-white light sparkled, and the nearby magical creatures were dispatched with ease, before the remaining magical creatures could charge forward. Qing Yin swiftly moved, creating several afterimages. In mere moments, dozens of magical creatures lay lifeless. Su Yuetian, who had intended to sneakily learn a few moves, stood frozen in place. Is this truly the sword ancestor? Is it possible for someone to casually unleash attacks that ordinary cultivators could only dream of achieving in a lifetime? The sword techniques had long since become second nature to him. He was one with the sword. The air still carried a faint trace of sword intent, seemingly effortless yet delivering a heavy blow to all the sword cultivators present. Qing Yin turned to Lan Zhou behind him. Shall we proceed inside? Lan Zhou nodded. She wished to take a glimpse of the mandala flower's appearance, as it would be useful later. Upon entering the cave, they beheld a small patch of exquisitely poised mandala flowers. The pure white petals danced gracefully in the breeze, both sacred and mysterious. At the center of the flower field lay the skeletal remains of an elderly man, stripped to the bone in front of the flower field. A young man with long hair was ensnared by intricate chains. His raven-black hair obscured his face, yet his slender figure exuded an alluring beauty even in bondage. Lan Zhou kindly approached and severed the chains with her sword, helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" The weakened youth, having lost the support of the chains, collapsed into Lan Zhou's embrace. At this moment, not only Qing Yin but even Su Yuetian lost his composure. He had merely been curious to glimpse inside the cave, and upon entering, he found that fox spirit cuddled against Lan Zhou. Most importantly, his face was pressed against Lan Zhou's chest. Su Yuetian was filled with indignation, his blood boiling. "Get away from her! I've never even been held by her," Wu Ming and Lu Yao exclaimed. "What's wrong with you?" Qi Yin and Zhou Xian chimed in. "Someone is taking advantage of the boss. Right in front of the sword ancestor. Ha ha ha, he's doomed." Qing Yin frowned. "Lan Zhou, leave it to me. You need not exert yourself." Lan Zhou was about to pass the youth to Qing Yin, for even though he was rather slim, he felt heavy in her arms. The young man seemed to regain consciousness, looking at the face so close to his, which was cool yet bore a hint of youthful innocence. How vexing! Despite having anticipated this, she still felt a flutter in her heart. The youth forced a smile, his doll-like face imbued with a touch of allure. Beneath his peach blossom eyes lay a teardrop mole, making each expression enchanting. Although Lan Zhou was a connoisseur of beauty, she remained sensible. Without hesitation, she handed the youth to the impatient Su Yuetian behind her. "Here, he seems to suit you well," Su Qing remarked. "This woman must be somewhat unhinged." Chapter 59. From this day forth, Qing Yin shall no longer indulge in green tea. Qing Yin watched as the youth once again fainted in Lan Zhou's arms, feeling a sense of irritation. He effortlessly lifted the youth and tossed him in a perfect arc, landing him squarely in the grasp of Qi Yin and Zhou Xian. This person is to be brought back to the Qianyun sect and closely monitored. Zhou Xian and Qi Yin, suddenly burdened with an extra load, protested. "Hey, boss, we're being dragged into this." Lan Zhou cautiously peered out from behind Qing Yin, her sparkling eyes seemingly pleading. "This time, the boss owes you one." QWQ. Qing Yin increasingly felt that spending time with Lan Zhou had made him rather capricious. He had lived for thousands of years. Why was he still quarreling with a young person? It was merely a matter of shamelessness. Qi Yin and Zhou Xian felt a chill run down their spines, feeling somewhat wronged for having to bear the burden. Lan Zhou gazed at them with eager anticipation, feeling goosebumps rise on her back. "Boss, please spare us," Lu Yao chuckled softly, ultimately deciding to lend a hand. "Qi Yin, Zhou Xian, bring him over. Let me examine his condition." "Oh, the mercy of a bodhisattva." Qi Yin and Zhou Xian's eyes brimmed with tears as they hurriedly dragged Su Qing towards Lu Yao, their legs moving as swiftly as if pursued by demons. Qing Yin sighed, turning to glance at the obediently compliant Lan Zhou. "You?" Lan Zhou turned to gaze at the mandala flower field, awkwardly changing the subject. "Ha. Master, look, it's the mandala flower. This flower is quite rare outside. Should we take some back?" Even if Lan Zhou did not mention it, Qing Yin would have taken action to clear it away after all. It would have been dealt with regardless. "If you wish to take some, feel free. Just don't harvest too much, as this flower is highly toxic. We can keep a few as mementos." Lu Yao, having just finished checking Su Qing's injuries, immediately brightened at Qing Yan's words. With the brightness of a 1,000-watt bulb, Lan Zhou squinted slightly. "All right, as a sword cultivator, I am not well versed in medicinal herbs. Since it is toxic, it is best left to professionals for handling." Reading this aloud, Lu Yao, brimming with excitement, retrieved her medicinal spade and a piece of thin gauze from her storage pouch. She covered her mouth and nose with the gauze before kneeling down to carefully excavate 2 or 3 mandala flowers. The entire plant is toxic, including its pollen. Unfortunately, the pollen of the mandala flower is exceedingly light, and with a mere gust of wind, it dances through the air like confetti. Standing at a distance is preferable. However, drawing even slightly closer could jeopardize one's life. Yet, how could the rare herb escape the clutches of Lu Yao? If it cannot be transformed into a spiritual remedy, then it shall be brewed into a poison. Is poison not a form of medicine? Is poison not a form of medicine? Is poison not a form of medicine? Lu Yao smirks wickedly, sighing. Lan Zhou mourns the transformation of the once pure Lu Yao into something dark. Once Lu Yao has harvested the required mandala flowers, she meticulously places each one into an exquisitely crafted jade box for preservation. Qing Yin raises a hand, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy to encase the leftover mandala flowers on the ground. With a sudden grip, The barrier contracts, grinding the flowers into powder. Another surge of energy ensures that not a single drop of their essence remains in the mortal realm at last. The mandala flowers are entirely eradicated, and those present can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Yin and Zhou Xian are the first to act, summoning their spiritual powers to bind Su Qing with the binding immortal rope as if he were mere kindling. Together, they heave Su Qing skyward before tossing him onto their shoulders. The two, having vented their frustrations, feel their blood boiling and smoke rising from their nostrils. All right, let us depart. Lan Zhou dares not speak. Recognizing the satisfaction radiating from the pair, chuckling inwardly on the journey back, Su Qing is jolted awake by Qi Yin's rigid shoulder. Instinctively turning, he hazily perceives clouds swirling beside him. Is this the abode of the immortals? A glance downward sends a shiver down his spine, and why goodness, we truly are in the heavens. Qi Yin senses the restless weight on his shoulder and, harboring a poor impression of Su Qing due to past events, growls, "Stop squirming. If you don't wish to plummet and become a puddle of flesh, behave yourself." Lan Zhou, fearing Qi Yin's fiery temper might lead to Su Qing being cast aside, chimes in, "Do not truly let him fall. If you do, your father will thrash you for 3 days and nights." Instantly straightening, Su Qing apologizes. "I was merely trying to frighten you. Fear not. We shall arrive safely. You're quite perceptive. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Chiao Chu Mieluo Yin." Lan Zhou silently bestows a new moniker upon Qi Yin. Suddenly, the atmosphere lightens considerably, especially with the elder figure in the cave showing such concern for Lan Zhou. So it turns out that the woman is the true leader among them. Su Qing's lips curl into a smile, bursting into laughter, knowing he shall take his revenge in due time. Due to Su Yutian's circumstances, Lan Zhou must part ways with Qing Yin. Before their separation, Qing Yin still bears a worried expression. Lan Zhou assumes Qing Yin fears for her safety, gently taking hold of his sleeve to comfort him. "Rest assured, master, I am merely escorting Su Yutian. He is directionally challenged and might lose his way beneath our Qin Yuan sect at this late hour." Lan Zhou leans in conspiratorially. At that point, Tian's sect will have cause to stir up trouble. Although Qing Yin already knows what that girl is up to, he continues to feign earnestness to listen to her ramble. "It seems the sect master speaks truly. It is time to shed some of the master's authority in front of the disciples." In truth, he merely worries that Lan Zhou might indeed develop romantic inclinations, as the sect master suggested. While there is nothing inherently wrong with love, she is still too young. Engaging in such matters too early would only lead to heartbreak. Qing Yin has long lost count of how many times he has sighed. "Remember my words, you are still too young. Do not ponder love prematurely." This advice is so pointed that Su Yutian can hardly bear it. He clenches his fists. "Sword ancestor, you think too much. Lan Zhou and I are simply ordinary friends, nothing more. He will make you taste my tea soon enough." In the midst of preparing to investigate the mandala flowers in Xinghua village, Qing Yin intends to have Qi Yin and Zhou Xian confine Su Qing to a detention chamber under strict surveillance. However, as soon as they land, Su Qing begins to act out. "I am merely an innocent youth unfortunate enough to be captured by a decrepit old man. Why treat me so?" Qing Yin, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replies, "Let us await the investigation's results. If you are truly innocent, your name shall be cleared." Su Qing continues his performance. "Oh, my arm aches terribly. Has it been dislocated by the chains?" I seem unable to move. His body bears numerous small wounds, his hair a disheveled mess, and his clothing tattered to the point that even Zhou Xian would disdain using it as a rag. The youth lifts his head, revealing his alluring peach blossom eyes, adorned by a perfectly placed tear mole. With tearful eyes, he appears as fragile as a willow in the wind. "Oh, I truly cannot go on. If I enter the detention chamber, I may never see the light of day again." His voice rises and falls, embodying the tragic beauty of a battle-worn youth. Unfortunately for him, he is facing Qing Yin. Assuming he is merely a guest elder of the Qin Yuan sect, Qing Yin feels a headache coming on. Take him to the detention chamber and have the Xing Lin Peak send someone to conduct another examination. Lu Yao stands nearby, feigning a smile. "Fear not, I shall surely find a skilled senior brother to come to his aid. Rest assured, she will undoubtedly recruit a brother with rather violent healing methods to deal with him." Su Qing lies there, pitifully pressed against the ground, his long hair obscuring his eyes, filled with resentment. "Just you wait. Chapter 60. I'm sorry, you're wonderful. I'm unworthy, good person card acquired. After parting ways with Qing Yin, Lan Zhou returns to the inn in the previous town with Su Yu Tian. The disciples from Tianyi sect await his return, their excitement palpable. Although Su Yu Tian is not significantly older than them, witnessing their starry-eyed admiration, he cannot help but reveal his dragon-like arrogance. There is no need to worship me so. This is merely a test from fate. On the path of defiance, solitude is inevitable. However, oh dear. While Lan Zhou does not enjoy embarrassing others publicly, she cannot contain herself any longer. Hurry up, do you not have something to discuss with me? The three disciples exchange knowing glances, pushing Su Yu Tian toward Lan Zhou. Big brother, I believe in you. Just tie the knot, and if you can make the sword ancestor's disciple fall for you, then you will truly be impressive. Go for it. I will pray for your romantic luck. Each one speaks more directly than the last, revealing Su Yu Tian's innermost thoughts. The youth's cheeks flush, and the earlier absurdity dissipates. The unique aura of blossoming youth envelopes Lan Zhou, captivating her in a world of enchantment. Donning sunglasses, she declares, I care for no one. Ignoring the pink bubbles in the air, Lan Zhou deadpants. Are we still discussing? Su Yu Tian nods vigorously. Yes. Yes. The three cheer in unison. Lan Zhou throws a sharp glare. Do not push your luck, or I shall have no choice but to deal with you. I meant discussing business. Additionally, I possess a wind spiritual root, and my hearing is sharper than the average person's. The three disciples look dejected. That is unfortunate. This reaction pleases Lan Zhou immensely. Such matters of love must be voiced by oneself. How could one be so hasty? A complete fool that Su Yu Tian appears to wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment, bashfully lowering his head. Lan Zhou's hidden sarcasm resurfaces. Brother, you do better to embrace the traditional dragon-like arrogance. Like a young girl, he is led out of the inn by Lan Zhou, the cold river breeze dispersing the fragile pink bubbles he exudes. To prevent any dreadful occurrences, Lan Zhou takes the initiative. Diving straight into the matter, I've examined the area. There's south no hiding place unless one wishes to freeze to death in the river. Now, tell me about the situation on your end. Upon recalling the pressing matter, Su Yu Tian loses interest in idle chatter. He sighs as if burdened by the weight of age. Ah, I once believed our sect to be a bastion of light. I had always been convinced that the external doubts would be dispelled by my strength. Yet now, it seems that is not the case. Lan Zhou refrains from interrupting this heartbroken youth as he confronts the shattering of his beliefs. It is a realization that must come in due time. Su Yu Tian gazes skyward, lamenting. It appears the narrative of protagonists facing unjust disdain from the world is not entirely accurate. Lan Zhou continues. Of course not. With such a large sect, why would others target you specifically among the myriad of heavenly sects? If you've never engaged in any defiant acts, why would anyone regard you with respect? Lan Zhou's past experiences remind her that one should not be deceived by the innocent facade of those who constantly lament their tragic fates. In the workplace, offending even a single person can be catastrophic. Should one possess true ability, they could easily turn the situation around. Who would willingly create enemies? Would one forsake their livelihood? A large tree attracts the wind. If one wishes to survive, they must refrain from mischief. Tianyi sect is indeed a classic example of dancing recklessly on the minefield of the celestial gates, all while adopting a carefree demeanor. It would be strange if they were not criticized. Su Yu Tian slowly remarks, although it is evident that they are obstructing my investigation, the more they resist, the clearer it becomes how significant their issues are. What I do not understand is why they must be so aggressive. You assert that they are colluding, yet they are among the most proactive in combating the demons. You assert that they are merely radical, yet their recent activities have become increasingly vigorous. Such a characterization as radical fails utterly to elucidate the peculiar nature of their actions. Lan Zhou has pinpointed the crux. What precisely constitutes these odd behaviors? Su Yu Tian reflects intently. Is there truly anything strange? Recently, they have been intensifying their efforts to advocate for various methods of demon resistance. All the while subtly undermining other sections. On one occasion, I stumbled upon them engaging in some rather dubious activities.